Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 in Chapter 118, kill the senior officials of the world government and have a 1-year shipbuilding deadline. There are still a lot of materials missing for the battleship I want, but the world government has sent CP9 to investigate. If possible, now is not the time to break up with the world government. Let the members of CP9 disappear on the sea for a while, it should be able to delay for a while. But the world government will definitely send people to investigate in the future. If that doesn't work, then implement the Sky Island plan and move all the materials to the Sky Island. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. This seems like a good idea. If Ning Chuan had thought this way before, it would have been a little impossible to realize it. But now, he has successfully mastered the power of the gate fruit. You can open a space door to the empty island at any time and start building ships there. In this way, even the world government notices the flow of materials from various places. But they couldn't figure out where the materials ended up, when they want to come through. I'm afraid Ning Chuan's Pluton-class battleships have already been built, but if you want to implement this plan, Bruno will always be a hidden danger. Ning Chuan looked at Bruno, thinking whether to kill him directly. After all, this kid has the power of the Menman fruit. Lock him in the world of songs, and he can escape directly through the gate of opening. If he accidentally let him go. So if I want to buy materials through normal channels, I'm afraid there will be some changes. However, just kill this guy. Ning Chuan felt a little pity. What he has mastered is the fruit ability. Can directly connect two places. Sometimes, if he is not around, his ability can provide a lot of help to everyone. But after all, he is an agent trained by the world government. Ning Chuan could not guarantee that he would be loyal to him. It would be great if we could pick out his devil fruit and let our own people take it. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but think of Blackbeard's dark fruit ability. It's necessary to go find Blackbeard next. Ning Chuan had already made a decision in his heart. If you encounter Blackbeard on the sea later, you must get his ability. Kuina, bring me a pair of sea-floor stone handcuffs. Hearing Ning Chuan's instructions, Kuina did not hesitate and returned directly to the boat where Ning Chuan and others were parked at the port. It doesn't take a while. She came back with the sea tower stone handcuffs. Ning Chuan handcuffed Heilushi on Bruno's hands, preventing him from using devil fruit abilities. He opened another world of songs alone and locked himself in it. After doing these things, Ning Chuan turned to look at Khalifa again. Do you want to live? Khalifa hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but nodded. If you want to survive, just act out a play with us. An hour later, except for Bruno, all members of the original CP9 returned to their ship in the port. Behind them, Master Tom is held in heavy iron handcuffs and shackles. Many people in the port saw this scene. Members of the world government formally arrested the legendary shipbuilder Tom. However, what no one noticed was, among all members of CP9, Bruno's outfit is a bit weird. He has always covered his face with a black cloth, but the two horns on his head can still make people familiar with him recognize his identity at a glance. Members of the CP9 organization have successfully reported to their superior Spandam. They captured Tom and successfully obtained the Pluton design from him, and now began to return. Spandam, the CP9 officer who had been staying on the ship in the port, saw that Lucci and others successfully brought Tom back. An irrepressible smile appeared on his face. Captured Tom and obtained the Pluton design drawings. This is truly a great achievement. Maybe he, the chief of CP9, can rely on his achievements this time to take a step forward. However, what he didn't notice was, at this time, all CP9 members looked a bit wrong. When their ship went out to sea and began to move towards Judiciary Island, Bruno on the boat turned into a pile of sand. This Bruno was created by Ning Chuan's ability to directly control the Shasha fruit. Ning Chuan's figure suddenly appeared from the sky and landed on their boat. Seeing Ning Chuan suddenly appearing, Spandam was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately ordered Lucci and others to capture Ning Chuan. But Lucci and the others didn't make any move. They knew that they could never be Ning Chuan's opponent. Therefore, he directly ignored Chief Spandam's order and stood there indifferently. What's wrong with you? You didn't even listen to my orders. Spandam was very angry and wanted to use his identity as a commander to pressure Lucci and others. But the CP9 members, who had already known Ning Chuan's strength, remained motionless at this moment, looking at Spandam coldly. I'll give you 10 minutes. No one should be left alive on board. Otherwise, there is no need for you to exist. Ning Chuan's order. Lucci and others looked at each other a few times. Then he directly started attacking everyone on the boat. Crazy. You are all crazy. I will report your betrayal to the superiors, and you will definitely be hunted down by the world government. Spandam had just picked up the phone before he could make a call. Lucci reached out and slapped his phone bug into pieces. Then in his shocked eyes, Lucci's hand penetrated directly into his heart. Well done. You must have tolerated this guy for a long time. Ning Chuan smiled and clapped. When several other people saw Lucci, they directly killed Chief Spandam. They completely accepted their fate. Killing your own commander, no matter what the reason, will definitely be a capital crime. But now, the only hope of survival is to follow Ning Chuan all the way to the dark side. After Lucci took action, Kaku, Khalifa and others no longer hesitated. The massacre began directly on the ship. At 2h at @ plus. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, watched their actions coldly from the side with his domineering attitude. Make sure there is no chance of anyone surviving. After Lucci killed the last person, Ning Chuan directly used the power of Menman's fruit to open a door in the air. Send them and Tom back to the shipbuilding company. I saw the thunder in Ning Chuan's hand roaring continuously. Then a purple thunder blasted out from Ning Chuan's hand. This ship from the world government was completely blown to pieces by Ning Chuan and sank in the vast sea. After returning to Tom's shipbuilding company, Ning Chuan used the fruit to break up the giant pure gold ship parked in the port into countless gold nuggets. He pointed at the mountains of gold nuggets and spoke seriously to Tom. Next, we must speed up the process of acquiring materials. The ship of a senior world government official has lost contact. They will buy us some time, but a new investigation team will arrive in no more than a year at most. So, within this year's time, we have to collect the required materials as quickly as possible. It is estimated that when this battleship is completely completed, it will be the time for me to completely break with the world government. Having said this, Ning Chuan looked at the solemn faces of Tom and others and continued. As for safety issues, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, I will send you to the Sky Island to survive the most dangerous period. Chapter 119 Construction of Sky Island Base, preparing to go to Seyadi Islands. The next year is about collecting all the required materials until the deadline. However, Ning Chuan must complete the construction of the empty island base within this time. For others, the construction of the air island base may be an extremely huge project. But for Ning Chuan, it was not difficult. After mastering the gate fruit, Ning Chuan successfully used the system to greatly improve the ability of the gate fruit. He can now directly open the space door from the water city to the Sky Island. But there is a flaw in the gate fruit. That means you can only open doors to places you've been to. It doesn't have much effect in places I haven't been to. But these are small things, and it takes a long time. It won't waste much time to sail slowly and remember the location of the island. Ning Chuan found some uninhabited islands near the water capital from the map. He plans to move all these small islands to Sky Island and use them as land for the future Sky Island base. Just do it. Naturally, Ning Chuan's mobility is needless to say. He went out to sea alone and came to the vicinity of these uninhabited islands. By activating the ability of the gate fruit, a space gate with a length and width of several kilometers was opened in the sky. Then I saw him pressing his other hand on the small islands and activating the ability to fall apart. Break all these islands into pieces of land. Under Ning Chuan's control, these lands began to move crazily toward the gate of space. At this time, on the empty island, whether it is the aborigines of Sky Island or the residents of Gaia Island who were later brought to Sky Island by the sky currents, I saw a huge hole suddenly opened in the sky. Countless rocks and soil began to pour down from the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. What's going on? Why did the sky crack? A miracle. This should be a miracle. This is God rewarding us with land. The real God knows that our empty island lacks land, and he has given it to us. Sure enough, after driving away the false gods, more and more good things started to happen. God, please give us as much land as possible. Just when everyone on the empty island was praying frantically for God to reward them with more land, Ning Chuan's figure suddenly walked out of the space door. God, is he a god? Why does he look so young? Yes, it's him. Not long ago, I saw him leading a group of little girls up to the sacred mountain and capturing the false god. Savior, he is our savior. Our God has given us land. Look at the enthusiastic people below and listen to their cheers. Ning Chuan couldn't help but be a little confused. What's going on? Do these people from Sky Island regard me as a god? Ning Chuan, who had never experienced anything similar, couldn't help but feel helpless. He had no experience dealing with these fanatical believers. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chuan waved his hand and divided the land on the first island into two pieces. He took one of the pieces and divided them again into two identical parts. These two parts were given to each of the Kongdao Aboriginals and Gaia Island Aborigines, and they were placed on their territory. And he lowered the Gaia Island that was stuck in the sky and moved it above the sea of clouds. The soil and stones he brought replaced the original location of Gaia Island, forming a new island above the heads of the two parties. The residents of Sky Island and Gaia Island below looked at Ning Chuan's actions in the days recently. They didn't understand what this god was up to. However, in the process of their confusion, Ning Chuan's voice rang in all of their ears. The first rule is that there must be peace on the island and no war. Anyone who violates it will die. The second rule is that the owners of the land above are not allowed to enter, and those who violate it will die. Ning Chuan only promulgated two rules. He didn't want to care about other things on the empty island. But he didn't know that his two rules sounded like an imperial edict to the people below. It is deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone on Kongdao. Ning Chuan has no nonsense. After saying the two rules, he continued to return to the grand route through the space gate, and continued to move the uninhabited island. Not long after, a door opened again in the sky above the Sky Island. Countless gravel and soil began to pour towards the empty island. While Ning Chuan was building his own base, he also appropriately distributed this rare soil to the other two forces on the empty island. It was greeted with cheers from everyone below. Many people even had tears of excitement pouring from their eyes. In the world below the Sky Island, land is not so rare, and uninhabited islands can be seen everywhere on the sea. But on an empty island, land is the most valuable asset. The land can grow food, which can fill their stomachs and prevent them from going hungry. 3 days in a row, Ning Chuan is building this base on the empty island, until he moved more than 20 uninhabited islands. Only then did a super large sky island base capable of carrying hundreds of thousands of people at the same time be built on the sky island. During this time Nami and others also came here. They are very satisfied with the base on this empty island. The base has been built and the houses in the base have been built. All preparations have been made. As soon as all the materials are collected, Ning Chuan is ready to build his own Pluton-class battleship on the empty island. When my own battleship is built, I am afraid that the entire world government will be confused. How on earth did Ning Chuan avoid his own sight and build such a ship with terrifying combat power? Master Tom, let's continue sailing. This time the destination is Egghead Island. I'm going to bring Vegapunk over and ask him to help us solve the ship's power problem. By the way, I'll also get some explosive rocks from him. Hearing this, Tom nodded. He had already heard about Vegapunk, the greatest scientist in the world. With his joining, the ship's power problem might really be solved. I leave Vegapunk to you. I will do everything possible to purchase the required materials, and I will ensure that the gold you bring back is not wasted. Tom assured, patting his chest. It can be seen that Tom is really prepared to do whatever it takes to build this Pluton-class battleship. After saying goodbye to Tom, Ning Chuan took Nami and the others on a new ship. This ship was built by Ning Chuan according to the design of Roger's pirate ship. But the trees of Adam, the divine tree, are no longer easy to come by. Ning Chuan simply replaced it with metal synthesized by his own ability to break apart. Their ship is almost the only ship made of metal on the entire sea. It is completely golden and very eye-catching. Ning Chuan's destination this time is Dantu Island. By the way, mark the island you pass by, and you can directly use the Gate Fruit's ability, Gate of Opening, to go there later. The record pointer given by Master Tom points to the Seyadi Islands next. This is a nice place, let's get ready to go. Chapter 120 stumbled into the Devil's Triangle and encountered the whale Laboon. Head towards the Seyadi Islands. Ning Chuan and the others had a very nourishing life at sea. However, after leaving the water city, Ning Chuan has another little cutie on their ship, Khalifa from the CP9 organization. Robin, on the other hand, was successfully promoted to head maid after Khalifa joined. But her only subordinate is Khalifa. Ning Chuan took Nami and others to play mahjong on the boat. Khalifa stood behind Ning Chuan curiously, thinking about this strange way of playing square cards. 30,000. Nami hesitated for a long time, but still played an uncertain card. I'll do it again. Hey, there are flowers on the pole. 18 arhats. Hee, you have lost all your salary this month. Ning Chuan pushed down his cards and looked at Nami, Nokigao and Yuta with a smile. Ah, no way, 18 arhats again. Did Ning Chuan cheat? Nami stared at the cards in Ning Chuan's hand with disbelief. She could no longer remember how many times Ning Chuan had been an arhat. Ah, Ning Chuan is too much. I will never play cards with you again. Nuo Chigao lay down on the recliner and immediately started the messing mode. Woo, brother Ning Chuan has won all Yuta's money. That's too much. Yuta curled her lips in dissatisfaction and almost dropped pearls from her eyes. Kuina, Vivi, Robin, why don't you come next? Looking at Ning Chuan's malicious eyes, the three people named by Ning Chuan immediately shook their heads. After all, this is not the first time this unscrupulous boss has cheated their wages like this. Playing mahjong with Ning Chuan, no one can beat him. Forget it, let's go practice. Suddenly I feel that practicing is more interesting than playing mahjong. Nami and the three looked at each other. He directly picked up the few Baileys left on the table and started running away. Seeing several people being forced to practice again by him, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. Snort, if you want to be lazy in your cultivation, that's not okay. However, isn't it a bit too much to peek at the cards while playing mahjong? Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile wildly. Just when Nami and others started to practice hard, the sky that was clear just a moment ago suddenly dimmed. The first few people didn't take this seriously. After all, the weather on the Grand Line can change at any time without any warning. A sunny day can turn into a thunderstorm in an instant, or even turn into an extremely cold winter. They are all used to this situation. However, this time the weather changes are very different from the previous ones. After they moved forward for a while, but he was surprised to find that there was a vast area behind him. Only the black fog in the sky was left, and the way back could not be seen at all. Obviously, this is not a change in weather. As a navigator, Nami had already noticed the strange situation in front of her. She walked quickly to Ning Chuan, as if she wanted to tell Ning Chuan about this strange phenomenon. However, what Nami didn't know was, Ning Chuan had already guessed what was going on. Don't panic, we just strayed into the Devil's Triangle. It won't take long before we can go out. After hearing Ning Chuan talk about the special term, Devil's Triangle, the little cuties on the boat suddenly turned pale. Devil, the Devil's Triangle. Is it the legendary haunted place on the sea? I heard my father say that many ships disappear here every year. I thought it was a horror story before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Vivi recalled the horror stories her father told her. She was so frightened that she quickly stood next to Ning Chuan. No, it can't be. Is this place really haunted? Nami and Nokigao's expressions were obviously not good looking either. It can be seen that these two good sisters who are not afraid of anything are actually frightened by ghosts. Kuina has always been a man of few words. When I heard that this place was haunted, I couldn't help but put my hand on the sword at my waist. Little Yuta was so frightened that she jumped onto Ning Chuan's neck. Look here, look there, for fear of seeing something terrible. However, it was Robin and Khalifa who acted the calmest. Robin seemed unafraid of these ghostly legends. Khalifa seemed to know something, so he acted quite calmly. Looking at the nervous performance of Nami and others, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and Shikai explained. Don't be afraid, as long as I'm here, even ghosts can't hurt you. What's more, there are no ghosts here. There is some interesting stuff. After saying that, Ning Chuan pointed directly at the ghost ship floating towards them in front of them. There is a living skeleton on that ship, which is quite interesting. A living skeleton. Oh my god, how can the skeleton still be alive? That must be a ghost. Little Nami was so frightened that she quickly hugged Ning Chuan's neck and did not dare to look up again. The other little guys who were afraid of ghosts were no better than Nami. Although they were all pretending to be calm, their trembling bodies revealed their fear. Just when the ghost ship in the distance was about to come near their boat, Ning Chuan suddenly turned his head and looked at the sea to his side. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to meet a friend here. Not long after Ning Chuan finished speaking, a whale cry that echoed through the sky suddenly reached everyone's ears. Nami, Nokigao, Yuta and Kuina are 4 cuties. After hearing this familiar cry, a smile suddenly appeared on their faces. This is Laboon's voice. Yuta, who was very sensitive to sounds, recognized it immediately. This whale cry is from the big whale from Twin Heads. Ning Chuan didn't expect it either. This guy Laboon actually found the Devil's Triangle. If Ning Chuan guessed correctly, it has already met Brook on the ghost ship. This beautiful lady, can you show me your fatness? Just when everyone was attracted by the cry of the whale, suddenly, a voice came to everyone's ears. Nami and others looked back and screamed immediately. Oh my god, what a ghost. Living skeleton. Kill it. ... Brook didn't expect that. I just want to get on the boat and make friends with everyone. By the way, let's try again to see if I can ask for the fatness of the only adult lady on the boat. Unexpectedly, he just opened his mouth. Countless attacks flew immediately. It almost broke his old bones into pieces. What terrible little Lolita. This beating hurts too much. Brook, who was rescued by Ning Chuan, squatted in the corner of the boat holding his legs. Looks very pitiful. In the sea next to it, Laboon revealed half of its huge head. Let out a cry of excitement. It can be seen that he is very excited to meet Ning Chuan and others in this place. It is also very happy. Chapter 121 Laboon's request, help Brook find his shadow. It's Laboon. Long time no see. The first time Nami and others saw Laboon, they jumped out of the boat excitedly and landed on Laboon's big head. They didn't expect to meet their old friends at sea. Ning Chuan also came to Laboon and patted its head. He clearly felt that Laboon's strength had grown a lot in the past period of time. Ning Chuan first used the system to learn the language of the island whale. After some inquiries, I learned about Laboon's recent situation. With the help of the god of war Potion, Laboon fought all the way from Twin Capes to the Devil's Triangle. Wherever Laboon passes, all Poseidon species stay away. Even some adult Poseidon species, after playing a few games with Laboon, discovered that the island whale's strength was constantly improving. In the end, I had no choice but not to dare to continue to struggle with it. Therefore, Laboon encountered few obstacles along the way and followed his own feelings to find the Devil's Triangle. And he was lucky enough to find his old friend, Brook of the Lumba Pirates. But it's a pity. Brook has now become a skeleton. When they first met, Laboon barely recognized him. But Brook recognized Laboon at a glance and played the familiar melody again. Hearing the familiar melody, Laboon finally confirmed that the skeleton in front of him was the old friend he was looking for. After understanding what happened, Ning Chuan told Nami and others about Laboon's experience during this period. After listening to the whole process, the little cuties were very moved. Even Vivi and the others, who had never been exposed to Laboon, were moved by its story. So you and Laboon know each other. This is great. Forgive me, can you show me? Brook hasn't finished speaking yet. The long sword at Kuina's waist was immediately drawn 3 points outward. Brook was so frightened that he squatted on the ground again, holding his head. Forget it, these little Lolita are too scary. I don't dare to ask them if they want to be fat again. Brook had resigned himself to his fate at this point, but the heart that wants to see fatty won't just give up. He had made up his mind. After you can leave the Devil's Triangle, you must go out and have a great time. As an LSP who has been trapped in the Devil's Triangle for decades, the desire for fatness will not be wiped out just because of some small difficulties. What, do you need our help? After telling about his experience during this period, Laboon suddenly asked Ning Chuan for help. Laboon nodded. Then he told Ning Chuan about how it recently helped Brook snatch the shadow. It turns out that after Laboon and Brook met, it was ready to take Brook back to Twin Capes. But in the end, Brook told him that his shadow was taken away by a guy named Moonlight Moria. Without shadows, you cannot live under the sun. It is even more impossible to leave the Devil's Triangle. During this period Laboon also tried to help Brook regain the shadow. He even contacted a group of Poseidon-like buddies he met and tried to storm Moonlight Moria's residence. But Moonlight Moria's strength is too strong, even if the Long Poseidon team up. He barely managed to resist his army. There was even a crocodile Poseidon that accidentally went crazy on the shore and was finally surrounded by Moonlight Moria's shadow army and became a member of his army. Just when Laboon was at his wit's end and didn't know how to help Brook escape from the control of Moonlight Moria. The appearance of Ning Chuan and the others brought it a new hope. Laboon is naturally very aware of Ning Chuan's strength. As long as he can help himself, a mere Moonlight of Moria is not enough for him to hit with one finger. After hearing what happened, Ning Chuan thought for a while and finally nodded. In fact, Ning Chuan is not very interested in the fruit power of Moonlight Moria. However, there are two abilities among Moonlight Moria's men that he is interested in. One is Absalom's transparent fruit ability. The other is Perona's ghost fruit ability. Of course, except for the ghost fruit ability. Ning Chuan is also very interested in Perona, who should still be a little lowly. You want to help me get my shadow back? Brook, who had been eavesdropping on Ning Chuan's conversation, had surprise on his face. But after thinking for a moment, he still shook his head. Although you are not weak, you are a very terrifying enemy after all. In order to help me get my shadow back, I might have to hook up with some of you. I think it's better to forget it. I don't want to implicate you. Looking at this boatload of young children, Brook really couldn't bear to let them risk their lives to help him get his shadow back. Don't worry, Mr. Skeleton. Brother Ning Chuan is very strong. That guy named Moonlight Moria, Brother Ning Chuan can kill him in minutes. Little Yuta climbed onto Ning Chuan's neck at some point, comforting Brook with a confident look on his face. After Yuta finished speaking, the other little Lolita also nodded. Strength. Very strong. How strong can a child be, no matter how strong he is? Brook looked at Ning Chuan seriously in disbelief. But he still didn't know where Ning Chuan was so strong. Just when he was thinking about whether Ning Chuan could defeat Moria and help him take back his shadow, Ning Chuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. If I remember correctly, Brook, you should be a user with the underworld fruit ability, right? Hearing Ning Chuan's sudden question, Brook nodded subconsciously. Well, this fruit has pretty good abilities. After death, you can be resurrected once and control part of the soul power. It is a life-saving fruit. If possible, could you please Mr. Brook to demonstrate your underworld fruit ability? I want to add an insurance policy for these little guys. Looking at the smile on Ning Chuan's face, he thought about what he just said. Brook was confused. Let me demonstrate my abilities. Will Ning Chuan add insurance to these little guys? No matter how you think about it, these two things don't seem to be connected. Ning Chuan didn't look like he was joking. In desperation, Brook had no choice but to nod in agreement. Right now, he doesn't have much control over the power of the underworld fruit. He could only control his soul to temporarily leave this skeleton body. That's all. But even so, Ning Chuan still used his strongest power of observation and watched the entire process. When he finished watching the entire process of Brook using the underworld fruit, he whispered quietly in his mind. System, start settlement. Chapter 122 Master the power of the underworld fruit and capture the transparent man in Perona. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the underworld fruit for 10 seconds and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the ability to feel the underworld fruit and returning the 100,000 seconds of cultivation. Host's understanding of the underworld fruit's abilities has improved. The system has returned the understanding of the underworld fruit. On this basis, Ning Chuan then whispered in his mind. System, continue settlement. Congratulations host. ... System, settlement. ... An hour later, Ning Chuan finally heard the voice he wanted to hear. Congratulations to host for successfully mastering the underworld fruit ability. After hearing this voice, a smile finally appeared on Ning Chuan's face. See the smile on Ning Chuan's face. Brook, who had been using the power of the underworld fruit, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The ability to use the underworld fruit continuously. It almost drained him dry. Even though he was just a pile of bones, he still felt tired. The ability of the underworld fruit gives a person special power, allowing him to control his soul after death, allowing his soul to return from hell and return to his body to be resurrected. If I can develop the method of controlling the soul of this underworld fruit, Nami and the others can also use it. Are they also able to control their soul power? Can you even control your soul to return from hell after death? In fact, before getting the power of Wangquan fruit, Ning Chuan has already thought about this issue. After he completely mastered the underworld fruit and felt the power, Ning Chuan finally came up with this idea. Long-term observation of the underworld fruit gave Ning Chuan a deep understanding of the power of the soul. He is now able to control his soul just like Brook. But what he wanted was not just that. He wants to help Nami and the others, and also control his own soul. In this case, even if they face those guys who control the soul power alone in the future. Not too passive, just like the ant in Four Emperors. Ning Chuan now knows, as long as you can control your soul, you can resist any form of soul attack. The so-called Conqueror's domination is also a form of soul impact. Take control of your soul in advance. Then it will be of great help to learn Conqueror's Haki in the future, or to resist Conqueror's attacks. However, it seems not easy to develop this ability into a skill that everyone can use. Even Ning Chuan now has help from the system. I also feel that my idea seems a bit difficult to realize. But soon, he came up with a good idea. Shadow Fruit ability. If I master Moonlight Moria's Shadow Fruit ability, I can control my shadow to occupy Nami and their bodies. This will help their bodies adapt to the power of controlling their souls until their bodies form muscle memory. Isn't this enough? The Shadow Fruit controls the shadow, not the soul. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan suddenly felt that his idea was very feasible. This is much easier than developing a new skill. It seems like we still have to get the Shadow Fruit ability. Ning Chuan thought for a moment, still decided to get the Shadow Fruit ability of Moonlight Moria, although it doesn't have a big effect on one's own combat power. But it can help Nami and the others practice. This is a pretty good ability. Let's get ready to go. Laboon, you lead the way. He heard Ning Chuan's voice promising to help him. Laboon roared excitedly, and then opened the way directly in front. Not long after, Ning Chuan's boat docked at the small island where Moria was located. This is where it's very dangerous. How about I go with you? Brook hesitated for a long time, and finally had the courage to say this. You should stay here, maybe it will hold us back. Brook. Watching Brook find another place and start to isolate himself, Nami and the others laughed and jumped off the boat directly with Ning Chuan. After Ning Chuan and his party left, Laboon just began to comfort his old friend. Gecko Moria is one of the Shichibukai recognized by the world government. Ever since he failed in the battle with Kaido, he disappeared near the Devil's Triangle Sea. Unexpectedly, he actually created shadow monsters here. Khalifa recalled the information she knew and explained it to everyone. Mariah, like Crocodile, is a mentally ill guy. In the past, we were all guys who could fight against the 4 emperors, but since they were defeated, they started to do some crooked things. Crocodile is planning to find Pluton and steal Alabasta while Moria is secretly planning to explode troops and create a shadow army. They put so much effort into some crooked ways, they might as well practice domineering honestly and improve their ability to develop fruits faster. Listening to Ning Chuan's evaluation of Moria, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They had already heard Ning Chuan talk about Crocodile, but I didn't expect that this Moria was the same as Crocodile. Do they all have the same brains? Nami and the others are a little confused. Soon, everyone had already arrived near the castle on the island. Ning Chuan knew that Mariah and his 3 men were in the castle at this time. However, among these 3 people, Ning Chuan only paid attention to Absalom's transparent fruit and Corona. Ning Chuan turned on his domineering attitude to the maximum extent. Absalom, Corona, and even Moria's location were easily detected. Let's go. Go get the transparent fruit first. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, and then led Nami and the others directly into Absalom's room. At this time, Absalom was lying on the bed sleeping. Suddenly, the door to his room creaked. Absalom's attention was attracted by the sound of the door. He half sat up and looked up towards the door. The scene before him immediately made him overjoyed. Why are there so many beautiful and cute Lolita? There is also a beautiful lady with a super figure. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Absalom reached out and gave himself a big slap on the face. He seemed a little unable to believe what he was seeing. Crack. Just after he slapped himself hard, Absalom suddenly felt a burning pain on the other side of his face. He raised his head in confusion and saw a young man he had never seen before standing at the head of his bed. Don't worry, you're not dreaming. Ning Chuan's voice just fell. Crack. Another big slap, louder than before, fell on his face. Chapter 123. A new member of the maid team, Moonlight Moria's ambition. I felt a solid pain coming from my face. Absalom reached out to cover his cheek in confusion. What is going on? He was sleeping peacefully in his home, why suddenly a group of beautiful girls rushed in? This is not the end. A young man also came over and said nothing at all. I just gave myself a big slap in the face. What is going on with this TND? Am I the bad guy, or are these little guys the bad guys? Absalom was about to open his mouth and ask Ning Chuan about their identities. Find out what these guys want to do. However, Ning Chuan did not give him this opportunity. After a few more slaps, he was completely stunned. He wanted to ask Ning Chuan how he had offended them, but Ning Chuan didn't want to give him a chance to speak. After a few big slaps, the door to the world of Zhe was opened directly. Crocodile and the others have added a new teammate. Let this guy have a good time in the world of songs. We move on. Ning Chuan did not start learning the transparent fruit ability mastered by Absalom directly here. He plans to send Moonlight Moria and others inside, then master all their abilities together. Little Perona is still sleeping. You're such a cute little girl, why did you follow Mariah? Ning Chuan shook his head helplessly. Then he led everyone to Perona's room. Everyone just entered the room. Perona has been awakened by her doll. She stared at Ning Chuan and others in confusion. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Are you the playmates that Lord Moria found for me?" Regarding little Perona's question, Ning Chuan and the others looked at each other. It can be seen that this little girl looks a little sinister. It actually seemed lonely. I don't have time to explain, so I'll arrest you first. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, little Perona finally realized that these people were not the playmates Moria had found for her. They are enemies. The ghost of negativity. Perona realized something was wrong the first time. Instantly activated his devil fruit ability. I saw a few ghosts floating directly out of Perona's body. They flew towards Ning Chuan and the others. Ning Chuan, who knew the negative ghost's ability, immediately activated his domineering power. Block out all these negative ghosts. See this scene. Little Perona couldn't help but be a little surprised. You must know that ghosts have no entity. They can pass through even walls with ease. But now, these ghosts that can make people extremely negative are like hitting an invisible wall. They all stopped in midair and could not move forward at all. Why did the specter of negativity lose its effectiveness? Just when Perona was extremely shocked, Ning Chuan's Conqueror's domineering force suddenly swept across Perona's body. She still hadn't realized what was happening. He rolled his eyes and fainted. And those negative ghosts that were parked in midair disappeared. What was that just now? Why do I feel like I saw a ghost? Nami asked with some confusion. It is indeed a ghost. That little girl is a spirit fruit user. Her devil fruit ability is to control many kinds of ghosts. What she just summoned is a negative ghost. As long as it passes through your body, you will become extremely negative and irresistible. Unless you are domineering, or your negativity is deeper than the ghost of negativity, you will definitely fall into the trap. Having said this, Ning Chuan looked at Nami and others. You are no match for this little girl now. We need to work harder in our cultivation, and strive to master the domineering power as soon as possible. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami and others scratched their heads helplessly. They didn't expect that this little girl's ability would be so strong. Ning Chuan used the flower fruit ability he learned from Robin. He grabbed Perona and put it in Robin's hand. Little Lolita is no longer locked up in the world of songs. Then I'll leave it to you, the head maid. Hearing Ning Chuan's instructions, Robin nodded seriously. Khalifa was also obviously happy. The maid team has grown a bit, and her life will be easier in the future. Khalifa took out the seastone handcuffs and cuffed them on Perona's hands. After all, the boss is going to catch this little girl next. We can't let her use her abilities to sneak attack from behind. After doing this, Ning Chuan and others continued to move forward. On the way to the deepest part of the castle, they saw many old corpses. These corpses were dug up by Moria from somewhere unknown. Among them are dragon-slaying samurai like Shimotsuki Ryoma. Ning Chuan did not destroy these corpses. Instead, they directly used the extreme cold of the frozen fruits to permanently freeze them. After all, Ning Chuan is a good person and has no interest in dismembering people's bodies casually. Soon after, Ning Chuan and others finally reached the deepest part of the castle. Easily break open the door to the last room. The group of people saw a rather strange-looking guy who was nearly 7 meters tall, with a slender neck and a fat belly. He was sitting on a throne in the house, seemingly waiting for their arrival. Crack, 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 ... A series of applause sounded from Moonlight Moria's hands. At this time, Moria looked at Ning Chuan and others with a smile on his face. Not bad, you can break into my room so quickly. The strength of you guys cannot be underestimated. Speaking of this, Moria suddenly focused on Ning Chuan. I can feel that you are very strong. If I absorb your shadow into my body, my strength will definitely increase a lot. In this case, I can re-enter the new world and seek revenge on Kaido. Speaking of Kaido, Moria's eyes suddenly showed a trace of anger. A few years ago, he fought Kaido in the new world. As a result, all the members of his pirate group died in the battle, and he was the only one left to escape. As a last resort, he had to go to the Devil's Triangle to survive and prepare to develop a zombie army to defeat Kaido. But what he didn't expect was, today, there was a kid who seemed to have a bright future, but he showed up at his door. This made him ecstatic. If Ning Chuan's shadow can be cut away, then I will have the same cultivation talent as him. This once again gave him hope of defeating Kaido. This kid is very strong, maybe I won't be his opponent. But I don't need to win. As long as I can take away his shadow, I have won. Chapter 124 easily defeated Moria and imprisoned in a pirate cage. If Ning Chuan knew what Moria was thinking at this time, he can't help but praise that this guy's brain is quite effective at critical moments. Know that you are not your opponent. He just wanted to take away his own shadow and use his own shadow to help him practice. If he meets other guys who don't know the ability of the shadow fruit, maybe under his sneak attack, he can really succeed. But he was facing Ning Chuan. You won't give him a chance to steal your shadow. Moonlight Moria, I feel that you still have some domineering power. You must have known that my strength is far superior to yours. Next, you'd better surrender honestly, so that you can suffer less. By the way, let go of all the shadows you stole. There are also shadows of my friends in them. Ning Chuan looked at Mariah's eyes and spoke word by word. How can there be any reason to surrender without fighting? You brat, I know you are strong. But I, Moria, have not fallen so low that I will give in when I encounter someone strong. What's more, it's still not certain who will lose and who will win. Shadow gathering place. With Moria's roar, the next moment, countless shadows on the entire island began to gather towards his body from all directions. As these shadows continued to gather into his body, Moonlight Moria's body began to expand rapidly. From a height of 7 meters, he gradually grew to 10 meters, 20 meters. It wasn't until it was almost 100 meters away that it finally stopped. There are still too few shadows. But even so, I still feel this inexhaustible power. You brat, try my punch, what do you think? Moria finished speaking. A huge fist that was 10 meters long and wide hit Ning Chuan on the head. Boom. After a loud noise, Moria only felt bursts of pain in his fist. Wait until he looks down. I saw a huge barrier in front of Ning Chuan and others. Is this the ability of the barrier fruit? How did it happen to you? He saw the barrier appearing in front of Ning Chuan. It really caused some bad memories for Moria. When he was in Wano country, he had experienced the terrifying barrier of Kaido's men. But what he didn't expect was, now I actually see it on Ning Chuan. Okay, you will surprise me. After taking away your shadow, I will let my shadow enter your body. When the time comes, with the power of the barrier fruit, even Kaido will be no problem. Moria roared excitedly. Immediately afterwards, huge fists began to rain down like crazy. But these fists did not fall on Ning Chuan. Instead, it avoided his barrier and landed near Ning Chuan. Judging from Moria's movements, it seemed that he wanted to dent the ground around Ning Chuan. It seemed that he wanted to make Ning Chuan sink into the ground. Seal all his actions with solid ground. Let Ning Chuan's barrier completely lose its effect. Forget it, I won't waste my time with you. Ning Chuan smiled at Moria. Then Ning Chuan's body was seen rapidly expanding. Not long after, it turned into a golden Buddha with a height of 100 feet. It's more than 200 meters taller than Moria. He saw this golden Buddha suddenly appearing in front of him. Moria was a little stupid. What's going on with this kid? Why did you suddenly become bigger than me? Am I hallucinating? Before Moria could realize what happened, Ning Chuan's big palm that shone with golden light greeted Moria directly in the face. Crack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the island. Ning Chuan slapped him down. Moria, who was hit directly, spat out lumps of black stuff in his mouth. That was the shadow he just swallowed. It turns out that the danger I sensed with the hockey of observation came from this. Moria, who was slapped on the face by Ning Chuan's thunderbolt, stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The shadow he just spit out made his body shrink by another fifth. At this time, he looked at the golden Buddha in front of him. I just feel that Ning Chuan's figure has become taller. I had a premonition that I would be defeated at the hands of this kid. Then let him fight for a while longer and take away his shadow when he is most relaxed. Moria had already made a plan in his mind. I can't bear to let my child catch the wolf. He wanted to use his body to fight for the chance to cut away Ning Chuan's shadow. What a pity. He underestimated Ning Chuan's strength, and overestimated his own body's ability to withstand beatings. You can't even handle 1/20th of my strength. Then with this full blow from me, I'm afraid you'll have to have a good sleep for a while. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Moria, who was ready to receive Ning Chuan's fist, was immediately stunned. Etc. If what this kid says is true, then I can't bet. If you take a hit with all your strength, you might die. Just then, Moria thought of quitting, when preparing to use the power of the shadow fruit to turn into a shadow and escape. However, he was surprised to find that waves of extremely tyrannical pressure began to emerge around him. This coercion almost solidified at this moment. Pressed, Moria activated the ability of the shadow fruit several times in a row. But in the end they all ended in failure. This Conqueror's Haki. Such a powerful Conqueror's Haki. Even stronger than the Kaido I met back then. How is this possible? Moria finally started to panic at this moment. The shock in his heart and the pain of memories made him confused for a moment. At this time, he looked at Ning Chuan's upcoming fist. In a daze, he felt that Ning Chuan's fist was like the mace swung by Kaido. It gave him an irresistible idea from the bottom of his heart. Moria was in a daze. Ning Chuan's golden fist flashing with black lightning had landed hard on Moria's head. Boom. After a loud noise, Moria was instantly punched into the ground 100 meters deep by Ning Chuan. All the shadows absorbed into his body were constantly spurted out by him at this moment. Returned to the bodies of those whose shadows he had captured. Moria's whole body seemed to be deflated at this moment, returning to its original appearance. However, his body had already suffered quite serious injuries at this time. All the bones in the body were smashed by Ning Chuan's punch. If it weren't for the last moment, Ning Chuan would have gathered some strength. I'm afraid Moria has completely turned into a pile of meat now. Oh, you are really bullying adults. Let's leave it to Crocodile and the others, just so they can get to know their new cellmates. Having said that, Ning Chuan easily opened up the space in JGE's world. Throw the seriously injured Moria in. At this point, there is another big pirate of Shichibukai level in the prison of Ning Chuan Gerger world. Chapter 125 Obtain 3 fruit abilities. Heading to the Seyadi Islands. Another one came in. Why does that boy from Ning Chuan keep throwing people in here? Crocodile and Enel et al. After seeing another gap open above his head, a strange-looking guy was thrown in by Ning Chuan. They became interested and came to this man. It looks quite familiar. It seems to be a big pirate as well. It's just that I can't remember the name for a while. Crocodile stared at Moria for a while. He shook his head helplessly. It's Moonlight Moria, a Shichibukai under the world government's name just like you. Lu Chi, who was beside Crocodile, stared at Moria for a while and recognized his identity. The boss was also arrested. Absalom was beaten up shortly after he came in. At this time, there were expressions of excitement and worry on his face at the same time. I was excited because my boss, Moria, also came in, and I could finally stop being bullied by these guys. But what worries him is this. The boss of his family was no match for the boy who broke into their castle. And he beat me so badly, it looked like he was very seriously injured. Same Shichibukai as UBD. Humph, Crocodile, this guy, I want it. Enel's face suddenly showed a hint of joy after hearing that Moria's identity was also Shichibukai. As long as he takes Moria under his command, then with his help, Crocodile will definitely not be his opponent. Enel can continue to be a god in this world. Although this is just a special world opened up by Ning Chuan. But Enel just wants to be a god, and it doesn't matter where he becomes a god. You want it back. This guy is a Shichibukai like me, so he is obviously my partner. You better save your time, kid, otherwise I'll let you taste the power of my shasha fruit again. Crocodile and Enel would start fighting again if they disagreed. The CP9 members and Absalom in this world saw that something was wrong. Just prepare to retreat directly. Leave enough space for these two Logia bosses. Especially that crazy guy Enel. Once he gets into a fight, no matter who is his or not, he will be struck by lightning. You two bastards. I am Lord Moonlight Moria. You actually want to be my boss. Bring me your shadows. Moria, who had already woken up, supported his seriously injured body and instantly activated his shadow fruit ability. Although he was a little confused and didn't know where he was now. But these two guys in front of him are really too much. Are you actually discussing taking him as your younger brother? How can he, the majestic Shichibukai, the great pirate who once attacked the position of the four emperors, be inferior to others? So, there was no hesitation. Moria directly activated the shadow fruit ability, directly cutting away the shadows of Crocodile and Enel. The two people who were unprepared were suddenly attacked by Moria. But they are not vegetarians after all. In an instant, the two Logia elements of thunder and sand directly surrounded Moria. A huge melee broke out in the world of Gerger instantly. Ning Chuan just brought Nami and the others to the world of singing. I saw three people fighting fiercely inside. They stopped immediately and began to watch seriously. The fight was so intense. But who will win in the end? Nami looked at the melee between the three and couldn't help but ask. Moria is injured and should be the first to be eliminated. Crocodile and Enel were still tied in the end. After Ning Chuan looked at it for a while, he directly gave his analysis. Sure enough, the final result was exactly the same as Ning Chuan's analysis. Moria was knocked to the ground early by the devil fruit power of the two. Crocodile and Enel were constantly fighting against each other. No one can do anything to anyone. Just be honest, Ning Chuan had no intention of watching the two of them continue to spend time like this. So he directly used his extremely tyrannical conqueror's domineering force to instantly frighten the two people who were fighting fiercely. Feel the power of Ning Chuan conquerors. The expressions of the two people suddenly changed. He reluctantly left the battlefield. He raised his head and stared at Ning Chuan standing in the air. After all, they were all beaten up and thrown in by Ning Chuan. They naturally knew how terrifying Ning Chuan's strength was. It has nothing to do with you here, just go and have some fun. Ning Chuan waved his hand casually. Directly pull out a transparent wall in the world of songs. Mariah and the other two guys were isolated. In the world of Zhe, Ning Chuan is the god of this world. What is this place? What do you want to do by bringing me here? Seeing Ning Chuan helping him separate the two powerful enemies, Moria stood up with difficulty and stared at Ning Chuan cautiously. Behind him, his subordinate Absalom also looked confused at this time. Nothing, I just want to get your fruit power. By the way, there's also Corona. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, he directly threw Corona over who was wearing seafloor stone handcuffs. Show your fruit abilities. Let's start with you, Moria, one by one. If you don't obey me, you should know the consequences very well. An hour later, congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the shadow fruit ability. 2 hours later, congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the transparent fruit ability. 3 hours later, congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the Lingling fruit ability. Hear the voice in your head. Ning Chuan finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. After beating Moria again, all three of them have become very honest. When showing his abilities to Ning Chuan, he didn't dare to have any reservations. This made Ning Chuan's process of learning their fruit abilities extremely easy. After learning their abilities, Ning Chuan brought little Perona out of the world of singing again. After all, this little guy is a member of his maid team. We can't let her fight in the world of songs like the other guys. Come out of the world of songs with little Perona. Ning Chuan saw Brook who had already obtained his shadow and was standing on the deck waiting for him with tears in his eyes. After some pleasantries, everyone started a banquet on the island with the help of the supplies stored by Moria. Brook sang many of his favorite songs to the crowd. Everyone had a great time. When the banquet ended, it was already early morning the next day. Finally, Ning Chuan and Nami watched Laboon and Brook leave and return to Twins Cape. Ning Chuan and the others set sail again. Head to the end of the first half of the Grand Line, the Seyadi Islands. Chapter 126. Arriving at the Seyadi Islands, Rayleigh wants to avenge the Fishman Shaoba. In fact, Ning Chuan went to the Seyadi Islands this time. It's not just a trip to the island, but to do something on the island. Just like killing a few more celestial dragons or something. He wanted to buy enough time for Tom and the others to purchase shipbuilding materials. However, there are not many things that can divert the attention of the behemoth world government. But killing a few Tianlong people would be enough to attract their attention. In this way, it will be easier for Tom to purchase materials. What's more, the Seyadi Islands have always been guarded by General Kizaru. Once something happens to the celestial dragons on the Seyadi Islands, then he will rush over from Marine headquarters to provide support as soon as possible. What's more, Kizaru is a member of the Marine Science Department. He is the person closest to Ning Chuan's goal of going to sea this time, Vegapunk. Ning Chuan plans to take advantage of this opportunity to contact Vegapunk. By the way, kidnap the guy with the smartest brain in the world. Take him to the Sky Island and let him be your helper. Not just its own Pluton-class battleship, he can even help him with many things, just like the artificial devil fruit, or the development of the world government Serif project. These extremely advanced technologies are what Ning Chuan wants to have in his hands. However, mastering these technologies is a prerequisite. We just have to get Vegapunk over. Time flies. Just over a week, Ning Chuan and the others could already see the port of the Seyadi Islands through the telescope. During this week, little Perona has been trained by Robin and Khalifa to become a qualified maid. The fighting power of Nami and the others. It has also improved a lot in the battle with members of the CP9 organization. Especially Kuina, her combat power has now reached the level of Major General Marine. Now, Ning Chuan has begun to teach Kuina how to use domineering weapons. In the near future, Kuina and Nami should be able to successfully master armament hockey. Of course, for members of the maid group. Naturally, Ning Chuan also gave them the God of War potion. Although Robin and the others are members of the maid group, they don't have much time to practice on weekdays. But with the help of the God of War potion, his strength has improved to a certain extent. It's much faster than them practicing alone. Soon after, Ning Chuan docked his small boat at the port of the Project Archipelago. The entire Seyadi Islands archipelago is very large. There are 79 areas in total. Because Ning Chuan and the others are not pirates, you can park the boat directly at the core. Of course, for Ning Chuan, it doesn't matter where the boat stops. As long as the Thunderfire sword is always on the ship, there will be no fear of thieves coming to steal it. Even someone as powerful as Enel is no match for a single blow from the Thunderfire sword. The other little thieves will naturally come and die one by one, and die by the nest. Ning Chuan parked the boat at the easiest place to dock, disembarked with everyone on board. However, they had just disembarked. I haven't had time to wander around the Seyadi Islands for a while yet. A figure that surprised Ning Chuan suddenly stopped in front of everyone. This man had gray hair, held a long sword in his hand, and wore a pure white cloak. Just walked towards Ning Chuan and the others. Ning Chuan saw a trace of anger in this man's eyes. Pluton Rayleigh. Ning Chuan naturally recognized who the person was at a glance. However, he was somewhat puzzled by the anger in Rayleigh's eyes. Coming from Ning Chuan on Coco West Island in the East Daxia Sea, right? Just when Ning Chuan was wondering where the old guy Rayleigh's anger towards him came from. Rayleigh suddenly asked. Hearing Rayleigh mention their hometown, Nami and Nokigao couldn't help but raise their heads in confusion. And Ning Chuan heard the name of this island. Something suddenly occurred to me. That is, I am in Nami and Nokigao's village. Kill all the fishmen headed by Aaron. Among the fishmen who harmed Coco West Island, there was an octopus fishman named Xiaoba. This octopus man once saved Rayleigh's life. But now, the old man Rayleigh who was supposed to retire appeared in front of him with anger. He probably came here to avenge Xiaoba. Cleared up everything. Ning Chuan looked up at Rayleigh. Is it because of Xiaoba's incident? Hearing Ning Chuan mention Xiaoba, Rayleigh's anger was obviously more intense than before. I know that Xiaoba and the others went too far on Kokoyasi Island. He was killed and I think he deserved it. However, he once saved my life. It is really unjustifiable if I do nothing. Having said this, Rayleigh raised his head and looked Ning Chuan up and down, then continued. I heard Shanks say some time ago that you are so strong that even he is no match for you. However, even so, this battle must be fought. I will avenge Xiaoba's revenge. Rayleigh finished speaking. He directly raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Ning Chuan. Looking at Rayleigh's expression, Ning Chuan knew that he was serious about it. Is it right here? Or, go to see. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. He actually didn't care about Rayleigh's strength. Rayleigh naturally heard the extra meaning in Ning Chuan's words. After all, Rayleigh is now an important figure wanted by Marine. If he goes to Shanghai, his identity may not be exposed even after defeat. But Rayleigh didn't want to accept his kindness. He knew that his own strength was no match for Ning Chuan. If you let the other party make another move, it's like giving away pieces in a chess game. This will damage his mood and make him no longer a match for Ning Chuan. Not to mention he's Pluton Rayleigh, once One Piece Roger's first officer. When do you need others to let you do this? He also has his own pride. Stop talking nonsense, let them all leave, and you can draw your sword too. I heard Shanks say that the sword you use is far superior to that of an average swordsman. Come, let me see your true strength. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. He sent Nami and the others back to the ship and asked them to drive the ship away from this area. After all, this area will become a battlefield between the two of them. Senior Rayleigh, since you want to taste failure so much, then I won't be polite. But unfortunately, with your current strength, you probably are not qualified to let me use my sword. Ning Chuan's unceremonious behavior directly made Rayleigh's brows knitted together. What a boy, so crazy. Sure enough, he is as arrogant as that guy Shanks said. If that's the case, how about you try my sword? Chapter 127 Easily crush Pluton Rayleigh and be imprisoned in the prison of Song World. Rayleigh waved the long sword in her hand, wrapping her conqueror's domineering energy around the blade. In an instant, the long sword in his hand exuded an unparalleled terrifying pressure. At this moment, the sky near the two people suddenly darkened. Black lightning danced wildly around Rayleigh, which was a sign that he was pushing Conqueror's dominance to the limit. It seems that for Ning Chuan, he used his full strength from the beginning. Whoa, a sword light swung out from the long sword in his hand. Rayleigh's sword slashed straight towards Ning Chuan with the power to destroy the world. However, facing such a terrifying sword, Ning Chuan did not dodge and stood motionless. At this moment, the Conqueror's domineering energy in his body started to fluctuate as if it was ignited by Rayleigh's Conquerors. The moment Rayleigh's Conquerors slashed first and reached Ning Chuan's side, Ning Chuan also unleashed his Conqueror's dominance. Two Conquerors' domineering forces clashed in the air, fighting each other. The air was filled with harsh roars, and even the ground shook due to the collision of these two powerful forces. After Ning Chuan released his Conqueror's haki, suddenly a solid barrier appeared on his hand. He easily blocked Rayleigh's blow with all his strength. All the sword energy dispersed by Ning Chuan's barrier flew into the surrounding woods. Those big and thick trees that require several people to wrap around. Under the blows of these dissipated sword energy, they fell down one by one. In just an instant, hundreds of big trees were cut down by Rayleigh's sword energy. Tisk tisk, Mr. Rayleigh, your sword energy seems not strong enough. For destroying so many big trees, I will be scolded by environmental protection organizations in my hometown. Listening to Ning Chuan's mocking voice, at this moment, Rayleigh was extremely shocked. He knows how powerful his Conqueror's domineering energy is, and he also knows how powerful the sword energy that surrounds Conquerors is. But the young man in front of him not only equaled him in Conqueror's domineering power, but even had a faint tendency to surpass him. It was easier to resist his own sword energy, it seemed like there was no use at all. This terrifying strength can't help but make Rayleigh's heart tremble. It seems that Ning Chuan's strength is now much stronger than when Shanks came to tell him a few days ago. Especially the appearance of barrier fruits. Rayleigh's eyes were full of surprises. Ning Chuan has the ability to barrier fruit. Rayleigh knew that if she wanted to win against him, it would be even harder. But after all, he was the deputy of One Piece back then. The shocked look in his eyes quickly disappeared, and the whole person quickly regained his composure. I have been wandering on the sea for so many years. Decades of experience in fighting have allowed him to remain calm in times of crisis. At this time, there is no doubt about Ning Chuan's strength. But he doesn't want to give up. On the contrary, it aroused the long-lost fighting spirit deep in his heart. He looked at Ning Chuan, who was standing there hooking his hand. Rayleigh gritted his teeth, gripped the sword in his hand, and prepared to continue attacking. However, Ning Chuan still stood still, as if all Rayleigh's next attacks were already under his control. Sword energy doesn't work, so try getting close. Rayleigh had a thought in her mind. The whole person disappeared in an instant. He wants to use his super speed to fight Ning Chuan at close range. He believes that as long as he is fast enough, then it will definitely be faster than Ning Chuan's ability to lift the barrier. However, what surprised Rayleigh? When he approached Ning Chuan with his sword raised, Ning Chuan actually gave up the barrier and faced his attack head-on without any defense. Rayleigh couldn't believe that Ning Chuan had left such a big loophole for himself at this time. In this situation, as long as I am willing to kill him with a sword, then Ning Chuan will definitely not be able to escape. Are you showing me a flaw on purpose? Then I'll take it. Let me see which one is faster, your reaction or my sword. Rayleigh used all his strength to slash out more than 100 swords at this moment. However, what surprised him was, under his own more than 100 swords, Ning Chuan stood motionless, but he couldn't hit Ning Chuan with a single sword. While he was swinging his sword, Ning Chuan's body seemed to predict Rayleigh's actions in advance. When each of his sword falls, Ning Chuan's body can be split apart directly and he can easily dodge all his attacks. As this, Buggy's power to break apart the devil fruit. How many devil fruits has he mastered now? Just from Shanks, I already know that Ning Chuan has at least 3 super Logia fruit abilities, frozen fruit, lava fruit and even the great Buddha form of the Warring States period. And now, he has shown the other 2 types. Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel dizzy. What's more, the 2 devil fruit abilities Ning Chuan is currently using. The nemesis of almost all swordsmen. What's more, he also possesses such terrifying conqueror's haki. How strong is this young man? Rayleigh's forehead was already covered with bead-sized beads of sweat. An opponent with such terrifying strength like Ning Chuan. Rare in this life. What to do? How can we take him down? Rayleigh already felt a little weak at this time. It seemed that all his methods were easily restrained by Ning Chuan. What made him feel even more helpless was, he knew that Ning Chuan was still a great swordsman. Until now, he has not drawn his sword. It's a little boring, Rayleigh. I've been waiting for you for so long and you're not even ready to take action. If that's the case, then I'm going to take action. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, a smirk suddenly appeared on his face. Ice Age, Lava Inferno. As soon as Ning Chuan took action, 2 powerful devil fruit abilities flew towards Rayleigh. But it's not over yet. Immediately afterwards, Ning Chuan has mastered the abilities of devil fruit, such as the Sha Sha fruit, the Ling Ling fruit, the Thunder fruit, and so on. They took turns bombarding this old man who was nearly 70 years old. For a while, various abilities are constantly appearing on the field. The deputy of the legendary One Piece Roger was bombarded until he had no chance to fight back. Big Buddha form. Boom. Ning Chuan felt that the fight was not satisfying enough. So he transformed directly into a golden Buddha. The terrifying conqueror's haki was wrapped around his fist, and he smashed it where Rayleigh was. Ning Chuan's terrifying fists fell like raindrops, causing the entire island to sink several meters. Rayleigh, who was already beaten and unable to fight back, was even worse. Crack. After Ning Chuan bombarded Rayleigh for almost half an hour, the long sword in Rayleigh's hand that had accompanied him in battles for decades could no longer withstand Ning Chuan's attack. It was directly broken into two sections, and Rayleigh, after her sword was broken, could no longer resist Ning Chuan's crazy attack. He was hit hard on the ground by Ning Chuan's big golden fist. It's hard to stand up anymore. Have I lost already? As expected, I am not qualified to let you draw your sword. Rayleigh, who was lying on the ground, smiled helplessly. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, he fainted. It's quite a sense of immediacy when 2.5 Satoru was cut in half. Looking at Rayleigh, who was unconscious on the ground, Ning Chuan smiled disdainfully. Then he instantly put away his Buddha form. Pull Rayleigh up from the ground and throw her into the prison of Song World again. Chapter 128. Shall I take you to ride a celestial dragon? What's going on? Why did that brat from Ning Chuan come in again? Seeing the door to the world of songs open again, Crocodile, Enel and Moria joined behind. They all raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the sky of Gerber World. They want to see who this unlucky guy is coming in below. By the way, prepare to take this guy under your control, in order to have an advantage when competing with the other two for territory. What? Why is he an old man with gray hair? Why does this brat throw everyone in there? I don't like such old guys. If you want, just go ahead and take them. Among the three of them, Enel is the most domineering. Therefore, he saw the appearance of the visitor clearly at the first time. Hear Enel's words. Crocodile, the most thoughtful person, couldn't help but be stunned. A gray-haired old man. You know, no ordinary person can be locked up in this place by that brat from Ning Chuan. Even those brats from the CP9 organization are masters far beyond the average person. And this old man, could he have an unusual identity? After thinking for a while, Crocodile did not step forward immediately. Instead, he stood back and secretly watched Moria's actions. Now, among the three parties in the Gerber world, Moria's power is the weakest. He only has Absalom, who has mastered the transparent fruit. Besides, no one is available anymore. Therefore, even if he had heard Enel say that the person coming this time was a bad old man, he still rushed forward immediately. After all, for him now, even if he is a bad old man, it is much better than having no one to use him. What's more, Moria also noticed. Those locked up in this world by Ning Chuan are not ordinary people. Since none of you want it, then I will accept this bad old man. I want to cut off his shadow and let him be my loyal hand. When the extremely excited Moria came to Rayleigh, the moment she saw his face, Moria's whole body suddenly trembled. My whole body started to tremble uncontrollably. FK. This is Pluton Rayleigh. The moment I saw Rayleigh's face, Moria was about to run away directly. He didn't want this person anymore. No, to be precise, it should be unaffordable. However, before he could take any action, Rayleigh, who was supposed to be in a coma, suddenly stood up. One hand grabbed Moria's neck. He lifted his huge body, which was more than 7 meters tall, with ease. Cough. Moonlight Moria, it should be called this, right? I just heard you say that you are going to take me in as your little brother. Rayleigh coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked coldly while looking at Moria held in her hand. No, that's not the case. Senior Rayleigh, how dare I ask you to be my little brother? After Moria was severely beaten by Ning Chuan, completely discouraged, so now when I see Rayleigh, the legendary pirate, just give in and don't prepare to make any resistance. Rayleigh, the legendary One Piece Roger's second in command, Pluton Rayleigh. After hearing the name come out of Moria's mouth, a burst of cold sweat broke out on Crocodile's forehead. He was very lucky that he didn't go up to him just now and said that he wanted to take Rayleigh as his subordinate. Otherwise, he might be the one whose neck is being pinched by Rayleigh now. Pooh, so disgusting. A bad old man scared you like this. Is he worthy of being my opponent? Look at the expressions on the faces of Moria and Crocodile at this time. Enel disdains being associated with them. Hello, old man, are you very powerful? Do you want to try it with me? Enel doesn't know Rayleigh, so when seeing these two guys being frightened by Rayleigh's identity, a strong desire to win couldn't help but arise in his heart. This bad old man scared these two cowards into being like this. I want to defeat him, so I can ride on the head of these two cowards in the future. Thinking of this, Enel's eyes suddenly lit up. Old man, give you a chance. Become a follower of my god Enel. Otherwise, you'll be in good hands. At this time, Rayleigh had just been beaten violently by Ning Chuan. There is something in my heart that I can't express. But Enel chose to get into trouble at this time. Needless to say, the result is natural. Rayleigh naturally wants him to know why his nickname is Pluton. Ning Chuan was waiting for Nami and others to come back. I paid special attention to the situation in the great prison of Gerber World. When I saw Enel being hung up and beaten by Rayleigh, it was so miserable. Ning Chuan also felt a little intolerable, so he temporarily blocked the world of songs, in order to prevent the bad content in it from affecting your good mood. I saw Nami and the others walking down the port again. Ning Chuan waved to them, telling them to come quickly. I am also planning to take them to have fun on the Seyadi Islands. Has that gray-haired old man been imprisoned? Nami and the others watched Rayleigh disappear. Naturally, I guessed what happened to this old man. Let's go, there is a good playground on the Seyadi Islands. Let's go inside and have a good time. Hearing Ning Chuan's proposal, Nami and her group of cute little Lolitas suddenly became happy. After all, this is their favorite age to play. When I heard that there was an amusement park, I was naturally very happy. Soon, Ning Chuan and the others arrived at the playground. On the tallest Ferris wheel in the amusement park, Ning Chuan looked down. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Because he saw the goal of his trip. The 3 members of the celestial dragon Saint Wazirad's family were sitting on a tall slave. Walked towards the auction in the center of the island. The moment I saw these Tianlong people, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. He turned to look at Nami and the others, smiled and said, I have a fun proposal next. Do you want to give it a try? After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami and others' eyes suddenly lit up. How much fun can it be? Is it more fun than riding a merry-go-round? Little Yuta has bright eyes and is very cute. Much more fun than the carousel. This next project has never been played by anyone in the world. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, the curiosity of these little cuties was piqued by Ning Chuan again. What's so fun? Ning Chuan, stop being so secretive. Say it quickly. Nami was almost turned into a pervert by Ning Chuan. She couldn't help but directly pulled Ning Chuan's clothes and asked, Hey, it's so boring to ride a merry-go-round. How about I take you to ride a celestial dragon next? Chapter 129. Come here and behead this celestial dragon, and I will make it look more handsome for you. These despicable guys look a little disgusting. Street, Charlos, the son of Saint Roswader, had a runny nose. While looking at the civilians kneeling in front of him, he said with disdain. Brother is right, the humble commoners can only serve as slaves for us. Shalulia Palace kicked the slave under him hard with his foot. He motioned for him to walk faster and keep up with his brother and father. If you want slaves, go to the auction house and buy a few more. I heard that there are fishmen among the slaves this time. These are very rare goods. Saint Roswald seems to be very interested in the fishman slaves in the auction house. In recent years, there have been fewer and fewer fishmen coming to Fishman Island. Fishman slaves are very difficult to catch. It's a pity that there is only one this time, and I can only give it to my father. Otherwise, I also want a fishman slave, Saint Charlos said with great envy. Just when the 3 of them were chatting happily, suddenly, 3 figures stopped in front of them. You are so bold and cunning, you dare to block our way. Get out of my way. I found someone who dared to block the way of my group. Saint Roswader roared out immediately. Bang! Saint Charlos took action more decisively. He directly raised the pure gold pistol in his hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation at the people blocking him. But after the gunshot, a scene that shocked everyone happened. I saw the bullet fired from Charlos Saint's pistol easily pass through one of the people blocking him. However, after his bullet passed through, no blood flowed from the body of the man who blocked the road. Instead, a pile of fine sand was brought out by the bullet. A devil fruit user. HMPH, little pirate, why don't you kneel down when I see you, Lord Tianlong? Bang, 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 ... Saint Charles was very angry. He fired several more shots at Crocodile Dardar. It's just that every bullet passed through Crocodile's body easily like before, but it didn't hurt him at all. Lao Sha, you are so embarrassing. Don't you dare to fight back. Would you like me to help you? A thunderbolt blew him to ashes. Enel looked at Crocodile who stood there and let the bullet pass through his body and sneered with disdain. You know nothing. This is a celestial dragon. The most noble guy in the world. Crocodile was very unhappy when he was ridiculed by Enel. He responded directly. Oh, what the hell, the most noble guy. Lousy is still a god. Just when the 2 of them started to mock each other, Mariah, who was bruised and swollen after being beaten by Rayleigh, reminded him. Ning Chuan only gave us 5 minutes to clear the place. If you 2 continue to waste time, it will be the 3 of us who will be unlucky if the mission is not completed. Hearing Moria's reminder, Crocodile and Enel couldn't help but look serious. Do you really want to do this? After doing this, there will be no place for the 3 of us in the world. Crocodile looked at the other 2 people and said helplessly. It doesn't matter to the Tianlong people, it's better than being killed directly by Ning Chuan. Anyway, we will be imprisoned in that unknown place in the future. It seems good to beat the celestial dragon once and then be imprisoned in it. Moria seemed to have made up his mind. After all, he was the one who got beaten all the time since he was arrested by Ning Chuan. These days he had a lot of anger built up in his heart and had nowhere to vent it. Now venting it on these Tianlong people seems to be a very good choice. You 2 guys talk a lot of nonsense. If you don't do it, then let me do it. I've long been dissatisfied with the way these guys wear fish tanks on their heads. Thunder gun. Enel looked at the 3 guys wearing fish tanks with great disdain. Several thunder guns were thrown directly from his hand, accurately stabbing all the guards except the celestial dragons. Burst. Boom. I just heard bursts of powerful thunder from the ground. The thunder guns thrown out by Enel and embedded in the bodies of the Tianlong guards exploded at the same time. Blast all the elites around these Tianlong people into piles of minced meat. Enemy attack. Protect the celestial dragons. The moment Enel took action, the plainclothes guards hiding among the civilians immediately began to rush forward. Prepare your life to show your loyalty to the Draco. The surrounding civilians who were kneeling on the ground began to run away crazily at this moment. They were really scared. He was afraid that the guy who dared to attack the Tianlong people would be angry with him the next moment. Blast yourself into balls of minced meat. Shadow Harvest. Moria looked at the plainclothes guards rushing over from among the civilians. He waved his arms mercilessly and removed all the shadows under these guys' feet. The guards who lost their shadow were stunned for a moment. Then, directly under the sun's rays, the whole person turned into a ball of fly ash and disappeared into the world. There is still some gain. Looking at the shadow collected in his hand, Moria opened his mouth and ate it directly into his stomach. Since you all have taken action, I can't fall behind, right? Crocodile shook his head helplessly. Then the whole person rose directly into the sky. He looked outside at the resident Marines who came to support immediately. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Desert storm. The next moment, a huge desert storm blew across the entire island. It surrounded all the Marines who wanted to come to rescue the celestial dragons. Ning Chuan had been standing nearby, watching the movements of the three people. He walked out of nowhere. Behind him, Nami and the others were staring curiously at the three celestial dragons standing on the ground, looking confused. Who are you? Don't come over, we are Tianlong people. If you dare to take action against us, the world government will not spare you, including your family. Saint Rosewater looked at Ning Chuan walking over with a frightened expression on his face. But he still refused to give in. How dare you threaten Ning Chuan and the others at such a critical juncture? Tisk tisk, you are worthy of being a Tianlong. You deserve to die, you still have such a tough mouth. Don't think about it with your pig brain. If they were afraid of your threat, would anyone dare to attack you? After hearing Ning Chuan's words, the brains of the Tianlong family of three suddenly went crazy. Because they simultaneously recalled the tragic situation when Saint Charma was brutally killed in the East Daxia Sea a few days ago. No, don't kill me. You can kill both of them, but don't kill me. I'll give you money, I'll give you beautiful women, I'll give you everything you want. As long as you can spare my life. After a period of silence, Saint Rosewater suddenly knelt down towards Ning Chuan. He kowtowed and begged for mercy like pounding garlic. Looking at this guy who decisively gave up on his children and just wanted to survive for a while. Ning Chuan couldn't help but sneer. He called Rayleigh, who had been watching the show at the back, and raised the camera in his hand to speak to Rayleigh. Here, chop it, I'll make you look more handsome. Chapter 130. The Celestial Dragons act as mounts, and Marine General Kizaru appears. He saw the camera in Ning Chuan's hand. Rayleigh suddenly remembered something that happened some time ago. The photo of Buggy executing the Celestial Dragon in the newspaper at that time was still fresh in his memory. At that time, he had doubted who had taken the photo of Buggy executing the Celestial Dragon. Now look at Ning Chuan taking out his camera so skillfully. You know it without even thinking about it. That photo at that time was probably taken by that brat Ning Chuan. Buggy executed the Celestial Dragon a few months ago. Was he also threatened by your boy? Rayleigh took the supreme sharp knife that Ning Chuan handed to him and couldn't help but turn around and ask. You can't say that. Buggy was so happy when he killed the Celestial Dragons. Seeing the evil smile on Ning Chuan's face, Rayleigh sighed helplessly. It would be great if that brat Buggy was so bold. My retirement life will be completely ruined by you this time. If possible, Rayleigh really doesn't want to kill the Tianlong people. After all, it wouldn't do him any good. We also have to face the endless pursuit of the world government. But what made him helpless was, he could not refuse Ning Chuan's request, because the lives of himself and his lover Shaki are in Ning Chuan's hands. With Ning Chuan's methods, it is naturally very simple to catch Shaki. If he doesn't listen to Ning Chuan, he and Shaki will probably be killed first by Ning Chuan. He Rayleigh is no saint. He wouldn't sacrifice his and Shaki's lives for a cancerous Draco. They don't deserve it. But what surprised Rayleigh, when he promised Ning Chuan that he would personally kill the Tianlong people. Ning Chuan actually brought him a supremely sharp knife. In Ning Chuan's hands, such a sword seemed to be like a cabbage, able to be taken out casually. This forced Rayleigh to once again think about how deep Ning Chuan's background is. Stop grinding, Rayleigh. If you keep grinding for a while, the play won't work. Hearing Ning Chuan's urging, Rayleigh shook her head helplessly. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. His dignified one-piece vice captain is now being threatened by a brat with no hair on his head. What's even more outrageous is that he can't resist. It would be really embarrassing if this spread. Rayleigh took the knife, walked to Saint Rosewater, reached out and touched his head and whispered. Actually, I don't like killing people. But there is no other way. If I don't kill you, I will be the one who will die. So, go with peace of mind. If there is reincarnation and you can live another life, don't be a moth in this world anymore. As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, the supreme sharp knife in his hand instantly cut out a sword light. Saint Roswald was about to say something. He only felt that the scenery in front of him suddenly changed, and he actually saw his own body. Crack, as the sound of the camera rang in Rayleigh's ears. A photo that accurately captured Rayleigh's furious beheading of a celestial dragon was already in Ning Chuan's hands. Pluton Rayleigh returns and angrily cuts off the heads of the Draconians. What do you think of this news headline? Ning Chuan placed the photo in front of Rayleigh's eyes, letting him appreciate his heroic appearance. Rayleigh stood there helplessly. He knew that his fate might be the same as Buggy's. Watching his father beheaded with a knife. Shalulia Palace and Charles Saint were both frightened. Feeling the warm blood spraying on his body, the two of them felt the taste of fear for the first time. Come on, Come on, if you want to survive, kneel down first. Ning Chuan just finished speaking. Shalaluya Palace and Charlo Saint did not hesitate at all, and their legs softened and they knelt down on the ground. You like to ride people as if they were horses, but you have never been a horse yourself, right? I have a few children here, but they really want to try the feeling of riding a Tianlong horse. These two Tianlong people are not stupid at all. Ning Chuan had just finished speaking. They put their hands directly on the ground, stood up and straightened their backs. The slaves they had ridden before assumed the same posture. Crack, 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 ... Ning Chuan's applause rang in their ears. Very nice. As expected of someone who often rides slaves, the posture is really standard. Nami, Nokigao, there are 2 horses in total. Each of you rides 1 horse at a time. You must run around the field at least once. ... Look at the happy looks of these little cuties riding on these 2 Tianlong people. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. He looked at the time and spoke softly to Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, it's almost time. Be careful, don't let Kizaru take you down. Ning Chuan just finished speaking. A golden ray of light instantly penetrated the desert storm created by Crocodile. Go straight to where the celestial dragons are. Coming. Rayleigh spoke softly and instantly looked up towards the sky. Then I saw him waving the supreme sharp knife in his hand. He slashed at Kizaru who was about to snatch away the 2 celestial dragons. Rayleigh and Kizaru fought dozens of times in the air instantly, but no one can do anything about the other. After a period of fighting, the 2 separated and stared into each other's eyes. Kizaru stood in the distance, his eyes scanning the tragic scene, and he couldn't help frowning. I saw him taking out a phone bug that was always on the phone from his arms, and directly opened his mouth to report the report. Sage Rosewater is confirmed to have been killed, and the 2 remaining celestial dragons are safe for the time being. He had just finished speaking and was about to continue broadcasting the situation at the scene. A bolt of lightning struck instantly, shattering the phone bug in his hand. As this General Marine, I feel like it's not that powerful. Enel suddenly appeared behind Kizaru, and bursts of lightning continued to surge from his body. Appearing with Enel were Crocodile and Moria. The 3 of them, together with Rayleigh, surrounded Kizaru. 2 Shichibukai, there's another guy the first haven't seen before. Kizaru looked at Crocodile and the 3 of them, and then moved his eyes to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, you have been retired for so many years, why did you choose to come out to attack the celestial dragons now? Rayleigh did not answer Kizaru's question. After all, he didn't want to attack the Tianlong people. However, the situation forced him to cooperate with Ning Chuan in a play, so he had to take action. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, just take action. Let me try out the current Marine and see if it has improved or regressed compared to the Marine back then. Chapter 131. Deceiving General Kizaru, targeting Dantu Island. General Kizaru, leave these guys to me. Just when Kizaru was about to fight with the group of people in front of him, Ning Chuan's voice suddenly echoed throughout the battlefield. Rayleigh and the others looked up, the corners of their mouths suddenly tilted, and they thought silently in their hearts. This brat is finally out. Kizaru, on the other hand, looked behind him in confusion. I saw a young figure slowly walking into the battlefield from behind him. Who are you? The Ning Chuan that Fleet Admiral mentioned in the Warring States period. Seeing the familiar face of Ning Chuan, Kizaru was suddenly overjoyed. He knew that in the last operation, Ning Chuan had helped the Warring States Fleet Admiral successfully repel the 4 Emperors' shanks. This is one of our own. Originally, Kizaru was a little worried when he faced Rayleigh and 3 other strong guys this time. But now Ning Chuan's appearance has undoubtedly given him a dose of reassurance. With the help of Ning Chuan, a strong man who can withstand 4 Emperors' shanks level, then we will definitely be able to easily capture these 4 guys who dare to attack the Tianlong people. General Kizaru, we must not let go of these guys who dare to attack the Tianlong people. For the sake of justice, we must capture them. Listening to such righteous words, Rayleigh and others on the side felt that Ning Chuan's face was almost as thick as that of the Red Earth continent. The plan to attack the Tianlong people was clearly thought up by this kid and forced them to do it. And now, he can say these words so shamelessly. This thickness of skin is really rare since ancient times. Forehead. Kizaru was also shocked by Ning Chuan's words. As a general, he does not have this level of consciousness. I just feel that protecting the Tianlong people is my job. But a child in Ning Chuan can have such determination to safeguard the world government and protect the Tianlong people. Compared with him, I am really a bit too fishy. Leave them to me. General Kizaru, I heard that you are very fast, so come and prevent them from escaping. Ning Chuan just finished speaking. Kizaru was not given any time to think at all. He waved his fist and rushed towards Rayleigh and the 4 of them. Why is this kid so reckless? I remember that Warring States period Fleet Admiral didn't evaluate him that way, right? Even though Kizaru was filled with doubts. But at this critical moment, he still acted according to Ning Chuan's arrangements for the time being. After all, according to the Warring States period, Ning Chuan's strength was already superior to their 3 generals. He will be the main attacker, and he will be responsible for intercepting enemies trying to escape. There is nothing wrong with this arrangement. What's more, it's a job that doesn't require much effort. He, Kizaru, likes it very much. Conqueror's dominance. Ning Chuan wanted to make the play more realistic. He directly activated his Conqueror's Haki to the maximum. Countless black lightning began to fill his body. Even Kizaru, who was responsible for intercepting fleeing enemies nearby. They all felt the terrifying Conqueror's power coming from Ning Chuan. This boy's strength is really amazing. Conqueror's domineering power alone can reach such an astonishing level. With the strength this boy has shown now, he can be considered a strong man on the sea. While Huang Yuan was evaluating Ning Chuan in his mind, Rayleigh and the others on the side felt Ning Chuan's Conqueror's domineering power. There was a smile on all the corners of the mouth. Coming, Rayleigh, Crocodile, Enel and Moria. At this moment, everyone raised their breath to the maximum. The next moment, the breaths of Ning Chuan, Rayleigh and others collided with each other. There was a terrifying explosion on the entire battlefield. This group of people is quite powerful. General Kizaru, I will use my fruit power to temporarily take them down to protect the safety of the Tianlong people. Ning Chuan's breath and Rayleigh and the four of them were in a stalemate for a while. He suddenly spoke loudly to Kizaru. Use fruit power to take them down. What fruit ability can directly defeat the four of them? Isn't this kid kidding? Just when Huang Yuan was confused and couldn't figure out what Ning Chuan was going to do, Ning Chuan suddenly sang a song. This sudden change made Kizaru a little confused. He didn't understand what kind of ability actually requires singing. Singing World. The next moment, Ning Chuan directly opened the Singing World where Rayleigh and others were originally imprisoned. Rayleigh and the four of them also began to follow the script set by Ning Chuan. He was sucked into the world of singing without any resistance. And when they go back, don't forget to bring along the two celestial dragon brothers and sisters. Kizaru has been responsible for intercepting the fleeing enemies from a distance. When I saw this scene in front of me, I was instantly stunned. What the hell? Where did this boy Ning Chuan get all my people? It makes sense to get the enemy away, but why did the two Draco brothers and sisters disappear with these guys? Ning Chuan's inexplicable operation made Kizaru dumbfounded. He instantly exerted his fruit ability to the maximum. It turned into a golden light and rushed to Ning Chuan's side instantly. Heaven, where are the celestial dragons? Where did your boy take them? Seeing Kizaru's face showing an extremely nervous look for the first time, Ning Chuan couldn't help but reveal a smile, thinking to himself. You're a guy who's just trying to make ends meet, but you're actually anxious. However, Ning Chuan did not express his thoughts on his face. Instead, he spoke to Kizaru with a serious face. Those four guys are very powerful together. In order to prevent them from escaping, I temporarily locked them into a fruit world. This fruit world will last for 7 days. We can use these 7 days to gather enough people to catch these extremely vicious guys. After listening to what Ning Chuan said, Huang Yuan first felt that there was some truth to it. But soon he remembered a terrible thing. That is, the two Tianlong people are still inside. These four assassins don't matter, but the Tianlong people are the top priority. There must be no danger. I heard Kizaru ask about the celestial dragons. Ning Chuan patted his chest and spoke very confidently. General Kizaru, I guarantee with my life that in the fruit world, the celestial dragons will be absolutely fine. Although I can't take down these four people, it is still very easy to protect the safety of the Tianlong people. I think our main task now is to quickly find a safe place and recruit enough manpower. The moment these vicious gangsters appear, capture them directly and avenge the Tianlong people. Having said this, Ning Chuan's mouth suddenly showed a hint of a bad smile. I think the well-defended Egghead Island seems like a good place. What do you think, General Kizaru? Chapter 132 Marines are all useless, and Egghead Island has been taken over by our Knights of God. Egghead Island. I heard Ning Chuan mention this sensitive place. For some reason, Kizaru always felt that there was something deceitful about it. What just happened was too unbelievable. It seemed like everything was following Ning Chuan's rhythm. He couldn't get involved at all. And now, Ning Chuan proposed to go to Dantu Island. Prepare to release all the trapped Rayleigh and others there. Let a large number of manpower capture the four people who attacked the Tianlong people. Why does this kid have to go to Dantu Island when there are so many places? That's Marine's secret scientific research base. Kizaru couldn't help but feel a little doubt in his heart. But after thinking about it, what Ning Chuan said seemed to be right. Although Warhead Island is a secret base, the defense on the island is indeed the most stringent except for the large number of Marine. Release Rayleigh and the four others there, and they will have no chance of escaping from Egghead Island. But why does this kid give me the feeling that he really wants to go to Dantu Island? There is also a very strange thing. Why does this kid seem to catch up with the two attacks on the Tianlong people? Thinking of this, Kizaru's eyes suddenly widened. A very terrible idea came into his mind. What if Ning Chuan is also a member of the team that attacks the celestial dragons? No, that's not right. If he is also one of the people who attack the celestial dragons, isn't he afraid to expose Rayleigh and others after they are caught? Or is he confident that he will be able to successfully break through when surrounded by a large number of strong men? What kind of medicine is this guy selling in his gourd? Kizaru thought for a long time, but he didn't think about what Ning Chuan wanted to do. Or, I don't care about this matter. Anyway, this is an incident involving the celestial dragons. Why not leave it to the celestial dragons' divine guards to handle it? Just when Kizaru felt that this matter was giving him a headache, he suddenly thought of some time ago, after the failure of the Tianlong incident in the East Daxia Sea. The impromptu meeting organized by the Warring States period came back. Sengoku once said at that meeting, from now on, all matters involving the celestial dragons will be handled by the gods' guards. Marine just needs to cooperate with their actions. What's more, Since the roundup of Buggy failed, the 5 elders don't really trust Marine's ability to handle the draconian affairs. They are going to dispatch the strongest God's guards to sweep everything. If that's the case, then why should I have a headache? Just throw it to the God's guards. If you have a headache over this kind of thing, you might as well go back and lie down in the office to rest. Thinking of this, Kizaru immediately decided not to think about what Ning Chuan's purpose was anymore. Anyway, the God's guard will definitely take over this matter. Help them yourself. If you do well, there is no reward. If you do poorly, you will be punished. In this case, it is better to do nothing. It seems that the best choice is to leave everything to them, the God's guards. Kizaru thought for a long time. Finally, he nodded and agreed to Ning Chuan's proposal. Agreed to take him to Egghead Island. Anyway, Kizaru is not going to take care of the next thing, he will only be responsible for doing odd jobs. As for what Ning Chuan and the others will do to Dantu Island, that's out of his control. Meanwhile, Holy Land Marijoya, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood in front of the 5 elders, informed the 5 elders about the death of another celestial dragon in the Seyadi Islands. Another celestial dragon died, 2 more are missing. What do you Marines do for food? Saturn roared at Warring States, spitting Xingzi in his face. Warring States stood there with a look of helplessness and explained, St. Charles and Cherulia Palace are not missing, they were just temporarily imprisoned in the world of devil fruits by Ning Chuan. 7 days later, they will appear together with Rayleigh and 4 other assassins. General Kizaru has brought them to Dantu Island. As long as we send people there, these 4 assassins will not be able to escape. Hear the words of Warring States. Venus, the god of finance and martial arts, held her round head and stared at Warring States with disdain. You still want your Marines to send people there? I don't remember the last time you Marines sent 2 generals, as well as Garp and you personally, but you couldn't save Buggy, the murderer of the celestial dragons. If I ask you to send people over this time, will you let these 4 people go again? The murderer this time is much stronger than that Buggy. He was scolded all over his face. Warring States opened his mouth, but no words came out. There is no way, Jin Xing is telling the truth. The last failure has caused the 5 elders to lose their trust in Marine to a certain extent. This time it was an operation to rescue the Tianlong people and capture the assassins. It is no longer possible to leave it to them, Marine, to execute it. I have contacted the Supreme Commander of the Knights of God, the ancient Saint Fegalandu Green. The following matters concerning the Tianlong people will be left to him to handle. You Marines are only responsible for guarding the perimeter. If you can't even handle this, you Marines can take off your clothes and get out. Mercury Topman touched his hooked beard and cursed angrily. Warring States just wanted to explain a few more words. But suddenly there was a sound from outside the door, directly interrupting Warring States' words. Topman is right, you Marines are all a bunch of trash. This matter has been taken over by our Knights of God. I will personally lead people to Dantu Island and remove the heads of Rayleigh's people. Hearing this, Warring States turned back and looked towards the door. I saw an old man with a sword on his waist, and his hair and beard combined almost curved into a crescent shape. Walked in from the door. I knew this person from Warring States. When the celestial dragons of the Valley of Gods massacred civilians, he played a big role in it. This man is undoubtedly a ruthless character. I hope that boy from Ning Chuan won't anger this guy. After knowing that Fegalando was going to take over this matter, Sengoku knew that Marine had no room to intervene in this operation. And Ning Chuan, whom he valued most, was already deeply involved. He knew that with Ning Chuan's temper, he might not be able to deal well with the leader of the Knights of God. But he still hopes that Ning Chuan can be more restrained in front of this person. If he offends him, Ning Chuan may not be able to come to Marine anymore. At this time, Dantu Island. Ning Chuan, led by Kizaru, began to wander around the island. Kizaru, who was introducing the buildings on Dantu Island to Ning Chuan, suddenly received a call. This is a call from the Warring States. Explaining the next task. After hanging up the phone, Kizaru sighed helplessly. He stared into Ning Chuan's eyes and explained seriously. The Knights of God will take over the island next. The leader is the leader of the Knights of God. The Sengoku Fleet Admiral specifically asked me to tell you not to anger this guy. Hearing Kizaru's words, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. However, General Kizaru, before you leave, can I ask you to do me a favor? Before the next battle begins, I want to master your Shining Fruit ability. Chapter 133 Master the ability of the Sparkling Fruit to protect Vegapunk. Want to master my Shining Fruit ability? Isn't this child suffering from a fever? I've already eaten the sparkling fruit, so how can he master my sparkling fruit ability? The lies are a bit confusing. What on earth is this guy Ning Chuan talking about? However, Ning Chuan's words really aroused his curiosity. He also wanted to know how Ning Chuan wanted to master his Shining Fruit ability. So he couldn't help but ask, how do you master my Shining Fruit ability? Hearing Kizaru's confused voice, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. As long as Kizaru is curious, then his fruit power will be his. However, looking at Kizaru's extremely curious look, Ning Chuan knew it. Kizaru didn't know that Akainu and Aokiji's abilities were secretly learned by him. They should not be able to lose face and talk about this embarrassing thing with Kizaru. Of course, let's learn directly. Hearing Ning Chuan's extremely relaxed words, Kizaru couldn't help but feel a little confused. Study directly? No, can fruit abilities still be acquired through learning? As the general in charge of the Marine Science Department, Kizaru understands the power of Devil Fruit much better than the average person. He even knew the results of Vegapunk's research on Devil Fruit, but even so, he couldn't figure out how Ning Chuan mastered the Devil Fruit ability through learning. If you don't believe it, you can demonstrate the power of the shining fruit in front of me a few times and I will teach you. Seeing the evil smile on Ning Chuan's face, Kizaru's doubts deepened. All it takes is for me to demonstrate my Devil Fruit powers a few times. So simple. Ning Chuan nodded and made a gesture of invitation, indicated that Kizaru could start. With an expression of disbelief, Kizaru stretched out his hand to activate the ability of the shining fruit, and shot a laser into the sky. How about this? After activating the ability of the shining fruit, Kizaru immediately turned to look at Ning Chuan. Don't worry, I'll think about it. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, and then whispered directly in his heart. System, start settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the shining fruit ability for 5 seconds and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the observation shining fruit ability and 50,000 seconds of cultivation back. Host's understanding of the shining fruit's abilities has improved. General Kizaru, continue. I think if I do it a few more times, I should be able to master the power of the fruit. Seeing Ning Chuan look so confident, a trace of disbelief flashed in Kizaru's eyes. Can you master the power of my shining fruit so quickly? Why do I feel like this is getting more and more outrageous? Could this kid be teasing a fool? Although Huang Yuan was extremely doubtful whether Ning Yi's words were true. But he still couldn't hide his curiosity. He continued to demonstrate to Ning Chuan the ability to pick up the shining fruit. System, continue settlement. Congratulations host. System, continue settlement. An hour later, congratulations to host for successfully mastering the shining fruit ability. Hearing a satisfying voice in his head, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth finally turned up slightly. General Kizaru, it's time to finish. I have successfully mastered your shining fruit ability. Kizaru, what the hell? You said you have mastered my shining fruit ability. What a joke. This moment, Kizaru was really shocked by Ning Chuan's words. Even his mouth, which had been crooked all day long, was no longer crooked at this moment. It seemed that Kizaru didn't believe his words. Ning Chuan smiled at him. Then I saw his finger pointing to a road that stretched across the sky on Dantu Island. A thought came to my mind. A laser shot out of his hand immediately. The air road suddenly exploded. Warning, warning, there is an enemy invasion. There is an enemy invasion. At the same time, the laser in Ning Chuan's hand exploded. A burst of sirens suddenly sounded on Dantu Island. The next moment, the phone bug that Kizaru carried with him also started ringing. Old man, was it you who shot the laser just now? How many times have I told you not to test your new moves on Egghead Island? If you really want to test them, go to the beach. Hearing Zan Momomaru's roar coming from the phone bug, Kizaru finally recovered from the shock just now. Okay, got it. After Kizaru comforted Zan Taomaru, he turned to look at Ning Chuan. At this time, his eyes were full of disbelief. This kid actually used the power of my shining fruit. How long has it been? Less than an hour, right? Kizaru looked Ning Chuan up and down again, and couldn't help but wonder. How did he do it? Should we wait until this incident is over and ask Vegapunk to test his blood factor? Although the detection of ancestry factors has been listed as a taboo item by the world government. But Kizaru was familiar with the blood factor experimental project conducted before Vegapunk was arrested. At this moment, he really wanted to know that Ning Chuan could learn his own shining fruit ability. Is it related to his bloodline factor? However, it was not time for Kizaru to refine his thoughts. His phone buzzed again. The person who called him this time was Sengoku. Kizaru, you can withdraw now. The Knights of God will probably go over and take over Egghead Island during this time. After hearing what Sengoku said, Kizaru hesitated for a while and said directly. During the evacuation, should we pick up all the Vegapunks? I'm afraid that if there's a fight on Dantu Island, it will. Before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by warring states. The world government has already issued an order prohibiting Vegapunk from leaving Egghead Island. What's more, Vegapunk's Serif project has now been recognized by the world government. The Knights of God will protect his safety at critical moments. Let's not cause any more trouble. After warring states finished speaking, Kizaru always felt a little uneasy. After all, he knows very well the virtues of Tianlong people. In order to kill those guys who killed the Tianlong people, they didn't care whether the aftermath of the battle would hurt Vegapunk. But after all, this is what it means. It's not easy for him to refute. In desperation, he could only look at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, can you promise me something? If a large-scale battle occurs, I would like to ask you to protect Vegapunk. After Kizaru finished speaking, Ning Chuan suddenly showed a smile and promised. Don't worry, General Kizaru, I won't let Vegapunk get hurt. At the same time, he also added something in his mind. Actually, the best way to prevent him from getting hurt is to send this guy somewhere else. Chapter 134 Pack up all the information on Dantu Island and kill the traitor Clone York. Kizaru took everyone on the island to evacuate Dantu Island. Only Ning Chuan, Vegapunk, and his 6 clones were left on Egghead Island. Ning Chuan turned on his domineering attitude to the maximum. It was very easy to lock the current position of Vegapunk himself. With a thought in his mind, he instantly turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the place. Vegapunk, who was doing experiments, suddenly saw a beam of light appearing next to him. He originally thought it was General Kizaru who had arrived, and was just about to say hello to him. But when the light dissipated, it was a child who appeared in front of him. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Vegapunk's face. Etc. Isn't that the power of the shining fruit just now? Why is it not General Kizaru who appears here, but a child? Just when Vegapunk was shocked, Ning Chuan directly extended his hand to him. Hello Mr. Vegapunk, my name is Ning Chuan. Although we are not familiar with it yet, I think we will cooperate often in the future. Looking at Ning Chuan's extended hand, Vegapunk subconsciously stretched out his hand and held Ning Chuan's hand together. As what you just used the ability of the shining fruit. After experiencing the simple shock just now, Vegapunk quickly returned to work and looked at Ning Chuan curiously. The same shining fruit ability as Kizaru appears on the second person. This really piqued Vegapunk's curiosity. You know, he has a new project in hand now. Put the laser of Marine General Kizaru's fruit power into the body of the robot. But now we have encountered a bigger problem. But the appearance of Ning Chuan gave him new hope. It's the power of the shining fruit. Ning Chuan also knew why Vegapunk was so excited at this time. So he directly faced Vegapunk and said what he wanted to hear most. Ning Chuan, right. Yes, can you give me some of your blood? It doesn't take much, just a little bit will do. At this time, Vegapunk has completely entered a state of excitement. Judging from his appearance at this time, it seemed that he wanted to get Ning Chuan's blood immediately. Then start your own research project immediately. Blood, I can give it to you. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Vegapunk's eyes lit up instantly. But there is one condition, you must agree to me first. Vegapunk has now transformed into a scientific madman. When Ning Chuan put forward the conditions, he spoke directly without any hesitation. No matter what conditions you put forward, I agree. As long as I can do it. Hearing this, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth turned up involuntarily. My conditions are very simple, you can easily do it. I want to give you a place where you can conduct experiments safely. What do you think of this idea? Ning Chuan had just finished speaking. A look of shock suddenly appeared on Vegapunk's face. What? Take me to a place where I can conduct experiments safely? Are you kidding? Ning Chuan smiled and shook his head, stared at Vegapunk and said. You must have been very distressed when you were arrested by the world government for researching bloodline factors and your experiments were interrupted, right? I can give you this opportunity. At the same time, I will also provide you with a very safe research location, where you can research your topic at will without worrying about being discovered by the world government. Listening to Ning Chuan's extremely seductive voice, Vegapunk couldn't help but be stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he spoke directly. First, how can you take me out in this place that is strictly guarded by Marine and world government? Second, it's not enough to take me away alone. I have 6 clones. They can help me a lot. I need to take them with me. Third, many of my experimental materials and experimental equipment are on Dantu Island, and they must be packed away together. After Vegapunk finished speaking, the smile on Ning Chuan's face did not diminish. It's very simple, just pack it up and take it away. After that, Ning Chuan casually changed the shape of a door in the air. Reach out and open this door. Looking at the movements of Ning Chuan's hands, take another look at the scene of the empty island behind this door. Vegapunk couldn't help but be a little confused. As this, the power of the gate fruit. Why do you even have the power of the gate fruit? Vegapunk was stunned at the sight in front of him. Looking at the shocked Vegapunk, Ning Chuan smiled and closed the door again. Let's go. If you want to take something away, let's get it now. Even if we evacuate the entire Egghead Island, that's fine. That's all. However, she couldn't hide it from Ning Chuan. Is this a call to the 5 elders? Ning Chuan, who was familiar with the plot, naturally knew that this clone named York had actually betrayed Vegapunk. When the two of them had almost moved everything on the island. Let me guess, it should be a call to Saturn. These 6 clones include men, women, and even robots. If you are angry, come to Dantu Island to find me. For this goal, she will not hesitate to sell all her clones and body in the future. At this time, the 6 of them looked at the main body and Ning Chuan with surprised expressions. This phone bug has successfully contacted Saturn, the god of science and war, in Mariahoya. Most of these things are the hard work of Vegapunk over the years. Let her body explode into a brilliant firework. I don't know. Vegapunk's 6 clones suddenly appeared in front of them at this moment. She wants to replace all Vegapunks and become the only Vegapunks. After Ning Chuan finished speaking with a smile, he crushed the phone bug in his hand to pieces. One of them was wearing a swimsuit, a purple bikini, and a doppelganger named York with an orange cape. I'll kill your people, and I'll take Vegapunk away too. At the same time, he smiled and looked at York, who was about to run away. However, when they react, Ning Chuan directly activated the flower fruit's ability and snatched the phone bug from her hand. Satan Saint Saturn, right. She put her hand behind her back and secretly held the phone bug. This made Ning Chuan have to sigh that Mr. Bei is really good at playing. Before she could react, a laser shot through her body. What are you talking about? Everywhere the two of them walked, basically all valuable things were evacuated. Under the guidance of Vegapunk. I also want to become a celestial dragon. Looking at York, he wanted to pretend to be stupid and get over. Ning Chuan moved all the valuable information on Dantu Island into his empty island base. An incredible expression suddenly appeared on her face. At this time, Marine and the world government had no idea of the current situation on the island. After listening to Ning Chuan's words, York, I'm afraid I'm going to regret it all in my intestines. Chapter 135 Holy Satan. I asked you to come, but do you really dare to come? A-hole, what on earth is this Ning Chuan going to do? Saturn was extremely angry and threw the phone bug out of his hand that had lost contact. No, I have to go to Dantu Island. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, Jupiter beside him spoke directly to persuade him. The Knights of God are going to Egghead Island soon. I think we can just leave this matter to them. You don't have to make the trip alone. In response to Jupiter's persuasion, Saturn just snorted coldly. Then he directly used his teleportation ability and teleported towards Egghead Island. It's a pity that he came a step too late. When he set foot on the land of Dantu Island, he only saw the scene of Ning Chuan sending Vegapunk into the gate fruit. Hey, isn't this Saint Satan? I asked you to come, but you really dared to come. Very brave. Hearing Ning Chuan's mocking words, Saint Saturn looked down at York, who had turned into a puddle of minced meat. An inexplicable anger began to spread in his heart. Where did you get Vegapunk? Looking at the extremely angry Saturn, Ning Chuan said with a smile. You guess. Saturn was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In all his years of life, this was the first time that he was provoked like this by a little kid. Are you determined to be an enemy of the world government? Saturn clenched the crutch in his hand, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Anyway, it will come to this point sooner or later. It seems good for me to detonate this contradiction in advance. After listening to Ning Chuan's words, Saturn roared angrily. I saw that his body suddenly underwent huge changes. Satan Saint's body shape suddenly changed, and he instantly transformed into the legendary terrifying monster, Yuki. Huge horns sprouted from his head, and his blood-red eyes were filled with violent killing intent. The lower body turned into a huge spider body and began to spread crazily on the ground. 6 huge spider legs, each leg seems to contain the terrifying power to destroy everything. Satan Sage's Yuki form is revealed. Conqueror's domineering power burst out from his body instantly. Conqueror's suffocating aura swept across all directions in an instant. Even the air seemed to solidify under his pressure. Saint Satan's domineering energy swept towards Ning Chuan like a violent storm. The strong pressure tried to suppress Ning Chuan to the ground, making him kneel in front of him to atone for everything he had done. However, faced with such terrifying Conqueror's power, Ning Chuan just smiled coldly. I thought you were very domineering. It turns out, it's nothing more than that. Ning Chuan stood there, looking at Saint Satan who kept roaring. The Conqueror's domineering energy in his body burst out at this moment. The Conquerors of Saint Satan are like huge waves, able to pounce on everything. So Ning Chuan's domineering power at this moment is like a giant hand pressing down from the sky, able to suppress everything. Boom! The moment the two collided with Conqueror's domineering spirit, the entire Egghead Island emitted waves of terrifying explosions. After a while, Ning Chuan's Conquerors forcefully suppressed Satan Sheng's Conqueror's haki. It's too weak, just average, no more than Rayleigh's level. Hear this. Saint Satan's huge bull head trembled suddenly. The initial arrogance and confidence in his eyes were instantly replaced by disbelief. Except for Joey Boy back then, he had never encountered anyone who could counter his Conqueror's hakiness so easily. This crushing feeling, for a moment, he mistook Ning Chuan for the nearly invincible guy from back then. How is this possible? Is this guy the new Joey Boy? Satan Saint murmured to himself, his voice full of disbelief. Joey Boy, sorry, I really don't know this person. Ning Chuan looked at Saint Satan's extremely shocked look, with a trace of disdain flashing across his face. Yuki form. Tisk tisk, it just so happens that I also mastered the form of a fantasy beast, which is a giant Buddha that specializes in suppressing evil spirits. Ning Chuan looked at Saint Satan who had turned into Yuki and sneered, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. As his thoughts moved, his entire body expanded instantly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 100-foot-tall golden Buddha, and the entire Dantu Island was filled with Buddha light. At this moment, Ning Chuan's body was like a majestic golden mountain, looking down at Saint Satan who was looking up at him. At this time his body is compared to Satan Sage's Yuki form. Ning Chuan's Buddha body appears to be even more god tier. The Buddha's light on his body even completely suppressed the evil energy in Satan Saint's body. Saint Satan looked at Ning Chuan's appearance in front of him, and suddenly became frightened and shouted loudly. Impossible. When it disintegrated bit by bit in Ning Chuan's hands, he clearly felt an irresistible force pouring into his body from Ning Chuan's palm. With extremely violent force, he struck directly on the head of Saint Satan. Although his body in Yuki form also began to repair itself at this moment. He doesn't know where Ning Chuan's strength is at its limit. A mocking voice suddenly rang in Saint Satan's ears. Along with the sound of bones breaking, there was a sound on Saint Satan's body. Saint Satan suddenly felt that he could not resist at all. Yuki's entire body was instantly pressed to the ground by Ning Chuan's palm. This moment, I saw his huge body like a god, slowly stretching out a big golden hand. Saint Satan's eyes were filled with fear and despair. His giant golden palm is covered with thousands of meters of Buddha light. He really couldn't understand why Ning Chuan in front of him could possess the fruit of the warring states period. Carrying endless Buddha light, he slapped Yuki on the head directly towards Satan Saint. What he feels now is the fear of not being able to see the enemy's strength at all. As Ning Chuan's words fell, he kept letting out shrill screams of extreme pain, which was very piercing. Do you want me to help you? Feel the terrifying power coming. It's even completely different from the fear I felt when I faced Joey Boy. It seemed like it was going to crush him completely. Back then, it was Monkey King who was suppressed by Tathagata Buddha's palm. Satan Saint, you look a little embarrassed right now. But Saint Satan knew that his physical limit was about to reach. Then let me suppress a Gyuki first today. I saw that sneer still hanging on his face. Crack, the huge bull-headed spider's body struggled crazily under Ning Chuan's palm. But in the face of Ning Chuan's terrifying power, at this moment, his voice was full of panic. Just as Satan Saint's Gyuki form kept collapsing, the constant repair of his body is just causing him to suffer more pain. However, Ning Chuan ignored Satan Sheng's question at all. This is the fruit power of the Warring States period. How did it appear in you? Chapter 136. Is this sword god's escape more terrifying than Roger at his peak? This voice is the leader of the Knights of God, Fegalando. Saint Satan was stunned for a moment. Then a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. At this time, he didn't care whether he would lose face or not, and spoke directly to Fegalando. Kill this kid, quickly. Fegalando, the leader of the Knights of God, heard the voice without any hesitation. Almost instantly, he activated his Conqueror's dominance to the maximum. He wrapped it around the sword at his waist. He struck Ning Chuan with an extremely terrifying sword. The terrifying sword energy tore through the air and pierced the sky. Wherever it passed, the earth suddenly cracked open, and the clouds in the sky were shaken away by this terrible force. The sound was so powerful and terrifying. The power of this sword is no less powerful than the divine dodge struck by the red-haired Shanks with all his strength. As the leader of the Knights of God, Fegalando knew that Saint Satan had immortality. So he did not hesitate to expand the range of this sword's sword energy as much as possible. Even Saint Satan was enveloped in it. His eyes were extremely cold, and he was obviously planning to cut Ning Chuan and Saint Satan in half with one sword. No chance of life was left in Ning Chuan. Looking at the fierce and terrifying sword. Upon seeing this, Saint Satan immediately understood Fegalando's intention. At this moment, a crazy look appeared in his eyes. He tried all his strength, and the 6 spider legs were as hard as steel and suddenly wrapped around Ning Chuan's arm with the golden Buddha's light blooming. He tried his best to trap Ning Chuan, gritted his teeth and roared at the giant Buddha Ning Chuan. Be cut into 2 pieces together, UBD. Ning Chuan looked at the terrifying sword energy flying towards him, and then at Saint Satan wrapped around him, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. I saw Ning Chuan's other big golden hand raised casually. A huge barrier hundreds of meters high directly blocked his entire body behind the barrier. The next moment, Fegalando's sword energy has arrived. The whole world seemed to be torn apart by this sword, and it struck Ning Chuan's barrier with the power of destroying the world. The holy Satan in his hand was laughing wildly, as if he had seen the scene of Ning Chuan, a powerful enemy, being cut in half. Boom. However, only a loud bang was heard. The scene that Saint Satan imagined did not appear. Fegalando's sword energy was easily blocked by a huge barrier, and he tried his best to hold Ning Chuan, who was cut open together. The corners of her mouth were raised, and she was staring at him with a sneer. Scream, barrier fruit ability. Why do you even have such fruit power? However, Ning Chuan didn't answer him. I saw a terrifying force suddenly coming from Ning Chuan's hand. All of them poured directly into the body of Satan wrapped around his palm. Before Saint Satan could realize what had happened, the next moment, Saint Satan's body suddenly became torn apart. If you want to be cut open so much, then I will satisfy you. Ning Chuan instantly activated his ability to split the fruit into pieces. The whole body of Saint Satan was broken down into pieces of flesh the size of a fingernail. In the distance, Fegalando was watching this scene. I understood instantly. Is this the ability to split the fruit into pieces? Could it be that you were the one who killed the Tianlong people in the East Daxia Sea some time ago? Hearing Fegalando's voice, Ning Chuan looked at him with a smile. You reacted so quickly, you don't seem stupid. A-hole. After being ridiculed by Ning Chuan, Fegalandu suddenly became furious. He immediately waved the long sword in his hand and slashed at Ning Chuan. However, it was of no use. Ning Chuan once again gently raised the barrier in his hand and caught his slash. Fegalando, who continued to sneer and look at the distance, said, "Let me tell you something, I actually dislike fighting swordsmen the most. I can only use the sword to chop and the sword energy to chop. I just need to hold this little barrier in front of me, and there's nothing you can do about it." Hearing Ning Chuan's sarcastic words sounded again, Fegalando roared angrily, and struck out several more terrifying blows one after another. However, there are no exceptions. All of them were easily blocked by the barrier in Ning Chuan's hand. Looking at Fegalando, who was already panting due to fatigue, Ning Chuan continued to smile and said, "Actually, I am also a swordsman. Seeing you slashing so many swords makes my hands feel itchy. How about you take a break and let me attack now?" Ning Chuan's words made Fegalandu obviously stunned. Then he immediately put on the evasive stance he learned from Shanks. But at this time, Ning Chuan made him feel another kind of fear that he had never experienced before. Let's get to know each other. This is the Thunder Fire Sword. During the Valley of the Gods incident, it's just that it's different from back then. On the entire sword body, the power of lava and thunder began to boil and boil continuously. When you were besieged by the Rocks pirates on the Island of Gods. The powerful aura instantly filled the entire Egghead Island. There is a pirate named Roger, and he probably saved you with this trick. Then I saw him casually cut open the world wall of Gurgur World, and held the Thunderfire sword in his hand from inside. This, divine avoidance, move was exactly Roger's stunt back then. Memories of humiliation from decades ago. The entire island seemed unable to withstand this terrifying pressure and began to violently turmoil. Roger's original move killed Rocks. At this time, Fegalando stood opposite this sword energy. His body trembled involuntarily, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead and back. As the Thunderfire sword in Ning Chuan's hand suddenly slashed forward. This power is even more terrifying than Roger's back then. The next moment, at this time, I finally received a lot of Conquerors domineering pouring from Ning Chuan. It's been a long time since I've been exposed to Ning Chuan Conquerors domineering Thunderfire sword. This move is called divine avoidance. But now, the one Shen Shu is about to kill is himself. The person who rescued him at that time was a marine named Garp. Ning Chuan smiled at Fegalando. Ning Chuan's sword energy turned into an unparalleled sword light, carrying the power of destroying the world and slashing towards Fegalandu. At this moment, everything appeared in front of him. Now I have a move that you are very familiar with. Don't blink later. When I heard the words, God avoids. Fegalandu in the distance watched Ning Chuan assume a familiar posture. The ground continued to crack, rocks collapsed, and the waves surged to tens of meters high, seeming to want to submerge everything. All of his conqueror's domineering energy is wrapped around the sword, and the other one is a pirate named Roger. He has seen countless strong men in his life, and even witnessed the terror of Roger at his peak. The Knights of God led by him encountered an unprecedented crisis from the Rocks pirates. Chapter 137. Capture the 5 elders and go back to study the disappeared Egghead Island. Fegalando was secretly shocked. He recalled the scene when he faced Roger at his peak. At that time, Roger was already hopelessly powerful. However, Ning Chuan, who was standing in front of him now, seemed to be more powerful than Roger, and his momentum was even more intimidating. Fegalandu understood that he should not be able to block the power of Ning Chuan's sword head-on. But he didn't want to admit defeat. Roger's stunning sword blow decades ago left a very serious shadow on his heart. Today I face this stronger sword again. He wanted to go directly to meet him and use all his strength to erase the shadow in his heart. I saw Fegalando quickly mobilize all the Conqueror's domineering energy in his body. Once again, Conqueror's domineering energy was wrapped around the sword, trying to block Ning Chuan's divine avoidance with all his strength. However, in front of the overwhelming terrifying sword energy, his resistance seemed extremely small. Ning Chuan's sword energy seems to carry the power of heaven and earth, sweeping everything. Wherever the sword energy passed, the entire island split into 2 halves from the very bottom. Whoa, a sword light instantly passed through Fegalando's body, directly shattered his defense. Wherever the sword energy touches, the air seems to be torn apart. Ning Chuan's sword energy easily cut through Fegalando's body. The supremely sharp knife in Fegalando's hand, which was blocked in front of him, was overwhelmed at this moment and instantly shattered. His body was cut open by the impact of the sword energy. He tried to struggle and move his body with difficulty. However, he hasn't even twisted a few times. The terrifying force had completely severed his body from the middle. At this moment, Fegalando's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and despair. After decades of practice, he was still no match for this sword. What's more, the person who wielded the sword this time was still a young child. Before he could make a sound, his body feebly split into 2 pieces, and blood spilled all over the floor. Ning Chuan's sword energy was so powerful that he couldn't resist it. Fegalando was completely defeated in this battle. Ning Chuan did not take advantage of this opportunity to pursue the victory. He stood there and calmly watched as the bodies of Fegalandu and Saint Satan gradually began to return to their original state. Because Ning Chuan knew that these guys couldn't be killed for the time being. However, their immortal power does not seem to be owned by themselves. But it comes from some unknown place. It is very likely that it has something to do with the draconian Holy Land Mariho or with the mysterious I Am. Ning Chuan was not going to waste any more energy on them. He knew that no matter how he attacked, as long as he did not destroy the source of their resurrection power, they will be restored again and again. As time passes little by little, the bodies of Fegalandu and Satan also began to gradually heal. Those wounds began to close little by little, and the broken parts were connected again, as if the previous severe trauma had never happened. Ning Chuan watched all this carefully, wanting to observe the secret of their resurrection. He also tried to use the system to analyze their resilience. After mastering this ability, I plan to use it on Nami and the others. But Ning Chuan analyzed it for a long time, but only gained a little bit. Because this is not their own ability. Even if he uses system analysis, the abilities he can gain from it are extremely limited. However, Ning Chuan believes that as long as he is given enough time, let him use the system to analyze it over and over again. This can help others continuously recover their abilities, and he can also completely master it. Let's imprison them in the world of Kunquan for the time being, and then study their resurrection ability when we go back. Ning Chuan looked at the 2 people who had recovered and smiled at them. But in the eyes of Saint Satan and Fegalandu, Ning Chuan's smile is like a devil, very scary. I feel bad, prepared to evacuate. Fegalandu in the distance glanced at Saint Satan, and then prepared to start the teleportation. Evacuate Dantu Island directly. Saint Satan also glanced at Fegalandu with understanding. Prepare to activate your own teleportation ability. However, what neither of them expected. Before they had time to activate their teleportation capabilities, Ning Chuan once again used the power of Wawa Fruit to press his split palms on them. Split into pieces. As Ning Chuan read these 4 words again, the newly recovered bodies of Satan Saint and Fegalandu once again turned into thousands of pieces of minced meat. I know you have the ability to teleport. I've been prepared for you to run away. Let me in. As Ning Chuan sang the lyrics of Genie is Too Beautiful again, the long-lost gate to Kunquan world once again appeared before their eyes. Ning Chuan didn't even look at it, and directly threw their 2 pieces of meat into Kunquan world. Then the door to Kunquan world was closed again. Everything has been moved away, so there is no need to keep Dantu Island anymore. There is a huge ancient robot down here, and Joey Boy's Conquerors hockey still exists inside. Just use this island to bury the robot so that it won't be discovered by the world government. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan directly pressed his hand on the ground of Dantu Island. Split into pieces. As Ning Chuan once again activated the ability to split the fruit into pieces, the entire island instantly turned into pieces of rubble and sank into the depths of the sea. Done this, Ning Chuan used the power of the gate fruit to draw a space door beside him. Just disappeared over Egghead Island. At the same time, the Marines who surrounded the island were only responsible for intercepting the fleeing enemies. Suddenly, it felt like the battle that had been going on for a long time on the island gradually began to calm down. Although they were very confused, didn't they say that the war would start in 7 days? Why did the war start today? But they didn't delve into it. After all, the Tianlong people had specially ordered them not to get close to the island during this operation. It is not easy for them to disobey the orders of the celestial dragons. However, what none of them expected was, the entire Egghead Island was quiet for only a moment. Suddenly there was a strange noise on the island. Crash. At this moment, when everyone turns their attention to Dantu Island. But I unexpectedly discovered that Dantu Island was actually that big. It turned into countless rubbles in an instant and sank to the bottom of the sea in front of everyone's eyes. What on earth is going on? Where's the island? Where's Dantu Island, which is so big? Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the island that instantly turned into rubble and disappeared. He instantly jumped up from his chair and looked into the distance with a look of disbelief. Behind him were Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji. He also looked at the sky above the distant island with a look of disbelief. At this time, there was nothing where the island was originally. Ning Chuan was the only one standing there quietly. Marine even extended his hand to say hello to them. Chapter 138 Studying the Immortality of 5 Elders and Going Back in Time. He ignored the shocked Marines. Ning Chuan passed through the space gate of the Menman Fruit and quickly returned to the Sky Island base. He saw Vegapunk taking his 5 clones and moving various equipment into the new laboratory. Ning Chuan directly used Huahuaguo's ability. Help them complete these miscellaneous things quickly. After doing this, Ning Chuan told Vegapunk about the energy converter. After hearing this, Vegapunk suddenly showed a look of interest on his face. The energy converter idea is a great idea. If we can collect a large amount of attack power, we can convert it into sustainable output of energy. Then maybe it can replace the virgin flame and become a new energy source that can drive the ancient weapon. But soon, Vegapunk's brows suddenly frowned. I know there is a devil fruit ability that can absorb the power of other devil fruits. If we study the ability of this fruit, we can further expand its ability so that it can absorb all attacks. In this case, the energy converter is more than half complete. After hearing Vegapunk's words, Ning Chuan blurted out directly. Is it the dark fruit ability? Vegapunk nodded. If we can find the dark fruit or the person who ate the dark fruit, then the research on energy converters will definitely be accelerated. Seeing Vegapunk looking so confident, Ning Chuan nodded. Originally, he was planning to capture Blackbeard, teach and master the power of his dark fruit along the way. Now Vegapunk has named him too. Then, when Ning Chuan targets him, he won't be able to run away. Leaving Vegapunk's laboratory, Ning Chuan went directly to the big villa where Nami and the others lived. Before heading to Egghead Island to pick up Vegapunk, he had already sent Nami and the others to the empty island. Let them take this opportunity to decorate their rooms in advance. Ning Chuan returned to his villa and saw several cuties who were busy working. Each of them is decorating their room with great interest. Judging from their appearance, they seem to have regarded Kongdao as their future home. In the villa, I played with Nami and the others for a while. After enjoying another professional massage from Robin, Ning Chuan bid farewell to them for the time being and entered the world of Kunquan alone. This time, he is ready to fully master the immortality ability that the 5 elders can restore. In this way, even if Nami and the others encounter any special circumstances during their voyage, Ning Chuan can also give them the best protection in time. Enter the world of Kunquan. Ning Chuan saw the restored Satan Sheng and Fei Jalandu at a glance. They looked very tired at the moment. The two of them are killing Kunquan in this world without sparing any effort. But Kunquan couldn't kill them all. Kill one and hundreds or thousands will come out. They have had enough of this world right now. He was so tortured by this space that his mind and body were on the verge of collapse. Ning Chuan walked up to them with a sneer and looked at the two of them with cold eyes. With a casual stroke, he directly split the Kunquan world apart, taking the two of them into a new world. I saw that the scene in front of me finally changed. Satan Sheng and Fei Jalandu finally relaxed. At this moment, they would rather face Ning Chuan alone. I no longer want to stay in the Kunquan world and watch people sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Tell me, where does your immortality come from? If you tell me honestly, I will give you a new environment. Otherwise, return me to the Kunquan world. Ning Chuan asked coldly. Saint Satan and Fegalandu looked at each other, with a hint of fear on their faces. Even Joyboy, who almost overthrew them hundreds of years ago, had never been so afraid. After all, no one wants to experience the torture of the Kunquan world again. But even so, they still didn't answer Ning Chuan's question. Forget it, I already knew you wouldn't speak. I'd better do the research myself. After saying that, Ning Chuan directly set his eyes on Fegalandu. Fegalandu naturally noticed Ning Chuan's eyes. The moment he was targeted, he wanted to run away. But this is Ning Chuan's singing world after all. He is the master of the whole world. Fegalandu can't escape from Ning Chuan's hands no matter what. Ning Chuan pinched Fegalandu's neck. The ability to fragment is released instantly. The next moment, sure enough, I guessed it right. Interesting. It seems like it has been played backwards, and it is coming back together bit by bit. However, what was beyond Ning Chuan's expectation was, this should be the time returning power I am exerted on them is at work. System, start settlement. He looked at Saint Satan, who was covered with beads of sweat, and smiled at him. Soon after, Fegalando's body recovered again. This is not recovery or regrowth. Turn on the domineering power of the world to the maximum and start watching his recovery process. Congratulations to the host for observing the time fruit ability for 10 minutes and activating the 10,000-fold return system. And it is still the same as before, as if it was put back together in reverse form. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the observation time fruit ability and 100,000 minutes of cultivation back. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. When Fegalando's body was about to recover time back, those parts of him that were divided by himself, Ning Chuan once again tore his body into pieces. Could it be that they have the power of the fruit of time? It's not like resilience. Host has a deep understanding of the time fruit's abilities. One experimental subject is not enough. Ning Chuan just stood beside him, watching his body recover bit by bit. At the same time, this power can also be used on Nami and the others, giving them the same abilities as the 5 elders. Thinking of this, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Start practice settlement now. Fegalando's physical recovery was somewhat different from the recovery abilities he had been exposed to before. Seems more like a throwback. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, stood quietly in front of him. At the same time, the abilities of lava fruit and frozen fruit were used. If I could master the power of the time fruit, wouldn't it be possible to remove the time retracement effect on them and kill them completely? However, what surprised Ning Chuan? His body, which he finally recovered, once again split into countless small pieces. Bake part of his body into a gaseous state and freeze the other part. After watching it for so long, you should come too. Chapter 139 Master the ability of time fruit. Practice GU in the world of songs. Ning Chuan looked at Satan Sheng and Fegalandu coldly. Their bodies are constantly being split and reorganized by their ability to disintegrate fruits. After each split, their bodies will quickly recover with the ability to go back in time. It seems as if it has been affecting them as long as time goes back. They will never die. Ning Chuan repeated the process of dividing them hundreds of times. Each time, they carefully observed how their bodies recovered as before in the reverse flow of time. And systematic settlement was carried out every time. Finally, during the last system settlement, he heard a voice in his head that satisfied him. Congratulations to host, you have successfully mastered the time fruit ability. Hear this sound. Ning Chuan suddenly felt happy. The power of the time fruit can almost be regarded as the top devil fruit. You can control almost everything related to time. For example, the time retrieval applied to Satan Saint and Fegalandu. Looking at Fegalandu and Saint Satan, whose bodies have successfully recovered, Ning Chuan smiled at them. He directly activated the time fruit ability to lock the bodies of Satan Saint and Fegalandu, temporarily cancelling their ability to trace back time. The moment when their ability to trace back time is cancelled, the bodies of Saint Satan and Fegalandu immediately underwent amazing changes. Their bodies, which had been in peak condition, began to age rapidly. Hundreds of years of time acted directly on their bodies in an instant. Their beards and hair instantly turned gray and began to fall down. The smooth and elastic skin is no longer there, and layers of wrinkles cover the whole body like tree bark. The muscles that were once strong and powerful immediately became atrophied and flabby. In just a few seconds, the whole person turned into a dying old man. This is impossible. A trace of panic and despair flashed across Saint Satan's eyes, and he could not believe the reality in front of him. His voice also became hoarse and weak at this moment, and he no longer had the confidence he had when he came to Dantu Island. Fegalandu also felt the approach of death. The originally fearless expression on his face became extremely distorted and painful at this moment. What's going on? Why has the ability to go back in time disappeared? Fegalandu looked at his skinny palms in disbelief. At this moment, let alone fighting with a sword, he can barely even stand. Ning Chuan stood in front of them, watching their aging indifferently. He knew that the reason why these two people could remain immortal and immortal, what it relies on is the ability to go back in time imposed on the body. But now this ability has been temporarily erased by himself. Hundreds of years of time were instantly imposed on them, causing them to age terribly in an instant. Crack! Ning Chuan suddenly snapped his fingers. When these two people were about to die completely and turn into withered bones under the action of time, he gave them back the ability to go back in time again. Has mastered the ability to kill 5 elders. Ning Chuan doesn't want to kill them now. The two of them are pretty good, so he stayed and asked them to help him train the guys imprisoned in the world of songs. Seems like a better choice. The ability to trace back time returned to them, bringing them back from the brink of death. Both Seydan Sheng and Feijilandu felt a strong life force pouring into their bodies again, rejuvenating their dying bodies. The two of them gasped for air and collapsed to the ground limply. It seemed like he had just saved a small life from hell. Ning Chuan looked at the two people who had gradually recovered with a sneer, and asked disdainfully. How did you feel just now? Want to do it again? Hearing this, Feijilandu and Saint Seydan's eyes widened. The eyes looking at Ning Chuan were filled with unprecedented fear. No. Don't want to. Definitely don't want to go through this again. I'd rather you just kill me. Feijilandu gasped in horror. Although Saint Seydan did not speak, one could see his expression at this time. It seems to be similar to Feijilandu's idea. It's quite tough. Ning Chuan mocked them, and then spoke directly and without mercy. I have mastered the time fruit ability now. I can kill you anytime I want. Hearing these words, Saint Seydan and Feijilandu's hearts sank. After the horrific experience just now, they knew that Ning Chuan's words were indeed true. There is only one way before you now, be my dog. He is ready to start refining GU in this world of songs. Ning Chuan came to the singing world where Rayleigh and others were. Crocodile too. Now he can give more people the ability to go back in time. Looking at Saint Seydan and Feijilandu, Moria suddenly felt a hint of danger for some reason. Help me train the other guys. Ning Chuan found that he had a better grasp of the time fruit's abilities. However, the result of this newbie welcome ceremony may usher in a big reversal. They should all be Tianlong people. System, settle the matter. Later, I found the ability to control this group of people. It directly opened the door to Rayleigh's singing world. Even Enel, who has always been extremely arrogant, has become much more honest this time. After all, Seydan Sheng and Feijilandu are powerful. After saying that, Ning Chuan hadn't waited for them to react. Then they will be the strongest fighting force under Ning Chuan. Host's ability to control the time fruit has been greatly improved. The welcome ceremony over there is about to begin. Feijilandu and Seydan Sheng were thrown in. These two new guys look a little hard to mess with. I happened to see the scene where everyone inside surrounded Saint Seydan and Feijilandu. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the time fruit ability for 2 minutes and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Rayleigh who fought in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Start practice settlement now. Let them become stronger and stronger as they continue to die. Ning Chuan knew that the welcome ceremony for the newcomers was about to begin here. I'm afraid except for Rayleigh, it's hard for anyone else to resist. Feel the cultivation returned by the system. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully using the time fruit ability and getting 20,000 minutes of cultivation back. After taking a closer look at Feijilandu's face, I was suddenly shocked. To prevent these two guys from starting a massacre on everyone else. Just when Ning Chuan was thinking about how to control these guys. This guy is a member of the Knights of God. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ning Chuan did not forget to come directly for a settlement. Ning Chuan directly applied the time backward effect to Crocodile, Moria, Enel and CP9. Chapter 140 Set sail again and go to Fishman Island to see the mermaids. After hearing what Rayleigh said, they are all draconians. Crocodile, Moria, and Enel looked at each other. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For things like beating up Tianlong people, it only needs to be done once. Then I will think about when there will be a second time. Crocodile spoke first, his tone full of sarcasm. The celestial dragons are just arrogant people relying on the power in their hands. No big deal. Come on, kneel down and let each of us ride for a lap, and I'll spare you for now. Moria sneered from the side. Ha ha ha, Tianlong people, apart from showing off your status, what else can you trash do? What's more, we are now in the same situation as us. That BD Crocodile is right, but we haven't even ridden a Draco yet. Enel also showed a trace of disdain on his face. Having once been a god on an empty island, he hates guys who are more showy than himself. I have always disliked you Tianlong people the most. You actually have a higher standard than the previous one. Come on, kneel on the ground quickly and become our mounts and ride a few laps each. ... Looking at Crocodile and the three of them looking for death at this time. Rayleigh stood aside. Although silent on the surface, one of his hands had already grasped the hilt of the long sword. Having participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he naturally knows how strong Feijilandu is. What's more, the person next to him doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. As an experienced pirate, Rayleigh was keenly aware of the anger igniting in the eyes of Saint Seydan and Feijilandu. Their anger seems to be about to explode. At the same time, Seydan Sheng and Feijilandu were already filled with anger, but Ning Chuan's strength made them unable to resist. But now, the ridicule of these guys has completely ignited the anger in their hearts. As celestial dragons, have they ever been so humiliated? What's more, these beings they once regarded as ants. At this moment, their anger has reached its peak. Saint Seydan gritted his teeth, trembled all over, and roared angrily. You trash, how dare you humiliate me like this? It's okay for Ning Chuan to bully us, but you trash can dare to humiliate us like this. I'm really tired of living. Satan Saint roared angrily, transformed directly into Gyuki form. The powerful conqueror's domineering energy instantly spread out from his body, covering the entire audience. Gyuki's special abilities were all released by him at this moment. Crocodile, Moria and Enel were instantly imprisoned in place, making them unable to move. At the same time, a trace of madness also flashed in Fegalando's eyes. He roared at the three Enel people. We are celestial dragons, born to be noble beings. How dare you ants be so presumptuous in front of me? Cut you. Fegalando wanted to cut off all three of Enel and the others with one sword. However, he spent a long time touching his waist, but he found that his sword had already been cut off by Ning Chuan's sword. But when he glanced at it, he saw that Rayleigh on the side had a nice long sword in his hand. So he immediately started to think about snatching. I want to snatch the supreme sharp knife from Rayleigh's hand. However, Rayleigh, who was already ready for battle, said nothing. He slashed straight at Fegalandu with his sword without any hesitation. A big melee is about to break out. Ning Chuan stood silently and watched everyone involved in the melee. A smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Soon, he saw Enel being transformed into Gyuki by Saint Satan and stabbed through the heart. But soon, he quickly recovered in a burst of surprise. I also saw Crocodile being punched in the head by Fegalando. But soon, like a normal person, he recovered quickly. Ning Chuan was naturally very satisfied with the current situation on the battlefield. He believed that this group of people would soon be able to master the hockey of knowledge and the hockey of weapons. As for Conqueror's domineering power, it depends on whether they have it in their lives. Ning Chuan left the world of songs, returned to the villa at Sky Island base. Look at Nami and the others. The ability to go back in time was also given to them. However, at this time, Nami and others did not feel anything abnormal in their bodies. Ning Chuan is back, brother Ning Chuan. Seeing Ning Chuan coming back, Nami and the others immediately surrounded him. Brother Ning Chuan, it's so boring on the empty island. But I have to pull Rayleigh out first and let him code our boat. Nokigao pointed to the latest wanted notice in the newspaper and said with a smile. Ning Chuan, how about we sell these 4 guys? Crocodile 2 billion, Moria 2 billion, Enel 2.5 billion. Ning Chuan's boat sailed near the Seyadi Islands again. Okay, he sent the photo of Rayleigh angrily beheading a Draco to Morgans, the news king. Several guys imprisoned in Gerger World are actually wanted. Ning Chuan then smiled and ordered everyone. Ning Chuan looked at the others again. And with these 2 active contributions, I successfully became a distinguished VIP of Morgan's company. See the expectant look on Yuta's face. This situation must also be attributed to Ning Chuan. What an exaggerated number, Ning Chuan said with a smile. Nami, who is greedy for money, has some plans to sell Rayleigh and the others. Since you all want to go out for a walk, let's get ready to go. 3 days later, let's go sailing. Dear ladies, our ship is about to dive to Fishman Island. I found that they, like little Yuta, seemed a little bored staying on the empty island. Rayleigh's bounty is actually 5 billion belly. However, they did not sail into the waters of Seyadi Islands. From now on, you won't have to pay the seagulls to read newspapers at the sea. The total bounty of the 4 of them is 11.5 billion belly. Because the area around the Seyadi Islands is already filled with marine and world government people. Let's keep them for now, they will be a group of top fighters in the future. Nokigao calculated the total bounty. I heard from Sister Nami that we are going to the Fishman Island located at the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters away. Yuta really wants to go to the Fishman Island to see the fishmen. This number shocked her. This is more than 10 billion Baileys. Want to continue sailing? Look at the position of the eternity pointer starting to point downward. Get ready to see the beautiful mermaid. Chapter 141 The Hatred from the Fishmen, the kind-hearted Princess Otahime. Ning Chuan, Nami and others took the coated boat, slowly dived towards the 10,000-meter deep seabed. As the boat gradually sank into the sea, Ning Chuan and the others gradually entered a very beautiful underwater world. The sunlight passes through the blue water and is refracted into colorful Madara strips of light, which shine on the nearby coral reefs and seaweed. Various marine creatures swim freely in the water. Such a beautiful and charming underwater world quickly attracted the attention of Nami and the other cuties. Just when Ning Chuan and others were admiring the beautiful underwater world through the coating of the boat, suddenly, a huge current shook Ning Chuan's boat. Ning Chuan frowned and spread his domineering aura on the bottom of the sea. After a while, he found a huge octopus blocking their way. The octopus was dozens of meters long, and its 8 thick tentacles were constantly stirring in the sea water. It set off waves of rioting currents. Ning Chuan instantly recognized the race of this octopus. Their name was Kraken. It is the famous man-eating monster on the way to Fishman Island. It is huge, the largest in the family, and can even compete with adult Poseidon species. The Kraken's eyes in the distance were very fierce, seeing that Ning Chuan and his team's boat had entered their pursuit range. So it stretched out all its tentacles directly. Obviously, it wanted to wrap up Ning Chuan and the others as well as the boat underneath them. Seeing this scene, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth turned up involuntarily. He did have some understanding of Kraken. Although Kraken is ferocious, as long as you can defeat it, it will temporarily obey your orders. Help you with things. What Ning Chuan needs now is a coolie who can help him pull the boat to Fishman Island. The large kraken octopus in front of us is naturally the most suitable. Wow, big octopus. Nami and others did not panic when they saw kraken. Even a little excited. After all, with Ning Chuan here, a big octopus is not dangerous. I don't know if such a big octopus would taste good if made into takoyaki. Nokigao was already a little anxious in her heart. As a good chef with excellent cooking skills, you don't want to miss out on this fresh and delicious ingredient. Hear Nami and their voices. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and strolled towards the bow of the ship. At the moment when Kraken's giant octopus claws were about to wrap around Ning Chuan's boat, Ning Chuan's aura immediately became violent. The powerful conqueror's domineering energy seems to have turned into substance, rushing towards Kraken. That invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire sea area, shocking all the creatures in the sea area. The moment Kraken felt this terrifying power, his huge body trembled violently in the water. The originally ferocious eyes began to become confused, and then the eyes began to turn white. He completely fainted under the pressure of Ning Chuan's conqueror's domineering force. The huge octopus body floated powerlessly in front of Ning Chuan's boat. Ning Chuan saw this and stepped out of the coating, walking leisurely to one of Kraken's tentacles. Make a knife with your hand, and the knife will fall with your hand. Removed one of its huge octopus legs. He took the oversized octopus leg back to the boat. Looking at Nuo Chigao, who was full of expectations, he directly handed the huge octopus leg to her. While this leg is still fresh, let's make an octopus feast today. Nokigao went back to the kitchen to retrieve the knife and fork with a happy face. It immediately started to decompose this super large octopus leg that is still moving. 2 hours later, Kraken wakes up from his coma. It wasn't woken up by the pain, but was attracted by an inexplicable fragrance. It looked down and saw a few humans on the small boat next to it, eating something unknown. But before it could see clearly what Ning Chuan and the others were eating, it suddenly felt a pain in its body. Kraken looked down and found that he had lost a leg. Then look inside the boat of Ning Chuan and others. My uneaten big octopus leg was actually used as spare food by this group of humans and hung on the boat. Seeing this scene, Kraken couldn't bear it. In the past, it used humans as food. And today, some people dare to use it as food. This is really too much. Kraken was just about to get angry and tear up Ning Chuan's boat. But when it lowered its head, it saw Ning Chuan's extremely calm eyes. For some reason, its huge body began to tremble slightly. Can't afford to offend. This guy is absolutely untouchable. Kraken looked at Ning Chuan, clearly recalling the previous events, his eyes full of fear. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, gave Kraken a cold look and said coldly. Can you understand? If you can, take us to Fishman Island. If you don't understand what you're saying, get fired. Ning Chuan and the others finally saw the mysterious underwater island in the distance that was wrapped in a huge coating, Fishman Island. It's really a great thing for it. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Kraken disappeared in the blink of an eye as if he had been granted amnesty. Welcome to Fishman Island. Kraken is extremely fast. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan also frowned slightly. Very obediently, he worked as a coolie for Ning Chuan and others. However, he soon figured out why the fishmen were hostile to them. It should be because of the incident involving Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates. I don't understand why these fishmen are so hostile to me. No humans other than pirates have arrived on Fishman Island for a long time. Just as Ning Chuan and the others were moving forward under these hostile eyes. You can get out. Nami and the other little cuties were very confused by this sudden hatred. The Fishman Island is here, let's go down. Driving Ning Chuan's small boat forward quickly, we advanced at full strength for more than 10 hours. Kraken was seen using a thick tentacle to wrap around Ning Chuan's boat. Thanks to its intelligence, it can initially understand human language. Good performance. They turned to look at Ning Chuan. I am Princess Otahime, nice to meet you. It seems that he can stay away from Ning Chuan. However, they unexpectedly discovered that the fishmen around them were casting hostile glances at them. After hearing this, how could Kraken dare to refuse at all? After listening to these little cuties, they suddenly understood. But all human beings. Ning Chuan told Nami and the others about Tiger. Suddenly, a very pleasant sound came into Ning Chuan's ears. They knew that the fish people's hostility was not directed at their group. The remaining few huge tentacles were swinging in the sea water. When Ning Chuan and others parked their boat at the port of Fishman Island. When Ning Chuan and the others set foot on the land of Fishman Island. The eyes of these fish people were full of hostility, and they seemed to be very unwelcome to their arrival. Otherwise, it won't even know why it was put in the pot. Chapter 142 One of the Three Ancient Weapons, Poseidon. Ning Chuan lowered his head and looked at Princess Otahime in front of him. Her figure is very petite, almost the same height as the current little Nami. This made Ning Chuan feel a little confused. He didn't understand how such a petite body could give birth to Shirahoshi and her three tall and mighty brothers. Of course, these things don't matter. Seeing Ning Chuan's confused eyes, Princess Otahime tried to use her natural domineering power to understand what Ning Chuan was thinking. But what surprised her was, her always invincible ability actually failed with Ning Chuan. Princess Otahime, it's a bad habit to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts at will. Ning Chuan came close to Princess Otahime and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Princess Otahime showed a hint of embarrassment on her face. At the same time, I had to take a high look at Ning Chuan. She knew that although Ning Chuan looked young, his strength might not be weak at all. Otherwise, it is impossible to know that you have the ability to eavesdrop on your heart. But soon, Princess Otahime adjusted. She smiled and took the initiative to introduce herself to Ning Chuan and the others. Nami and several other cuties heard Princess Otahime introduce themselves. I feel a little excited in my heart. You must know that this is the princess of Fishman Island, and her status is very noble. However, they were not too surprised. After all, they have been to many countries, and the king has also seen them. What's more, there is Princess Vivi from Alabasta with them. Nami and the others also briefly introduced themselves to Princess Otahime, especially when Vivi said she was the princess of Alabasta. Princess Otahime's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. She had heard of the country Alabasta. It was also a member of the 20 nations that year. It's just that their ancestors did not enter Marijoa and become Dracos like other members. Instead, he stayed in his own country. This makes Princess Otahime admire her very much. Just when Ning Chuan and the others were chatting happily with Princess Otahime, some passing fishmen or mermaids. They were all looking at Princess Otahime and Ning Chuan with hostile eyes. The atmosphere of hatred permeating the crowd can easily make people feel a sense of silent oppression. Obviously, what happened to Tiger 3 years ago left deep trauma on the people on Fishman Island. Seeing this scene, Princess Otahime couldn't help but sigh. I have been trying to persuade the people on Fishman Island not to hate humans out of hatred. We cannot let the tragedies of the past continue to affect us. After all, in the world above Fishman Island, besides the Tianlong people, there are many kind-hearted humans. After hearing what Princess Otahime said, Ning Chuan thought for a moment and said, "Is it because of the incident with Tiger of the Sun Pirates? The celestial dragons are indeed hateful." After Ning Chuan finished speaking, Nami and the others immediately gave a thumbs up. He said that Ning Chuan was right, the Tianlong people were indeed annoying. The performance of Ning Chuan and his party surprised Princess Otahime. Are all human children today so courageous? How dare you speak ill of the celestial dragons? But it is precisely because of this sentence. Princess Otahime also has a slight affection for Ning Chuan and the others. That's right, because of Tiger's incident, the relationship between the entire Fishman Island and humans has become extremely tense. There are even some radical groups on the island who specialize in attacking humans who come to Fishman Island. Whether they are pirates or normal travelers, they will attack indiscriminately. There was a little helplessness in her words. Obviously, her efforts over the years have not changed the Murloc's hostility towards humans. At the same time, she chose to appear at this time because she wanted to rely on her status as a princess. Protect the safety of Ning Chuan and others so that they will not be attacked by those radicals. Why did you come to Fishman Island? Looking at you, you don't seem to be pirates. I heard what Princess Otahime said. Ning Chuan smiled calmly. We are here for sightseeing, and we want to make friends with the Fishman King. Actually, I have another purpose, which is to meet Poseidon. Upon hearing this, Princess Otahime's smile suddenly froze on her face. But soon, she realized her gaffe. So he quickly adjusted his facial expression and put on a cheerful look again. Poseidon is just some rumors. Nothing Poseidon. Princess Otahime wanted to get rid of this topic. Ning Chuan looked at her with a smile. Your daughter, Princess Shirahoshi. Ning Chuan did not finish speaking, but simply mentioned it. However, when he mentioned the name Shirahoshi, Princess Otahime's expression suddenly changed. Sorry, I can't help you with this. There is no Poseidon on Fishman Island, if you are here for this mythical legend. Please come back. Looking at Princess Otahime whose expression changed inexplicably. Nami, Nakigao, Vivi and others all couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did Ning Chuan mention Poseidon? Princess Otahime, who looked kind-hearted just now, suddenly changed her face. Ning Chuan seemed to have known for a long time that things would become like this. He looked at the somewhat angry Princess Otahime and smiled. Princess Otahime, aren't you curious about how I knew about this? Hearing Ning Chuan's words, the angry Princess Otahime suddenly froze. Yes, how did Ning Chuan know that Shirahoshi has the power of Poseidon? Ning Chuan's words made Princess Otahime fall into memories. When Shirahoshi was born, he attracted a large number of Poseidon species. But the people who know about this are all members of their own family. There were no outsiders present at the time. And how did this guy Ning Chuan know about this? This surprised Princess Otahime. After all, my family will not let Shirahoshi's secrets out casually. Princess Otahime, please rest assured. I just want to meet Princess Shirahoshi, I have no other ideas. What's more, you also know that we are not fighting against the Tianlong people. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. After Ning Chuan finished speaking, he smiled and took out a few photos from his body. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at these photos. Princess Otahime took the photo handed over by Ning Chuan. The first time I saw it, I was so scared that I almost threw the photo out of my hand. Because the first photo among these photos is the one where Rayleigh cuts off the head of the celestial dragon. Next, Princess Otahime began to gather her courage and read back. After she saw the photos of Nami and others riding draconians one by one, her heart could not be calm for a long time. Here, what's going on with these kids? How dare they use the celestial dragons as mounts? Chapter 143 Rayleigh is this kid's prisoner. The king of Fishman Island was shocked. Princess Otahime looked at the photos in her hands. After hesitating for a while, he made up his mind to invite Ning Chuan to the Fishman Island Palace. Princess Otahime didn't know whether what she did was right or wrong. After all, although these children are young, they are not timid at all. He actually dared to ride the celestial dragon as a mount. She was afraid that having too much contact with Ning Chuan and the others would bring disaster to Fishman Island. But then I thought about it. Ning Chuan and the others were so rebellious and unethical, but not a single bit of news was spread to the outside world. But what the outside world spread was the photo of Rayleigh beheading the celestial dragon. Could it be that Pluton Rayleigh also listened to this kid and went to behead the celestial dragons? For some reason, Princess Otahime suddenly had such a suspicion in her heart. If this is the case, even Rayleigh is no match for this kid. Princess Otahime thought it was best not to anger Ning Chuan. What's more, according to Ning Chuan, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The celestial dragons never regard fish people as human beings, but Ning Chuan and the others do not regard the Tianlong people as human beings. On the side of their murlocs, Ning Chuan should actually be welcomed. I struggled for a long time. Princess Otahime decided to invite them back to the palace temporarily. Let her husband Neptune make up his mind. In this way, Ning Chuan and his party were invited into the Fishman Island Palace by Princess Otahime. Nami and others had a look of excitement on their faces, although they have been to the palace quite a lot, but this is their first time coming to the palace built under the sea. Ning Chuan and his party followed the princess into the palace. However, as soon as they entered the palace, they immediately attracted the attention of a Fishman Island palace guard. This great white shark guard in the palace. The first time Ning Chuan entered the palace, he locked his fierce eyes on Ning Chuan. This fishman's name is Shirahoshi Joins, who grew up in Fishman Street. I used to be a loyal follower of Eren. He has followed Eren since childhood and has always believed in Eren's extreme theories. Humans are a lowly race, and only fish people are the strongest race. That's why, in the plot of the original work, he was dissatisfied with Princess Otahime's theory of peace with mankind. Directly in the midst of a turmoil, he attacked the princess and successfully framed the blame on humans. At this time, Shirahoshi Joins was standing in the corner of the palace holding a steel fork. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Ning Chuan and others. The first time Ning Chuan entered the palace, he recognized Ning Chuan at a glance. This young man was the human being who was reported in the newspaper to have killed Eren a few months ago. What was even more difficult for him to understand was, this young man named Ning Chuan not only killed brother Eren, he even dared to enter the palace of Fishman Island in a grand manner and was personally received by Princess Otahime. This made Hodi's anger even stronger than before. This human being who killed brother Eren was invited into the palace by Princess Otahime. Has she forgotten how brother Eren died? Damn you, Princess Otahime is a traitor among the fishmen. Hodi gritted his teeth angrily, and the anger continued to burn in his heart. He couldn't tolerate such insults, especially the insults to brother Eren and the insult to the Sun Pirates. It is a humiliation to all fishmen. Damn BD, I just hate that I'm not strong enough to kill these bastards for the time being. Hodi realized at this moment, with his own strength, he might not be able to deal with Ning Chuan and this group of people. Especially Ning Chuan, even brother Eren is no match for him. He is a little fishman, how could he be his opponent? No, I have to go to Fishman Street. I have to tell brother Jinbe about this, and I must let brother Jinbe avenge brother Eren. The anger in Hodi's heart had already rushed to his heart. He ignored his duties at the palace and took off his armor from Fishman Island and headed straight for Fishman Street. He's going to Fishman Street to contact Jinbe. By the way, contact those radicals again. They are all guys who hate humans to the core. As long as he spreads the news that Ning Chuan has come to Fishman Island, then we will definitely be able to gather a powerful force to make Ning Chuan never come back. But what Shirahoshi Joins didn't know was, while he kept staring at Ning Chuan's domineering aura has long been locked on him. Shirahoshi Joins, is that a rookie who likes taking drugs? Looks like they're going to bring in reinforcements. As for Shirahoshi Joins, Ning Chuan naturally did not take him seriously. In other words, the combat power of the entire Fishman Island. No one can catch Ning Chuan's eyes. Now, any of the GU I have practiced in the world of songs can defeat him if I pull out any one of them. In the reception room of the palace. After listening to everything his wife, Princess Otahime said, Neptune. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly to the living room. He was afraid that if he were not careful, he would neglect these distinguished guests. As Otahime's guess right, Rayleigh was forced to kill the celestial dragon by this kid. But these fatigues are only mental. Hello, I am Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. You can tell, Neptune's heart could not be calm for a long time. However, Rayleigh didn't have time to say a few more words. Should we go to the secret room to talk again? How come the famous One Piece deputy, Pluton Rayleigh, became a prisoner of a child? After leaving the world of songs, Rayleigh's mood was obviously much better. Are you, Rayleigh? But soon, he spoke nervously. Look at what Rayleigh looks like at this time. His body is still alive and well under the power of time retrieval. For a while, this is the royal palace of Fishman Island. After all, I am just a prisoner of this kid. He was not having a good time in the huge GU training ground in Gerger World. Even with the ability to go back in time. To make things easier, King Neptune, no need. After hearing Neptune's words, Rayleigh waved his hand helplessly. Neptune was shocked after hearing what Rayleigh said. Rayleigh smiled helplessly and self-deprecatingly. After all, Neptune knew that Rayleigh had killed a celestial dragon himself. At this time, Rayleigh's face was full of exhaustion. What's going on with this kid? Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, had already rushed over. You were quite fast. He was afraid that Rayleigh's whereabouts would be exposed, so I want to give him some protection. He pointed at Ning Chuan and said weakly. The moment Neptune saw Rayleigh, he immediately recognized his old friend. This guy wants to talk to you, but I'm not qualified to talk to you now. Ning Chuan deliberately fished out Rayleigh from the world of songs. Chapter 144 Want to capture Ning Chuan and avenge Pirate Aaron. King Neptune temporarily suppressed his shock. He turned to look at Ning Chuan and said, I heard Otahime said that you came to the palace to meet Shirahoshi. Ning Chuan nodded. To be precise, I'm here for Poseidon. Ning Chuan didn't hide anything and directly told Neptune his purpose. Neptune had already guessed Ning Chuan's purpose, so it wasn't too shocking. On the contrary, when Rayleigh heard Ning Chuan's words, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Did Poseidon finally show up? I didn't expect you to catch up with the things we missed back then. At this time, when Rayleigh looked at Ning Chuan, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. When they came to Fishman Island, naturally, he also knows the secret of Poseidon. But Shirahoshi was not born yet. Therefore, Roger and his party had to leave with regret. Unexpectedly, he would be forcibly taken to Fishman Island after so many years. But unexpectedly heard the news about Poseidon. This started to make Rayleigh suspicious. Is Ning Chuan the destined person? Where is Joey Boy? If Ning Chuan is Joey Boy, then Joey Boy's character is really bad. Neptune hesitated for a while, and then suddenly said seriously, I can let you meet Shirahoshi, but you have to promise not to hurt her. Otherwise, even if we fishmen are no match for you, I will do my best to protect my daughter. Looking at Neptune's extremely serious look, Ning Chuan nodded and assured, Don't worry, if I had any malicious intentions, your palace would have been breached long ago. Are you right, Rayleigh? Rayleigh was silent. He knew that Ning Chuan's words were correct. If Ning Chuan's purpose is to take away Poseidon, then let alone the guarding force of the Fishman Island Palace. Even if all the fishmen and mermaids in the entire Fishman Island come together, they will not be Ning Chuan's opponent. Ning Chuan's strength is so terrifying that even Rayleigh can only look up to him. In this way, under the leadership of Neptune and Princess Otahime, Ning Chuan successfully arrived at where Princess Shirahoshi was. At this time, Princess Shirahoshi is playing with her great white shark pet Mekuro. She saw her father and mother coming with a few humans who were slightly older than her. The scene before him made Shirahoshi very curious. Although Shirahoshi was only 6 years old at this time, she was a member of the mermaid royal family. Her size has grown to more than 2 meters. When Nami and others saw Shirahoshi, their eyes showed curiosity. Hello, you guys, my name is Shirahoshi, and this is my pet Mekuro. He saw Nami and others staring at him with curious expressions. Little Shirahoshi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by them. My name is Nami, nice to meet you. This is my sister Nokigao, she is Kuina, this is little Yuta, and this is Vivi, just like you, she is also a princess. This is Sister Robin, Khalifa, and Perona. They are members of Ning Chuan's maid group. Nami introduced his friends on the ship to Shirahoshi one by one. Not long after, this group of cute little guys of about the same age were playing together. Shirahoshi, who has lived deep in the Fishman Palace since he was a child, has never seen so many playmates. Not long after, Nami and the others started playing together. Neptune looked at Shirahoshi and Nami having so much fun. He felt a lot more relaxed, especially after seeing that Ning Chuan had no intention of harming Shirahoshi. Only then did his hanging heart finally relax. Ning Chuan, don't you want the power of Poseidon in Shirahoshi? Can't you even master this kind of power? Rayleigh on the side looked at Ning Chuan who was standing there motionless and suddenly asked. There was still a little bit of disbelief in his voice, but after thinking about it seriously, he felt that he could still accept it. After all, Ning Chuan can even master the power of Devil Fruit. It doesn't seem that difficult for him to master Poseidon's power again. Rayleigh guessed right. At this time, Ning Chuan was trying to use his knowledge to get in touch with Shirahoshi's Poseidon power. However, the current Shirahoshi does not have any Poseidon power. Ning Chuan used his power to sweep the area several times, but failed to gain anything. This power is still in her body and has not awakened. In the plot, she awakened this power when Fishman Island was about to be destroyed. But at present, it seems that the destruction of Fishman Island is somewhat unlikely. Although Ning Chuan can also use some methods and strategies. Just as Ning Chuan was thinking about what kind of reason he would use. These idiots really don't know what they are doing. Are you still thinking about taking Ning Chuan and avenging Aaron and the others? Something bad is going to happen. To force Shirahoshi to awaken the power of Poseidon. Nonsense. The guard stared at Ning Chuan for a long time, and his words suddenly stopped there. Who makes him not Ning Chuan's opponent? The eldest prince and the second prince have already led their troops, but they are probably no match for Jinbe and his pirates. Even One Piece Roger's lieutenant became his prisoner. Forget it, if you can't master it now, let's talk about it later. Because he knows that Ning Chuan is definitely not holding anything back. Otherwise, they will break into the palace and catch the murderer themselves. They want. Ning Chuan seemed to have guessed something, and he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. When Rayleigh saw Ning Chuan's expression, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he can't control this. King Neptune, Princess Otahime. Neptune couldn't help but curse loudly. I started thinking about Shirahoshi. I saw a guard in the distance who was supposed to be on duty at the door, suddenly barged in. They said they must hand over the murderers of Eren and Xiaoba and let them deal with them. Fishman Island is Shirahoshi's home, and he doesn't want to do anything to destroy her home. But he didn't want to do that. If I can trick Shirahoshi and let her follow me, wouldn't the chance be better? And now, this group of pirates do not know whether to live or die. It can summon those giant Poseidon species, which are 10,000 meters long when they reach adulthood, to help. What are they going to do? Just say it. Ning Chuan's eyes rolled. The group of pirates from Fishman Street, led by Jinbe, blocked the entrance to the palace. You must know that these guys in Ning Chuan are terrifying existences that even Tianlong people dare to ride on. Upon hearing this, Neptune's expression suddenly changed. Aren't they afraid of death? When he deceived Shirahoshi into going to sea. Chapter 145 Haisha Jinbe is ready to take action, the little cuties are going to join the battle. I'll send someone to take them down right now. King Neptune hesitated for a moment and said directly in a deep voice. Ning Chuan looked at him with a smile and walked out directly. Aren't they coming to find me? Then let me go and see what they are capable of. Looking at Ning Chuan's back, Neptune couldn't help but feel dizzy. Although he also hated those pirates who didn't follow the rules from the bottom of his heart. I also thought of ways to ban the Fishman Street where pirates were inhabited according to law. But due to the influence left by the Sun Pirates, it was difficult to realize Neptune's idea for a while. However, as a person in power who is not so cruel, Neptune had never thought of killing all the Fishman Pirates. Therefore, when Ning Chuan stepped out, he also hurriedly caught up. If possible, he would like to persuade those pirates to stop these stupid behaviors. Otherwise, no one can save them. Ning Chuan will really kill them all. At this time, Ning Chuan was already standing outside the gate of the royal palace on Fishman Island. Facing the thousands of fishmen swarming below, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. These fishmen or mermaids are all radicals from the gangs in Fishman Street. Ever since Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, revealed that he had become a slave to the celestial dragons. They are full of hatred for humans. Later, Tiger was seriously injured due to Marine's attack. He died unwilling to be transfused with human blood. This further escalates their hatred of humans. At this time, this group of Murlocs were staring at Ning Chuan and the others unabashedly, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Hody Jones stood at the forefront of all the fishmen, standing with a fat blue fish man. He pointed at Ning Chuan and spoke to Jinbe, the fishman and sea hero beside him. Brother Jinbe, that human is the murderer who killed Eren and Xiaoba. He actually dared to come to Fishman Island today and appeared in front of us unscrupulously. We must not let him go. Upon hearing this, Jinbe's expression suddenly became serious. He walked forward slowly, staring at Ning Chuan with his red eyes. He and Eren were once brothers of life and death, although they later separated due to disagreements. But for the sake of the former brotherhood, Jinbe feels it is his duty to avenge Eren. Ning Chuan, Jinbe spoke in a deep voice. Why did you kill Eren and Xiaoba? Hearing Jinbe's words, Ning Chuan responded with a sneer. Kai Sha Jinbe, right. Do you know what Eren did in Cocoa West Village after he separated from you? You come to avenge him without knowing anything. This doesn't seem to be your character. Ning Chuan's words stunned Jinbe for a moment. Think carefully about what happened. He really didn't figure out the reason. He just heard Hody say that the murderer of Eren and Xiaoba appeared on Fishman Island. He brought the pirates in Fishman Street to take revenge. While Jinbe was stunned, Ning Chuan continued. Eren acted recklessly in Kokoyasi village in the East Daxia Sea, cruelly exploiting and killing innocent humans. Not just in this one village, he had killed and robbed in several villages before going to Kokoyasi village. Although Xiaoba is not as cruel as Eren, he did not stop all this and even became Eren's accomplice. So I say they all deserve to die, is that okay? After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Jinbe's expression changed slightly. He also didn't expect that Eren would become so cruel after leaving Fishman Island. It would be better if the targets he attacked were those Marines, those guys who had bullied the fishmen. But what Jinbe didn't expect was, Eren turned out to be like those scum, choosing to attack the weaker ones. Such behavior seriously violates the original beliefs of the Sun Pirates. For a while, Jinbe has begun to feel a little confused about his action. However, when he recalled the brotherhood he once had, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken in his heart. After all, he is Eren's eldest brother, and now the enemy who killed his brother is right in front of him. Jinbe felt that it was really hard for him to just sit back and watch. If what you said is true, I apologize for what Eren and Xiaoba have done. Jinbe's words made Ning Chuan feel a little surprised. He also didn't expect that this fat blue fish man could really bear the title of Sha. However, Jinbe's words, but it made the radicals behind him feel dissatisfied. Brother Jinbe, why do you need to apologize to humans? Just kill them to avenge brother Eren. There is no need to apologize to the dead. You're right, if you're a lowly race like human beings, just kill them. Why should you apologize? Listening to the noisy sounds of the fish people behind him, Jinbe couldn't help but frown. Ning Chuan, who was standing aside, heard what the group of Murlocs said. He couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly, with a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He silently kept in mind those guys who kept saying that humans were an inferior race. Get ready to smash them right into pieces. However, right now, Nami and Nuo Chigao suddenly patted Ning Chuan on the shoulder. Ning Chuan looked back and saw the two of them looking at the clamoring Murlocs with anger on their faces. Ning Chuan, give them to us. We want to take action against these fishmen ourselves. Looking at the anger on their faces, Ning Chuan nodded. When they were persecuted by the fishmen, Nami and the others did not have the strength to deal with the fishmen. Now, they practice hard. Their strength has surpassed Aaron's at that time by a lot. Therefore, dealing with this group of Murlocs is no problem. As good sisters, let's come too. We are also very unhappy to see these guys. Kuina silently tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Yuta and Vivi also smiled and stood beside Nami and Nokigao. They are ready to take action together to help Nami and the others deal with these guys. Look at the few cuties who are ready to show off their talents. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. Now that you have decided to take action, don't hold anything back. Kill as much as you like. There is no truth in this ocean. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one with the truth. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami and the others nodded seriously. While they were ready to fight, on the side, Jinbe, who had been silent for a long time, took a deep breath. As if he had made some decision in his heart, he looked at Ning Chuan standing there and suddenly spoke. Although I feel sorry for Aaron and the others, as his former eldest brother, I still want to seek justice for him today. So, I'm offended next. Jinbe finished his words. The whole person is like a cannonball. He rushed towards Ning Chuan instantly. Chapter 146 Destroy the Fishman Pirates and Capture Jinbe. Facing the menacing Keisha Jinbe, Ning Chuan still maintained a calm expression. For an opponent of Jinbe's level, Ning Chuan doesn't need to pay too much attention at all. I saw him slowly stretching out a finger. It seems that he wants to use this finger to end the battle. However, his action was undoubtedly a huge humiliation in Jinbe's eyes. As the second captain of the Sun Pirates, he has his own pride. A-hole, how dare you underestimate me? Jinbe roared angrily and immediately decided not to show mercy to Ning Chuan just because he was a child. I saw him immediately using his special skill Fishman Karate. 5,000 pieces of Wajung Fist. Jinbe's hands unleashed a surge of power. In an instant, it turned into a huge shock wave, rushing towards Ning Chuan with terrifying power. Facing Jinbe's attack, Ning Chuan's expression remained unchanged. His figure remained motionless, as if he had already understood Jinbe's every move. The armed domineering force was released instantly, wrapping it around his fingers. At the same time, turn on the hockey of insight to accurately capture the trajectory of Jinbe's attack. Just when Jinbe's fist was about to hit Ning Chuan's finger touched Jinbe's fist first. Incredibly, Jinbe's powerful momentum came to an abrupt halt under Ning Chuan's finger. What shocked Jinbe even more? After blocking Jinbe's powerful attack, Ning Chuan's fingers quickly clicked on his arm covered with armed domineering force. Just a flick of the finger. Jinbe's arm seemed to be torn apart by a huge force. The armed domineering force on his arm collapsed instantly. Jinbe's arm was also broken instantly under this finger. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Jinbe was shocked. He has never encountered such a powerful opponent. Even when he fought against Kizaru, he had never felt such terrifying pressure. He never thought that his arm domination would be defeated so easily. It was hard for him to imagine. What terrifying power is contained in Ning Chuan's small body? After realizing that he could not resist Ning Chuan's power head-on, Jinbe decisively chose to retreat, and he quickly retreated dozens of meters. Temporarily distance yourself from Ning Chuan. Looking at his arms hanging down helplessly, Jinbe couldn't think of any way to defeat Ning Chuan for a while. Unless it's into the sea. Although the body of a fishman is dozens of times larger than that of an ordinary human being. But on land, they cannot exert their full power. If it enters the sea, Jinbe can display his most powerful strength. In this way, he would be able to compete with Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan had already guessed his thoughts. Ning Chuan looked at Jinbe and smiled slightly. If you don't accept it, shall we go to the sea over there? Jinbe was stunned for a moment when Ning Chuan revealed his thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. He knew that he had lost in terms of momentum. Now he started walking according to Ning Chuan's rhythm. But he didn't want to give up on avenging Aaron and Xiaoba. In this way, Ning Chuan took the lead. He walked towards the seabed outside the coating of Fishman Island. Jinbe followed behind him, clenching his fists and sweating on his forehead. He knew that even if he was in the sea, he might still be convinced of defeat. But something must be done. After Ning Chuan and Jinbe left, Nami and the others also rushed into the group of Fishman Pirates. Nami among the others, only Kuina has mastered armament hockey, while the others have only fully mastered the 6 styles. But even so, under the leadership of Kuina, Nami and others acted mercilessly and killed all the fishmen who wanted to kill all humans. Lanjiao, point the gun. Zhe fruit, Kunquan world. Flowers and fruits, break your neck. ... Various powerful physical skills, mixed with the genie Taime and Kunquan world abilities that Wuda stole from Ning Chuan, begins to appear among fish people. Kill those fishman pirates who rely on their physical strength and don't take humans seriously, until they cry for their fathers and mothers. They really couldn't figure it out. These little girls at such a young age actually have such terrifying strength. Especially Kuina, he held a supremely sharp knife in his hand. Shuttle back and forth between this group of fishmen and pirates who don't even know how to be domineering. Cut all the Fishman Pirates who had strong murderous intentions towards them into several pieces. They want to completely dismantle the cancer of the Fishman Pirates today. Looking at the scene in front of me, King Neptune was dumbfounded, although Ning Chuan did not take action against this group of Fishman Pirates. But just these little girls under his command. They can kill among these fishmen and pirates. This was a bit difficult for him to understand. Rayleigh on the side looked at Neptune and said helplessly after taking a sip of wine. The strength of these little guys is really difficult to explain with common sense. I heard from Ning Chuan that they seemed to have drank a potion called the God of War, which made them so powerful. However, they still have some unsolvable abilities. I wonder if you have seen it. Neptune was a little confused and didn't know what the unsolvable ability that Rayleigh was talking about was. Rayleigh took another sip of wine and said with a smile, "They have the power to rewind time. They are unkillable now. No matter what kind of injury you suffer, you can recover as before." After saying that, Rayleigh stopped talking to Neptune and smiled in his heart. It turns out that all this is really Ning Chuan's fault. Why can't those 3 idiots in the prison be killed? When did Ning Chuan master the ability of the time fruit? At this time, in the sea, Jinbe looked at Ning Chuan who still stretched out a finger to confront him. There was a deep feeling of powerlessness in my heart. Ning Chuan is really too powerful. The depths of the sea are now the home ground of their fishmen. Even though Jinbe used the strongest secret of his fishman karate, Onaga Shokan. But he still couldn't let Ning Chuan's finger bend even a little. The scene before him made Jinbe feel a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. However, what he saw next was, it simply made him feel that his 3 views had been subverted. "Jinbe, have you ever seen someone using their devil fruit powers in the sea?" Ning Chuan's words stunned Jinbe. He thinks Ning Chuan is joking. You know, the biggest advantage of fishmen is fighting in the sea. The biggest advantage of fighting in the sea is that you can avoid being threatened by people with abilities. Now, Ning Chuan actually said that he can use the devil fruit's power in the sea. This completely subverted his outlook on life. "I won't play with you anymore." Ning Chuan smiled slightly, and then he saw a golden light begin to flash on his fingertips. Jinbe is naturally quite familiar with this light. That was the fruit power of Kizaru, the marine general who easily destroyed the Sun Pirates back then. But now, Ning Chuan has used it in the depths of the sea. Whoosh, a ray of light shines in Jinbe's incredible eyes, successfully penetrated his body, followed by the second, third, until Jinbe fell helplessly into the sea. A question kept ringing in his mind. Why can he use his devil fruit powers in the sea? And it's Kizaru's fruit ability. Chapter 147 Rescue Princess Otahime and trick Princess Shirahoshi into boarding the ship. Ning Chuan looked at Jinbe who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. He directly opened the door to Gerger's world and threw Jinbe in. At the same time, he did not forget to give Jinbe the ability to go back in time. Prevent him from falling off directly in the GU training place. After doing this, Ning Chuan strolled back to the Fishman Island palace. Watching Nami and the others deal with the Fishman Pirates mercilessly. Ning Chuan did not forget to give them some pointers. Teach them how to deal with these Fishman Pirates more efficiently. The group of Fishman Pirates who were fighting with Nami and the others. Seeing Ning Chuan coming back so soon, I can't help but feel nervous. They didn't quite believe it. Brother Jinbe was defeated by a human boy. They didn't want to believe this result for a while. Waited there for a long time. However, Jinbe never returned. This brought a huge blow to all the fishmen who came to participate in the war. Ning Chuan ignored the surprised looks of these guys. He was paying full attention to Nami and the others' fight at the moment. Jinbe's defeat created fear in the hearts of the Fishman Pirates. The strength of Ning Chuan in front of them far exceeded their imagination. Even Jinbe, the strongest of them all, it was also captured so quickly by Ning Chuan. Not even the body was visible. This scene made the other fishmen and pirates want to give up. What's more, there are those few little girls with terrifying strength on the battlefield. Wherever they passed, the Fishman Pirates were also suppressed by the girls and were completely defeated. The current battle situation has completely tilted to one side. All the fishmen and pirates know this. Their action this time is destined to fail. However, Hody Jones's heart was still full of unwillingness. He couldn't accept such failure, especially losing at the hands of a human being that he hates so much. Looking at the increasingly powerless battle situation, Hody's eyes finally fell on Princess Otahime. He knew it clearly. Princess Otahime is a goldfish fish person, and her body is very fragile. If a sneak attack is launched here, the most popular Princess Otahime on the island will die here. And put the crime of killing Princess Otahime on these humans. Then you still have a chance to make a comeback. Think of this. Hody secretly took out a pistol that only humans can use, pointing the gun at Princess Otahime. I saw his finger slowly pressing on the trigger, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. He knew that as long as he pulled the trigger, Princess Otahime would be killed on the spot. At that point he can claim that a human killed Princess Otahime. In this way, the hatred on Fishman Island will be completely ignited. More fishmen will join him in his plan of revenge against humans. By then, he could even take the opportunity to launch a coup. Overthrow the rule of the Fishman King Neptune and take control of the entire Fishman Island. Thinking of this, Hody's eyes were full of madness. Without any hesitation, he hooked his finger and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out in an unnoticed corner. A bullet was fired at the unsuspecting Princess Otahime. Just when Hody thought his plan was about to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Princess Otahime. He stretched out a hand and easily caught the bullet Hody shot in his hand. Looking at Ning Chuan, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Princess Otahime, Neptune, and even Shirahoshi were shocked. They didn't understand why Ning Chuan suddenly appeared next to them. However, when Ning Chuan opened his palm, revealing the bullet that was shot at Princess Otahime, Neptune and his family understood immediately. Someone is trying to attack them. Who is it? Although Neptune has a good temper, but now someone dared to attack them secretly and kill their family. Even if he has a good temper, at this moment, I couldn't help but become furious. Ning Chuan stretched out his hand and pointed at Hody, who was about to escape. At the same time, he used the flower fruit's ability to drag him directly in front of Neptune. Because everything happened so fast, Hody didn't even have time to throw away the flintlock in his hand when he ran away. A-hole. Neptune discovered that the one who attacked them was Hody, the guard he promoted from the palace. For a while, a surge of anger suddenly surged into Neptune's heart. I saw him swinging his giant fist and hitting Hody to the ground. Punch after punch to greet him. Neptune finally stopped until all the bones in his body were broken. You're not good at framing others, Hody. Ning Chuan sneered and spoke, his tone full of disdain. Rayleigh on the side listened to Ning Chuan's words. He couldn't help but curl his lips. He agreed with Ning Chuan's words. When it comes to framing and taking the blame, no one is better at it than Ning Chuan. Playing these things in front of Ning Chuan makes me really impatient. It's no use keeping it, just kill it. Ning Chuan looked directly at Rayleigh and gave instructions. Rayleigh spread her hands helplessly. He casually picked up a pebble from the ground. This small stone has armed hockey attached to it. Throw it directly at Hody's head. Bang! After a crisp sound, Hody's head was smashed to pieces by the stone thrown by Rayleigh. However, this time Shirahoshi looked at Nami and the others. Nami and the others also played with Shirahoshi again. So Ning Chuan handed over all these pirates to Neptune. It's impossible not to give him some face. Father, Emperor, Mother. They dropped their weapons one after another and fell to their knees. Shirahoshi just walked into the room, so he started to fool her on behalf of Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan hasn't spoken yet, so why did he abduct his precious daughter again? While Ning Chuan, Neptune, Princess Otahime and Rayleigh were chatting. Next, I want to abduct their little baby Shirahoshi. Neptune, who was drinking tea, heard this. Let her express to Ning Chuan that she also wants to join the fleet. The teacup in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. The remaining fishmen and pirates saw this scene, able to fight those evil pirates. Just like that, such a small storm ended. What the hell? Rayleigh on the side almost couldn't hold it in and sprayed the tea in his mouth on Neptune's face. I also want to join Ning Chuan's fleet, and I also want to become as powerful as Sister Nami and the others. I'll choose a suitable time later and chop them all. Completely lost fighting spirit, put them all on death row. If possible, she would also like to be like Nami and the others. Neptune became very angry because of the attack on his wife. But this is Neptune's home after all. They all opened their mouths and begged Ning Chuan and King Neptune for forgiveness. Looking at Neptune and Princess Otahime, she spoke. According to Ning Chuan's wishes, it would be easier to kill them all directly. For these pirates, Nakigao naturally saw what Shirahoshi was thinking. Everyone returned to the palace. However, what Ning Chuan didn't expect was, these fishmen pirates were directly charged with treason. The eyes are full of envy. Chapter 148. From now on, I will protect Fishman Island and no pirates will be allowed. Shirahoshi's words immediately caused the royal palace of Fishman Island to fall into a brief silence. King Neptune's first reaction was naturally to object. He was worried about his youngest daughter's safety after going to sea. Especially the identity of Shirahoshi Poseidon. It was even more decided that she could not leave Fishman Island easily. I'm different. Neptune hasn't finished speaking yet. Princess Otahime reached out and pinched his waist hard. It makes Neptune a little bit baffled. I agree. However, I have a condition. Then I want you to protect Fishman Island. Suddenly, Princess Otahime's words left Neptune confused. He didn't understand what happened to his wife today. Why was this decision made? However, what Neptune didn't know was, Princess Otahime made this decision after careful consideration. Her thoughts are much more delicate than that of Neptune, the king. She had long seen Ning Chuan's extraordinary strength. Even a legend like Rayleigh was able to surrender to him and stay with him all the time. If Shirahoshi is allowed to follow Ning Chuan out to sea, in exchange for Ning Chuan's willingness to protect Fishman Island, bring Fishman Island under his command, then the fate of Fishman Island will be even safer than under the four emperors. What's more, Shirahoshi also mastered the ability of Poseidon. If you are not careful in the future, this news will be exposed by someone with intentions. Then the entire Fishman Island will face persecution from the world government. Maybe there will be a crisis that will lead to the destruction of the island. But if Shirahoshi can follow Ning Chuan and be protected by Ning Chuan, in this way, both Shirahoshi's safety and the safety of Fishman Island will be compromised. All will be guaranteed. This is the best choice for them. Neptune was silent for a long time. As the king of Fishman Island, naturally, he guessed what his wife was thinking. But after thinking about it, he had no choice but to sigh. This leaves the fate of his daughter and the entire Fishman Island in the hands of a human child. It really made him feel a little uncomfortable. Rayleigh, on the other hand, glanced at Princess Otahime in surprise. I really appreciate Princess Otahime's decision. The extraordinary features of Ning Chuan can be seen at a glance. Ask him to protect Shirahoshi and Fishman Island. Such a decision has surpassed that of many smart people. Ning Chuan is indeed an amazing young man, Rayleigh said seriously from the side, even with a hint of admiration in his tone. With him here, there is no need to worry about the safety of Fishman Island and Shirahoshi. However, you can't just wishful thinking. It has to be agreed by Ning Chuan, am I right? Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan rolled his eyes at Rayleigh. He knew that the old guy Rayleigh was deliberately motivating himself to protect Fishman Island. Although he would have agreed to Princess Otahime's conditions and protected Shirahoshi and Fishman Island. But Rayleigh's words still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Rayleigh, I think you've been out for a while. They are all waiting for you to come back and have fun. Having said that, Ning Chuan was ready to open the door to Gerger's world. Throw Rayleigh back to the place where he practiced GU. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Rayleigh felt regret on his face. He wished he could give himself two big mouths. He had nothing to do, so why did he deliberately tease Ning Chuan? The hard-earned time to relax was just gone. If possible, he really didn't want to go back to those people. With his old arms and legs, he still wants to rest and doesn't want to keep fighting with them. However, things were beyond his control. The moment when the world of Ning Chuan Gerger opened up, Ning Chuan threw him indirectly. Not long after, the sound of fighting resounded again in the world of Gerger. After doing this, Ning Chuan smiled and looked at Princess Otahime. Actually, to tell you the truth, I had this plan from the beginning. Shirahoshi's natural power of Poseidon is destined to be targeted by the world government. Rather than letting her be in danger on Fishman Island, it would be better for me to take her sailing with me, which would make it easier to protect her safety. Having said this, Ning Chuan suddenly showed a confident smile on his face. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt Shirahoshi at all. Looking at Ning Chuan's extremely confident look, Princess Otahime nodded solemnly, with determination in her eyes. In this case, I can rest assured to leave Shirahoshi to you. Neptune on the side sighed helplessly. Although he was reluctant, he finally agreed. In this way, Ning Chuan and his party stayed in Fishman Island for a few more days. During this period, they were all led by Shirahoshi and took a good tour of the entire Fishman Island. We've eaten the special snacks, seen the beautiful fishmen, and played all the fun. Even under Robin's questioning, Neptune also showed Robin the historical text recorded on Fishman Island. They spent a total of 7 days on Fishman Island and had a great time. During this period, Ning Chuan also took Shirahoshi and the Neptune couple to the Sky Island base. See the huge Sky Island base under construction. Neptune and Princess Otahime were so shocked that their eyes widened. They didn't expect Ning Chuan to have this skill. On a Sky Island 10,000 meters above the ground, such a huge territory has been created. This was an eye-opener for both of them. When going to Sky Island base, Ning Chuan also asked Shirahoshi to choose a room of his own in the base villa. When you come back later, you can live with Nami and the others. In order to welcome Shirahoshi's arrival, Ning Chuan deliberately made the swimming pool in the villa much deeper. Even if she grows to more than 10 meters tall as an adult, she can still swim in it as she pleases. Looking at everything Ning Chuan prepared for Shirahoshi, Princess Otahime and King Neptune were naturally very satisfied. 7 days later, Ning Chuan and his party gathered at the port and prepared to continue sailing. On leaving, Ning Chuan threw a phone bug to King Neptune. King Neptune, from now on Fishman Island can declare a ban on pirates coming. If there's any trouble you can't solve, just call me on the phone. These pirates, come here and I'll catch one. There is no need to worry about your safety. I have given you the ability to go back in time. As long as I am alive, you will never have to worry about injury or death. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Neptune nodded excitedly. He used to be very worried that his princess's delicate body would be harmed. Now that I think about it, even if I move a little wider in the future, I don't have to worry about hurting Princess Otahime. That's all. Ning Chuan and his group started to set off from the bottom of the sea. Move on to your next destination. Ning Chuan glanced at the next island on the Eternal Pointer, and couldn't help but smile. Dressrosa, Doflamingo. He shouldn't have started a rebellion yet, right? Chapter 149. Arriving at Dressrosa, being targeted by the Don Quixote family. Ning Chuan and the others finally came to the sea from the underwater world in a temporary boat. For Princess Shirahoshi, who has never been to Fishman Island and has never seen the outside of the sea. She is full of curiosity about everything. The seabirds flying in the sky and the sea breeze blowing. These scenes that had only been seen in books immediately made Shirahoshi feel very novel. After coming out, Shirahoshi stared at the sky for a long time before gradually coming back to his senses. As for Nami and the others, they came to the sea. I started to prepare for practice. The battle with the Fishman Pirates made them realize that their strength was still slightly lacking. Some strong Fishman Pirates can still cause them a lot of trouble. So, as soon as I came to the sea, they took the initiative to start their own practice, in order to one day be able to really help Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan looked at the little cuties who were practicing hard. He turned to look at Shirahoshi again and found that her eyes were full of envy. If I could be as powerful as Sister Nami and the others. You can help my father and mother resist those nasty pirates. Hearing Shirahoshi's words, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. He took out a God of War potion that had been prepared, handed it into Shirahoshi's hand, and said with a smile. After drinking this, your body will become more suitable for practice like Nami and others, and it will be more helpful for your subsequent practice. Shirahoshi looked at Ning Chuan, his eyes full of doubts. As long as I drink it, can I become stronger? Become as strong as Kuina's sister? Ning Chuan nodded. Seeing this scene, Shirahoshi didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the potion directly, raised his head and drank it cleanly. The next moment, Shirahoshi only felt that his body seemed to have never been so strong. Her power is much greater than before. Now that you have drank the God of War potion, let me start arranging training for you. Although your body is not suitable for fighting on land, you will still be much more powerful than others in the sea from now on. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Shirahoshi's eyes began to light up. Ning Chuan immediately began to arrange simple practice tasks for her. Let her prepare for the future practice. On the way to Dressrosa, Ning Chuan and his crew encountered several adult Poseidon species during their voyage. Although the huge figures of these Poseidons are intimidating. But the strange thing is that they did not choose to attack Ning Chuan and the others. Instead, he seemed to be aware of Shirahoshi's Poseidon identity. After approaching Ning Chuan's boat, they nodded to Shirahoshi, then slowly walked around and disappeared into the sea. It seems that Shirahoshi's power has begun to show. Although she can't notice it now, there will still be a chance to notice it in the future. If you can control all Poseidons, the combat power of these Poseidons will naturally be quite terrifying. In this way, Ning Chuan and the others sailed on the sea for a week. 7 days later, they finally saw the outline of Dressrosa Island. As Ning Chuan and their boats slowly approached the port, at the far port, someone was already staring at them through telescopes. Haven't set foot on the land of Dressrosa yet. Ning Chuan felt a special gaze locked on them. Ning Chuan sneered, and his powerful domineering energy was instantly released. Not far from the port, they saw a man wearing a baby hat and holding a pacifier staring at them coldly. Saw this strange outfit, Ning Chuan recognized it quickly. This man is none other than Senior Piquet, a leader of the Donquixote family. In the original plot, the perverted pure man fights Frankie. The moment he realized that Senior was staring at him, Ning Chuan knew it. Doflamingo should have noticed him a long time ago. Soon after his men found themselves. Doflamingo himself should be here soon. Ning Chuan's guess was good. The Quixote family under Doflamingo. I have already received information from Marine Lieutenant General Virgo. This intelligence contains detailed information about Ning Chuan. Doflamingo is also very young for this one. But Ning Chuan, who was extremely powerful, was very attentive. If possible, he would like to take Ning Chuan under his command. Let him join his Don Quixote family and plan the world together. It is precisely because of this that he asked several ports in Dressrosa to pay attention to the news about Ning Chuan. But Ning Chuan didn't know this. But even if Ning Chuan knew about it, he would only laugh at these guys for not overestimating their capabilities. Ning Chuan ignored Senor's gaze. He took Nami and the others off the ship directly from the port. Still the same as before. Their boats were guarded by Thunderfire swords. Ning Chuan and the others were planning to take a nice stroll in Dressrosa. This was Dressrosa before Doflamingo launched his rebellion. The national power is naturally quite strong and very prosperous. However, they had not yet had time to enter the city. What Ning Chuan didn't expect was, Shirahoshi had just stepped onto the land of Dressrosa. He was immediately targeted by a group of pirates at the port. They have never seen such a beautiful mermaid. After all, both fishmen and mermaids are very rare in this sea. Especially beautiful mermaids. In the auction house, it can fetch a sky-high price of several 100 million belly. Not to mention a young and beautiful mermaid like Shirahoshi. As long as you can catch her, you won't have to worry about spending money for the rest of your life. Several desperate pirate groups set their sights on Shirahoshi. In their opinion, Ning Chuan and his group of brats have no fighting power at all. As long as Shirahoshi can be tied up in advance before they enter the city. Then they can sneak away before the Dressrosa soldiers notice. This is a transaction worth hundreds of millions, or even billions. Worth the risk. However, just before they had time to take action, Ning Chuan had already sensed their malice through seeing and hearing Sabaki. Flowers and fruits, split into pieces. Without any hesitation, he used both fruit abilities at the same time. I saw palms appearing out of thin air behind those people. Those guys haven't understood why hands suddenly grew on their body. The fruits that were torn into pieces were already activated on their bodies. The next moment, the bodies of the 40 or 50 pirates at the port instantly split into countless pieces. Blood spread all over the port. The sudden change shocked everyone at the port. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, acted as if nothing was wrong. Then he waved, "Pile all the blood and minced meat aside." A road was opened for them leading into the city. Ignoring the looks of others, Ning Chuan led Nami and the others towards the city. Everyone who saw this scene understood immediately. It turns out that all this was caused by this young man with the mermaid. Senior has been observing the situation at the port. At this moment, I broke out in a cold sweat. He really didn't expect Ning Chuan to be so ruthless. Dozens of lives could be lost in one move. Chapter 150. Why don't you go to the duel field and give us a show to show your sincerity? No, I have to report this to Master Doflamingo immediately. Senor was about to get up and pick up the phone bug to inform Doflamingo. He turned around and saw Ning Chuan grinning at him. Ning Chuan's smile shocked Senior. He hasn't discovered me yet, has he? Senior pretended to be calm and moved his gaze elsewhere, no longer looking at Ning Chuan. After a few minutes, when he looked back again, Ning Chuan and his party had disappeared in front of him. It was only then that Senior remembered to call Doflamingo immediately. Ning Chuan took Nami, Robin and the others around Dressrosa for a whole day. We tasted local delicacies and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the island. We also went to see the beautiful sunflower fields near the palace. It wasn't until it was getting close to evening that they finally arrived at Dressrosa's most famous attraction, the arena. Dressrosa's gladiatorial competitions are very famous throughout the sea, and the arena they came to was even more famous throughout Dressrosa. The reason is that a warrior named Cyrus once created a miracle of 3,000 consecutive victories here. This made him a legend throughout Dressrosa. Because of this arena attracts countless spectators every day. Make every duel a packed house. While wandering around the island, Nami and the others heard the islanders talking about this arena. So they all wanted to come here to have a look. Naturally, Ning Chuan would not ruin their good mood, so he took Nami and the others directly to this place. Just when they were queuing up to buy tickets and were about to enter the arena, the conductor suddenly stopped them at this moment. You are Mr. Ning Chuan, right? Someone has already purchased VIP seats for you. This is your ticket, please keep it. I saw the ticket seller proactively delivering VIP seat tickets. Nami, Robin, Vivi, Shirahoshi and others were all very puzzled by this. You must know that they just came to Dressrosa today. I don't know anyone here who is so kind as to give them tickets to VIP seats. They also need to know that VIP seats are the most expensive seats in the arena. It's not something ordinary people can buy. Who is so kind? Nami spoke in a low voice, with a hint of caution in his eyes. I can't guess, or maybe it's because of Ning Chuan. Robin thought for a while and gave a reasonable guess. Is it because Brother Ning Chuan is so powerful and this person wants to be friends with Brother Ning Chuan? Yuta scratched his little head and said seriously. ... Listening to the analysis of a few cuties, Ning Chuan shook his head and said with a smile. No need to guess, I know who this person is. It should be the Donquixote family of Dressrosa. To be precise, the person who gave us the tickets should be Doflamingo. Doflamingo. When Nami heard this name, she was a little surprised. They know that Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Moria are all Marines Shichibukai. But he is much more famous than the other two. A few years ago, I heard that this guy robbed the heavenly gold given to the celestial dragons. Using this as a threat, he became one of Marines Shichibukai. And in Dressrosa, when they were wandering around, they heard the name mentioned by local residents more than once. I feel like this guy isn't holding anything in. Kuina frowned and said, it doesn't matter, no matter what he wants to do, as long as Ning Chuan is here, we are not afraid of him. Nuaochi Gao looked like nothing was wrong and said with a smile. Hearing this, several other cuties also showed a smile. Doflamingo's notoriety couldn't be greater. It's nothing more than Shichibukai. As for the Shichibukai that Ning Chuan has won, there are already 2 of them so far. Since he is so kind, he has arranged VIP tickets for us. Then we have no reason to refuse, right? Speaking of this, a new idea suddenly popped into Ning Chuan's mind. He looked at Nami and the other cuties, smiled and said. Do you want to watch a more exciting gladiatorial fight? The guy who stars in the show is giving us tickets this time, Doflamingo. ... Ning Chuan and the others quickly followed the conductor's instructions and headed to the VIP seating area. The view there is excellent, almost overlooking the entire arena. Just when they had just sat down and were about to watch the first battle of the day, a group of guys with the Donquixote family logo suddenly came to the seats behind them. The sudden arrival of this group of people led Nami, Robin and the others be wary. They could feel that these people seemed to have bad intentions. However, with Ning Chuan by their side, they did not feel afraid at all. Treat all the cadres of the Donquixote family as if they were minions and ignore them. At the same time, he continued to focus on the upcoming duel in the arena. Just when the cadres of the Donquixote family felt that they were being ignored, they were about to get angry. Crack, crack, ... A burst of applause suddenly sounded behind them. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a pink feather coat and exaggerated sunglasses appeared in everyone's sight. This person's pace seems extremely arrogant, the kind that could easily get beaten while walking on the road. This person is no one else, none other than Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo took that extremely arrogant step, walked right up to the members of the Donquixote family. His eyes fell on Ning Chuan, and the corner of his mouth raised a meaningful smile. How about it, Mr. Ning Chuan, are you satisfied with this position? Ning Chuan leaned back on the chair, his expression quite calm. He didn't even look back and said with a sneer. The location is really good. It's just that some people are not very good at it, which disturbs the mood of watching the gladiatorial game. There was a hint of disdain in Ning Chuan's tone. It was obvious that he did not take Doflamingo and the Quixote family behind him seriously. His words immediately made the faces of the Donquixote family members present change. There is an angry look in the eyes. I wish I could pull Ning Chuan up on the spot and give him a good beating. Hearing this, Doflamingo was not angry. His smile still hung on his face, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes under his sunglasses. He Doflamingo has been in New World for so many years, but no one can look down on himself like Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's attitude was even more arrogant than his own. It really made him very unhappy. But right now, Ning Chuan's next words directly turned the unhappiness in his heart into anger. Well, you go down to the arena and fight a few rounds. If I perform well, I will feel better. It might as well bring some sincerity to what we're going to talk about next. Chapter 151. This is a VIP ticket for me. How can you be called VIP if you don't perform? Doflamingo was furious when he heard that Ning Chuan asked him to go to the arena to play a few exhibition games for him. The veins on his forehead popped out, and the cold light in his eyes became even colder. He had never met such an arrogant young man. He didn't even take Shichibukai, the one who dared to rob the Tenryujin, seriously. Ning Chuan's words were clearly an insult to him and directly denied his strength and status. Even in Ning Chuan's view, he and he are not on the same level at all. This is the thing that makes Doflamingo furious the most. Doflamingo originally planned to take Ning Chuan under his wing. But now it seems that this young man has no idea how high the sky is and how arrogant he is. Doflamingo wasn't the only one furious. The members of the Donquixote family behind him were also furious at this moment. Doflamingo is their most recognized boss. How could they endure being so insulted by Ning Chuan? Torbal and Pika could no longer hold back the anger in their hearts at this moment. He took a step forward and glared at Ning Chuan and Nami and others behind him. Their bodies exuded a strong murderous aura. Obviously, he couldn't wait to take action against Ning Chuan, a guy who didn't know the heights of the world. They wanted to let Ning Chuan know. This strong man in the new world cannot be compared to those rubbish in the first half of the Grand Line. Torbal wore a ferocious smile, wiped his big nose that was about to flow out, and said in a vicious tone. You brat, you are so arrogant. Today I will let you know what it means to overestimate one's capabilities. Pika's special sharp voice also sounded. How dare you talk to Dover like that? It seems like you are really impatient with life. The two of them opened their mouths. The remaining Doflamingo family cadres immediately followed and angrily scolded Ning Chuan. However, faced with the threats and murderous intentions of the members of the Donquixote family, Ning Chuan still maintained an indifferent expression, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Nami, Robin and others showed no fear and didn't even look at these people. They knew that in front of Ning Chuan, these so-called Donquixote family members could not afford to make any splash. After these guys finished cursing, Ning Chuan reached out and took out his ears. He smiled disdainfully, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Why, even your boss doesn't dare to take action, but you guys are impatient. Are you so anxious to compete in a gladiatorial arena for your boss? Ning Chuan's voice was even a little joking. However, these words completely angered Torbal, Pika and other members of the Donquixote family. The murderous aura in them suddenly surged, and it seemed that they only needed an opportunity to attack Ning Chuan. But, right now, Doflamingo suddenly stretched out his hand to stop them who were about to get angry. Enough. Doflamingo's voice was deep, and veins popped out on his forehead. Although he was angry, the calm attitude Ning Chuan had shown until now made him feel very scared. What's more, the spy he placed in Marine, Virgo, also said it in a letter. Ning Chuan is very strong and can even fight against generals without losing. Although these are just rumors among Marine, Virgo has never seen this scene with his own eyes. But Doflamingo had a feeling in his heart. This rumor seems to be true. You are really arrogant, Ning Chuan. Doflamingo stared at Ning Chuan with a very cold tone. But don't get too complacent too early. There are always forces in this world that you can't resist. Hear Doflamingo's threats. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, his tone full of disdain. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of power there is in this world that can make me, Ning Chuan, bow down. These words once again made Doflamingo's anger surge in his heart. But he finally endured the anger. At this time, Doflamingo was not prepared to conflict with Ning Chuan. What's more, if Ning Chuan is really as powerful as rumored, he alone, even the entire Donquixote family, can't take down Ning Chuan. As a hero, he is planning to use external forces to take down this lawless guy Ning Chuan. News via Virgo. He knew clearly that Ning Chuan personally sent Drought Jack, one of Kaido's 3 bosses in the 4 emperors, to prison. Not only Jack, but also Cracker, one of Big Mom's 3 generals. Ning Chuan has already offended 2 of the 4 emperors alone. You know, this is the new world. Directly using the power of the flower fruit. After saying that, Ning Chuan no longer gave them any chance to react. These palms quickly wrapped around their bodies, controlling them tightly and preventing them from moving. He, Doflamingo, can completely use these 2 hatreds to lure Kaido and Big Mom to deal with Ning Chuan personally. At this moment, his face instantly became extremely ugly. Gladius exploded directly, trying to blow apart these palms. However, just when Doflamingo was about to leave first and settle the accounts later. But those palms seemed unaffected by any force. Pika, on the other hand, activated the ability of the stone fruit to merge himself with the ground beneath his feet. Not to mention embarrassing him in public. Still firmly controlling them, pulling them back together. Almost at the same time, they quickly used their devil fruit abilities to try to break free from the shackles of these palms. The next moment, but the world of the 4 emperors. Doflamingo and the members of the Donquixote family suddenly sprouted several hands. Doflamingo and his men were shocked by this sudden change. You bought me VIP tickets. This moment, Ning Chuan suddenly stopped him at this moment. All resistance seemed so weak in the face of Ning Chuan Huahuaguo's ability. It seems that he wants to remember his appearance deeply in his heart. Doflamingo stared at Ning Chuan for a long time. However, no matter how hard they tried to attack or resist Ning Chuan's palms. Pull him out of the ground. If you guys don't come to perform, how can you ask for VIP tickets? ... Several threads instantly appeared in Doflamingo's hands, preparing to cut off these palms. Torrible quickly transformed into the form of a sticky fruit and tried to escape from the palm of his hand. To become a Shichibukai, few people would dare to openly challenge him over and over again. You don't need to take action yourself. At the same time, he greeted the members of the Donquixote family to leave together. The members of his Donquixote family also looked angry. After a moment, he turned around. Even Pika, which had become one with the earth, was suddenly pulled apart by Ning Chuan's palm. Isn't this a waste? Chapter 152 Doflamingo, what? Let us fight Rayleigh. How is that possible? A flash of horror flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. He couldn't believe that his fruit ability had no effect on these palms. It's not just him. Even the attacks from all the Donquixote family members under him were unable to resist Ning Chuan's palms. The more they struggled, the tighter the restraints on their hands became. Until he and his men were all pulled together, so that they were completely unable to move. I just said, show me some wonderful games. It's not okay to leave before the performance is over. Until then, Doflamingo and all the members of the Donquixote family realized. The opponents they encountered were far more terrifying than they imagined. The power Ning Chuan showed at this time was already somewhat difficult for them to resist. At this time, Doflamingo could no longer maintain his composure. He realized that the young man in front of him was more than just arrogant. Instead, he has terrifying strength that matches his arrogance. Ning Chuan looked at the members of the Donquixote family that he easily controlled. A smirk appeared on his face. He waved his hand and opened the door to the singing world where Rayleigh and the others were imprisoned. After a while, Rayleigh, Crocodile, Enel and Moria, Ning Chuan directly threw him out of the world of songs. I saw 4 people suddenly appear. Doflamingo and his men were stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why did there suddenly appear 4 more people? The 4 people who were released, Rayleigh, Crocodile, Enel and Moria, also looked a little confused. They are fighting vigorously with Saint Satan and Fegolando in the world of songs. I don't understand why Ning Chuan released them at this time. So the moment it came out, their eyes immediately focused on Doflamingo and the Donquixote family members who were tied there. At this time, Doflamingo's eyes were full of doubts. He carefully looked at the 4 people released by Ning Chuan. After a moment, his eyes widened instantly. Crocodile, Molia, and Pluton Rayleigh. Doflamingo whispered these names, feeling inexplicably tense in his heart. An uneasiness suddenly surged into his heart. Crocodile and Moria are both Shichibukai. Like him, he is a famous strong man on the sea. The strength cannot be underestimated. And the old man Rayleigh made him feel even more uneasy. Because he knew that this man was Roger's vice captain of One Piece. The former right hand of One Piece, one of the few strong men in the world. And standing next to them was Enel. Although Doflamingo didn't recognize it, he could clearly feel it. The moment he came out, this man clearly exuded a powerful coercion. Obviously, he is also a presence that cannot be underestimated. Ning Chuan, what exactly do you want to do? Doflamingo tried his best to suppress the uneasiness in his heart and asked while pretending to be calm. Although he has realized that there is something wrong with the situation. But he still tried to figure out Ning Chuan's intentions. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, with a hint of amusement in his tone. Since you like watching gladiatorial games so much, you bought us VIP tickets. The tickets have been purchased, the content must not be bad. It just so happens that I have 4 people who have been practicing for a while. What do you think if I let them have a gladiatorial battle with the members of your Donquixote family? Hear this. Rayleigh's eyes flickered and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she understood Ning Chuan's intention. Ning Chuan was too lazy to take action and just asked them to teach these guys a lesson. Crocodile showed a cold smile on his face. Obviously, he is very interested in the collision with Doflamingo and the others. Moria smiled coldly, feeling a little excited in his heart. In recent times, he has been tortured a lot by the powerful people in the world of songs. But correspondingly, his strength also improved rapidly. Now it's hard to meet some weak chickens. If you don't give me a good beating to vent your anger, you won't encounter him again in the future. Although Enel is not very familiar with these people, but looking at Doflamingo's stinky fart, I naturally felt very unhappy. Besides Ning Chuan, who else dares to be crazier than him? How can this be done? Even in Gerger world, he has never been submissive to anyone there. He saw the eyes of these 4 people staring at him. Doflamingo's heart became heavier and heavier. He knew very well that if he and his men really fought against these strong men, I'm afraid the results really won't be much better. More and more quickly, there is now a Rayleigh pressure box bottom. Doflamingo was speechless at the thought of facing off against Rayleigh. What level is Rayleigh? What level is he Doflamingo? Can these be put together for wrestling? Isn't this bullying an honest person? However, Doflamingo knows, this losing battle must be fought. If they don't fight, it may be questionable whether they can leave alive. While Doflamingo was extremely nervous, Ning Chuan looked at Rayleigh, Crocodile, Moria and Enel. He made a direct request that forced them to approach this battle with caution. The 4 of you discuss the shopping mall order. If anyone loses, I will have his time retrieval ability, which means your recovery effect will be twice as late as others. In the end, Enel was determined to be the first to play, Rayleigh was second, Moria was third, and Crocodile was last. But now, he is ranked last. When the results were determined, Moria and Crocodile showed obvious dissatisfaction on their faces. But in order to decide the order of appearance, they end up resorting to the simplest method: rock, paper, scissors. After all, if the ability to look back in time is reduced by half, you should be the first one to fight me. If he is beaten, the torture will last even longer. Crocodile gritted his teeth secretly. Moria snorted coldly, feeling quite dissatisfied. This makes them have to be cautious. He looked at Doflamingo and the others, smiled, pointed at Doflamingo and said, although the conditions in Ning Chuan are not as terrible as they appear, but it is a big threat to them. This guy is really a BD. It seems we can't underestimate the enemy this time. But being manipulated by Ning Chuan like this made me feel somewhat dissatisfied. So he secretly decided in his heart that he must not lose this battle. You brat, I think you're very unhappy. Moria also thought secretly in her heart, although he is not afraid of fighting. Crocodile smiled coldly. Although he was unwilling to do so, he was also glad to have Rayleigh in front of him. Especially Crocodile, he always thinks highly of himself and believes that he should be the first to appear and show his strength. After Enel won, there was a rare look of ecstasy on his face. Although the four of them all wanted to go out and torture the vegetables and fry the fish. Although he didn't believe he would lose, he also didn't want to suffer additional pain. Of course, for the sake of fairness, Ning Chuan directly blocked their possibility of cheating with the knowledge and knowledge kill. They can't lose, they can't be punished. After several rounds of competition. After hearing this, Rayleigh remained calm for the time being. Enel frowned. Humph, Rayleigh is about to take action, what else will happen to us? Although he has always been conceited, under the threat of Ning Chuan, he had to become serious. But Crocodile, Moria and Enel couldn't help but be surprised. Then when they return to the world of songs, their recovery from injuries will be twice as slow as others. Chapter 153 Enel instantly kills Torpal. Doflamingo is stupid. Enel named Doflamingo as soon as he opened his mouth. Enel's arrogance made Doflamingo extremely unhappy, although he also wanted to teach this arrogant guy a lesson directly. But he knew very well that he must preserve his strength, especially with a master like Rayleigh behind me. So, Doflamingo decided to send his capable men. Torpal, the user with sticky fruit ability, comes to deal with Enel. Doflamingo motioned for Torpal to come on, with a hint of calculation in his eyes. He knew that Torpal was not the strongest among the Donquixote family. But his fruit ability is very strange and difficult to deal with. Let him go first, and you may be able to find Enel's weakness in the battle and pave the way for subsequent battles. Enel saw that Doflamingo did not play in person, but sent Torpal. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. Dignified Shichibukai, you dare not take action personally, you are indeed a coward, just like those two useless guys. When Doflamingo heard this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. But he suppressed the anger in his heart and gave Enel a cold look without responding. He knew that staying calm at this time was more important than trying to be quick. Soon, Doflamingo used his power in Dressrosa. Arrangements for the arena have been temporarily changed. The originally scheduled gladiators were suspended, and Enel and Torpal became the new gladiators. This sudden change made the audience very dissatisfied. They originally came to watch the exciting gladiatorial battle. Now I'm told that I need to make a temporary substitution. Immediately triggered a series of protests. What? Temporary substitution? We spend money. That's not fair. We want to watch the original fight. Why the sudden change? Refund the ticket. We want a refund. ... The audience roared and demanded refunds, apparently very dissatisfied with this change. However, not long after, when they saw Torpal of the Donquixote family, slowly walked onto the arena. The situation changed instantly. The familiar image of Torpal immediately caught the attention of the audience. He is a member of the Donquixote family and Doflamingo's deputy. He rarely appears in the public eye on weekdays. Seeing him participating in the gladiatorial battle in person, the audience's anger was instantly replaced by excitement. Oh my god, that's Torpal, the top brass of Donquixote's family. Torpal actually played in person. This substitution is really good. This battle will definitely be exciting. Haha, now we have made a profit. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the cadres of the Donquixote family will actually take action in person. I wonder if there is a chance to see Doflamingo take action in person. Hush, don't dare to say such nonsense. Doflamingo is very vindictive. ... The moment I saw Torpal appear, the audience's mood suddenly changed from anger to enthusiasm. Everyone cheered excitedly, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly became heated. Amid the cheers of the audience, Torpal slowly walked to the center of the arena, staring at Enel coldly. Enel, on the other hand, had a sneer on his face and a very disdainful look in his eyes. In his opinion, fighting with the guy with a big nose and bubbles in front of him, there is really nothing to fight. You might even get your hands dirty. You will pay the price for your master's cowardice. Enel said coldly. Tyrannical lightning surrounded him, and the powerful thunder power was ready to go. If you lose, you will be humiliated. Torpal was not to be outdone. The fight begins. As the host roared excitedly, the two fought together for the first time. Sticky cannon. Torpal sneered and gathered the mucus secreted from his body into small balls. Then he threw it violently towards where Enel was. This mucus is not only sticky and disgusting, but also has a disgusting smell. Enel frowned slightly when he saw the mucus flying towards him, apparently feeling extremely uncomfortable with these disgusting things. As a god, how could he be touched by these disgusting things? Billions of volts. Without any hesitation, he quickly threw out the most powerful thunder gun. The powerful power of thunder instantly penetrated the air and shot toward Torbal. Torbal originally wanted to avoid it, but what he didn't expect was, this thunder was actually transmitted through his mucus and arrived in front of him in an instant. Thunder. He is actually a user with the Thunder Fruit ability. Torbal's expression suddenly changed, and he realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Thunder and lightning could easily pass through the large amount of mucus secreted by him, but he himself became the direct target of lightning. Seeing that the situation was not good, Torbal immediately instinctively covered his body with mucus, trying to resist the thunder attack. However, he ignored a key issue. Not only is his slime unable to block lightning, it actually becomes the best conductor of electricity. Boom. After a loud noise, Enel. This scene made Doflamingo stunned. His body also lost the strength to support him, and he collapsed directly to the ground, twitching all over, and his eyes were full of fear. You know, among the entire Don Quixote family, apart from himself, Torbal is the strongest. His whole body seemed to be hit hard by violent thunder, and his whole body trembled violently. This allowed him to regain the feeling he had when he was a god. He didn't expect that he would meet a guy who completely restrained his abilities. With just one blow, Torbal was severely wounded by Enel. At the same time, it also shocked the entire arena audience. The surface of the skin began to smoke, the hair stood on end, and the eyes suddenly became distracted. Too strong. Enel. The mucus on his body also evaporated quickly due to the high temperature, emitting a pungent burnt smell. The audience had just recovered from the shock and soon started cheering for Enel. Oh my god, Torbal was defeated so quickly. Very comfortable and refreshing. The strength must be extraordinary. Burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, it's terrible. He was defeated by a stranger named Enel in just a few moves. This made him very unwilling to lose. For a moment, he felt a huge pain rushing through his body. They were impressed by the great power displayed by Enel. Powerful electric current was raging crazily in his body. The body was completely defeated by the power of thunder and lightning, and the whole person was like burnt charcoal. The violent thunder power followed the mucus and hit Torbal instantly. However, it would be better if they shouted, God, calling his name with great enthusiasm. And Enel enjoys this feeling of being admired and recognized very much. Enel easily defeated Torbal, but it was defeated so quickly, which made Doflamingo feel incredible. However, they didn't expect it. They originally thought that Torbal was a senior member of the Don Quixote family. Torbal let out a scream. Who is this Enel? His power is so terrifying. Chapter 154 Enel fights against Pika, lightning strike is invalidated. Doflamingo stood high up, watching all of this with gloomy eyes. He knew Torbal would be defeated. But Torbal was defeated so quickly, which was somewhat beyond his expectation. However, what makes him even more troublesome is that Enel turns out to be a Logia Thunder Fruit user. This made Doflamingo realize that Enel's fruit ability was far more powerful than he imagined. Moreover, the information he obtained from this battle was very limited. In addition to Enel's fruit abilities, there is still no information about his combat prowess or even other information such as hockey. Damn, this guy is so difficult to deal with. Doflamingo cursed inwardly. He had hoped to find out more information about Enel through Torbal. As a result, he encountered the devil fruit that defeated him. This luck is really bad. However, as the leader of the Don Quixote family, as the man who wants to overthrow the entire world, Doflamingo will never give up easily. His eyes swept across the field and he quickly made a new decision. He knew that he had to send an opponent who could withstand the thunder to deal with Enel. Not to mention defeating him, but at least forcing out his trump card. Pika, you go to the next show. Doflamingo spoke coldly, with a fierce look in his eyes. Hearing this, Pika slowly stood up. A pair of huge fists collided in the air. Don't worry, young master, I will deal with this guy for you. Pika's voice was very sharp, but full of confidence. As Pika slowly walked towards the arena, the audience cheered again. This time the audience's mood was much higher. Because the game just went by very quickly. But those are all battles between devil fruit users. They have never seen such a wonderful fight before. Wait until Pika comes on stage. Doflamingo wanted to take a look at Torbal's injury. However, at this time, Ning Chuan waved his hand gently. With one stroke of your finger, the door to the world of songs is reopened. Throw in Torbal. Of course, before throwing him in, he also didn't forget to give him the ability to go back in time. Otherwise, with this guy's strength, I'm afraid that if I go in, I'll be blasted to pieces soon. Looking at Ning Chuan's movements, although Doflamingo was very angry, he was helpless. If he becomes a defeated general, he will be taken away by Ning Chuan. If you want to live well, you must win. Thinking of this, he glanced at Rayleigh who was sitting there drinking. A feeling of powerlessness arose in my heart again. Even if Enel is defeated, how will Rayleigh pass this level? The pressure in Doflamingo's heart has become overwhelming. Enel looked at Pika who came forward, still with a disdainful smile on his face. Another one to die. Hearing Enel's words, Pika replied in his sharp voice. Maybe it's you who will die. As soon as he said this, Enel was stunned for a moment. Then Enel started laughing. Ha ha ha, for such a big man, why is his voice so high-pitched? Boy, are you okay with your health? As soon as Enel opened his mouth, he naturally touched Pika's sore spot. Pika roared angrily. The ability of the stone fruit was activated instantly. His body began to connect with the ring beneath his feet. Gradually integrate your body with the earth. In an instant, he transformed into a huge rock giant. Pika is very smart, maybe because he studied physics before. Directly petrify his body and connect it to the earth. In this way, the thunder that struck him would flow directly along the ground beneath his feet. This is also his plan to deal with the thunder fruit. I will show you the price of despising the Donquixote family. Pika's voice came out from the huge rock body, low and with incomparable pressure. Enel looked at Pika's huge petrified body with disdain in his heart. As a user with the thunder fruit ability, Enel has absolute confidence in his own power. In his opinion, Pika merged his body with the earth and became so huge. It's just that it adds more attack area to itself. But Enel, who had never studied physics, had no idea. Now Pika is connected to the earth, even if thunder strikes him. It will also flow directly from him and disperse into the earth. As long as Pika can withstand that moment of electricity, he will not be defeated. It's really stupid. The bigger the animal is, the more places it will be beaten. Enel sneered, not intending to waste words with trash, like Pika. He is not interested in Pika. The guy you really want to beat is Doflamingo. He was tired of this pointless fighting. Just like he killed Torbal instantly, he wanted to defeat Pika directly with one blow. So, Enel flew into the sky again. Compress the 100 million volt thunder into a spear again. He was suspended high in the sky, looking at Pika indifferently. The thunder gun in his hand kept flashing with the power of terrifying thunder. 100 million volts, thunder gun. With Enel roaring, the thunder spear quickly condensed into shape, and then was thrown towards Pika's huge petrified body with incomparable power. The thunder gun pierced the sky, accompanied by a huge roar, and hit Pika's petrified body directly. Boom! In an instant, a huge thunder exploded on Pika's body, and lightning was everywhere. The entire arena audience was shocked by this terrifying power. But before they could open their mouths to cheer, they were so shocked by the current that passed through Pika's body that they could not say anything. The audience just froze in place, their bodies trembling continuously, being hit by these terrifying thunders escaping. There were even a few people who were close to the ring who were shocked to the core. Help, help, ... After a while, the staff in the background immediately reacted and immediately started calling for help. However, even with such horrific consequences, some spectators did not leave even after that and continued to stare at the field with great excitement. After all, this is the first time in so many years that I have such an exciting experience. At the same time, on the field, when the smoke dispersed, Pika's petrified body still stood there. Although Thunder's attack was powerful, it failed to cause fatal damage to Pika. The insulation of the stone makes it difficult for Enel's lightning to penetrate, and it is connected to the earth. Pika stood in the middle of the field, unscathed, and even let out a low laugh as if mockingly. Ha ha ha, not strong enough, Enel. The little thunder and lightning you have is only enough for me to tickle. Pika's voice came out from the huge petrified body, full of ridicule and disdain. When Enel saw this scene, a trace of anger and disbelief flashed in his eyes. He never thought that his thunder attack would be ineffective. This made him feel extremely annoyed and unacceptable. Coupled with Pika's ridicule, it made him even more angry. You big guy with a sharp voice, do you think you can stop me like this? Once is not enough, then do it a few more times. Enel gritted his teeth and once again gathered stronger thunder power in his hands. He didn't believe that Pika could withstand his full blow again. Pika, on the other hand, still dismissed it. He was connected to the earth and was not afraid of this at all. Come on, let me see what else you can do. If you don't succeed this time, it's time for me to take action. Chapter 155 Enel's Armed Domination, How to Defeat Him. Enel was extremely dissatisfied with his failure to easily defeat Pika. He always thought that his thunder power was invincible and thought that few people could survive his thunder attacks. However, the Pika in front of him had experienced several consecutive bombardments from him. Still unscathed, this made him extremely angry. This is impossible. Enel's face became extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why he was attacking with powerful thunder. But it has no effect on Pika, a sissy with a shrill voice. To vent the anger in my heart, Enel begins to use the power of the thunder fruit with all his strength. The thunder fruit activates with full force. The entire sky above the arena has been shrouded in dark clouds. The violent thunder roared in the dark clouds. Enel is in this dark cloud, constantly summoning more powerful thunder. Almost crazy, he launched wave after wave of attacks on Pika. Terrifying thunder roared throughout the arena. The explosion of thunder was deafening, as if the whole world was trembling with Enel's anger. This guy can actually control thunder like this. Is he the god of thunder? As expected of a devil fruit user in the Thunder series, he is so strong, so terrifyingly strong. The Logia Thunder Fruit is so terrifying that the entire arena is shaking. Is this still a power that humans can possess? Although Enel is scary, that huge stone man can actually withstand so many thunder and lightning. What is going on with these two people? I thought the Donquixote family were strong enough, but I didn't expect there to be such a more powerful monster. This battle is so crazy, I feel like the entire arena is going to be destroyed. This time, despite Enel's best efforts, Pika remained unharmed. The huge petrified body was like an indestructible fortress. It completely withstood Enel's thunderous power one after another. It seems that you can't do it. Pika's sharp ridicule sounded particularly harsh amidst the roar of thunder, as if mocking Enel's powerlessness. Ha ha ha, your thunder is of no use to me. However, thunder is useless against Pika. But it caused disaster to the surrounding spectators. Powerful thunder spread across the arena, and many spectators were stunned. Many people were even injured because of the thunder's residual power. Even the ambulance team in the arena was not spared. Many members of the rescue team fell under the scattered thunder, and the scene was chaotic. However, he didn't pay attention to these unlucky people. The rest of the audience's thoughts are still completely occupied with the exciting battle on the field. Seeing that Pika was still unharmed despite his full bombardment, Enel's mood started to get worse. The power of thunder that he had always been confident in seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. This feels a little frustrating. However, we have experienced quite a lot of these setbacks in recent times. He was able to adjust his mood quickly. It seems we can only try close combat. Enel whispered. Although he is not good at close combat, at this moment, he has no choice. It's time to test the results of this period of fighting. Armed and domineering, at this time, Enel has decided to give up long-range thunder attacks. Instead, he tried his own armament and domination in the world of Zhe, which he had learned secretly many times but was shattered. He quickly converged the power of thunder and took it all into his body. Enel uses the power of thunder on his own body to strengthen his body. This is a trick he realized not long ago. Do you think you can defeat me at close range? Pika sneered, seeing that Enel actually chose to fight in close combat. He couldn't help but become more confident. I am a stone man, how can I be afraid of you when I fight with a golden body? Enel did not respond directly to Pika's provocation. He covered his fists with armed domineering energy, and the terrifying thunder was still wrapped around his body. Convert your powerful thunder power into explosive power in close combat. This is his newly developed ability. Enel's speed was extremely fast, and he was approaching Pika's giant body in an instant. He punched with all his strength, and his armed and domineering fist hit Pika's petrified body directly. With the powerful impact of the thunder contained in his body, Enel's fist hit Pika's boulder body hard. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Pika's body was instantly blasted open. But Enel didn't stop. He punched continuously, each punch carrying powerful armed domineering energy, attacking every vital part of Pika. He knew he wasn't good at close combat. Therefore, Pika's weakness must be found as quickly as possible. If he drags on, he will probably be defeated due to exhaustion. Pika felt the huge force coming from his body. It seems that he has really learned a lot in the world of songs during this period. And now, Enel has not only mastered the armed color hockey. However, Enel, blessed with the power of thunder, is extremely fast. At this moment, the pride on Pika's face gradually faded, and he realized that he could no longer despise this opponent. Because, he has found Enel's weakness. He really underestimated Enel's ability in close combat. As long as he can't conquerors, then victory belongs to him. Doflamingo. This guy, as pieces of huge stone armor were torn apart by Enel, before, successfully dismantled the stone giant that Pika transformed into. Let's see how he progresses. It can actually exert such a powerful strengthening ability. However, just when Enel beat Pika violently, not to mention the domineering conquerors, they have also developed ways to use the power of thunder to strengthen the body. Pika eventually struggled to maintain his stone giant body. This guy only knows two types of hockey, armed color and knowledge color. Thinking of this, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Enel is not good at melee combat at all. He was blasted by Enel's fist filled with armed domineering force. It seems that my place for raising GU is in very good condition. It's simply not something he can attack. Ning Chuan was a little surprised. Look at Enel's performance at this time. Each of Enel's punches carries a strong impact, and every time Enel can tear off a large piece of stone armor from his body. The beating left him unable to even stand up. He was thinking about throwing this guy Doflamingo in for a while. Just like that, Enel tried his best. Doflamingo, who was watching the battle below, had a sneer on his face. Soon, the duel between Enel and Pika entered a fierce stage. Pika cursed in a low voice and started to fight back, not to mention using armament hockey, and beat Pika's body violently. And the level of weapon color is also very average, as if it has just been mastered. Chapter 156 Doflamingo's Conquerors, Enel is going to lose. After Enel successfully defeated Pika, Ning Chuan opened the door to Zheji's world without hesitation and took Pika in. Of course, we didn't forget to give him the ability to go back in time. Doflamingo watched all this, and his inner anxiety gradually deepened. He didn't know what his men would encounter in that unknown place. But he understood that if he didn't defeat these people sent by Ning Chuan, he may never know where his men went. Now that I know Enel's weakness, I'm going to get ready to play. Doflamingo quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He knew it was time for him to go out and fight. Enel is Logia's top thunder fruit user. Apart from himself and Pika, probably few people can block the powerful thunder power. More importantly, he has noticed a fatal weakness in Enel. He can't use Conqueror's hockey. As long as you grasp this weakness, you will have the opportunity to turn defeat into victory in an instant. It seems that this time I can only play in person. Doflamingo thought to himself, with a fierce look in his eyes. He knew that only by winning this battle could he have a chance to save his men. Only then can we continue to negotiate terms with Ning Chuan. Enel, after defeating Pika, continued to challenge Doflamingo. What? That guy in the bird feather coat, are you still going to let someone else stand up for you? Come on, come down and have a fight with me, I'll let you. However, after this provocation, to Enel's surprise, Doflamingo agreed. Since you want to die so much, then I will help you. Doflamingo spoke coldly, his expression very serious. He slowly walked down the platform, his aura gradually rising. The air around him seemed to vibrate with his steps. The spectators on the side were lucky enough not to be affected by the power of thunder. I was so excited when I saw Doflamingo finally playing in person. Doflamingo is going to fight in person. Now there's something exciting to watch. It's so exciting. This is a Shichibukai level duel, which has been rare in decades. The next step is to be affected by the aftermath of the battle. If you accidentally die here, I have to watch it. Enel saw Doflamingo challenge. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing an excited smile. This arrogant guy who I couldn't stand was finally willing to take action. Are you finally willing to take action yourself? It feels so good to abuse food. Much simpler than the two old monsters in Ning Chuan world. Enel said. The electric light on his body flashed again. The power of thunder continued to gather around him. It can be seen that he is looking forward to the battle with Doflamingo. As the two gradually approached, the atmosphere in the arena gradually reached its peak. The two stood looking at each other, and the air was filled with tension. There was a hint of caution in Doflamingo's eyes. He is well aware of Enel's power, but he is even more confident in his conqueror's domineering power. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo took the lead. Almost invisible threads shot out from his hands. Like a rope of death, it quickly wrapped around Enel. These threads are not only extremely sharp, but also wrapped with powerful arm domineering energy. Enough to cut any target easily. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been caught in this invisible attack. Cut into several pieces by these silk threads. However, Enel's hockey of knowledge is extremely powerful to begin with. After experiencing some training in the world of songs, I have become stronger. He was keenly aware of the existence of these threads. Huh, what a joke. A trace of disdain flashed in Enel's eyes. Then the figure quickly turned into thunder and disappeared instantly. Easily dodged Doflamingo's attack. While dodging, Enel started to fight back without hesitation. He turned into thunder and shuttled through the air at extremely fast speeds. At the same time, he threw powerful thunderbolts at Doflamingo's location. The overbearing thunder kept blasting towards Doflamingo. But Doflamingo is extremely experienced in combat. He sneered and waved the silk thread in his hand again. The blessing of arm domineering makes these threads as tough as steel, directly cutting through the lightning bolts. Even so, the power of Enel's thunder dissipated and followed those threads towards Doflamingo. The lightning keeps moving forward along the thread, trying to attack Doflamingo through this path. Doflamingo saw this and immediately waved the silk thread in his hand to guide thunder aside. At the same time, he weaved the silk threads in his hands into a huge net. This net was covered with arm domineering energy and easily withstood the remaining thunder attacks. The battle between the two instantly entered a fierce stage. Thunder roared in the sky, intertwined with Doflamingo's various wonderful silk manipulation abilities. Although the fruit of Doflamingo is just an ordinary thread fruit, but it can be used in such a situation. This shows how hard he worked on developing his fruit abilities. Difficult guy. Enel knew that it would be difficult to take down Doflamingo in a short period of time. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat. After all, if you lose, you will suffer a lot if you return to the Gerber world space. Birdcage. Right now, Doflamingo on the side saw the opportunity and threw a large birdcage-shaped net from his hand, enveloping both Enel and himself. The space in the birdcage is getting smaller and smaller. Let me see how you can still use your top speed. I've seen it a long time ago. You're not good at melee combat, right? Then next, it's my turn to take action. Doflamingo smiled coldly, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a strong conqueror's dominance suddenly burst out from his body. This tyrannical pressure swept across the entire place like a violent storm. The entire arena seemed to be suppressed by this domineering force. Some of the remaining spectators were knocked unconscious by the conquerors. Enel, who was in the center of the birdcage, suddenly changed his expression after sensing this power. He is no stranger to conqueror's hockey. In the previous contact with Ning Chuan and Rayleigh and those two old guys who were so arrogant that it was incomprehensible. He has experienced this terrible power. However, he never thought that Doflamingo, whom he despised, could actually master this terrifying ability. And it was used at this critical moment. Enel suddenly felt a hint of danger, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He wanted to avoid Doflamingo's edge for the time being. But now he is already in Doflamingo's birdcage, with no way to escape. Faced with this powerful conqueror's dominance, he had no choice. Must be tough and tough. This guy actually has such a hateful ability. Enel cursed secretly in his heart, his face as gloomy as water. He knew that conqueror's domineering power was not only about suppressing momentum. It can also deal a direct blow to one's own spirit. If he cannot withstand the impact of this domineering force, he will probably be defeated by it. As Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey explodes, Enel also did not hesitate to use his thunder power to strengthen his body and fight against it with all his strength. The two collided violently in the air, causing waves of terrifying shock waves. However, after Enel's brief confrontation with Doflamingo, he began to feel dizzy. Damn, it's this hateful force again. Enel gritted his teeth in thought, trying his best to steady himself. But the invasion of Conqueror's domineering power is constantly weakening his will. This is the result of his experience with Conquerors. If it were placed when he was still on the empty island, I'm afraid that after a few collisions, he fainted and fell to the ground unconscious. We can't go on like this. I must master this power, otherwise, I will lose. Chapter 157. After mastering Conquerors, you want to rebel against Ning Chuan. This kid is too honest. Enel gradually fell into a disadvantage in the battle with Doflamingo, but he didn't want to lose to this guy who was even more arrogant than himself. This momentum supported him and prevented him from giving up easily. He felt that his mental state was weakened in each battle. His mind became increasingly groggy, but the fighting spirit in his heart did not diminish at all. I want to find out what this power is all about. We can no longer be suppressed by this inexplicable force. Enel roared in his heart. Although every fight with Doflamingo made him miserable, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, trying to keep in touch with and master this mysterious power under the pressure of this power. Therefore, he did not choose his best thunder attack, because he knew that relying solely on the power of thunder would not solve the problem at hand. Instead, he decided to continue confronting Doflamingo physically. Resist Doflamingo Conqueror's domineering attack head-on. Even every attack made his mental state further deteriorate, but Enel still refuses to give up. Just when Enel was almost at his limit, just when he was about to be completely overwhelmed by Doflamingo's Conqueror's dominance, suddenly, Enel let out an unwilling roar. Why should I be suppressed by you? I am the god of this world. I don't accept it. Roar. After a roar, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Enel's body. This momentum surged out of his body in an instant, colliding with Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki. A sudden burst of powerful momentum shook the entire arena. Everyone felt this unparalleled pressure. Ning Chuan and Rayleigh were slightly startled when they saw this scene, with a look of surprise on their faces. I actually woke up under such circumstances, Rayleigh whispered. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Interesting, Enel has also awakened Conqueror's haki. It seems that Doflamingo is going to lose this battle, but it doesn't matter who wins or loses. The most important thing is that my experiment of raising voodoo seems to have been successful. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, obviously very satisfied with this result. Crocodile and Moria were on the side. They looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. The two of them were secretly shocked. Why did they come into contact with haki so early but not awaken Conquerors? And Enel, a latecomer, a guy who just mastered the armed color haki. Why did he awaken Conqueror's haki in such a short period of time? This makes them unbelievable. At this moment, in the arena, Enel Conqueror's moment of awakening. His eyes were filled with fierce fighting spirit. His Conqueror's haki rivals that of Doflamingo, restoring his mental state. This moment, Enel also understands what Conqueror's dominance is. This power is not only a mental suppression, but also a manifestation of one's own willpower. He is the god of Sky Island, and he must not lose to humans. Doflamingo, it seems you got complacent too soon. There was a hint of coldness in Enel's voice. Doflamingo felt the powerful momentum erupting from Enel's body. The smile on his face gradually stiffened, replaced by a deep shock. He didn't expect that Enel would awaken Conqueror's haki under such pressure. This means that he can no longer suppress the opponent in terms of momentum. It even means that he may lose this battle. UBD. Doflamingo was filled with reluctance. But there is nothing we can do. Also under the condition of mastering Conqueror's haki, the opponent is a top Logia fruit capable user. And he is just a paramesha fruit. He doesn't take any advantage in terms of domineering. This left him with almost no hope of victory. Sure enough, in the roaring thunder, Doflamingo's pink bird feather coat was blown to pieces by Enel's thunder. His whole body was also burnt black by Enel's thunder. He fell limply to the ground. In this battle, Enel wins. However, Enel, who defeated Doflamingo, was not satisfied at this moment. Having awakened the Conqueror's domineering spirit, he instantly became extremely confident. It felt like the whole world was already under his control. After defeating Doflamingo, his eyes turned to Ning Chuan and Rayleigh. These two people, as well as the other two old people in that space, had used this power to suppress him. And now, he, Enel, has also mastered the power to compete with them. Never fear them again. Ning Chuan, Rayleigh, and those two old guys, your good days are over. Enel roared angrily, with a tyrannical conqueror's domineering air and incomparable confidence. He just rushed straight towards Ning Chuan. His eyes were once again full of fanatical fighting spirit, as if he was still the invincible god of Kongdao at this moment. However, Ning Chuan saw this scene. Just the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. It seems that Enel's sudden rebellion has been anticipated. He stood there with calm eyes, as if waiting for Enel's attack to arrive. Rayleigh, who was standing aside, saw Enel's reckless behavior. I almost spit out the wine in my mouth. He shook his head helplessly and said with a bit of sigh. Having just mastered Conqueror's haki, you are so confident. How dare you challenge Ning Chuan? I'm afraid this kid will get a severe beating next time. Sure enough, Rayleigh's guess was correct. Enel's figure has not yet completely rushed out. Ning Chuan has already activated the ability of the Time Fruit. In an instant, Enel's entire figure was forcibly pulled back to the original position by Ning Chuan. Just when he hadn't realized why he suddenly fell back, the next moment, Ning Chuan's palm quickly became dozens of feet long, wrapped around Conqueror's domineering golden Buddha hand. With unparalleled strength, he slapped Enel hard. What? Enel yelled in horror. Under the influence of the power of Time Fruit, facing Ning Chuan's giant hand, he had no chance to escape. Boom. After a loud noise, Enel was slapped directly to the ground by the golden Buddha's hand. The huge impact caused his whole body to sink deeply into the ground, making a deafening noise. However, this is just the beginning. Ning Chuan had no intention of stopping. His golden Buddha hands fell one after another, each blow carrying destructive power. Enel was shot into the ground again and again by Ning Chuan. His body was continuously beaten to pieces by Ning Chuan. Then the power of looking back in time is constantly reorganized. This caused his originally inflated self-confidence to be completely shattered at this moment. Rayleigh watched all this from the side and couldn't help but shake his head again. Alas, this boy is still too young. You have just awakened conquerors, and you don't even know how to dominate, so you want to challenge this little pervert Ning Chuan. You're going to suffer a big crime now. Crocodile and Moria watched this scene. I couldn't help but smash my mouth. Before, when I was in Gerger World, they also thought that after they mastered the power, they would directly rebel against Ning Chuan, the BD. But now, looking at Enel being beaten violently by Ning Chuan, the two of them silently suppressed this unrealistic idea. No way. After all, Ning Chuan is really invincible. Chapter 158 with Dressrosa as the center, prepare to capture the new world. Enel was slapped to the ground hard by Ning Chuan. Even the strength to stand up was completely gone. Without the ability to look back in time, he only had one breath left at this moment. Looking at Enel lying on the ground, unable to get up again, Ning Chuan sneered and opened the door to Zheji's world without hesitation. Throw Enel in again. The moment he sent Enel inside, he also deliberately lowered Enel's time retrieval ability, only retained to 100th. Let him reflect in the GU training ground. Seeing Enel's miserable condition, Crocodile and Moria's attitudes towards Ning Chuan have changed significantly. The eyes he looked at Ning Chuan were much clearer than before. Rayleigh on the side shook his head helplessly at this moment. Enel's inexplicably inflated self-confidence seemed to him to be asking for trouble. Fight this really invincible guy. Rayleigh doesn't understand. Is Enel's mind full of mush? Enel was directly defeated by Ning Chuan. This also means that he has lost the qualification to continue participating in gladiatorial combat. Rayleigh knew that the next battle was his. In the past, Rayleigh didn't like this kind of abuse. But now, he likes it very much. After all, you have to find a place to release the depression in your heart, right? Rayleigh stood up from his seat and walked towards the arena calmly. He didn't even assume any fighting stance, or even hold a sword. He just stood there quietly, scanning the Donquixote family members in the field. Whoever wants to fight, just come up. Have fun with you. Rayleigh's voice is not loud, but the members of the Donquixote family who knew who he was. At this moment, no one dares to take the stage. Rayleigh is so powerful. What's more, even Doflamingo has been defeated. How could they be Rayleigh's opponents? Facing Rayleigh's invitation to fight, the members of the Donquixote family were silent for a while. It seemed that no one dared to come up and fight with him. Rayleigh, who wanted to abuse food, couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Sometimes, it's not good to be too famous. It's hard to find a punching bag. After a long discussion, the remaining cadres of the Donquixote family finally made a difficult decision. They sent a cadre to represent Diamante, and he actually surrendered to Rayleigh. This made Rayleigh feel quite depressed. With no fight to fight, he had no choice but to sit back and continue drinking. Ning Chuan, who was on the side, saw this scene and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Accepted their surrender. Since you have all surrendered, I will always treat the prisoners with caution. Come on, everyone, come in and help you improve your strength. Ning Chuan waved his finger lightly. The door to the world of songs has been opened again. Send all the members of the Donquixote family into the world of singing. Of course, when sending them in, nature has given them the ability to go back in time. After all, it was a GU training ground and there was no ability to look back in time. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay there for half a day before I'm gone. There's no fight, it's time for you to go back. Ning Chuan finished speaking. Rayleigh, Crocodile and Moria ended their rest time. Ning Chuan directly took him back into the world of songs. However, Ning Chuan did not take Doflamingo in. I saw him coming to Doflamingo who was lying on the ground and unconscious. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on him. Time back, with the activation of the time fruit ability in Ning Chuan's hand. Soon after, Doflamingo's body returned directly to its peak state. Doflamingo, who gradually woke up from his coma, still didn't understand what was going on. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Ning Chuan's devilish smile appearing in front of him. Woke up. Doflamingo nodded blankly. Just wake up. Let me ask you, are you convinced and do you still want to fight? Hear this. Doflamingo couldn't help but recall the previous battle between himself and Enel. And in his trance, he saw the golden hand and heard Enel scream. I don't dare anymore. From now on, I am willing to listen to everything you say. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. Finally, he sighed helplessly. There is no way, now the situation is stronger than others. Even if there are 10 of them together, they can't beat Ning Chuan alone. Not bad, quite sensible. Ning Chuan is quite satisfied with Doflamingo's attitude. However, Ning Chuan didn't deliberately keep this guy here just to ask him if he was convinced. To know, Doflamingo is not only a gang force entrenched in Dressrosa. At the same time, he is also the largest middleman in the entire New World. He almost controls the largest black goods distribution channel in the entire New World. Some special items may not be available elsewhere, but with him, as long as you say what you want, he can even get you the goods. Even if he can't get the goods, he can still provide you with the source of the goods. This is the power of Doflamingo. At the same time, this is why he was able to establish his own power in Dressrosa so quickly. And the reason why he got along so well among the 4 emperors of New World. Seeing that you have a good attitude, let me reward you for helping me collect these raw materials. Say it. Ning Chuan handed Doflamingo a long shopping list that he had already prepared. Doflamingo was a little confused when he picked up the list handed over by Ning Chuan and took a look at it. The eyes under the sunglasses suddenly widened. Dynamite rock, a large number of sea tower stones, ingredients for artificial devil fruits. ... One by one, extremely exaggerated things appeared in Doflamingo's eyes. If it were before, anyone would have asked me to get these things for him. He will definitely start by taunting him. Then the lion will open his mouth according to the specific situation. Make good money from it. But now, it was Ning Chuan who asked him for something. This guy can easily crush himself to death. Don't talk about making money from him. Even if you put all your family property into it, you can collect half of the materials above. Count him. Doflamingo is rich. There are too many things and they are too rare. Maybe I can't afford them. Doflamingo shook his head awkwardly, feeling a little funny at the same time. As the largest black marketeer in the entire New World, there was a day when he couldn't afford anything. Look at Doflamingo's disappointed look. Ning Chuan reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him. It doesn't matter, just contact me. As long as the source of the goods is found, money is not a problem. Even if the other party doesn't sell, it's not a problem. Looking at Ning Chuan's extremely confident look, Doflamingo spread his hands helplessly. There is no way, with Ning Chuan's terrifying strength. As long as New World has something, there's probably nothing he can't get. Don't worry about your companions for now. I will return them to you after you help me find all the goods. By the way, while we are looking for these goods, there's one more thing I need your help with. Kaido and Big Mom and I had some disagreements before. I gave their subordinates to Marine. Having said this, Doflamingo looked a little surprised. He knew this, and he had previously wanted to take this opportunity to call Kaido and Big Mom to teach Ning Chuan a lesson. But he didn't expect that Ning Chuan would take the initiative to mention this matter at this time. However, before Doflamingo figured out what Ning Chuan wanted to do, Ning Chuan's next words shocked him. If you have a chance, please contact them for me. Just tell them that I, Ning Chuan, own their territory. 5 in Chapter 159 Provoke the 4 Emperors. Angry Kaido and Big Mom. Doflamingo heard that Ning Chuan wanted to challenge 4 emperors at the same time. Suddenly my scalp felt numb. He knew very well that Kaido and Big Mom were both terrifyingly powerful beings who controlled huge territories and forces. There are also many guys with terrifying strength under them. Even he, Doflamingo, would not dare to offend any of them easily. Not to mention facing the wrath of 4 emperors at the same time. Ning Chuan, is he crazy? Doflamingo managed to remain calm, but there was still unconcealable panic in his heart. He couldn't understand why Ning Chuan would do such a crazy thing. This is simply playing with fire and burning yourself. This is a fight against 4 emperors at the same time. Even Ning Chuan may not be able to withstand it. However, Ning Chuan's expression at this moment was still dull. It was as if he didn't take the upcoming crisis into consideration at all. He calmly looked at the shocked Doflamingo and said coldly, "You don't have to worry too much, just do what I say. First cut off all business with Kaido and Big Mom, and stop supplying goods to them. Tell them that Dressrosa no longer welcomes their forces. In this case, their people must be coming to Dressrosa soon." Hearing Ning Chuan's plan, Doflamingo broke into a cold sweat. He knew that once he did this, it would mean that he would completely break with the 4 emperors. This will not only arouse their anger, but may even trigger a devastating war. As long as Ning Chuan can't stop the simultaneous attacks of the 4 emperors, then he and Ning Chuan will be killed by these 2 furious 4 emperors. However, even though Doflamingo was extremely reluctant, but he couldn't disobey Ning Chuan's order. Between being killed now and possibly being killed later, he decisively chose the latter. In desperation, Doflamingo finally made a decision. He immediately picked up the phone and gave the order. Let the men at the port directly cut off all business with Kaido and Big Mom. Stop loading all cargo that is about to be loaded onto the cargo ship. At the same time, he also ordered his men to capture all the people sent by Kaido and Big Mom to Dressrosa. He wrote 2 provocative letters by hand and handed them to the messenger Seagull. The letter clearly states that Doflamingo has surrendered to Ning Chuan. At the same time, it was announced that Ning Chuan would take over their territory. He also asked them to be prepared and wait for Ning Chuan to come and take their territory. While writing these 2 letters, Doflamingo's hands kept shaking, because he knows it very well. Wait until these 2 letters are sent. He will be completely tied to Ning Chuan, standing on the opposite side of the 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom. Once Ning Chuan is defeated, there will only be one ending for him. That is death. Ning Chuan, he is really playing with fire. After the letter is successfully sent, Doflamingo cursed in his heart, a look of despair flashed in his eyes. Ning Chuan ignored him. Instead, several Don Quixote family members were released from the world of songs. Come help Doflamingo with things. After doing this, Ning Chuan left him a message to call him if he had anything to do. Then he took Nami and the others and continued to play in Dressrosa. Doflamingo and his party were left messy in the wind. 3 days later, Kaido from Wano country was originally immersed in a drunken state. However, when he received the letter from Doflamingo, he suddenly sobered up. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. Ning Chuan wants my territory. Seeing the name Ning Chuan instantly made him furious. You know, Drought Jack, one of his 3 major posters. It was given to Marine by Ning Chuan, and he was eventually imprisoned in the great prison under the sea. For Kaido, this is already an unbearable shame. And now, Doflamingo dares to cooperate with Ning Chuan. No wonder he couldn't contact the people he stayed in Dressrosa before. It turns out that this guy Doflamingo teamed up with Ning Chuan to do this. This is simply challenging his bottom line. Kaido's anger exploded instantly. He slammed his fist on the table, and the huge force directly shook the entire table to pieces. He roared and stood up, exuding terrifying coercion. The subordinates who were drinking together were too scared to speak out at this moment. Afraid of angering the king of beasts. Ning Chuan, this guy is looking for death. Kaido roared angrily, and the killing intent in his eyes almost turned into reality. Call Jin and Quinn. A few minutes later, the 2 remaining signboards of the Beast Pirates came to Kaido's side. Looking at these 2 people, Kaido said coldly, "Go and capture Ning Chuan. I want him to know the price of challenging me, Kaido. As for Doflamingo, there is no point in keeping him. Just kill this traitor, just kill him." Jin and Quinn nodded immediately after hearing this. They haven't left Wano country for a long time. In their opinion, it is really seeking death. Be sure to bring him to me intact. This is his most powerful son. But the content of the letter made her furious and she threw the dessert out of her hand. At the same time, Katakuri, you lead the team to catch that boy named Ning Chuan. Auntie roared angrily, her eyes filled with anger. I want him to feel the price of angering my Big Mom. And Ning Chuan actually dared to declare war on him directly. But now I haven't gone to find him yet. The aunt showed a ferocious smile on her face and sneered. That black-hearted businessman is no longer of use. Get rid of him immediately. Katakuri nodded respectfully. However, before leaving, he asked. Auntie also received Doflamingo's challenge letter. And now, a fledgling kid actually wants to challenge the Beast's pirates. The Beast Pirates haven't been provoked by anyone for a long time. Bring it back. This made her feel that her authority as the 4 emperors had been greatly challenged. She stood up suddenly and let out a deafening roar. Ning Chuan, hear the words. Mother, what about Doflamingo? Cake Island. The black market in Dressrosa will belong to us from now on. Her eyes swept across the children, and finally landed on Katakuri. The power of the soul fruit burst out unexpectedly. With him taking action, a small Ning Chuan will be no problem. He betrayed us, should we bring him back and deal with it? Let everyone on the Cake Island tremble. The aunt gave the order and summoned all the children without hesitation. She was enjoying her favorite sweets. She is no stranger to Ning Chuan's name. Her son Cracker was defeated by him and given to Marine. Chapter 160. Disaster coming from all the stars. Doflamingo's transformation. Doflamingo received news from spies placed under Kaido and Big Mom. Suddenly I felt a chill rising from the bottom of my heart. Flame Ember, Plague Quinn, and Katakuri, the 3 most powerful generals in Big Mom's daughter army. They have already led their armies to march towards Dressrosa. The strength of these 3 people is definitely among the top among the 4 emperors. Let's not talk about the 2 major disasters, Jin and Quinn. Doflamingo, who has been in contact with them many times, naturally knows their terrifying strength. What's more, Auntie also has a famous general named Katakuri. Rumor has it that his domineering power has reached the point where he can predict the future. What's more, he is also the owner of 3-color domineering energy like himself. The moment I heard the news, Doflamingo's heart trembled, and he almost instinctively had an urge to escape. Although Kaido and Big Mom did not show up, but the guy who came out this time was not something he, Doflamingo, could handle. How about, I just run away? Doflamingo suddenly had such an idea in his mind. However, as soon as this idea emerged, Ning Chuan's cold and powerful figure appeared in his mind. The key is, did I run away? Doflamingo sighed helplessly. He knew very well that if he really dared to escape, maybe before leaving Dressrosa, he would be pulled back by Ning Chuan's mysterious power. That's when, the consequences he faces are probably more terrifying than death. In desperation, Doflamingo gave up the idea of escape, decided to stay and deal with the coming crisis. As long as Big Mom and Kaido, the 2 4 emperors themselves, don't come, then Ning Chuan's strength should still be able to stop this crisis. Can Ning Chuan's strength really stop them? Doflamingo was still filled with doubts. He had seen how powerful Ning Chuan was, and he could suppress Enel who defeated him with just a raise of his hand. But this time the opponent is after all the strongest fighting force of the two four emperors. Anyone can probably do what Ning Chuan did and easily defeat Enel, who is slightly stronger than him. However, when he thought about the veteran Pluton Rayleigh beside Ning Chuan, Doflamingo's worry eased slightly. There is no doubt about the power of Rayleigh. His presence will undoubtedly greatly increase Ning Chuan's chances of winning. Rayleigh should be able to block one, and Ning Chuan should be able to block one. The remaining one, me, the boy playing thunder, and the other two Shichibukai, should be able to block it, right? Doflamingo comforted himself in his heart. If Ning Chuan knew what Doflamingo was thinking at this moment, he was probably going to roll his eyes in anger. When did he become the Emperor's lieutenant? Do you show that your combat power is weak? Even if I block it this time. Then if Kaido and Big Mom take action next time, then the outcome will be really unpredictable. With such worries, Doflamingo reported the news to Ning Chuan. After Ning Chuan learned that Kaido and Big Mom's pirate group had taken action, a faint smile appeared on his face. He was not surprised at all by the quick reaction of the two four emperors but found it very interesting. After all, for Ning Chuan, whether it's the three generals or the three disasters, he can't cause any big trouble here. It can only add a few powerful players to his GU training field. Since this guy can't wait to find him, we have to welcome him. Ning Chuan chuckled, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he ordered Doflamingo to prepare a battleship. He is going to go to the sea to hold a welcome ceremony for these guys. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Doflamingo was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ning Chuan to be so bold and ignore Dressrosa's favorable location. Instead, he plans to directly confront these powerful enemies at sea. What on earth is this guy thinking? Doflamingo cursed secretly in his mind. He couldn't understand where Ning Chuan's confidence came from. But unfortunately, he had no choice but to listen to Ning Chuan's instructions and go prepare the ship. Not long after, the boat was ready. With a heavy expression, Doflamingo waited on the boat with several Don Quixote family cadres assigned to him by Ning Chuan. Not long after, when he saw Ning Chuan taking Nami and others as if on a trip, appeared at the port, Doflamingo's heart suddenly tightened. Obviously we are going to fight, but it is still a matter of life and death. Why did he bring his family members with him? Doflamingo found it difficult to understand what Ning Chuan was thinking. Let's go, let's sail. After Ning Chuan got on the boat, he directly gave instructions. Where are the others? Is it just a few of us going? Doflamingo looked behind Ning Chuan and was shocked. Enel and Rayleigh were not found. But soon, he realized that he seemed a little stupid. You must know that Ning Chuan has the ability to place people in other dimensions. Maybe he didn't let those four people come out just to give the enemy some surprises at the critical moment. Fortunately, Ning Chuan is not that reckless. Doflamingo gave himself a lot of comfort by what he had figured out in his mind. So much so that I was much more serious when setting sail. At the same time, several battleships under Kaido and Big Mom have already met on the sea. Because the four emperors are enemies, the two pirate groups of Kaido and Big Mom have had a lot of friction before over-competing for territory, and they have deep grudges against each other. Therefore, the moment they met on the sea, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Unlucky, why did you meet these guys? Jin stood on Kaido's flagship, staring coldly at the Big Mom pirates battleship not far away, his eyes full of disdain. How dare they block our way, even those scoundrels like them? Quinn frowned and directly ordered his men to prepare for battle. In the distance, Katakuri, one of Big Mom's three generals, was standing on the flagship. He stared at the Beast Pirates battleship with an expressionless expression. It's actually the Beast Pirates. This group of losers who were hiding in Wano country finally gave up. Everyone, get ready for battle. Let's kill this bunch of rubbish before we go to Dressrosa. For a while, the smell of gunpowder in the entire sea was extremely strong. As the Beast Pirates battleship fired a cannon, the conflict between the two big pirate groups broke out on the sea. The entire sea area was instantly filled with artillery fire. The battleships of the two sides collided fiercely. All the pirates on the ship mustered up their energy and jumped onto each other's ship. Before Ning Chuan's ship arrived, the two sides who had been grudged for a long time began to fight each other passionately. At this moment, Doflamingo, who was flying in the sky to observe the enemy's situation, looked at this scene and was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the two families start fighting in the first place? Could it be that Ning Chuan had already thought that the two families would start fighting, so he dared to come directly to pick up the cheap one? This moment, Doflamingo has been completely transformed. When he looked at Ning Chuan below, his eyes were full of admiration. There is hope of winning. Chapter 161, Siege from Both Sides. Doflamingo originally expected Kaido and Big Mom's elites to fight at sea. He and Ning Chuan can reap the benefits. However, he never expected that Ning Chuan would directly give the order at this time. Let him sail the ship into the battlefield between the two parties. This order made Doflamingo feel nervous. He instinctively wanted to argue with reason in an attempt to get Ning Chuan to change this extremely stupid idea. But when he saw Ning Chuan's undeniable gaze, all objections choked in the throat. Thankfully I thought you were smart just now. It turns out that he is just a fool like everyone else. Doflamingo cursed secretly, but he knew that Ning Chuan's decision could not be violated, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to carry out Ning Chuan's orders. Doflamingo personally drove the boat towards the distant battlefield. Ning Chuan's arrogance made him feel uneasy. He was afraid that as soon as his ship entered the battlefield, it would be surrounded by Kaido and Big Mom. At the same time, the troops sent by Kaido and Big Mom have already been beaten to a bloody head. The sea was filled with murderous aura, and the air was filled with domineering energy. Various powerful fruit abilities are constantly displayed. Many minions have been shot into the sea, or directly killed by the enemy. The smell of blood filled the sea breeze, attracting a large number of seabirds to circle in the sky. The bloodthirsty shark in the sea is also waiting for the food that is about to fall. Fire Calamity and Katakuri, one of the three generals, fight fiercely in the air. Jin transformed into a pterosaur form, burning with the unique flames of the Lunaria tribe. The hot breath ignited all the surrounding ships. He raised the long sword burning with flames in his hand and kept slashing at Katakuri. Katakuri relies on his ability to predict the future. Respond to every attack from Jin very calmly. At the same time, he relied on the awakened Nuo fruit ability to constantly change his form and fight with Jin. His insightful domineering ability allows him to predict Jin's next move and react in advance. The glutinous ball in his hand transformed into a huge trident. With powerful armed domineering energy, he stabbed Jin hard. Jin snorted coldly, waved his huge pterosaur wings, nimbly dodged the attack, and at the same time counterattacked with his flaming claws. Every confrontation between the two is filled with amazing power. But for a while, it was difficult for anyone to win over the other. On the other side, Quinn transformed into an ancient species of Brachiosaurus. His huge body directly caused the ship under his feet to sink a lot. However, at this time, he fell into the siege of the ants' female army led by Smoothie. Smoothie, holding a giant sword, and his brothers and sisters besieged Quinn in waves. Although Quinn's defense was extremely tough, it was difficult for him to gain any advantage under such a dense offensive. These little guys are so annoying. Quinn roared angrily and waved his huge tail, sweeping away all the enemies. But Smoothie had already anticipated his move. He dodged the attack and continued to swing his sword to launch a more violent counterattack. The two sides fought without mercy, and the battle was naturally quite tragic. However, at this time, the ship piloted by Doflamingo has powerfully inserted into the center of the battlefield. Everyone on the ship could clearly see the fierce fighting between the two parties. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, watching the melee calmly. Doflamingo stood behind Ning Chuan with members of the Donquixote family, his heart filled with tension. He knew that his group would soon become the common enemy of both sides. I told you, aren't you here to beat me? Why did you two start the fight first? Ning Chuan's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Almost at the same time, all the pirates were working hard to kill the enemy. As soon as he heard Ning Chuan's voice, he immediately looked back. I saw a ship stopping not far from both of them, and standing on the bow of that ship was their mission target this time, Ning Chuan. The moment I saw Ning Chuan, Kaido and Big Mom's men, who were fighting fiercely, immediately stopped. They all returned to their respective battleships. They stared at the boat where Ning Chuan was with great vigilance. Jin and Katakuri also stood on the bow of their respective ships, their eyes as sharp as knives, locked on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan appeared in front of them so arrogantly, which made them feel extremely unhappy. It's like a hunter hunting a rabbit. The rabbit jumped right in his face and taunted him that his gun wasn't fast enough. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo felt helpless. The originally expected plan to reap the benefits has come to nothing. Facing the gazes of many enemies, Ning Chuan showed a disdainful smile on his face. He easily raised his fingers at Jin and Katakuri, provoking them unabashedly. I'm already here, isn't it time you came and captured me? As soon as these words came out, it instantly ignited the anger of Jin and Katakuri like adding fuel to the fire. The two groups of people were fighting passionately because of each other. After hearing Ning Chuan's taunt, he immediately turned his spear and aimed at the ship where Ning Chuan was. What an arrogant guy, Jin said coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely. The huge pterosaur behind him opened its wings slightly, ready to attack at any time. He is a person with a violent temper, and Ning Chuan's provocation at this moment made him want to tear Ning Chuan into pieces immediately. Don't get in the way, I'm going to take him down myself. This is the person my mother wants. Katakuri responded without any sign of weakness. The two leading strongmen were currently blaming each other for not getting in the way. I think you should go together. This can save some time. Ning Chuan's words once again completely angered both parties. He seemed to ignore both parties at all. When Jin and Katakuri heard this, the anger in their eyes became even more intense. All-out attack, only Ning Chuan will be left alive, and the rest will be killed. The two issued the order to attack almost at the same time. The two groups of people who were originally facing each other immediately targeted the boat where Ning Chuan was, preparing to attack with all their strength. The atmosphere of the battle solidified instantly, and the sea began to be filled with thick murderous intent. Kaido and Big Mom's men attack with all their strength. The large and small artillery fire on the ship were all aimed at Ning Chuan's boat. Fired almost at the same time. Jin and Katakuri, Smoothie and Quinn and other masters. Then they jumped up from the boat and launched a fierce attack on Ning Chuan's boat. However, faced with this overwhelming offensive, Ning Chuan was still standing at the bow of the boat, smiling. He stretched out a hand and opened a huge barrier to surround their boat. All attacks landed on this barrier and were easily resolved. No, you guys, if you can't do it, then it's my turn. As Ning Chuan finished speaking, his aura suddenly exploded. A powerful conqueror's domineering momentum swept the entire audience instantly. Chapter 162 The Powerful Witness and Kill, the Golden Buddha transformed into the sea. Ning Chuan's conqueror's domineering force raged across the entire battlefield like crazy. That powerful pressure instantly knocked out the unprepared minions. One by one they fell. Almost instantly, the sound of artillery on all ships stopped abruptly. There was only silence on the battlefield. At this time, it is still possible to stand on the sea. Only the officers on both sides of the ship, those strong men who had not yet fallen into coma, were all shocked by Ning Chuan's powerful domineering power. This moment, they felt unprecedented terror and pressure. This power was so powerful that they even thought they saw Kaido and Big Mom appearing on the battlefield. Feel this, powerful conquerors. Katakuri's heart suddenly sank. He wanted to rely on his domineering power to predict the future and get a glimpse of the outcome of this battle. However, when he tried to see the future clearly, his vision was blurry and he could not see anything. The domineering power of being able to see through the future actually failed at this moment. This is impossible. Katakuri's face changed drastically. His domineering attitude has always been unstoppable. The ability to foresee the future makes him invincible in countless battles. But in front of Ning Chuan, this ability failed. Even when he was by his mother's side, his domineering attitude never appeared like this. This made him feel unprecedented pressure. However, this is not over yet. Just when everyone was immersed in the invincible conquerors, Ning Chuan's voice rang in everyone's ears again. Just listen to 3 words slowly coming out of his mouth. Kill on sight. The next moment, all the cadres including Katakuri and Jin felt a special power sweep through their bodies. After a moment, there was an invisible force that instantly suppressed the domineering energy in their bodies. Almost at the same time, everyone on these ships found that they could no longer use the Haki of knowledge. This incident shocked everyone. Katakuri, Jin, Quinn and other cadres were all shocked. They know the importance of seeing and hearing Haki in battle, especially when facing a powerful enemy like Ning Chuan. Losing the domineering spirit of seeing, hearing, and color is like becoming blind. Lost the ability to predict enemy attacks and dodge. How is this possible? Katakuri murmured in a low voice, his face turning extremely pale. Although he possesses 3 colors of domineering energy, but he is best at seeing, hearing, color and domineering. And now, his best ability has failed at this moment. The scene before him was something he had never imagined. This made him feel an unprecedented fear. Jin also looked solemn. Before, he could feel Ning Chuan's power. But after losing his domineering power, he could no longer feel anything from Ning Chuan. This sense of unknown made him feel both scared and angry. It's not just the two of them. Quinn and other cadres were also in the same predicament. They were all shocked by this unpredictable force, and their hearts were full of panic. They are now almost blind. If you only start a war, you can only rely on your naked eyes and intuition to deal with it. And when facing a strong man like Ning Chuan, this kind of response is obviously extremely fatal. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the boat with a faint smile on his face. It was as if everything was under his control. His eyes swept over the enemies who were frightened by him. Ning Chuan knew that the winner of this battle had already been decided. What happened? Why are all those people acting so terrified? Doflamingo, who was inside the barrier, looked at the faces of the men and horses on the other 2 sides with frightened and uneasy expressions on their faces. He was suddenly extremely curious. That's Brother Ning Chuan's ability to see and kill. He sealed everyone's knowledge and domineering spirit. Little Yuta explained to Doflamingo while mumbling while eating a lollipop. Seeing and hearing, killing after seeing and hearing, directly blocking the enemy's Haki. Is there such a move? Doflamingo couldn't believe his ears. But looking at the calm expressions on Nami and their faces, it seems that little Yuta did not lie to herself. What? How come you, a strangely dressed guy, are so ignorant? This is my father's special skill, but now it has become Brother Ning Chuan's special skill. Yuta looked at Doflamingo's ignorant look and said disdainfully. Your father's special skill. Wait, can I ask who your father is? Doflamingo wiped the sweat from his forehead to relieve the embarrassment. At the same time, he looked at little Yuta with a curious expression and asked. My dad's name is Shanks. Uncle dressed strangely, do you know him? Yuta squinted his eyes and looked at Doflamingo with a smile. Shanks, is that the new 4 emperors? Hearing Shanks' name, Doflamingo suddenly felt a little stupid. Just when Doflamingo was having wild dreams. Let's temporarily unite and take Ning Chuan. Next, even Kaido and Big Mom will come in person. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, the others suddenly looked angry. Big Buddha form. Ning Chuan, who was standing in midair, suddenly moved at this moment. However, the gloom that had accumulated on his face had dissipated a lot at this moment. A huge golden palm quickly covered everyone. At this time, Doflamingo shook his head helplessly. After we capture him, let's talk about ownership rights. A golden Buddha hundreds of feet tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes instantly. No wonder he was promoted to 4 emperors so quickly. He has such a terrifying move. All the cadres shook their fists and hit Ning Chuan. Conqueror's entanglement. Come on, come together and take him down. Even if Ning Chuan blocked the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Give you a chance to surrender. Even with the cooperation, they still rushed towards Ning Chuan's position. There was almost no hesitation on their part. For a time, various fruit abilities bloomed in midair. He looked at the panicked people in the distance and said with a sneer. Almost instantly. They haven't figured out what's going on yet. The two sides, who had been fighting extremely fiercely just now, suddenly united at this moment. So with their lineup, they should be able to hold up for a while. It turns out this move is Shank's special skill. Otherwise, I will beat you until I want to stop. Once he gets out of the way, how many others can be his opponents? Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan curled his lips slightly. Even if you can block our hockey, how long can you hold on? Yuta's father is Shanks, and Ning Chuan also controls Rayleigh. After a while, then it seems you want to choose the latter. You want us to surrender using this crooked means. Chapter 163. Have you eaten? If not, just punch me again. As Ning Chuan released part of his power, a golden Buddha hundreds of feet tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This huge figure is like a moving golden mountain, shrouding the entire battlefield. Exuding unparalleled coercion, Doflamingo and all the members of the Donquixote family were stunned when they saw this scene. The big golden hand they saw in the arena before was actually the tip of the iceberg. That's just part of the Devil Fruit's abilities. Ning Chuan's true ability is to transform into this golden Buddha hundreds of feet tall. When Jin, Katakuri, Smoothie, Quinn and other cadres from both sides saw the golden Buddha in front of them, the pressure in my heart suddenly increased a bit. The size and momentum of this golden Buddha brought great psychological pressure to them. What's worse is that their arrogance has been banned by Ning Chuan. This meant that they could not predict when Ning Chuan's attack would arrive. If such a big fist suddenly fell, so can their bodies withstand it? Under tremendous pressure, the hearts of these cadres have begun to waver. An irresistible emotion arose in their hearts. Facing such a behemoth, they almost lost their confidence in winning. Let alone winning, they even began to worry about whether they could survive. I'm going to start. Ning Chuan looked at all the cadres with a sneer on his face. Just when everyone is still worried about how to deal with it, Ning Chuan's huge fist has slammed down from the air with terrifying power. The golden Buddha's fist hit Katakuri and Jin like a falling meteor. This blow was so fast that it was difficult to react. There are no more domineering two people. I don't feel any danger at all at this moment. Until Ning Chuan's fist was about to fall on their heads. They haven't even activated the Nuo fruit and pterodactyl forms for defense. Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the two of them were knocked down from the air by Ning Chuan's punch, unable to fight back. Boom! Ning Chuan's golden fist hit Katakuri and Jin hard. The sea suddenly exploded, and a huge shock wave set off huge waves. The boat under the two of them was smashed into the sea by Ning Chuan's giant fist, and for a while, broken wood and waves splashed in the air. Katakuri and Jin, together with the ship beneath them, were smashed into the depths of the sea. The terrifying power of this punch shocked everyone present. The air seemed to be frozen in an instant. Only the huge golden Buddha statue of Ning Chuan was left on the battlefield. Standing quietly on the sea, exuding a terrifying pressure. How is this possible? Quinn's eyes widened and she couldn't help but exclaimed. The speed and power of the punch just now were beyond his imagination. He knew that even if he successfully transformed into the form of a brachiosaurus, he would never be able to stop Ning Chuan's terrifying punch. Smoothie's face turned pale. The giant sword in his hand was held much tighter than before. But her heart was filled with fear. The power of this golden Buddha was too powerful. If the target is her, then she has no power to fight back. Is this Ning Chuan's true power? Before, I even doubted that he couldn't stop this attack. I'm afraid even if there are a few more generals and a few more disasters, it won't be enough for Ning Chuan to fight alone. Doflamingo wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed. He is a little lucky now. Fortunately, he obeyed Ning Chuan early. Otherwise, if this punch falls on himself, I'm afraid I'll be dead if I punch him. The moment when Katakuri and Jin, the two most powerful cadres, were punched into the deep sea by Ning Chuan, there was a hint of despair in the hearts of everyone on board the ships on both sides. They knew that this giant golden Buddha was no longer something they could contend with. There is no suspense about the next battle. I will never be a match for Ning Chuan's giant golden Buddha. Just when these cadres began to ponder whether they should surrender to Ning Chuan and wait for Kaido and Big Mom to come and get people, Ning Chuan didn't give them a chance to admit defeat. Just when they were hesitating, Ning Chuan's fist fell hard again. The punch hit Smoothie directly. Taking her and the ship she was standing on, she crashed into the sea, causing huge waves. It was Quinn's turn next, and Ning Chuan's huge Buddha hand was raised high again. Like a golden hammer of judgment, it hit Quinn's battleship mercilessly. Quinn's dragon form was powerless against Ning Chuan's golden Buddha. The huge impact sank him and the entire ship. The ship shattered into pieces, leaving only floating wreckage and rapidly spreading blood on the sea. Broken ship planks and wreckage were floating on the sea. They were pulled back to the battlefield. With a loud noise, Ning Chuan's fist fell on them again. Boom. There was still confusion and fear in his eyes, and he didn't understand what just happened. He was clearly going to be drowned in the sea. I saw the huge golden Buddha's hand raised high again. While they were unconscious from sinking into the ocean, Ning Chuan brought them all together. Time back. Then it hit the survivors mercilessly. However, Ning Chuan didn't seem to have enough fun yet, and he didn't stop there. He has already given these powerful men the ability to go back in time. Katakuri, Jin, Smoothie, Quinn, and other cadres. Time back. Those unlucky little guys who were knocked unconscious by Ning Chuan conquerors. It has also sunk to the bottom of the sea and fed to sharks. You have come all the way to see me, and I don't know if you have eaten or not. The battle on the sea turned into a one-sided massacre at this moment. He could only watch helplessly as the giant golden fist landed on him again. Each punch destroyed an enemy ship and disabled several cadres. If you don't eat, just punch me again. The next moment, this time, they had no ability to resist. Punch after punch. What replaced it was a messy battlefield. Ning Chuan's attacks were like a violent storm, and every shot was extremely swift and precise. But he was pulled back from the brink of death by an incredible force. Not long after, the enemy fleet that was still fighting had completely disappeared on the sea. However, their confusion did not last long. Just when they thought they were completely finished this time, under the influence of time regression, he appeared in front of Ning Chuan again. One by one, the strong men were so suppressed by this destructive force that they vomited blood and fell into the sea again. Ning Chuan used the power of the Fruit of Time to bring all these cadres back. Ning Chuan once again activated his time-traveling ability, pulled them together again, and continued to smash them with his fists. Chapter 164 Ning Chuan's Serif Plan, Provoking Kaido's Mother. Doflamingo stood on the boat. I witnessed with my own eyes that Ning Chuan pulled the elite cadres under Kaido and Big Mom back from the bottom of the sea again and again. Smash them into the sea again and again. Every time they go back in time, everyone will once again experience the desperate feeling of not being able to survive or die when Ning Chuan's giant fist fell. Although Doflamingo has no personal experience, but just standing aside and watching, I already felt uncomfortable all over, as if my back was soaked with cold sweat. There was a burst of joy in his heart, secretly glad that he did not fall into the fate of those people. Otherwise, I am afraid that he will be praying for death in his heart, and he is not willing to live here worse than death. The whole process lasted for more than 2 hours. Ning Chuan seemed completely immersed in this ruthless forging. He used his time-traveling ability on those unlucky people hundreds of times. Every backtracking, every swing of the giant fist, all these powerful people who were once arrogant in the New World completely collapsed. Ning Chuan didn't seem tired at all, but rather enjoyed it. Finally, when Ning Chuan was finally satisfied, he slowly stopped. The huge golden Buddha's body also returned to its normal form. His footsteps touched the ground, and he instantly flew to the side of the dying guys. Ning Chuan glanced at these guys coldly. Seeing these once powerful cadres, they have long lost the courage to resist. There was only deep fear and despair in his eyes. Is this going to collapse? The 4 emperor's men couldn't help but beat him up. Ning Chuan didn't bother to speak. Then I saw him opening the door to the world of songs. Put all these elite cadres from Kaido and Big Mom in one head. At this moment, there are some more powerful guys in the GU training place. After settling all this, Ning Chuan returned to the boat leisurely. He casually glanced at Doflamingo, who no longer dared to look up at him, and the cadres of the Donquixote family, and said lightly, "Sail, let's go back." Ning Chuan's tone was very calm, as if the brutal battle just now was just an ordinary game. But Doflamingo and his men felt uncomfortable under Ning Chuan's eyes. At this moment, Doflamingo had only one thought in his mind. That is, in the future, no matter what, you can't disobey Ning Chuan, let alone betray him. Ning Chuan's strength is too terrifying, and he is also too sinister. Facing such an invincible existence, any resistance is futile. He didn't want to end up like Jin, Katakuri and the others. As Ning Chuan returned to the cabin, Doflamingo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is really invincible. Next time, even if 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom come, I won't be afraid anymore. Doflamingo looked at Ning Chuan's back and sighed in his heart. Then he obediently ran to the rudder and started to help Ning Chuan and the others sail the boat. After returning to Dressrosa, Ning Chuan asked Nami and the others to take Shirahoshi to play on the island first. I have something to do and I have to go back to Sky Island Base. After saying that, he directly opened the door to Sky Island Base and walked in. Returned to Sky Island Base, Ning Chuan walked directly to Vegapunk's laboratory. In the laboratory, Ning Chuan took out the Jin he captured from the world of songs. Hand him over to Vegapunk. The moment they saw Jin, several Vegapunk's eyes lit up at the same time. Remnants of the Lunarian tribe. The flames on his body are worth studying. Ning Chuan, who is familiar with the plot, knows it very well. Vegapunk developed the Serif based on the flames of Lunaria's survivors. This is a very powerful android. What's more, in the original plot, only Shichibukai Ginseng participated in the Serif Plan. Therefore, there are only those 7 types of Seraphim. But now, there are a large number of masters imprisoned in Ning Chuan's Gerger world. If the Serif Plan is launched at this moment, then all kinds of Serifs will be developed by Vegapunk. For example, Serif Rayleigh, Serif Satan, Serif Enel and other models of Serif can be researched and developed. When the time comes, these ability users will form a super powerful fighting legion. Then their fighting power is simply unimaginable. After learning about Ning Chuan's plan, Vegapunk also shines, although he had such thoughts in his mind before this. However, they were unable to find any survivors of the Lunaria clan, making it difficult to proceed with this plan. And now, Ning Chuan sent a Lunaria tribe survivor over. You can do this research yourself. However, before starting research, Vegapunk also mentioned 2 people to Ning Chuan. One is Vinsmoke Judge, the other is Caesar Current. Both of these people were his former colleagues at MADS. With the 2 of them joining, the Serif plan will be faster and more complete. Finding these 2 people was actually not difficult for Ning Chuan. because he knew where the two of them were. Caesar is currently employed by Marine to conduct research in Punk Hazard. Vinsmoke Judge is studying biological ancestry factors on Andes territory. After leaving Vegapunk Laboratory, Ning Chuan went back to the water capital again. He found Master Tom to see the progress of his new ship. Since there has been a lot of gold support from Sky Island, shipbuilding materials were purchased quickly. What's more, he conquered Doflamingo in Dressrosa. Some rare materials that are originally difficult to buy can also be purchased through black market channels. But the biggest problem now is energy conversion. This is the direction of Vegapunk research. But Ning Chuan knew that he wanted to complete the energy converter. We must find the dark fruit and its user, Blackbeard. However, what gave Ning Chuan a headache was, it's still several years before Blackbeard eats the dark fruit, and he couldn't imagine waiting for Blackbeard for so long because of this matter. There is a saying in the pirate world. That is, the devil fruit will automatically search for his host. Ning Chuan planned to go directly to the Whitebeard pirates and capture Blackbeard. Let someone take him for a few laps on the sea to see if he can try his luck and encounter the dark fruit. After briefly talking to Tom about shipbuilding, Ning Chuan stood up and left the shipyard. He activated the gate fruit again and returned to Dressrosa. As soon as they returned to the mansion prepared for them by Doflamingo, I met Doflamingo, who was on the phone. The phone bug in his hand is not actually his, but comes from Katakuri. The person he was talking to was not anyone else. It is the ant who lives on Cake Island. At this time, Doflamingo is much tougher than before. Even if I talk to my aunt on the phone, I don't feel as stressed as before. Big Mom, our Ning Chuan boss has detained your people. If you want it, come to Dressrosa and get it yourself. Hang up the phone. He picked up Jin's phone and called Kaido. I said it again, exactly what I said to my aunt before. After making these calls, he looked up at Ning Chuan and said with a smile, Boss Ning Chuan, the phone calls have been made. With their temper, I'm afraid they will come to Dressrosa soon. Chapter 165. All members of Marine mobilized just to capture Ning Chuan. It will only take a day for the two of them to come over. Just taking this opportunity, I will go to Punk Hazard first. After hearing what Ning Chuan said, Doflamingo was a little curious about what Ning Chuan was doing there. That is a small island where a large number of Marines are stationed. His subordinate Virgo is also on the island. However, Doflamingo did not ask directly. He knew that it was better not to inquire too much about Ning Chuan. After all, knowing too much won't do him any good. I have a subordinate at the Marine base in Punk Hazard. If you need internal support, I can contact him to help you. Doflamingo suddenly thought of Virgo. So he immediately reported to Ning Chuan. Is it Virgo? Just let him find a way to give me the map of the island. By the way, remember to give me Punk Hazard's record pointer. Soon after, one of Doflamingo's men quickly rushed over with the eternal pointer recording the location of Punk Hazard. After getting the eternal pointer, Ning Chuan no longer stopped and flew directly into the air, started to rush towards Punk Hazard. Ning Chuan used the ability of the shining fruit, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared in the air instantly. In just half an hour, he flew from Dressrosa to the waters near Punk Hazard. The outline of Punk Hazard's island gradually appeared before his eyes. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan's eyes were attracted by the densely packed warships outside the island. Dozens of Marine warships surround the island, and the security is very tight. In addition to the Marine flag, there are also world government flags flying on some battleships. Such a formation really surprised Ning Chuan. It seems that the world government is aware of my movements. Ning Chuan stood high in the sky, watching all this from a high position, with a sneer flashing in his eyes. World government and Marine take Punk Hazard so seriously, apparently to stop himself from taking Caesar away. They apparently surmised by taking away Vegapunk themselves that he might retrieve Vegapunk's former companions next. Only then did we take such strict precautions in advance. However, Ning Chuan did not take these defensive measures taken by the world government seriously. Neither Marine's warships nor world government are enough to make him back down. Marine glanced at these. Ning Chuan quickly flew towards the place agreed with Virgo, planned to take the map of this island. However, when Ning Chuan arrived at his destination, he found that Virgo was not waiting at the agreed place. Ning Chuan couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that something seemed a little strange. Just when Ning Chuan unfolded his knowledge and dominance, he was about to check the surrounding situation. But he suddenly felt a few familiar scents hidden in the air around him. It's Garp, Aokiji and the others. I see, it's an old friend here. A slight smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips, and he already understood in his heart that this was another ambush by warring states and his group. Virgo is not here. Presumably his identity as an undercover agent should have been exposed. Ning Chuan didn't feel any nervousness, but rather a bit playful. Looks like it's time for me to catch up with my old Marine friends. A hint of cunning flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. He acted as if he didn't know that Sengguo and the others were there, and walked straight forward. Ning Chuan had just walked less than 100 meters away from warring states and others. Suddenly, several figures rushed out from a bunker in the distance, surrounding Ning Chuan in the center. The leaders are none other than Sengoku and Garp, two Marine legends. In addition, the three current Marine generals, Kizaru, Akainu and Aokiji, were also present. Even rarer are Marine's two quasi-admirals, Momosuke and T-Dolphin. Even the veteran Lieutenant General He and the retired Zephyr appeared around Ning Chuan at this moment. This time, Marine showed off all the masters. Such a luxurious lineup is enough to wipe out the four emperors group. But now it is just to arrest Ning Chuan. Behind these powerful Marines, there was an old man with a bald head and a long sword on his back. He was sitting calmly on a stone, observing everything in front of him calmly. Ning Chuan recognized this person at a glance. He is none other than the Venus among the five elders, the financial goddess of war, Azanbalan V. Nasthuro Sage. This old man holds the economic lifeblood of world government. The devil fruit ability can turn into a huge skeleton horse, which is much more powerful than the Saint of Venus. Ning Chuan could tell, this guy should have organized this action. Faced with such an unprecedented luxury lineup, there was no trace of panic on Ning Chuan's face, but a look of eagerness to try. His eyes swept over Sengoku, Garp, the three generals, associate generals, Lieutenant General He and the five elders one by one. He couldn't help but smile at everyone and said, "Oh, it seems that I am really taken seriously." Ning Chuan's tone was a bit playful. He recalled the big operation launched in the East Daxia Sea. At that time, although Marine and world government mobilized a lot of force, it was far from this level. But this time, almost all the top combat forces have been mobilized. Ning Chuan knew that they were going out in full force this time. They probably came here for Saint Satan and Fegaland, the leader of the Knights of God who were imprisoned by him. Zongguo crossed his arms and stared at Ning Chuan solemnly. How much he valued Ning Chuan in the past. This time he hated Ning Chuan so much. Because of Ning Chuan's chaos, Vegapunk and two incredible Tianlong people were captured. Even killed 3 celestial dragons in the Seyadi Islands. His move completely threw the entire world into chaos. Ning Chuan, you can't run away this time. I advise you to give up resistance and follow us back obediently. If you reveal the whereabouts of Saint Satan and the leader of the Knights, you will be given a lighter punishment. Warring States whispered, his voice filled with incomparable determination. Garp's eyes also revealed a hint of complicated emotions. He also didn't expect that the murderer behind these attacks on Tianlong people was actually Ning Chuan. Although Ning Chuan did a great job and got rid of the garbage. But public is public and private is private. As a Marine, he had to come and capture Ning Chuan. Boy, you didn't expect us to meet again, did you? I'm going to take back what I taught you back then. Garp showed a smile, but there was a hint of caution in the smile. Kizaru was as lazy as ever, raised his hand to straighten his collar, and said slowly. Oh my, this formation is really scary. Brother Ning Chuan, where did you take Vegapunk? Aokiji and Akainu also stood up at this moment. As Ning Chuan's defeated generals, they had long wanted to get this situation back. Behind them, Momosugi and the T-Pig had their hands on their weapons, ready to take action at any time. All Marine personnel are ready. The war is about to break out. Chapter 166. The four powers of Logia fruits are overwhelming. Are they still getting stronger? Five Elders Venus looked at the surrounded Ning Chuan with a cautious look in her eyes. He looked at Ning Chuan cautiously and spoke to everyone. Be careful, Ning Chuan's strength is far beyond your previous imagination. Even Saint Satan and Fegalando fell into the hands of this kid, we must not take it lightly. After hearing Jin Xing's words, everyone who besieged Ning Chuan nodded, with a hint of caution in their eyes. They understand that this young boy, in fact, it possesses terrifying power that is enough to subvert their cognition. Even veteran powerhouses like Warring States and Garp don't dare to be careless at this moment. Because the older you are, the more you understand the value of Saint Satan and Fegaland. Ning Chuan looked at the top combat forces of Marine and world government and had no intention of taking action for the time being. A sneer appeared on his face, with a hint of joking in his tone. Since you don't plan to take action, let me do it first. Finished. Ning Chuan directly activated his flower fruit ability. Countless arms were scattered from his body like a violent storm, scattered throughout the battlefield. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Suddenly, several of the arms suddenly emitted dazzling golden light. The power of the shining fruit was fully released by Ning Chuan at this moment. Countless laser bullets shot in all directions like raindrops, covering the entire battlefield. Is this my 8-foot Magatama? Get out of the way. Kizaru's expression changed drastically. He didn't understand why Ning Chuan could use his special skills. Seeing this, Sengguo and other strong men immediately retreated and deployed their armed hockey to defend themselves. Explosions of laser bombs roared around them. Every bomb contains huge destructive power, so they have to deal with it with all their strength. However, this is just the beginning. On several other arms, Akainu's lava fruit power was also used by Ning Chuan. The dog eats the red lotus. The moment Ning Chuan finished speaking, the entire sky suddenly became extremely dark. The fists of lava raining down from the sky like fire rain. The hot lava directly destroyed all vegetation and buildings on the ground. The entire battlefield turned into a sea of fire. This is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, Ning Chuan's other arm suddenly pressed to the ground. Ice Age. Aokiji's unique skill Ice Age was also used by him at this moment. The biting cold instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The ground and nearby sea areas were instantly frozen by this force. Thunder. After these three Logia abilities were released by Ning Chuan, immediately afterwards, dozens and hundreds of terrifying thunders began to fall from the sky. These thunderbolts were naturally aimed at everyone on the field and covered them. Boom, 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 ... For a while, ice and fire, light and thunder, Four powerful natural forces broke out on this battlefield at the same time. The entire battlefield was torn apart by these four terrifying elemental forces. Huge energy fluctuations spread in all directions, causing huge waves in the sea. All Marines' high-end combat capabilities, including Sengoku and Garp, were forced to retreat by Ning Chuan. Even Venus, the backbone of it, had to retreat temporarily while carrying his sword. To avoid Ning Chuan's sharp edge, this kid can actually control four Logia abilities at the same time. How on earth did he do it? The Warring States period was extremely horrified. He had never seen anyone able to master so many powerful fruit powers at the same time. Not to mention the perfect combination of these powers. This has simply subverted his three views. However, at this moment, the Warring States period was not thinking about anything else. Instead, he turned directly to look at Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru beside him. He didn't know where Ning Chuan got the Thunder Fruits ability, but the other three abilities of freezing, lava and light are definitely related to the three generals around him. He was glared at by Sengoku. Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru couldn't help but dodge when they looked at Sengoku's eyes. They didn't expect that Ning Chuan learned the fruits ability from them. Now he is using it on his own people. What's more, there was something wrong with the way Warring States looked at him at the moment. No, it's not just the Warring States period. Even others also set their sights on the three of them at this time. These bursts of blazing eyes. The three of them stared at each other and just wanted to find a place to get in. I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with in just a short time. Garp's expression also became extremely solemn. He looked at Ning Chuan's extremely violent attack and felt helpless in his heart. Ning Chuan's strength has obviously exceeded their expectations. As a veteran, he knows that this battle will never be easy. This little monster. There was a rare hint of nervousness in Sengoku's eyes. He has no good way to capture Ning Chuan now. All we can do is delay. Prepare to wait for Ning Chuan to overuse his fruit ability and run out of energy before taking him down. However, the ideals of the Warring States period were very full, but the reality was very skinny. After Ning Chuan released this wave of abilities, didn't stop. Instead, the second wave started. At the same time, he also began to whisper softly. System, start settlement. Hear Ning Chuan's voice. The system, which had not spoken for a long time, seemed to become excited at this moment. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Shining Fruit ability for 1 minute and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the 10,000-minute cultivation bonus for using the Shining Fruit ability. Host Sparkling Fruit ability has been promoted to a new level. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Lava Fruit ability for 1 minute and activating the 10,000 times return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully using the Lava Fruit ability and getting 10,000 minutes of cultivation back. Host Lava Fruit ability has been promoted to a new level. Congratulations to host for successfully using the Frozen Fruit ability for 1 minute and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Congratulations to host for successfully using the Frozen Fruit ability for 1 minute and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Almost instantly, Ning Chuan's mastery of these four Devil Fruit abilities has reached a new level. Just when Warring States and others avoided getting out, preparing to endure this wave of attacks. Immediately afterwards, Ning Chuan's second wave of fruit ability bombing has arrived. This second wave of fruit ability bombing, but it is more powerful than the previous first wave of fruit ability bombings. Just now in the Warring States period, they were able to resist Ning Chuan's attack with their own armed domineering power. But now, those attacks can bring them great pain. However, this is not over yet. After Ning Chuan's second wave of fruit abilities were swept away, then he continued to whisper softly. System, continue settlement. Chapter 167. How could he still turn into a Buddha? Warring States period, are you also a traitor? Ning Chuan's third round of Logia capability bombing has begun. This time the attack is more violent than before. Light and thunder, lava and frozen forces collide. Each round of attacks is more powerful than the last round. These powers were pushed to a new limit in Ning Chuan's hands. That is the limit of ability that no one with original fruit abilities has ever reached. His Devil Fruit abilities have reached a whole new level. The terrifying power brought the entire battlefield to the edge of destruction. There are faint signs of collapse in the armed hockey of Momosuke and the T-Dolphin. Their strength is the lowest among them, and they can no longer withstand Ning Chuan's fruit power at this moment. Both of their faces were covered with sweat at this moment, and their breathing began to become rapid. The weapon in his hand began to tremble as it resisted the power of Logia. Warring States and Garp looked at each other, and they realized at the same time that they could not let Ning Chuan continue like this. Ning Chuan's attacks became more powerful with each round. The speed of his strength improvement can be described as abnormal. If he continues to accumulate power for improvement, I'm afraid this battle will get completely out of control. Don't talk about capturing Ning Chuan then. If this continues, Ning Chuan's Logia ability alone will bombard him. It was enough to prevent them from raising their heads, let alone trying to take him down. They are more likely to be captured by Ning Chuan. It can't be delayed any longer. Warring States said in a deep voice, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that if he continued to hesitate, Punkhasad might be completely destroyed by Ning Chuan's power. Garp also nodded. Although he usually always has a playful smile, at this critical moment of life and death, his eyes became extremely firm. We need to deal with this kid quickly. If his strength continues to improve endlessly, I'm afraid we will all be doomed. After saying that, Garp turned to look at the people behind him. The two of us open the way and go together. As soon as this sentence is finished, Garp and Sengoku both unleashed the Conqueror's haki within them without hesitation. A powerful momentum swept the entire battlefield instantly. The surrounding air seemed to solidify in an instant, and the surrounding fruit abilities attacked. All the Conquerors released by them at this moment were pushed away. Follow us. The figures of warring states and Garp flashed and turned into two streams of light. Head straight towards Ning Chuan's position. Their movements were almost synchronized, instantly shortening the distance between them and Ning Chuan. Behind them, the current three marine generals, two generals as substitutes, Suru and Zephyr are all together. He rushed towards Ning Chuan's location. But Venus behind them did not make any movement. His eyes have been staring at Ning Chuan's every move. If Ning Chuan makes any mistakes at this moment, then he will definitely slash his strongest sword at Ning Chuan as soon as possible. Ning Chuan noticed two legendary strong men approaching with everyone. The corners of his mouth could not help but tilt up slightly, and there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of sneer. Just in time, Ning Chuan shouted, and Conqueror's domineering energy also burst out from his body. His level of domineering is so strong that he can easily suppress Sengoku and Garp's Conquerors in an instant. You brat, watch the punch. Fist bone impact. Garp's offensive was as terrifying as a landslide and tsunami. Conqueror's haki gathered into his fists into almost substantial power. Black and red lightning began to gather on his fist. At the same time, warring states instantly transformed into a golden Buddha. The golden fist is wrapped with terrifying Conquerors. Just when his fist was about to land on Ning Chuan, a shock wave of terrifying power instantly erupted. He pressed down hard on Ning Chuan's head. Boom. After a terrifying explosion, strong air currents swept around. The entire battlefield was instantly swallowed up by fierce energy fluctuations. Under the impact of this terrifying force, Ning Chuan's body was hit by this force and he took 2 steps back. Garp and Sengguo flew dozens of meters away in an instant, looking at Ning Chuan in disbelief. You two are quite good together. But with this little strength, do you still want to capture me? Ning Chuan sneered. Then I saw his body expand rapidly. A giant Buddha, which was a head taller than the huge golden Buddha statue of the Warring States period, appeared in front of everyone in an instant. The huge golden fist swept through the air at this moment, sweeping away all the people who came towards him with one punch. Easily deal with all this wave of attacks. See the appearance of this second golden statue. Everyone in Marine looked at Sengoku involuntarily. Especially Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. How did Warring States look at them just now, and how do they look back now? Cough, cough. Confront the enemy seriously. At this moment, Warring States couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He didn't even know when Ning Chuan had stolen his Buddha form. Come on, let's see whose fist is harder. Ning Chuan smiled at Garp and Sengguo. Then the giant golden fist, which was dozens of meters away, hit the two of them. Seeing the giant fist coming, Zhengguo raised his hand to block it. However, Ning Chuan's power is extremely terrifying. This punch directly smashed Zhengguo's body deeply into the ground. All the buildings on the entire island were almost blown away by Ning Chuan's terrifying punch. This brat, what kind of power is this? Garp jumped on the spot after being hit by Ning Chuan's punch. He looked at Ning Chuan with a look of disbelief. The power contained in this punch shocked even him. However, he was not shocked for long. Ning Chuan's big fist hit his head. In a hurry, Garp resisted with difficulty. Big fire breathing, Ice Age, 8-foot beautiful Magatama. When the two main players, Garp and Sengoku, were beaten by Ning Chuan's fists, they were helpless. The attacks of Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru also surrounded Ning Chuan at this moment. However, for these attacks on them, Ning Chuan didn't even look at it. Several giant golden hands suddenly appeared around his body. Unleash the same Logia elemental abilities to fight. Let's take action together. Momosuke, Lieutenant General He, Chado and Zephyr also used their strongest abilities to kill Ning Chuan at this moment. Good opportunity. We are being attacked from both sides, let's see how you can stop them this time. Now, Venus, the god of finance, who had been watching the show for a long time, no longer hesitated. I saw him directly using his devil fruit power. The whole person turned into a horse with human head and skull. The long sword in his hand was tightly held in his hand, taking advantage of this gap. His figure flashed and disappeared instantly. The next moment, the long sword wrapped with black lightning struck Ning Chuan's head from the side with an extremely terrifying momentum. However, just when he thought he was about to succeed, when he killed Ning Chuan directly under his own sword, I saw a huge barrier suddenly blocking the front of Ning Chuan's neck. When, after a loud noise, Venus, the god of finance, was directly thrown away by his attack. But Ning Chuan was still unscathed. Chapter 168. All locked up in the world of songs, you have been defeated. When the financial warrior god Azanbalan v. Nashor Osina's powerful blow was easily blocked by Ning Chuan, he couldn't help but feel incredible. He retreated instantly, a trace of alertness flashing in his eyes. Looking at the barrier that appeared on Ning Chuan's neck, the financial god of war couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He immediately realized that this was the power of the barrier fruit. Barrier fruit. Izan Balon's heart sank. He understood that with this barrier fruit, it was almost impossible to cause substantial harm to Ning Chuan, let alone take him down completely. While his attack was blocked, all the powerful Marines are also attacking Ning Chuan with all their strength. Sengoku, Garp, the three generals, and the associate generals all tried their best. But no matter how they attacked, they were still unable to cause any substantial harm to Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's defense was almost impeccable, and every wave of attacks was easily resolved by him. And Ning Chuan's attack was difficult for them to resist. This passive situation made Marines' morale very low for a while, but Ning Chuan became more and more courageous as he fought. He was very excited at this time, because it has been a long time since we encountered such a fierce battle. Every attack and every defense made his fighting spirit even higher. He was at home on the battlefield and enjoyed every moment of the battle. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, the financial warrior realized that there was no hope at all if things continued like this. Not only was Ning Chuan not brought down by them, but he became more courageous as he fought, and his strength seemed to be constantly improving. Izan Balon quickly understood that they had lost the chance to capture Ning Chuan. Continuing to waste time will only make the situation worse. So, he had to make a difficult decision and retreat temporarily. Izan Balon knew that with the combat power in front of him, it was difficult to pose an effective threat to Ning Chuan. The wisest choice at this moment is to retreat temporarily. Return to Pangu City to seek help from Lord Im. Let's see if she has a more effective way to deal with Ning Chuan. However, it takes a second to return to Pangu City. At this moment, he has been locked in by Ning Chuan's domineering power. It is difficult to spare this second of time. Ning Chuan's power exceeds expectations. I can't continue to waste it here. I'm afraid he has other methods that are useless. Azambalon coldly conveyed the instructions. He didn't even look at the Marines who were dragged by him to arrest Ning Chuan, and directly gave orders to Sengguo. You continue to contain him and buy me a second. I'll go back and ask for support from Lord Im. When Sengoku and Garp heard this order, they were very dissatisfied. They were dragged into a deadly fight with Ning Chuan by this guy. And the BD Jin Xing is going to run away now. As soon as he left, they lost another high-level combat force. The next situation is more likely to be one-sided. If possible, Warring States would like to punch Venus in the face with his old fist right now. But he couldn't do that. In desperation, Warring States had no choice but to grit his teeth. Understood, we will do our best to hold Ning Chuan down and buy you a second. Finished. Warring States told the news to others. When the others heard that Venus was about to evacuate, a trace of dissatisfaction suddenly appeared on their faces. But it couldn't happen due to the other party's identity. A-hole, fight with Ning Chuan. Warring States and others cursed angrily, and then rushed straight towards Ning Chuan. I want to buy a second for the financial warrior god. However, Ning Chuan had already noticed Izan Balon's strange behavior. Looking at the abnormal charge of Warring States and others this time, he narrowed his eyes slightly, with a sneer on his face. Want to leave? It's not that easy. I haven't let you meet your two good brothers yet. After saying that, a sneer appeared on Ning Chuan's face, and he muttered softly. Song fruit. Kini is so beautiful. As Ning Chuan's unique noise sounded, the song of Kunquan instantly covered the entire battlefield. The unsuspecting people were all stunned for a moment. Financial warrior Izan Balon was the first to react. He was stunned for a moment when he heard the singing. Then he seemed to remember something extremely terrifying. He hurriedly covered his ears, trying to block out the weird sound. However, it was too late to cover my ears at this time. Ning Chuan's singing came to their ears. The scenes in the real world began to change rapidly, and the whole world was distorted. Ning Chuan's voice echoed in the world of Kunquan. Everything here is under my control, you can only follow my arrangements. Soon they realized that they were no longer in their original world. His expression was full of confidence, and everything was under his control. Unless we defeat Ning Chuan, we will never escape. Just listen to him muttering to himself. However, in this Kunquan world, everything seems extremely unnatural. There was a trace of amusement in his eyes, as if he was appreciating prey. Look at the wry smile on the financial warrior's face. Everyone was shocked and overwhelmed by this sudden change. These Kunquan have expressionless faces and repeat actions and sounds that make people get goosebumps all over their bodies. However, fortunately, everyone is the strongest in the entire world. Next, countless Kunquan, wearing overalls and playing basketball appeared in their field of vision. This situation exceeded their expectations and even exceeded their cognition. Ning Chuan, what exactly did you do to us? But no matter how hard he slapped them, those nasty guys seemed like they could never finish slapping them. They only felt an inexplicable chill rising from the bottom of their hearts, and their hearts seemed to be being eroded by something weird. At this moment, the financial warrior god Izan Balon looked pale. He looked at the strong men in front of him coldly and said. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, their faces extremely ugly. Sengoku, Garp, the three generals, associate generals, and Lieutenant General Suru, all the strong men. Instead, he was transported to an extremely strange world by Ning Chuan's singing. I should have guessed it. A wry smile appeared on Izan Balon's face. Ning Chuan stared at him and said with a smile. Ning Chuan replied calmly. Even the top experts like them felt unable to start. They were imprisoned in a strange place by Ning Chuan, but what I didn't expect was that they were actually imprisoned in this world of songs. The weirdness and uneasiness of Kunquan's world made their hearts extremely heavy. Finance god Izan Balan, right. Your two good brothers have been waiting for you here for a long time. Nothing, I just brought you to my world. The disappearance of Saturn and the leader should not mean they were killed. You have lost. Now, this is my world. Ning Chuan's figure soon appeared in front of them. Warring States roared angrily, and his giant golden palm kept slapping the group of guys playing basketball in front of him. Chapter 169. There is another 5 elders in the GU training place, and Momosuke is detained. Ning Chuan looked at the financial warrior god Azambalon v. Nasho Langsheng, who was sighing in the world of Kunquan. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer. He waved his hand without hesitation and opened another door to the world of singing. This door leads to the GU training place where Saint Satan, Fegalando and a large group of pirates are imprisoned. Before Izan Balan could react, he was wrapped in a powerful force and suddenly sucked into the door of another world. The other Marines were stunned for a moment and were about to step forward to stop him. But the gap between the worlds has long been closed, blocking them all out. Ning Chuan left all the powerful Marines in the world of Kunquan. Let them enjoy this weird space for a while before dealing with their business. Ning Chuan has just entered the world of singing with the financial warrior Venus. What comes into view is a battlefield of chaos and madness. Saint Satan has completely transformed into a spider form. With 8 legs waving, the powerful conqueror's hockey rages around, trying to suppress the surrounding enemies. Beside him, Fegaland, the leader of the Knights of God, continued to slash fiercely. Trying to protect yourself and Satan Saint from being knocked down by the besieging enemies. Seeing this scene, the financial martial god finally understood where Ning Chuan had gotten him. He finally found the 2 people who had disappeared for a long time. At this moment, the person leading the attack on Satan Saint and Fegaland is Rayleigh. Behind him were Enel, Crocodile, Moria and several others. Even the powerful cadres of Kaido and the Big Mom pirates such as Quinn, Jin, and Katakuri who joined later. He also joined the crowd that surrounded the 2 of them. The entire battlefield is filled with malice and madness, like a purgatory trial with no end in sight. Looking at the scene in front of her, Jin Xing's face instantly became extremely ugly. He had never seen anything like this. The pirates in front of me were likely to fight each other once they met. Now they are working together to deal with Saint Satan and Fegaland. This made him a little confused as to what was going on. When did they become so united against the celestial dragons? What's going on? There was a hint of uneasiness in Jin Xing's voice, and it was difficult for him to understand the situation in front of him. This scene was completely beyond his cognition. Ning Chuan looked at the battle scene in front of him with a sneer on his lips. He explained slowly, "This is my place to practice GU. Jinxing, you so-called 5 elders are just tools I use to sharpen these guys. They are GU, and you are GU here too." Having said this, Ning Chuan looked at the very ugly-looking financial god of war and continued. "It's just that Saint Satan, Fegaland, Rayleigh, and now you, are all excellent, GU. You can help other Gus become stronger faster." Venus was in disbelief, her eyes full of anger and fear. "Are you playing with us? Treat us as GU. What a courage." As soon as the financial god of war finished speaking, Ning Chuan's fist fell on his face. "How long has it been since you still put the Tianlong people's genealogy in front of me?" Ning Chuan sneered as he looked at the financial warrior who was punched to the ground by his punch. "You used to be so high up and thought you were in control of everything. But in my world, you are just tools used to enhance the power of others. Every battle and every trial is to make the GU in my hand stronger." As he spoke, Ning Chuan turned slightly sideways and motioned Jin Xing to look at the scene on the battlefield. "I saw that Rayleigh and others went all out to suppress Satan Saint and Fegaland and retreated steadily. But these 2 people still relied on their strong strength to resist everyone's attacks. When the 2 of them first came here, except for Rayleigh, no one else was their one-hit enemy. And now, they have been able to compete with these 2 people. Tell me, how are their progress?" Seeing the sneer on Ning Chuan's face, Jin Xing cursed in a low voice. "You crazy person, what are you going to do to make them stronger? Aren't you afraid that they will rebel against you?" Hearing this, Ning Chuan smiled, looked at the financial god of war coldly and said, "You can go down and ask them if they dare. Especially the one named Enel, he used to be crazier than you. After all, you are just 5 elders, and that guy has been a god in heaven." Having said that, Ning Chuan was not going to talk nonsense to this financial warrior anymore. He stretched out one foot and kicked him down. "You guys are having so much fun here. When you 5 elders gather here, maybe you can even summon I am. When Ning Chuan returned to Kunquan world, it was discovered that the strong Marines here had been tortured to the point of becoming somewhat delirious. Especially the sight of being surrounded by countless Kunquan made them dizzy. The only exception, however, is Garp. Not only did this old guy feel no discomfort, he even got a pair of overalls from nowhere. "I learned the funny Kun dance from those Kunquan people. Where is the financial god of war? Also, what are you going to do to us?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan waved his hand and opened the door to Zheji's world. Ning Chuan suddenly hugged Momosuke's waist, who was standing aside. Except for the Warring States period, they don't know who Ning Chuan's Emu is. Although they tried to resist, in the face of Ning Chuan's powerful power, they had no power to fight back. Ning Chuan did not answer immediately, but showed a meaningful smile. If you guys don't go back, how are you going to attract the new 5 elders? You really believe it? Ning Chuan said lightly. Momosuke struggled instinctively, but Ning Chuan's strength prevented her from getting away. You know, this game has just begun, and it cannot end like this. After all, there are so many pirates out there waiting for you to catch. This time, the other side of the door is not the depths of another world. The next moment, everyone who heard Ning Chuan's words looked confused. There was a hint of amusement on his face. Just when Warring States was still thinking seriously about the profound meaning of Ning Chuan's words. It seemed hard to believe that Ning Chuan would let them go so easily. Don't worry, I'm going to let you all go. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw everyone's stunned look. But it leads directly to the boundless sea. His eyes swept over Sengoku and other marine experts, and he slowly spoke. I'm still waiting to catch 5 elders to summon the dragon. No, I'm summoning Yim. His eyes were full of wariness. This sentence made Zheng Guo slightly stunned. He did not expect Ning Chuan to say this at all. I like beauties, so Momosuke will stay here as a hostage. Ning Chuan did not hesitate to push Sengoku, Garp, the 3 generals and other marine strongmen towards the door. Warring States stared at Ning Chuan and asked in a deep voice. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ning Chuan, Fleet Admiral Warring States immediately became alert. Forget it, it doesn't hurt to talk to you. Others marine looked at him like this. Although he was speechless, he was already used to Garp, an old guy with an eccentric personality. All the powerful marines were thrown into the ocean far away from Punkhasad. Looking forward to meeting you marine next time. The other marine strongmen also showed confused expressions. Chapter 170 Take Caesar and Momosuke away and return to Sky Island base. Ning Chuan hugged Momosuke's waist and led her to stand high in the air, overlooking everything below. At this moment, Garp and Zephyr are working hard to salvage their fellow marines who have eaten devil fruits. Their movements seemed anxious and heavy. Every companion that was salvaged made the burden on their hearts a little lighter. See this scene. Momosuke's eyes were full of anger. He knew that Ning Chuan should have deliberately opened the door to the Gerger world on the sea. Because Ning Chuan knows that most people in Marine have eaten devil fruits. At this moment, Momosuke's hand was already on the hilt of the sword, ready to draw the sword and attack Ning Chuan at any time. However, when her hand just touched the hilt of the sword, Ning Chuan's low and cold voice sounded in her ears. If you dare to take action, I will kill all the marines below without hesitation. These words were like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Momosuke's heart. She knew that Ning Chuan was definitely not joking. His strength has long gone beyond what ordinary people can understand. He is really capable of killing his struggling companions in an instant. At this moment, Momosuke felt helpless. Ning Chuan's words forced her to give up her resistance and put the long sword back into its sheath. At this moment, she only hated that her strength was too low. Not Ning Chuan's opponent. Smart choice. Ning Chuan patted Momosuke's waist and said with a smile. After a long time, when he saw Garp and Zephyr finally bringing all their companions ashore, Momosuke felt a little relieved. She took a deep breath, as if the burden she had suppressed for a long time was finally relieved. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan suddenly spoke, breaking the brief tranquility. Tell me, where is Caesar? When Momosuke heard this, his expression instantly became grim. She gritted her teeth, pursed her lips, and kept silent. Caesar's location is a secret of great importance. She knew that Ning Chuan came to Punkhasad this time just for Caesar. She didn't want to reveal the secret. Ning Chuan looked at her expression, a smile flashed in his eyes. Very good, Ning Chuan whispered, with a hint of playfulness in his tone. If you don't want to say it, I won't force it, but you should be able to tell me yourself soon. He stopped talking nonsense and directly activated the power of the time fruit. In an instant, Sengoku, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru and others, who had just been fished ashore by Garp and Zephyr, were rescued. He was instantly pulled back into the sea. These powerful marines who have just recovered, especially those with devil fruit abilities, such as Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru, once again fell into a state of dizziness. The lethality of seawater to devil fruit users like them is extremely terrifying. No matter how hard they struggled, they still could not escape the fate of drowning. Seeing this scene, Momosuke suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. She couldn't believe how Ning Chuan did it. You, what on earth did you do? Momosuke exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand how Ning Chuan could throw these powerful men into the sea again in an instant. This power is beyond her imagination. Ning Chuan did not answer her question directly. Instead, he looked at her with a smile, a hint of joking in his tone. Tell me where Caesar's address is. Otherwise, your companions may actually have to stay in the seawater for a longer period of time until they are full. At this moment, Momosuke's mood was extremely complicated. She knew she had no choice now. Facing Ning Chuan's irresistible power, she could only choose to compromise. Momosuke's beautiful eyes glared at Ning Chuan fiercely, and her heart was filled with helplessness. But in the end she gritted her teeth and spoke. Caesar, he's in a secret laboratory on the island. Momosuke said reluctantly, I can take you there, but you must let Sengoku Fleet Admiral and the others go. Ning Chuan looked at the compromised Momosuke and nodded slightly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Good, you made a wise choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan once again used the power of the time fruit. pulled those powerful Marines back to the shore from the sea. Being covered by power twice in succession, all the powerful Marines below were also shocked. Although they knew that this might be Ning Chuan's fault, but such power made them feel a little frightened. They didn't understand what kind of terrifying power Ning Chuan had. Why didn't he use it in the previous war? You don't need to care about those experimental subjects anymore, just follow me. Effortlessly, the man who calls himself a genius scientist was lifted off the ground. The three of them had left the marine base and appeared on the Sky Island base at an altitude of 10,000 meters. They soon came to a secret laboratory in the deepest part of the base. Although many marine soldiers saw Ning Chuan swaggering behind Momoshiki, Ning Chuan took Caesar in his hands, hugged Momoshiki with a complicated face, and stepped into the portal without hesitation. In front of the experimental table, a man covered in gas was busy, focusing on the experimental product at hand, completely unaware of what was happening behind him. Momoshiki pushed open the heavy iron door and Ning Chuan stepped in. Her attitude is extremely determined. The road was smooth and smooth. He ignored Caesar's complaints and spoke directly. I will abide by the agreement and let them go for the time being. Ning Chuan looked at this mad scientist who was immersed in his own world, with a sneer on his lips. Caesar muttered directly with dissatisfaction, his tone full of complaints and impatience. Caesar was startled by the sudden sound, turned around suddenly, and saw a strange child standing in front of him. But every time they made a move, Momoshiki would stop them with his eyes. Although Momoshiki was extremely unwilling, she had no other choice at this moment. Wait until they come out of the door again. The power of the gate fruit is activated instantly. At this moment, fear directly occupied his heart. After all, even Marine's highest combat power cannot take down Ning Chuan, and these ordinary little Marines have no chance of winning. Ning Chuan didn't say anything more and directly stretched his hand in the air. She had no choice but to lead Ning Chuan towards the secret laboratory where Caesar was located. The equipment here is unbearable. What comes into view is a mess of experimental equipment and chemicals, and the air is filled with a pungent smell. Ning Chuan said, "Now, take me to Caesar." He was just about to say something sarcastic, questioning who this little kid in front of him was. Ning Chuan didn't give Caesar any chance to react, and lifted him up with one hand like a chicken. But soon, he realized that he was unable to resist at all. Under Momoshiki's guidance, Ning Chuan walked through the heavily fortified marine base without any hindrance. Everyone showed anger and nervousness, wanting to step forward to stop him. A portal like a space crack appeared in front of them. But before he could say anything, he felt his body rising into the air. When can I be sent back to my big lab? Caesar struggled in the air for a few times, trying to use his devil fruit ability to escape from Ning Chuan's hand. Chapter 171 Caesar joins the Serif Project, 4 Emperors Kaido comes. Caesar and Momoshiki are standing on the empty island. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around me, I felt a little confused for a while. The scene on Sky Island is completely different from the world they are familiar with. The white sea of clouds spreads under the feet, strange islands float in the distance, and the air is filled with fresh breath. They knew that this was obviously no ordinary place. But where exactly, they had no clue. Looking at the confused expressions of the two of them, Ning Chuan smiled faintly, breaking their doubts. Welcome to the Sky Island 10,000 meters above sea level. You are now in a world above the sky. After finishing speaking, they didn't wait for the two of them to react. He unceremoniously hugged Momoshiki's waist, lifted Caesar's neck at the same time, and led them quickly to Vegapunk's laboratory. Caesar and Momoshiki have not yet recovered from this sudden change. Ning Chuan had already taken him to a huge laboratory. Entering the laboratory, 5 Vegapunks of different shapes turned to look at them at the same time. Seeing Caesar being held in Ning Chuan's hand, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Vegapunks. Obviously, they were very happy about the sudden arrival of this former colleague. When Caesar saw Vegapunk in person, he was also a little surprised. After all, since their original research organization was forcibly disbanded by the world government, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Caesar, you're still the same guy. Vegapunk spoke first, with a somewhat surprised tone. Vegapunk, long time no see. These should be the clones you were talking about, right? Caesar looked at the people standing next to Vegapunk, with a look of surprise in his eyes. When they were working together, he heard Vegapunk say that he would create a few clones to help him complete his work. But I didn't expect that he would do it so soon. It turned out that there were 6 clones, but one of them became a traitor and was killed directly by Ning Chuan. Vegapunk spread his hands helplessly. Listening to Vegapunk's words, Caesar naturally knew the other meaning of his words. That means if you choose to be a traitor, you will be killed directly by Ning Chuan. This was a warning to him. The two exchanged brief greetings for a while. Then the Vegapunks brought Caesar to the point. He began to introduce the Serif Project to Kai-Shi. This is a plan to create a super weapon that can compete with Shichibukai-level warriors. When Caesar heard this plan, his eyes suddenly flashed with strong interest. As a mad scientist, he is very enthusiastic about such difficult projects. And when he learned that the plan involved the descendants of the Lunaria tribe, his eyes were filled with bursts of light. The Serif Project will combine the bloodline factors of the Lunaria clan and the biotechnology we have accumulated over the years to create a powerful combat force that can rival or even surpass the Shichibukai. And Vinsmoke Judge should be added in the future. At this moment, Caesar was completely attracted when listening to these contents. Soon, he expressed his willingness to join the project. Come and develop this so-called Serif with Vegapunk. Momoshiki stood aside and listened to their conversation, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Ning Chuan's plan is terrible. If Serif's plan really succeeds, then he will have a powerful force that can shake up the world structure. This means that the future world order may undergo huge changes because of Ning Chuan. Momoshiki was extremely anxious at this moment. She deeply understood the importance of this news. She now wants to send this information back to Marine headquarters. However, Momoshiki also knows, I have no chance to do this now. Ning Chuan's control over her made her feel helpless. Ning Chuan looked at the anxious look on Momoshiki's face. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He reached out, patted Momoshiki's butt, and said jokingly, "Why are you scared?" Momoshiki said nothing, looking straight at Ning Chuan. "Tell me something that might subvert your outlook. I think it might be better if there are no celestial dragons in this world in the future." "So, I did it." After saying that, Ning Chuan ignored the shocked look on Momoshiki's face. He directly hugged her waist again and walked into the door of the fruit. The next moment, the two of them instantly returned to the villa prepared for themselves by Doflamingo in Dressrosa. Nami and others are playing mahjong in the villa. When they saw that Ning Chuan had brought back another beautiful woman, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. Especially since this beautiful woman is a marine and has a sword on her waist. This beautiful woman looks like a rare female swordsman. "This is Momoshiki, and I will be your swordsman from now on. She is responsible for accompanying you in sword practice. Whenever you can defeat her, I will teach you stronger sword skills." Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami and others' eyes suddenly lit up. Especially Kuina. Aspiring to become the strongest female swordsman, she is naturally very curious about female swordsmen. But what she worries most about is how to defeat the sparring partner Ning Chuan found for them. "Momoshiki, nay, let's do 2 moves." Kuina excitedly took out her sword and came to Momoshiki. There was a trace of fighting spirit in his eyes. Momoshiki on the side looked at Kuina's aura and was immediately shocked by her. Although the child in front of me looks young, but her momentum is far beyond that of her peers. Even many major general-level marines don't have the momentum she has. Are these children also trained by Ning Chuan? How did Ning Chuan train these children to be so good? Momoshiki was a little confused for a moment. If Ning Chuan is powerful, it is probably because his own talent is simply too heaven-defying. But these children with him are also so strong. Isn't this a bit excessive? "Momoshiki, nay, let's go to the martial arts arena. Let me see the swordsman's strength." Kuina was very excited at the moment, because their swordsmanship partner has always been Ning Chuan. But Ning Chuan's strength was too strong, and practicing swordplay with him would only end up being torture. Now it is not easy to find a swordsman who is much weaker than Ning Chuan, and she is also a female swordsman. Naturally, she must seize the opportunity to hone herself. At this moment, Momoshiki also wanted to try the children trained by Ning Chuan, so she thought for a moment and decided to practice with Kuina. Nami and the others saw the excitement, so he immediately put down the mahjong in his hands and rushed to the martial arts field to watch the battle between the two. Just when Ning Chuan was about to take a look, suddenly, the phone on his waist rang. "Boss Ning Chuan, according to the news from my spies who stayed in Wano country, 4 Emperors Kaido has started to set off from Wano country." Chapter 172, Fight against Kaido and punch him down. Kaido came at the wrong time. Ning Chuan sighed slightly. "It seems that this time I won't be able to see the battle between Kuina and Momoshiki." Ning Chuan hung up the call from Doflamingo. He stood up and prepared to intercept this guy Kaido. However, before leaving, Ning Chuan stopped Robin and told her directly to pay attention to Momoshiki's movements. If anything happens to Momoshiki, he will come back as soon as possible. But Ning Chuan knew that Momoshiki's unusual behavior was at best an attempt to escape. But he wanted to leave Dressrosa without Ning Chuan's consent. Momoshiki can't even take a step out. As for whether Momoshiki will report his Serif Plan to Marine, Ning Chuan didn't care. After all, these things will be announced sooner or later. If Momoshiki tells it, it will put more pressure on Marine. What's more, what if Marine and world government knew about the Serif Plan in advance? They can't find where their laboratory is. There are so many empty islands in the sky, and it would probably take a lot of time for them to find them one by one. Then again, the New World Marines below can't even handle it. How could they have time to divide their troops and go to the empty island? He also has the power of the Gate Fruit, so even if they go to Marine, he can go back instantly. The current situation is basically equivalent to Ning Chuan playing cards with the world government. They also have nothing to do with themselves. After all, 2 of the 5 elders were captured by themselves. The remaining 3 may not dare to leave the nest easily for a while. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. I saw his body flying straight into the air, looking in the direction of Wano country. Then Ning Chuan once again used the ability of the shining fruit. The body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Kaido's direction. This time, he is going to have a good meeting with this one of the 4 emperors of New World. Ning Chuan turned into a stream of light and flew across the sky at a speed so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. The clouds on the horizon kept passing quickly in front of his eyes. More than an hour later, a huge dragon shadow vaguely emerged from the clouds in the distance, hovering in the clouds. Ning Chuan knew that it was the green dragon incarnated by Kaido himself in the 4 emperors. The moment I saw Kaido, Ning Chuan speeded up without hesitation and flew in the direction of Blue Dragon Kaido. Kaido had already noticed Ning Chuan's approach at this moment. He was furious and stared at the huge dragon eyes, a trace of anger igniting in his heart. He opened his huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. Get away, bug, get out of the way. As Kaido roared, his conqueror's haki swept out like a tsunami. With unparalleled pressure, he wanted to directly knock Ning Chuan unconscious. When his conqueror's domineering energy swept across Ning Chuan's body, it didn't cause any substantial damage to him. Seeing this scene, Kaido suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. Years of combat experience told him that the enemy in front of him seemed to be no ordinary character. The opponent is very strong. He is a rare strong man. Just when Kaido realized this and was about to continue, but he suddenly felt a powerful force close to his abdomen. The stream of light that Ning Chuan transformed into hit Kaido's huge dragon body almost instantly. That blow carried devastating power, directly twisting Kaido's dragon body violently. I saw the huge green dragon's body rolling continuously in the air. The pain as if being torn spread from the abdomen to the whole body. Ning Chuan stopped in the air, his figure frozen in midair like a bolt of lightning. He smiled and looked at the twisted and painful Qinglong in front of him, his eyes full of contempt and ridicule. The dignified four emperors Kaido is nothing more than that. This reputation for resisting beatings is really exaggerated. When Kaido heard this, a trace of anger flashed in his huge dragon eyes. He endured the pain, raised the huge dragon head, and took a closer look. As a result, he discovered that the guy who attacked him was actually Ning Chuan. This made him stunned for a moment. While he was shocked, he was also instantly ignited with raging anger. It's you, Ning Chuan, a-hole. Kaido gritted his teeth and roared angrily. His voice shook the sky like thunder. The huge dragon body rolled in the air, trying to intimidate the enemy in front of him with its powerful momentum. However, all this has no effect on Ning Chuan. Die! Kaido roared angrily and swung the huge dragon tail towards Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan easily dodged Kaido's attack in the air, his figure as agile as a ghost. Too slow. Every time Kaido tries to attack him with his dragon tail or claws, Ning Chuan was able to dodge easily, and even taunted him from time to time. Kaido was furious at this moment. As one of the four emperors who rules the pirate world, how has he ever been so provoked? You will pay for your arrogance. Kaido roared angrily, and his dragon body expanded again. He mobilized the strongest power in his body and prepared to start a real fight with Ning Chuan. However, seeing this scene, Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, with a cold look in his eyes. The person who said this last time already regrets it so much. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan turned into a stream of light again. In just a moment, he approached Kaido's dragon body again. Each of his attacks was extremely precise, hitting Kaido's vitals directly. Ning Chuan's speed was really too fast. Kaido's huge body is too bulky, so he can only be beaten passively. A-hole, dragon breath. He took a deep breath, and the dragon's body suddenly expanded. Then he opened his huge mouth, and a hot and suffocating dragon's breath spurted out like a torrent. Kaido knew that the temperature of this dragon's breath was comparable to lava. No matter how powerful Ning Chuan is, he should be forced back by this terrifying flame. This will give you a chance to breathe. However, what Kaido didn't expect was, Ning Chuan had no intention of retreating at all. As he faced the oncoming blazing dragon's breath, a trace of coldness and disdain flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. He rushed forward, completely ignoring the scorching temperature. Walked through the dragon's breath. The flames and hot airflow in the dragon's breath seemed to have lost all power in front of Ning Chuan. Looking at this scene, Kaido's pupils suddenly shrank, and for the first time, a deep sense of crisis arose in his heart. The Ning Chuan in front of him was not only not forced back by the dragon's breath. Instead, he broke through his attack with a more ferocious attitude. Kaido didn't have time to make any further defensive moves. He saw Ning Chuan's figure approaching him. Your dragon's breath is nothing more than that. It's much worse than magma, Ning Chuan said coldly. Then, his fists were suddenly clenched. Conqueror's domineering energy condensed on his fists, releasing powerful pressure. The next moment, Ning Chuan's fist hit Kaido's chin like lightning. This punch carried irresistible power and directly hit Kaido's vitals. Kaido felt a sharp pain coming from his jaw. The huge impact made him dizzy, and the scene in front of him began to blur. Kaido's huge dragon body, which had lost control, lost its balance in the air and quickly fell downwards. And below where he fell, there was a deserted island. The entire dragon body hit the ground hard, creating a huge dragon-shaped pit on the ground. Chapter 173 enrages Kaido and prepares to master the phantom beast species blue dragon form. Kaido falls from the sky. Although he suffered a lot of injuries, his terrifying recovery power took effect quickly. Soon, he climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and the injuries on his body healed at an alarming speed. Looking at Kaido's current state, Ning Chuan was a little surprised. He is worthy of being called the strongest creature in the world. Even after such a violent impact, Kaido quickly returned to the same state as before. After he stood firm, Kaido decisively gave up the dragon form. The huge body also shrank into a normal human form. He pulled out his mace from his waist, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. Obviously he is ready to really compete with Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan looked at Kaido who took out the mace, with a bit of playfulness in his eyes, and asked with a chuckle. Why, aren't you going to fight me in your strongest human animal form? Kaido sneered and responded domineeringly. It's not necessary yet. Using an ordinary human form is enough to make you understand the cost of going against the 4 emperors. But before we start the fight, I have a question to ask you. Having said this, Kaido's face suddenly darkened and he stared into Ning Chuan's eyes and asked. Where are my men? Where did you take them? If you tell the truth, I will make your death easier. Listening to Kaido's threat, Ning Chuan shrugged and said nonchalantly. Don't worry, you will be able to meet them soon. These words instantly ignited the anger in Kaido's heart. Brat, thunder 8 trigrams. He roared angrily, and his huge body suddenly rushed forward. The mace in his hand was instantly wrapped with the powerful Conqueror's haki. Without any hesitation, he raised the mace and swung it down suddenly. Suddenly there was a harsh sound of breaking wind in the air. Kaido's mace was wrapped with the power of thunder, as if it was about to split the heaven and earth, and hit Ning Chuan with unparalleled terrifying power. The thundering 8 trigrams faced Kaido's all-out attack. Ning Chuan did not back down. His eyes remained calm. His fists were clenched slightly, wrapped around the same powerful Conqueror's haki. Facing Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams, he went forward and punched directly, colliding hard with Kaido's mace. Boom! The collision between the two instantly erupted with extremely terrifying power. The deafening roar echoed throughout the island. Just one confrontation brought terrifying destructive power. The two conquerors' domineering collisions intertwined in the air, forming a strong shock wave that swept everything around. The ground shook violently, and the rocks on the island were instantly shattered. Huge cracks spread like spider webs, and trees were blown away and uprooted. The waves in the distance were also stirred up by this force, rolling up waves tens of meters high and slamming towards the surroundings of the island. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart at this moment. The powerful shock wave made the world seem to be in turmoil, and the entire island seemed to be in doom. The originally beautiful environment was mostly destroyed in an instant because of the battle between the two. The powers of Kaido and Ning Chuan were briefly stalemate in the air. But their eyes were still as sharp as cheetahs, showing no signs of giving in. At this moment, Kaido suddenly laughed wildly, with arrogance and ferocity in his voice. Not bad. I didn't expect you kid to be able to block my thundering 8 trigrams. However, if you are just like this, you are not qualified to compete with me. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, and the power in his hand increased instead of decreasing. Conqueror's domineering force instantly bursts out with even greater pressure. Really? Then let me see if you are qualified to say such big words. Before he finished speaking, Ning Chuan suddenly increased his strength, and his fist instantly released a stronger impact, directly knocking Kaido's mace back by a few points. Kaido's expression suddenly changed. Obviously, he didn't expect Ning Chuan to still have power. It turns out that he never used his full strength against himself before. This young man's strength far exceeded his expectations. However, after the accident, Kaido became extremely excited. In Wano country for so many years, he has not met an opponent who can make him go all out for a long time. Ning Chuan's strength greatly increased his desire to fight. Ha ha ha, interesting, boy, you are the first guy who dares to hold back in a fight with me. Kaido roared angrily. Pieces of green dragon scales began to grow on his body. At this moment, he possesses both the flexibility of the human form and the powerful defense of the dragon form. This is Kaido's true strongest fighting form. Next, Ning Chuan and Kaido started a high-intensity battle again. In a short period of time, they have fought against each other hundreds of times. After Kaido completely transformed into the human animal form, his aura surged, and his whole body exuded the terrifying Conqueror's haki. Kaido roared angrily, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. It's just what I want. I've finished reading everything I need to see. Now it's time for you to see what real power is. He put his hands behind his back and watched Kaido's transformation process with calm eyes. However, Ning Chuan always behaved with ease. Every change in power, it's as if every blow is playing tricks on Kaido, and Kaido's powerful offensive is resolved at the minimum cost every time. Human animal form, he must educate this little BD Ning Chuan in the strongest possible way. Ning Chuan has been using his knowledge and domineering power to carefully observe Kaido's every minute movement. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and said calmly. As bursts of coercion emitted, the muscles all over his body bulged instantly. Kaido became angrier and angrier as he fought, and the anger in his heart burned more and more intensely. He felt as if he had been despised by Ning Chuan, and every time he took a shot, he was blocked by Ning Chuan in an understatement. This feeling made him feel humiliated. This time, I want you to see the true power. Ning Chuan's attitude of belittling himself made him no longer want to retain his strength. Kaido used all his strength in every attack. The huge mace kept swinging with the power of thunder, and the tyrannical conquerors scattered out. It seems that every detail is carefully remembered. Then his body began to undergo drastic changes. It was as if the whole world was shaken by his power. A-hole, how dare you underestimate me? System, start settlement. Come on, Ning Chuan. The fight between the two was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. He has always wanted to turn Kaido into a human animal form just for the power of his blue dragon fruit, a fantasy beast species. Ning Chuan stood quietly not far away and did not take this opportunity to make a sneak attack. Just hear Kaido roar, Kaido said with a wild smile, his voice full of fighting spirit. Whether Kaido changed from dragon form to human form, or now from human form to human beast form. Chapter 174 Little Kaido, your blue dragon seems not as big as mine. Congratulations to host for successfully observing all forms of fish fruit, phantasmal beast species, and blue dragon form for a total of 20 minutes, and activated the 10,000 times return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a total of 200,000 minutes of cultivation in all forms including fish fruit, phantasmal beast species, and azure dragon form. Host's understanding of all forms of fish fruits, phantom beast species, and blue dragon forms has been greatly improved. Have you not observed enough to master the power of the blue dragon form? Then go backwards, facing Kaido who was already charging towards him with a mace. Ning Chuan suddenly showed a strange smile to him. Kaido suddenly felt a little strange when he saw the smile on Ning Chuan's face. However, Kai was worried. He just picked up the stick and prepared to give Ning Chuan a hard blow. No matter what Ning Chuan wants to do next, he can smash his conspiracy with one stick. Zhong Sanchi Yinaraku. Kaido instantly leapt into the air, raised the mace in his hand and struck it down with unparalleled power. Time back. Facing Kaido's attack, Ning Chuan calmly snapped his fingers. The next moment, Kaido, who was flying into the air, was instantly pulled back to the ground. Kaido was confused for a moment when such a strange thing happened to him. What's going on? Didn't I just hit a decisive blow and give Ning Chuan a hard blow? Why am I back where I was? Just when Kaido was confused, something even more surprising happened to him. I saw that the blue dragon scales growing on his body began to slowly shrink back. The whole person began to slowly degenerate from the human animal form to the human form. Seeing the changes in his body, Kaido couldn't help but be shocked. He understood what Ning Chuan was doing, and why could Ning Chuan control his body to exit the human animal form. At this time, Kaido was shocked and angry. He knew that this should be a special devil fruit power that Ning Chuan mastered. Use devil fruit powers on me. You underestimate me, conquerors. Hearing Kaido roar, he concentrated all the conqueror's power in his body and released it at this moment. Haki has a certain suppressive effect on devil fruit abilities. Kaido wants to use this to forcibly offset Ning Chuan's devil fruit ability. However, he overlooked one point. That is, Ning Chuan's Conquerors is much more powerful than his overlord Haki. The moment he unleashed Conqueror's dominance, Ning Chuan's Conqueror's domineering energy was also fully released at this moment. Easily suppress Kaido's domineering power. Let his domineering power no longer suppress the power of the time fruit. If he chooses to ignore Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki and forcibly use Conqueror's Haki to suppress the power of the devil fruit, then the next moment, he would probably be knocked unconscious by Ning Chuan's Conquerors. At this moment, Kaido was in a dilemma. But in desperation, he could only choose Conquerors in Ning Chuan, because he knew that once he fainted at this time, then everything will be over. Time moves forward. Ning Chuan snapped his fingers again. The next moment, Kaido's body once again grew green dragon scales, and his whole body began to transform into a human animal form. Watching his body change uncontrollably again, Kaido was shocked. What's going on? Why did I change from human form to human animal form again? Kaido didn't know what happened to him. But no matter what happened, he knew that it had something to do with Ning Chuan. That's all. Kaido changed from human form to human animal form, and from human animal form to human form. During this period, he also changed into the green dragon form several times. For more than an hour. It wasn't until Ning Chuan finished saying, "The system starts settling." The voice he wanted to hear finally rang in his ears. Congratulations to host for successfully mastering the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and azure dragon form. After learning that he had successfully mastered the blue dragon form of the phantom beast species, Ning Chuan did not hesitate and started to transform into the green dragon form with a thought. The scales of the blue dragon reflect the sun, and the hovering dragon shadow blocks the sky. Kaido, it seems that the development of the blue dragon form of your phantom beast species is nothing more than this. Then, let's continue to improve my blue dragon form ability in the battle with this guy. I feel that the power of the blue dragon form devil fruit in my body has become stronger. How is this possible? He lowered his head and looked down at Kaido, with a smirk on his lips. Kaido could no longer keep calm at this moment. He stood there blankly, his eyes full of disbelief. He spoke slowly, and his voice was like thunder, striking Kaido's heart. And the body is even bigger than him, and the dragon's power is also more powerful. He couldn't understand how Ning Chuan mastered his green dragon form. He recited directly in his heart. What's more, he couldn't accept that the power he was so proud of could be easily copied by his opponent, and even more powerful. Ning Chuan finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. The size far exceeds the blue dragon form that Kaido transformed into before. The entire dragon body hovers in the air, looking extremely majestic and domineering. In an instant, shining dragon scales began to appear on the surface of Ning Chuan's body, which were extremely hard and shone with a cold light. All this completely subverted his understanding. Host's mastery of fish fruits, phantom beast species, and blue dragon forms has been greatly improved. After Ning Chuan successfully transformed into a huge green dragon, his figure is also expanding rapidly, gradually transforming from a human form into a green dragon, and the powerful dragon power fills the air. The next moment. At this moment, Ning Chuan's green dragon shape gradually took shape. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving 10,000 minutes of fish fruit, phantom beast species, and green dragon form as a refund. The huge dragon claws seemed to tear everything apart. With the sound of breaking wind, it roared and slapped Kaido, who was in a daze. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and azure dragon form for 1 minute, activating the 10,000 times return system. Kaido was still frozen in place at this moment, his mind in chaos. System, continue settlement. Ning Chuan looked down at Kaido, a trace of amusement flashing in his huge dragon eyes. Ning Chuan finished speaking. Ning Chuan turned into the same green dragon form as himself. My green dragon is bigger than yours when I first transformed into it. It seems that your hard work over the years can't keep up with my hard work for a while. Start practice settlement now. However, this is not over yet. Kaido couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. His once extremely confident heart was now shaken. He controlled his huge blue dragon body and began to attack Kaido below. Chapter 175 Defeat Kaido, increase the high-end combat power of Song World by 1. Kaido was stunned by Ning Chuan's claw, but with many years of combat experience, he quickly regained his composure. However, he was still a little unwilling in his heart. Kaido tried his best to rely on his human animal form to compete with Ning Chuan's blue dragon form. However, he soon realized that Ning Chuan's power was far beyond his imagination. His azure dragon form is much more powerful than the azure dragon he transformed into, both in terms of strength, speed and defense. The moment Kaido counterattacked, Ning Chuan did not give him a chance to breathe. I saw 4 types of Logia and Devil Fruit powers emerging around Ning Chuan. The golden light of the sparkling fruit, the bone-chilling cold of the frozen fruit, the roaring thunder of the thunder fruit, and the scorching magma of the lava fruit. Each force is enough to destroy an island. At this moment, these forces gathered around Ning Chuan at the same time. All used to bombard Kaido beneath him. Boom! Various terrifying forces attacked Kaido at the same time, and the powerful Logia fruit attack completely surrounded him. Kaido's eyes widened. He didn't even have time to defend himself, so he had no choice but to receive Ning Chuan's attack. The shining fruit's lasers continuously hit Kaido's body, and the freezing power of the frozen fruit froze most of his dragon body. Countless thunders instantly flooded Kaido's body, and the hot magma from the lava fruit directly bombarded his dragon scales. Not long after, the defensive dragon scales on Kaido's body had been shattered by the rounds of bombardment. At this moment, Kaido let out a shocking roar, and his green dragon body twisted in pain under the fierce attack. The intense pain and huge impact caused him to lose his balance for a moment, and he half knelt on the ground. Whenever Kaido tried to stay calm, he quickly regained his strength and stood up to fight Ning Chuan. But as soon as his body gathered the strength to recover, Ning Chuan's new attack immediately came. A steady stream of fruit power and slaps from the dragon's claws hit him one after another. He didn't have time to breathe at all, and the injuries accumulated became more and more serious. The situation is now completely one-sided. Ning Chuan's offensive was extremely fierce, but Kaido felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss and could not escape. His dragon scales were exploded and his flesh and blood were blurred. His strong recovery power was powerless in the face of this attack. Kaido gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of fear and unwillingness in his heart. He knew very well that if he continued, he might be completely defeated by Ning Chuan. Now he is no longer a match for Ning Chuan. Then, the idea of escape began to emerge in his mind. Damn, I admit defeat today, let's go first. Sooner or later, I will come back to seek revenge on this kid. Kaido cursed secretly in his heart, quietly gathering up his last strength, preparing to wait for an opportunity to escape. He wanted to retreat temporarily. Keep this hatred in your heart and look for opportunities for revenge in the future. However, Ning Chuan's domineering power had already caught his every move. Looking at Kaido trying to escape, a sneer appeared on the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. Want to run? It's not that easy. Before he finished speaking, Ning Chuan's figure disappeared again and appeared in front of Kaido at an extremely fast speed. Human animal form. Ning Chuan directly transformed into the strongest human animal form of the blue dragon fruit and came to Kaido. As he punched out, Conqueror's Haki and the power of the Logia fruit exploded again. The terrifying shock wave directly blocked Kaido's escape route. Kaido was forced to stop by this force, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. He understood that the current situation was completely out of control, and he was unable to compete with Ning Chuan anymore. Ning Chuan. Kaido gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. However, he has no chance of comeback now. Ning Chuan's attacks were like a storm, falling on Kaido one after another. Kaido's strong body was hit hard by Ning Chuan's fists time and time again. The power was so powerful that the entire island was cracking apart. Not long after, the dragon scales on Kaido's body had been smashed to pieces by Ning Chuan, and blood spattered out. Under this round of fierce attacks, Kaido gradually felt a little unconscious. A large amount of seawater instantly poured into the huge crack. Seeing that Kaido was also thrown in by Ning Chuan, he understood that the situation in Gerger's world had changed again. He once thought that no matter how strong Ning Chuan was, he could not be Kaido's opponent. His movements became slower and slower, his body became heavier and heavier, and eventually he began to lose the strength to stand up. However, as they saw Kaido's miserable and bruised appearance, everyone's expressions became ugly. It seems like a good idea to get some exercise once in a while. Their boss, Kaido, is known as the strongest creature in the world. Despite his amazing resilience, with Kaido, the newly added high-end combat power, the pressure on them to deal with the three Saints of Satan will be greatly reduced. Kaido's body also fell directly into the deep sea, becoming unable to move anymore. How is it possible? Even the boss lost. With the final punch, Quinn quickly stepped forward to support the injured Kaido, his eyes full of shock and helplessness. Ning Chuan saw that Kaido could hardly move, and stopped with a sneer. But each of Ning Chuan's attacks was more deadly than the previous one. Rayleigh said with a slight smile, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Then, he opened the door to the world of singing without hesitation. Quinn couldn't believe her eyes, seeing that Kaido had lost the ability to resist and was unconscious in the sea water. Kaido was kicked into the world of songs. The tide has turned, and now Saint Caesar and the others are finally beaten. In the world of songs, Quinn and others from the original Beast's pirates are being tortured by the world of songs. Kaido's injuries continue to accumulate. Time back, when they suddenly saw Kaido's figure appear, Quinn's face first flashed with joy, as if he saw hope. But now, reality has completely shattered his fantasy. But now he was beaten so brutally by Ning Chuan and was forcibly thrown into this terrible world. This makes it difficult for them to believe what they are seeing. How about I also go to the GU refining field to play in the future? The entire island was smashed in half by Ning Chuan's punch. He twisted his neck, moved his arms, and couldn't help but sigh. Rayleigh on the side was watching all this, with a hint of joy on his face. Ning Chuan snapped his fingers and pulled Kaido's body back. At the same time, it seems that our combat strength has increased by one more. Chapter 176. Most of the beast pirates have been destroyed, and they are ready to liberate the country of Wano. Satan Saint, Fegaland and Izan Balan watched Kaido being thrown into the world of songs by Ning Chuan, and a strong uneasiness suddenly arose in their hearts. As one of the 4 emperors of New World, Kaido was defeated so quickly. This made them realize that Ning Chuan's strength far exceeded their expectations. With Kaido's defeat, the balance of power in the entire New World may change dramatically. Ning Chuan is likely to take advantage of the situation to take over Kaido's territory and gradually expand his power. If Ning Chuan really takes over Kaido's power, then his power will further expand. How old is he now? If you give him another period of time, what kind of state will he grow to? Saint Satan frowned tightly, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. He will become the new 4 emperors, and even surpass the 4 emperors. The most fearful thing is that Ning Chuan's ambition does not stop there. He is very likely to continue to defeat the other 4 emperors and eventually unify the entire New World. At that time, he can even confront the entire world government head-on. Izan Balan added, with deep concern on his face. Once New World is unified by Ning Chuan, world government will face unprecedented challenges. His strength, coupled with the powerful men behind him, is enough to threaten Lord Im's rule. Fegaland couldn't help but feel helpless when he heard the discussion between the two of them. He smiled coldly and interrupted their thoughts. Rather than worrying about the situation outside, let's first think about how we can escape from this hell. We can no longer interfere with the situation outside, but if we are completely defeated and suppressed by these pirates here, let alone New World, even our own lives will be difficult. Fegaland's words brought Saint Satan and Izan Balan back to their senses instantly. They realized that the most pressing issue at the moment is not the situation outside, but how to survive in the world of songs. Originally, Rayleigh, Quinn and others had formed an extremely powerful team, which could barely compete with them. Now with the addition of 4 Emperors Kaido, their combat power has undoubtedly been raised to a terrifying height again. And on my own side, although there are 3 strong men, facing such a powerful siege, the chance of winning is still slim. Damn, Saint Satan gritted his teeth, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Now that Kaido and Rayleigh have joined forces, and there are so many pirates, it may not be easy to survive in this situation. That's right, Fegaland said solemnly. Our enemies are much stronger than before. If we want to withstand their attack, we must find a way to combine all our forces. We can no longer fight alone. The expressions of the 3 people became extremely solemn. Right now, the situation in Gerger's world has completely changed. Kaido's joining makes their situation even more dangerous. Rayleigh and Kaido join forces, and with the attacks of other pirates, they know that it will be difficult for them to block this impact. Get ready to fight, Saint Satan said in a deep voice, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Next, we have no retreat. We must completely suppress them and destroy their will. Otherwise, we will be bullied in the future even in this world of songs. At the same time, Rayleigh has arrived at Kaido's side, seeing that this former enemy has now fallen into the same fate as himself. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his heart. Wait until Kaido gradually wakes up and sees Rayleigh and Quinn. He was stunned for a moment, then waited for Rayleigh and Quinn to explain everything in the world of songs. Kaido had no choice but to temporarily join forces with Rayleigh to deal with the 3 powerful celestial dragons. In the real world, Ning Chuan brings Kaido into the Queen of Gerger world. He originally wanted to use the power of the Gate Fruit, Gate of Opening to return to Dressrosa. But then I thought about it, and now I have almost captured the top brass of the Beast Pirates. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to go to Wano country and capture the entire Wano country? Now there is only one Kurozumi and a few small cadres under Kaido left in Wano. There shouldn't be any resistance, and the entire Wano country can be captured. There are a lot of sea floor stone resources in the country of Wano, and it is worth a trip for Ning Chuan himself. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan no longer hesitated and directly transformed into the green dragon form. He took out the eternal pointer he got from Kaido and flew towards Wano country. Ning Chuan soon flew over Wano country. Lord Kaido obviously went to Ning Chuan to take revenge, and he also brought Lord Jin and Lord Quinn back. I want to cheer for Kaido's triumphant return. Kaido's remaining men were filled with joy after seeing the dragon flying back to Wano country again. They gathered together excitedly and rushed to Ghost Island. Lord Kaido came back really quickly this time. It seems that Ning Chuan doesn't have much ability. Why doesn't Boss Kaido speak? What happened today? Did Boss drink too much on the way back? Instead, he continued to maintain Kaido's dragon form, hovering over Onigashima. Ning Chuan stopped in the air and couldn't help but chuckled as he watched these Kaido subordinates gathered together excitedly. Compared to Kaido, the thoughts of these people were gradually drowned in the human voice. They would rather let this fool Kazuki Oden be the general of Wano. But the revenge has been avenged. Why can't we see Jin and Lord Quinn? A feeling of despair suddenly surged in everyone's hearts. That's right, Ning Chuan, an unknown guy, will be scared to death when he sees Boss Kaido. They all held their heads high and held banquet tools in their hands, preparing to hold a grand banquet. When the people of Wano saw the dragon reappearing in the sky, they thought Kaido was back. Kaido's rule has brought endless oppression and suffering to this country, and the people have developed a deep fear of Kaido's power. But Ning Chuan, at this moment, Kaido's subordinates on Onigashima are all confident. Some cadres have even begun to discuss with each other how to report the contributions they have done during this period to Kaido. But some people realize that something doesn't seem right. But then I thought about it, since they thought they were Kaido. Therefore, Ning Chuan did not reveal his true body for the time being. However, amid the cheers of others, he waited quietly, observing the movements of Kaido's men. It's been so many years since that idiot Kazuki Oden died. It's better to take this opportunity to gather all these guys together and catch them all in one go, saving you the trouble of defeating them one by one. They were completely unaware that the dragon in front of them was not actually their boss Kaido. He looked down at the scene below. Soon after, almost all of Kaido's remaining men arrived on Onigashima. The opposite is true. He originally wanted to reveal his true form directly and launch an attack. They are unwilling to continue to accept Kaido's rule. They thought that Kaido had returned triumphantly and had completely defeated his enemy Ning Chuan. Chapter 177 The country of Wano is my territory, Ning Chuan. Conquer the little fangirl Yamato. Seeing that Kaido's flying five have gathered together with Kurozumi Orochi and the other remaining enemies of Wano, Ning Chuan sneered, and amid the cheers of everyone, he directly released the dragon form and returned to his original appearance. I saw Ning Chuan changing from the dragon form back to his original appearance, standing quietly above the Ghost Island. The surrounding air suddenly became oppressive. Kaido's men, who were still cheering for Kaido's return, were stunned for a moment. The cheers stopped suddenly, and the whole scene fell into an eerie silence. What is going on? Where is Lord Kaido? Who is this person and why can he become a blue dragon? Isn't he the illegitimate son of Lord Kaido? Wait a minute, this guy is not Kaido. This is Ning Chuan. What Ning Chuan? Didn't Lord Kaido go to deal with this kid? Why does he appear here? It's difficult. Could it be that Lord Kaido has been defeated? Impossible. How could Lord Kaido be defeated? How could this kid be so strong? As more and more people recognized Ning Chuan's identity, panic began to spread quickly among Kaido's men. They thought Kaido had returned triumphantly. But they didn't expect that what came back was the enemy they least wanted to see. The cheers just now have turned into deep fear at this moment. However, despite the fear, Feiwubao, Kurozumi and others did not give up easily. After all, they are Kaido's elite fighting force. The members of Feiwubao were the first to enter the fighting state, each displaying their dinosaur form. With their strong bodies, the terrifying power of the ancient devil fruit is revealed in them. The roars of dinosaurs were heard one after another, and the eyes looking at Ning Chuan were filled with murderous intent. Kurozumi didn't hesitate either, although his strength is really hard to rank. But in order to support everyone, he instantly transformed into a huge Yamato no Orochi. His ferocious snake heads let out a low roar, and the 8 snake heads faced Ning Chuan ferociously, looking extremely fierce. Ning Chuan, how dare you act while here? Peggy Wan, one of the members of the Flying Five, roared and rushed towards Ning Chuan first. The huge dinosaur form crushed the ground and rushed towards Ning Chuan with destructive force. Others also followed behind Peggy Wan to fight. Ning Chuan looked at everything in front of him and sneered, not taking these resistors seriously at all. I saw him slightly raising one hand, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki was instantly released, covering the entire Ghost Island like an invisible mountain. The country of Wano is already my territory in Ning Chuan. Those who resist, die. Ning Chuan's voice was low and majestic, carrying irresistible power. The next moment, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki hits Feiwubao, Kurozumi Orochi and all enemies who were still preparing to resist like a giant wave. Peggy Wan's dinosaur footsteps suddenly stopped, and the fierce light in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. His body actually trembled slightly under the pressure of domineering force, and it became extremely difficult to move even one step. The 8 snake heads of the Kurozumi snake also lost their original arrogance in the face of Ning Chuan's domineering power. The 8 snake heads hung down feebly, and even the power to move disappeared. On the entire Ghost Island, all enemies were suppressed by this powerful pressure and were unable to move. They were originally prepared to fight to the death to resist Ning Chuan's invasion. At this moment, even standing firm has become a luxury. The members of Feiwubao reluctantly gritted their teeth and persisted. But their bodies are like fragile paper in front of Ning Chuan's terrifying conqueror's domineering force, and may be torn into two pieces at any time. In just a moment, everyone realized the strength gap between themselves and Ning Chuan. This is such a powerful force. Kurozumi's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and deep fear flashed in his eyes. He has never seen such terrifying conqueror's domination. Even Kaido's conquerors seems not as terrifying as Ning Chuan. He, who was always strong on the outside but strong on the inside, now lost all the courage to resist. Lord Kaido, did he really lose to this kid? His conquerors actually made me lose the courage to resist. At this moment, the only remaining senior officials on Ghost Island have realized it. Why is it not Kaido who returns to Onigashima, but their enemy Ning Chuan? Ning Chuan looked at these enemies who were unable to resist with a sneer and stepped forward. Every step he took was filled with unparalleled momentum, making the entire Ghost Island seem to tremble under his feet. These big pirates who used to dominate Wano are now just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Your resistance is meaningless, Ning Chuan said calmly and waved his finger lightly. The power of Wawa fruit surged out again, and huge palms rose from the ground, grabbing these enemies who were unable to resist one by one. Immediately afterwards, Ning Chuan made a move with his arm. The door to the world of songs appeared in front of everyone again. Let me go in, everyone. He sneered, and the powerful suction threw all the enemies into the world of songs one by one. Let them meet the boss Kaido they miss so much. At this time, there was only one person left on the entire Ghost Island. That's Kaido's daughter Yamato. However, as Kaido's precious daughter, after she learned that her father Kaido was defeated by Ning Chuan, she couldn't help but hate Ning Chuan. Instead, he is very interested in Ning Chuan. It's just that Yamato's condition at this time is very bad. Ever since she picked up Kazuki Oden's diary, she has been yearning for life outside Wano. It's just that Kaido doesn't agree with Yamato going to sea. She has been wearing handcuffs that will explode if she leaves the island of Wano. In this way, Yamato will be trapped in Wano country and will not let her leave. The conflict between the father and daughter is huge. Yamato has almost turned her old father into an enemy. Therefore, when she heard that her old father was defeated by Ning Chuan, she was not sad or angry. Instead, he became very interested in Ning Chuan. Hey, did you really defeat my father? Yamato didn't seem to be afraid of Ning Chuan at all, and walked to his side with a smile. Ning Chuan naturally knew about the conflict between Yamato and his father Kaido. So he looked at the excited expression on Yamato's face and nodded. Can you help me get this out of the way? I will hang out with you from now on. How about you become my boss and teach me how to become stronger? Yamato didn't talk nonsense and spoke simply. Ning Chuan, who knew her character, didn't say anything nonsense when he looked at the hands Yamato handed over. He stretched out a hand and pressed it directly on Yamato's wrist, using gentle force. Almost instantly, the handcuffs that had imprisoned Yamato for several years were violently removed by Ning Chuan. Exploded in his hands. However, this explosion did not cause any damage to Yamato, let alone Ning Chuan. Thank you very much, Boss Ning Chuan. Next, I will help you seize my father's territory. Chapter 178. There will be no general in Wano from now on. Yamato took Ning Chuan all the way into the general's mansion of Wano country. The guards looked at her and Ning Chuan wherever they passed, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. Since Kaido took control of Wano, Yamato has not had a good relationship with Kaido. But she is Kaido's daughter after all, and her identity is still important. Therefore, the guards did not stop him too much. However, when Yamato took Ning Chuan straight into the general's mansion. When he was asked to sit on the throne of the general, the guards and officials around him felt puzzled and confused. Yamato-sama, what's going on? Who is he? Why let an outsider take the position of general? One of the guards finally couldn't help it, and came forward to ask with some panic and questions. Yamato looked calm and said without hesitation. This is Ning Chuan, my boss. My father Kaido has been defeated by him, and now he will take over the country of Wano. Go and inform everyone to prepare for the succession ceremony of the new general immediately. Her words exploded in the crowd like thunder, and the guards and officials of the general's mansion were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, as if they didn't believe this at all. What, Lord Kaido, was defeated? This is impossible. Yes, how could Lord Kaido lose to an outsider? No, Lord Kaido went out to defeat Ning Chuan today, but why is Ning Chuan here? Did he take advantage of Lord Kaido's absence to steal the house? The hands of some guards and officials unconsciously touched their weapons. Their instinct is to resist. However, Ning Chuan just glanced at them coldly, with strong pressure in his eyes. His aura was calm and intimidating, but he looked panicked at the guards. The guards who were about to raise their weapons suddenly felt an irresistible pressure. Their legs were slightly weak, the weapons became extremely heavy in their hands, and their hearts were filled with fear. In the end, no one dared to take action in front of Ning Chuan. Everyone was shocked by the conquerors on Ning Chuan. Kaido has been defeated by me, and now the entire country of Wano is my territory of Ning Chuan. Whoever wants to resist will have only one end, death. There was no emotion in Ning Chuan's words. Under the blessing of Conqueror's domineering power, the hearts of the guards below were filled with fear and uneasiness. No one dared to disobey Ning Chuan's order, and everyone took a step back involuntarily. They already understood in their hearts that they must do what Ning Chuan said now. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Yamato was very satisfied to see these people being shocked by Ning Chuan. She nodded slightly, then turned around and ordered her subordinates. Go and inform everyone in the country to prepare for the succession ceremony of the new general. Anyone who disobeys will be killed directly. Soon, the news that Wano country was about to have a new general succeed spread throughout the country. After hearing the news of the general's succession, everyone in Wano had a gloomy face. They thought that the tyrant Kaido, whom they both feared and hated, would officially become the general of Wano. Especially those who still cherish the Kazuki family feel extremely heavy. Wano's resistance to Kaido's rule has been suppressed for many years. But they still have a glimmer of hope, looking forward to the day when the young master Momosuke can return and restore the glory of the Kazuki family. When Denjiro and Asura Doji and the 9 heroes of the Red Scabbard heard the news, they had already grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and they were filled with anger. Although they wanted to rush into the general's mansion immediately to prevent Kaido from succeeding as general. But in the end he decided to suppress his anger. They know that the time has not yet come, and the best time to take back Wano is to wait for Momosuke to return. It's too early to take action now, we can't be reckless. Denjiro looked at him and whispered to Ashura Doji. Although his words were calm, the hand holding the sword had turned white, and it was obvious that the anger in his heart had reached its limit. Yes, everything will be different when the young master returns. Let's inform the others, at least, tell them the news. Asura boy nodded in response. Although he was full of reluctance, he knew that acting rashly now would only put them into greater trouble. They quickly took out the phone bug and passed the message to the 9 red scabbards who were still in various places. Princess Kazuki Hiyori of Wano was stunned when she heard the news. She had been carrying years of pain and anger inside. Now that he learned that Kaido was officially usurping the position of general, the pain in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he immediately covered his face and cried bitterly. However, after crying, she wiped away her tears and decided to go and see the general succession ceremony in person. I have to go and see what the future of Wano will be like, she said to herself, with a firm light shining in her eyes. In the square, people gathered one after another. They were waiting for Kaido to appear, feeling uneasy. Everyone is waiting for the figure that scares them. However, after waiting for a long time, Kaido did not appear. Replaced by Kaido's daughter Yamato. Yamato stood next to a strange young man. The young man sat in the general's position unscrupulously, with inviolable majesty in his eyes. Who is this? Where's Kaido? Why didn't he come? Isn't he going to succeed the general of Wano? Who is that young man? Why have I never seen him? Why can he sit in the position of general? Isn't he afraid of Kaido's anger? At this time, everyone was confused. They didn't understand what was going on. Why is it that the person sitting on the general's throne is not Kaido, but a complete stranger? And Yamato, Kaido's biological daughter, why would she stand next to this stranger? All doubts appeared on everyone's faces. Ning Chuan sat on the general's throne and looked around. After a moment, he stood up, his eyes calm and majestic. People of Wano country, my name is Ning Chuan, and I am Kaido's enemy. Kaido has been defeated by me today. From today on, the country of Wano will be taken over by me, Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's voice was calm but echoed like thunder in the square. These words exploded in the square like thunder, and everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and emotions of disbelief suddenly surged into their hearts. Why did Kaido lose to this young man? Impossible. How could Kaido be defeated? Those are the 4 emperors. Kaido, who is so powerful, was defeated by a young man. Who is this young man named Ning Chuan? Why have I never heard of him? There was an exclamation in the crowd, and no one could accept the facts before them. Kaido, who had been feared by them for countless years, was actually defeated by this strange young man in front of them. Look at the shock on the faces of the people below. Ning Chuan smiled, and then told a piece of news that shocked everyone even more. From now on, there will be no more generals in Wano. And from now on, everyone can expose the crimes committed by Kaido's former subordinates, and I will deal with them all severely. Chapter 179 The Upcoming Whitebeard, Marines Military Expansion Plan. When Ning Chuan announced the abolition of the long-standing shogunate position in Wano country, there was an uproar in the square. People were stunned at first, and then showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. The position of shogun symbolizes power and orthodoxy in the history of Wano, and is a symbol of the ruler. But now, Ning Chuan wants to completely abolish it, completely subverting the tradition of Wano country. Denjiro and Ashura Doji from the 9 red scabbard heroes. Originally, I felt a little relieved when I learned the news of Kaido's defeat. But when they heard that Ning Chuan wanted to abolish the position of general, their expressions suddenly became extremely angry. Is this guy crazy? Asura boy gritted his teeth and held the hilt of the sword, obviously unable to suppress the anger in his heart. Abolition of the position of general. If the position of general is gone, who will inherit the glory of the Kazuki family and Lord Odin's will when the young master comes back? Denjiro's face was also extremely ugly, and he said coldly, abolition of the position of shogun is equivalent to denying the legitimate rule of the Kazuki family in Wano country. All our efforts and patience over the years for the return of young Master Momonosuke are in vain. The two looked at each other and already understood the seriousness of the situation. Although Ning Chuan defeated Kaido, but the decision he made them feel even more unacceptable than Kaido's rule over Wano. Abolition of the position of shogun means that Wano country will no longer have the rule of the Kazuki family. This is tantamount to completely ending the hope of the Kazuki family's revival. Can't let this happen, Denjiro said in a deep voice. Inform others to come back quickly. We must stop Ning Chuan's decision. Soon, the two of them contacted other people outside Wano on the phone. Anuarashi and Nako Viper's expression suddenly darkened when Zuo received the news from Denjiro. Abolish the position of general. What exactly is this guy named Ning Chuan doing? Cat Viper's eyes widened and she looked at Anuarashi in disbelief. Anuarashi also frowned and said in a deep voice, I don't know what this kid is thinking. But I know that we must rush back to Wano country as soon as possible. What Ning Chuan does is tantamount to erasing the future of the Kazuki family. We must not sit idly by and watch. At the same time, Izo, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, also received a call from Denjiro. Hearing the news that Kaido was defeated by Ning Chuan, he was completely shocked. As Lord Odin's old subordinate, he never thought that Kaido would be defeated by an unknown young man. However, the people who told him the news were Asura Doji and Denjiro. This thing is undoubtedly true. However, what they said later, Ning Chuan's decision to cancel the position of general was even more unacceptable to him. After hanging up the phone, Yi Zhang was silent for a long time, then took a deep breath and decided to resign from his father. The matter has reached such a serious level that he must return to Wano country. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will really be no Kazuki family in Wano country in the future. He gathered his emotions, walked up to Whitebeard, and said seriously. Dad, I have something important to ask you to resign. Whitebeard raised his head and frowned when he heard Yi Zhang's voice. What's wrong, Izo? What happened? Yi Zhang said solemnly. Kaido was defeated, and the person who defeated him was named Ning Chuan. Hearing Yi Zhang's words, Whitebeard couldn't help but look at Yi Zhang in surprise. Kaido was defeated. Isn't this a good thing? A wry smile appeared on Yi Zhang's face. It would be nice if he simply defeated Kaido. What's abominable is that this guy named Ning Chuan plans to dethrone the general position of Wano country. The young master has not been found yet. I don't want to wait for the young master to return, and there will no longer be a place for the Kazuki family in Wano. Whitebeard frowned when he heard this. But soon, an interested smile appeared on his face. Kaido was defeated. This guy named Ning Chuan seems to be an interesting guy. Whitebeard leaned on the chair, touched his chin, and thought for a moment, with a hint of excitement about meeting a powerful enemy in his eyes. Whitebeard is very interested in the guy who can defeat Kaido. Whitebeard stared at Yi Zhang, was silent for a moment, and then laughed. Izo, you are my son, and I know how important Odin's legacy is to you. Odin used to be my son. Although I did not participate in the disputes in Wano due to his request, the situation is different now. Dad, however, today he received a top-secret information from CP0 agents. Would you like to try it? The one I bought this time tastes very good. Now he enjoys the life of catching pirates when he has nothing to do. Warring States realized this, so he had a headache. Let the entire army begin to select suitable officers. The number of lieutenant generals will be doubled, and the number of major generals and the officers and soldiers below will be doubled. If he gathers all the people, then we will wait for a battle with Ning Chuan's army. Warring States is currently having a headache in his office. Whitebeard's decision made everyone on the ship feel excited. He reported all the failed operations to round up Ning Chuan last time. But he had no choice but to send the message due to pressure from above. That is to let Marine expand its army. If you hadn't taken Ning Chuan out to sea and taught him how to practice, would he have caused such a big thing now? But what surprised him was that there was no punishment given to them, let alone the 5 elders. This time, I will go to Wano country with you. Vegapunk, Caesar, there is only one judge left. He didn't want to fight at all. Now that the Kazuki family is facing a crisis, let me go with you to see it. At the same time, the position of general this time can be selected from the countries ruled by the world government. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, the agricultural warrior god of the 5 elders, actually sent Sengoku a piece of news that surprised him. Then he walked to Sengoku with the senbei and handed it over directly. Garp, who was drinking tea and eating senbei in the office, looked at Sengoku who was worried and smiled. Expand the current 3 marine general positions to 5. Odin, he was once my son just like you. Yi Zhang's eyes widened and he was extremely shocked. Anyone who was able can sign up. His sons on the ship also began to gear up and prepare to go to Wano country with their father. Garp's indifferent look made Sengoku very angry. You old guy, it's all your fault. Kaido has fallen, and the throne of the Kazuki family will not be guaranteed. I, Whitebeard, cannot stand idly by no matter what. It seems that the world government is preparing for a big war. Chapter 180 The Pluton Battleship under Wano country. After announcing that Waji country had no generals, Ning Chuan ignored the affairs of Waji country. The rest of the content was left to Yamato. Ning Chuan is actually very uninterested in these matters of managing the country. As for what will happen with the country in the future, it has nothing to do with him. Anyway, Yamato has to worry about it. However, Ning Chuan did not leave the country of Wano directly. But after reviewing the plot, I discovered that the old head of the Kazuki family, Kazuki Sukiyaki, seems to be still living in Wano, waiting for kind-hearted people to help him restore his country. Naturally, Ning Chuan didn't have a good impression of this guy. In the original plot, this old guy was still alive during the war. After Straw Hat Luffy and the others finished fighting Kaido and Big Mom, they came out to explain their identities. Fortunately, this old guy didn't rely on his status to directly seize the throne. Otherwise, for such an old man, Ning Chuan would just slap him to death. Of course, Ning Chuan had no intention of looking for Lao Dang. He just told Yamato the news that Kazuki Sukiyaki was still alive and let her make her own judgment. Anyway, there will be no room for generals in Wano from now on. The status of the Kazuki family will also plummet. As for how to deal with this old guy, it has nothing to do with Ning Chuan. He came to Wano country firstly to clean up Kaido's subordinates. The second is to occupy this territory, to be precise, to occupy the Halu Stone Mine. In addition to these two purposes, he also wanted to visit the foothills of Wano country, because there was a clear message engraved on Alabasta's stone tablet. That is, the location of the Pluton battleship is under Wano country. After Ning Chuan left the general's mansion, he flew directly to the foothills of Wano country. He knew that the Pluton battleship might be hidden underground. It's hidden in the lava where Kaido and Big Mom fell in the plot. We arrived at the foot of the mountain in Wano country. Ning Chuan directly used his lava fruit ability. He turned himself into a ball of magma and merged into all the magma under the mountain. In this almost endless magma, Ning Chuan used his knowledge and domineering power to carefully explore every corner. After some hard work, he finally discovered that there was a hidden cave entrance hidden deep in the magma. After entering the cave, Ning Chuan restored his body. Soon, he came to a spacious underground space. The place exudes an ancient atmosphere and is surrounded by heavy stones and complex mechanisms. In the center of this underground space, Ning Chuan saw a huge battleship. Its appearance is simple and majestic, vaguely revealing a powerful aura. There is no doubt that the battleship in front of me should be the legendary Pluton. The Pluton battleship is docked here quietly, as if waiting for its owner to reawaken its power. Ning Chuan stepped forward and gently touched the shell of the Pluton battleship with his hand, feeling the terrifying power contained in it. Although it has been buried for a long time, Ning Chuan can still feel its power with his own domineering knowledge. Nice weapon. Ning Chuan rarely praised a weapon. But now, looking at Pluton in front of him, Ning Chuan is very satisfied with it. But how to start it? It won't be like the big machine on Egghead Island, requiring Joey Boy's bullshit will, right? Ning Chuan searched for a long time, but could not find out how to activate this battleship. In desperation, he had no choice but to prepare to take this battleship back to his Sky Island base. Let these two scientific madmen, Vegapunk and Caesar, have a headache. Ning Chuan easily lifted the Pluton battleship and opened the passage to the Sky Island base through the gate fruit. Pluton's huge size and weight made even someone as strong as Ning Chuan feel a little pressure. Despite this, he still steadily lifted the legendary battleship. As he passed through the space gate, the sky of the empty island was suddenly covered by a huge thing. Above the clouds, Vegapunk and Caesar are conducting research in the laboratory. Suddenly seeing a huge shadow appearing in the sky, the two of them raised their heads almost at the same time and became nervous instantly. Especially when they saw clearly that it turned out to be a battleship, both of their little hearts were almost frightened. What's going on? Is this someone coming to attack the Sky Island base? Ning Chuan placed the Pluton battleship steadily above the sea of clouds. Vegapunk and Caesar have already begun to look around the Pluton battleship. After hearing that Ning Chuan had brought Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, back. After finishing speaking, they didn't wait for the two of them to speak. During the time when I went to pick up Tom and Ning Chuan, Vegapunk was much calmer. He carefully observed the structure of Pluton. After speaking, he took out Pluton's design drawings from his arms. He followed Ning Chuan non-stop to the Sky Island base. Behind him was the burly Master Tom. Ning Chuan nodded. Yes, now it's up to you. You should study it first and find out how to activate it. The two looked at each other with great interest in their eyes. Ning Chuan directly activated the door fruit ability again. Is this really Pluton? One of the legendary ancient weapons. Haven't you always wanted to study it before? Now the opportunity has come. Don't be nervous, I brought Pluton back. Ning Chuan appeared at the door of the laboratory again. I went to the water city to bring the shipbuilder Tom here. He knows more about the structure of this battleship. Ha ha ha, Pluton is still there. What a great battleship. Both of them were full of curiosity about this legendary weapon. Caesar couldn't wait to run to the window and looked at the huge battleship on the sea of clouds, his eyes full of enthusiasm. A huge roar shook the entire Sky Island base. After hearing Ning Chuan say that he had found the Pluton prototype. The design of this battleship is really advanced. Even today's technology is difficult to copy it perfectly. Vegapunk asked seriously and cautiously, his eyes full of technical enthusiasm. Vegapunk and Caesar instantly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. With these drawings, there is also a Pluton battleship. Tom simply threw away what he was doing. As soon as Tom entered the laboratory, he was attracted by Pluton in front of him. Went to the Water City shipyard. Hit it directly on the table. The door to space opened in front of him, and he stepped into the other end. Soon after, what's the difficulty in building another Pluton? After looking around Pluton for a long time, he couldn't help laughing. Caesar pointed to part of the battleship and said excitedly. Then Ning Chuan walked into the laboratory and couldn't help but smile when he saw the nervous expressions of the two people. Chapter 181. The Pluton battleship actually has its own consciousness. When the Vegapunk trio were studying the Pluton battleship, Ning Chuan opened the door to space and returned to Dressrosa's villa leisurely. Nami, Nokigao, Kuina, Robin, Yuta, and Shirahoshi are playing mahjong in the villa. Momoshiki on the side was also attracted by this new game, where he learned how to play mahjong. However, she did have an idea. If you use the hockey of knowledge and knowledge to cheat, wouldn't you be able to win easily? Nami and the others have always said that they can't beat Ning Chuan in mahjong. Could it be that this kid cheated with his domineering power? Seeing Ning Chuan coming back, several people stopped their mahjong and looked at him curiously. Ning Chuan looked at them, smiled, and said, "Do you want to see the Pluton battleship? I just got it back from Wano country, and it is now placed on the empty island." Hearing the name of the Pluton battleship, Nami and Nokigao couldn't help but their eyes lit up and they asked hurriedly. "Pluton, is he one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons? How can he find it so quickly?" Kuina also looked at Ning Chuan in surprise and spoke with a bit of excitement. "Is that the legendary battleship that can destroy an island with one blow? What does it look like?" Robin also showed a hint of interest. Although she knew something about the Pluton battleship in Alabasta, she couldn't help but be curious about what this battleship looked like at this moment. It turns out that what was recorded in the historical text is true. Utara held Shirahoshi's hand with anticipation on his face. "Sister Shirahoshi, you also want to go and see it, right? After all, it is such a powerful thing." Shirahoshi showed a shy smile on his face, nodded slightly and said, "Yeah, I've never seen such a powerful thing, and I want to see it too." At this time, Momoshiki, who was sitting aside, was shocked as he listened to their words. She had only been here for 2 days, and she had already witnessed Ning Chuan destroy Kaido of the Beasts, and now Ning Chuan had actually found one of the legendary ancient weapons, the Pluton battleship. This progress is too fast. Momoshiki couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. This guy's strength is unimaginable when paired with Pluton. How strong will he be in the future? If Serif is added. For a moment, Momoshiki felt a little afraid of the power in Ning Chuan's hands. However, what Momoshiki didn't know was that Ning Chuan not only has Pluton by his side, but he also has another ancient weapon. That's Shirahoshi standing between them, the legendary Poseidon. Ning Chuan smiled and ignored Momoshiki's shocked look. Instead, he directly opened the door to the Sky Island base and took the girls into the space gate. Regarding Momoshiki, Ning Chuan didn't care at all whether she would see the secret of the Sky Island base. Anyway, even if she knew, she couldn't stop herself. On the way to Sky Island base, Nami asked curiously, "Ning Chuan, how is Kaido's matter resolved?" Ning Chuan smiled lightly and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Kaido has been thrown into the world of songs by me. As for the country of Wano, it is now my territory. We can travel to Wano country together later. I remember that you were very interested in the country of samurai before." Really? When Yuta, Kuina and others heard this, they jumped up happily, with expressions of anticipation on their faces. Yuta said very excitedly, "That's great. I haven't been to Wano country yet. I really want to see the world of samurai." Robin also smiled. "Ning Chuan seems to have said that Wano country also has a historical text, and I want to see it too." Kuina, on the other hand, had a serious look on her face. She had heard from her father and grandfather that her hometown was also in the country of Wano. Therefore, she was also very curious about Wano country. However, just when Nami and the others were yearning for the country of Wano, Momoshiki standing aside was completely shocked and could not say a word. Her eyes widened, and her heart was in turmoil. Ning Chuan actually wiped out Kaido's beast pirates in such a short period of time. And by the way, we also captured Kaido's home base of Wano. You know, Kaido is a headache for even the world government and marine. ... Immediately, he chuckled. The girls looked at this scene in shock, and Yuta exclaimed, "Oh my god, it really moved." Having said this, Ning Chuan lay down next to Shirahoshi's ear and whispered. Everyone soon arrived at the Sky Island base, and from a distance, the huge figure of the Pluton battleship appeared in front of them. Nami nervously pulled on Ning Chuan's sleeve. Although it moved, it seems a little unconvinced. "We found the activation button for Pluton, but the ship seems unwilling to activate. When the Poseidon power in your body awakens in the future, you will also have such strength. But now that the ship is conscious, things are much simpler." The hull seemed to be protesting unconvincingly, and a terrifying energy began to emerge from the inside of the battleship. Tom sighed and pointed at the Pluton battleship. According to the records on the drawings, Pluton may have a certain degree of consciousness, and it will not be willing to start until Joey Boy arrives. Just don't be convinced. What's going on? Ning Chuan asked with raised eyebrows. Shirahoshi asked curiously, "Ning Chuan, can this ship really destroy the entire island with one blow? You should be able to understand what I'm saying, right?" However, when everyone approached the Pluton battleship, "This is a battleship that can destroy an island. I really want to see it activated," Yuta said excitedly. Looking at this legendary ancient weapon, everyone was shocked by its size. Without consciousness, he would be really difficult to handle. Really, I just like people with a stubborn temper. Oh my god, this is too big. Nochigao sighed. As this Pluton, it looks incredible. Nami was stunned. The entire Pluton battleship suddenly shook violently. This will make the beating more exciting. Ning Chuan just finished speaking. But they only saw Tom, Caesar and Vegapunk standing in front of the battleship, scratching their heads and thinking. Is this Pluton really conscious? It's amazing, Robin exclaimed. The entire battleship seemed to come alive, gradually emitting powerful power fluctuations. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, looked at Pluton in front of him calmly, with a smile on his lips. There was a hint of anticipation in Shirahoshi's eyes. Ning Chuan couldn't help but frown when he heard the news that Pluton was conscious. If you don't start it again, I will dismantle you. Ning Chuan stepped directly onto the bow of the battleship, put his palms on the ship, and threatened him coldly. Ning Chuan nodded. Yes, this Pluton battleship has terrifying firepower and can easily destroy any island after activation. Chapter 182 The defeated Pluton drives Pluton to Wano country. The Pluton battleship seemed to really understand Ning Chuan's threat. The entire hull began to shake violently. A dissatisfied will came from the hull, as if it did not want to be easily controlled by Ning Chuan, an outsider. With the rapid accumulation of energy inside this ancient warship, various mechanisms on the hull have also been activated, seeming to be preparing to launch the legendary powerful firepower that can destroy the island. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the terrifying power that was about to explode, with a look of displeasure on his face. He couldn't help but frown, realizing that once this power was released at the Sky Island base, it would cause a big mess. How powerful is the firepower of the Pluton battleship? Just one shot can destroy an island. Not to mention this Sky Island base. For the trouble of subsequent cleaning up, Ning Chuan did not hesitate and instantly activated the power of the Song Fruit, bringing everyone, including the Pluton battleship, into the world of song. He knew that in his own world, no matter how powerful this battleship was, it could not make any waves. With the sudden changes in the surrounding environment, the Pluton battleship felt that it had entered a strange space from the real world. The entire hull trembled, and the energy that had been gathered for a long time finally found an outlet at this moment. A terrifying force spurted out from the huge main gun on the bow. This energy is like a torrent that can destroy everything. However, the target it is aiming at right now is Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan had already noticed Pluton's intention. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. I saw him quickly displaying the ability of the barrier fruit. A huge barrier appeared in front of him, forming an impeccable line of defense. The power of the barrier fruit is extremely powerful, and even the strongest attacks in the legend cannot shake it. Therefore, when the terrifying energy cannon of the Pluton battleship came straight towards Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan just raised the barrier in his hand, easily blocking this energy that could destroy everything. Boom! A huge crash echoed in the world of singing. The terrifying energy exploded, and the dissipated shock wave directly tore the surrounding ground apart, and the sky in the Gerger world became dark as a result. However, even so, Pluton's cannon still failed to penetrate Ning Chuan's barrier, let alone cause real damage to the world of Gerger. After just a few moments, Ning Chuan then restored the damaged world to its original state, as if the explosion just now had never happened. After blocking the Pluton battleship's first shot, Ning Chuan looked at the battleship's huge muzzle calmly, with a sneer on his face. Pluton's firepower is indeed amazing, but it is ultimately within his control. The Pluton battleship also seemed to feel that its attack failed. Immediately afterwards, the hull began to gather energy again, preparing to fire the second shot. Ning Chuan chuckled lightly and raised the barrier in advance to block its muzzle firmly. As the energy accumulation of the second gun was completed, the Pluton battleship once again made a deafening roar. However, this time, Ning Chuan did not let it go as he wished. This energy was blocked by a barrier at the muzzle and ultimately failed to be ejected. Instead, it flows back in the opposite direction and explodes directly inside the battleship. The entire Pluton battleship began to expand violently, and energy swept through every corner of the hull like a flood, as if the entire battleship would explode in the next second. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, watching this scene coldly. He thought that the ancient warship would soon explode into pieces due to its own energy. However, it was beyond his expectation. The battleship's defense far exceeded his expectations. Although the powerful energy continues to impact inside the hull, but the Pluton battleship still stood firm, without even a single crack appearing. After a period of violent fluctuations, the battleship's energy finally calmed down. And this sturdy giant ship actually stayed in place intact. However, after this fluctuation, the Pluton battleship seemed to be defeated. Much more honest than before. Just like a dog that was barking just now, its eyes suddenly cleared after being slapped by someone. It no longer exudes any hostility, but sits there quietly. After a long time, a weak will came from Pluton. Are you Joey boy? Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised by Pluton's sudden will. He originally just wanted to make the Pluton battleship surrender through threats and suppression. Unexpectedly, this battleship would actually communicate with him, and even recognized him as the legendary Joey boy. Joey boy, Ning Chuan repeated the name softly, with a hint of disdain on his lips. No, I am your father. Pluton. Pluton was stunned by Ning Chuan's words. It's been a long time since I conveyed my will again. Seeing this, the Pluton battleship seemed to have no intention of resisting. It seems to have recognized Ning Chuan's strength. Ask you again, can I activate Pluton? If you can't, there's no use keeping you anymore, just dismantle it. As soon as these words were spoken, Pluton's entire battleship began to tremble. Huan, welcome Joey boy aboard. Although Ning Chuan did not admit that he was Joey boy, but Pluton still stubbornly regarded Ning Chuan as Joey boy. After all, he has to give himself a reason to surrender, right? The girls around looked at this scene, and their eyes widened. Yuta spoke first and said in an excited tone, wow, brother Ning Chuan, you actually conquered Pluton. That's amazing. Nami was also surprised. This legendary battleship actually has its own consciousness, and it also recognizes you as Joyboy. It's incredible. Robin looked at the Pluton battleship thoughtfully and murmured, Joyboy, could it be that he was really related to this battleship? Momosuke stood aside and said nothing, but the shock in her heart was beyond words. She never expected that Ning Chuan would not only conquer the legendary ancient weapon, but also easily resolve its resistance. Although Momosuke is the strongest among Marines, in front of Ning Chuan, he feels more and more that he is out of reach of his power. With Ning Chuan's strength plus the Pluton battleship, it's simply unimaginable. Momosuke thought to herself, realizing that Ning Chuan's power had reached a level that she could not touch at all. Ning Chuan smiled, looked at everyone's surprised expressions, and then said lightly, Pluton is already under my control. The next step depends on their research progress. I will give Tom, Vegapunk and Caesar 3 days to study this battleship together. In 3 days, we will drive Pluton to Wano country for a trip. I heard Ning Chuan's arrangement. Everyone nodded, showing excitement. After all, how much fun it is to sail on such a big and impressive warship. Chapter 183 I just wanted to catch Blackbeard, but now I met him. 3 days later, Tom, Caesar, and Vegapunk finally understood every detail of the Pluton battleship. They exhausted all means and carefully recorded all the complex mechanisms, systems and structures on the battleship. After 3 days and 3 nights of hard exploration and recording, 2 top scientists and a top shipbuilder reached an agreement. They think they have completely figured out the core technology of this ancient weapon. I even have the confidence to build a new Pluton from scratch with the design drawings and research results at hand. Combined with Pluton's drawings, we have mastered all of Pluton's secrets. Tom pushed up his glasses and said confidently. Vegapunk also nodded in agreement. Given enough resources, I believe we could build an exact replica of Pluton. Although Caesar is usually arrogant, at this moment he has to admit the judgment of Tom and Vegapunk. Although he did not want to appear too modest, he still recognized their professional abilities in his heart. Well, it is true that the structure of this battleship is complicated, but it is not impossible to copy. We can even add some new weapons to the new battleships. Just when the 3 of them were feeling confident, Ning Chuan suddenly made a request. The battleship I want is different from Pluton. It must not only possess its destructive power, but also must be able to absorb any form of energy as power. Whether it's the power of devil fruits, dynamite rocks, or even normal attacks, it can all be converted into propulsion for the ship and the power needed for battle. Hearing Ning Chuan's request, the 3 scientists looked at each other in confusion. The confidence that had just overflowed suddenly began to waver. Ning Chuan's request is not only to copy a Pluton, but to create an unprecedented super battleship. Tom frowned first and said helplessly, absorbing any energy and converting it into power is a little tricky. It seems Ning Chuan still can't forget the energy converter. Vegapunk was lost in thought. After a moment, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. In fact, this problem may not be unsolvable. Ning Chuan, you mentioned the ability of the dark fruit before. The dark fruit can absorb and transform the power of the devil fruit. If we can deeply study the ability of fruits like the dark fruit and expand this ability, we may be able to find a way to convert any energy into battleship power. Dark fruit. Caesar smacked his lips, as if he couldn't remember the abilities and characteristics of this fruit. Vegapunk explained, the dark fruit is an extremely rare devil fruit that has the ability to absorb the power of other fruits. Of course, the premise is that you must endure the severe pain. If we can obtain this fruit and amplify its ability through technology, it will be possible to achieve the energy conversion that Ning Chuan mentioned. The key is to find this fruit. Ning Chuan nodded slightly after hearing this, with a smile on his face. Leave it to me to find the dark fruit. There is a rumor that devil fruit sometimes chooses its own host. Maybe I know who the host dark fruit will choose. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Vegapunk and Caesar looked at each other. Naturally, they have also heard this rumor. Since you are so confident Ning Chuan, I will leave the secret fruit to you. The research on it is up to us. Then it's settled, Ning Chuan said with a smile. He changed the subject and swept his eyes briskly across the crowd. But now I have to finish one thing first. I promised Nami and the others that I would take them on a Pluton trip to Wano country. I can't break my promise on this matter. I will always fulfill the little cutie's expectations. Finished. Ning Chuan gave the order, and the Pluton battleship was completely ready. The ship's energy system has now been restored. So Ning Chuan boarded Pluton with Nami, Nokigao, Kuina, Robin, Yuta, Shirahoshi and others. Everyone had an expression of excitement and curiosity on their faces. It's incredible, brother Ning Chuan, do we really want to drive Pluton on a trip? Yuta was very excited. She had already foreseen how quickly this ship would turn heads on the sea. It's like a floating city, it's amazing. Nokigao marveled at the huge Yamato hull and its exquisiteness. Robin touched the surface of the battleship with interest and smiled. Being able to travel with Pluton myself is a moment worth remembering. Shirahoshi looked up at the huge hull, his eyes shining with surprise. Brother Ning Chuan, this battleship is so spectacular. Much bigger than Noah who sank at the bottom of the sea. ... Look at the extremely excited little cuties. Ning Chuan smiled and continued. This Pluton is only temporary. When our ship is developed in the future, it will be much more popular than the Pluton. By then, I'm afraid you won't even be able to look down on Pluton. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, little stars began to pop up in the hearts of Nami and others again. Momosuke stood aside and was extremely shocked. A battleship more powerful than Pluton. How terrifying would that be? Ning Chuan opened the door to space, teleported Pluton and everyone to the port of Dressrosa. The appearance of Pluton immediately caused a sensation in the entire port. Oh my god, what kind of ship is this? I've never seen such a big ship. So handsome. This is too exaggerated. Who can build such a huge battleship? The people at the port all stared with wide eyes and faces full of amazement. However, Ning Chuan did not give them much time to sigh. I saw that he started Pluton directly, and the huge hull slowly sailed away from the port, heading towards the country of Wano. We're off. The destination of this trip is Wano country. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship and announced with a smile. As the Pluton battleship gradually sailed into the sea, Ning Chuan and his companions began to enjoy the journey. After a while, just as they were approaching Wano country, Ning Chuan suddenly felt a message from Pluton asking Ning Chuan to pay attention to the front. He took a closer look and saw a huge fleet slowly approaching on the distant horizon. That's. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he found that the flag of that fleet was very familiar. This is Whitebeard's fleet. Ning Chuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect to encounter Whitebeard's forces on the way to Wano country. Momosuke, who was standing on the bow of the ship, also saw this scene. Especially when she saw the flags hanging on the fleet, her eyelids jumped suddenly. Crashed into Whitebeard's fleet. This doesn't seem like a good thing. Ning Chuan now had a smile on his face. It's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect that. I just wanted to catch Blackbeard and now I met him. Chapter 184. Fight with me, and if you lose, you will be my son. In the distance, the Whitebeard pirates' large fleet was sailing. The watchman in the watchtower suddenly spotted a huge ship approaching slowly on the sea in the distance. The sheer size of this ship instantly made him pale with fear and make his legs weak. Before he could calm down, his body fell out of control from the watchtower. Regardless of the pain all over his body from the fall, he rolled and crawled to report to Captain Whitebeard. Dad, ahead, there's a huge ship dozens of times bigger than Moby DK. When Whitebeard heard this, he frowned, and his huge hand tightened on Kong Yunchi beside him. Although he was well informed, he was somewhat skeptical of the lookout's report. A ship dozens of times bigger than Moby DK. Are you sure you read that correctly? Such a huge ship on the sea should not exist at all, unless... An idea suddenly popped into Whitebeard's mind. One of the 3 ancient weapons recorded in history, Pluton. Thinking of this, his eyes darkened slightly. Don't panic. Give the order. Everyone stop and turn the ship around. Let's go see that giant ship. Whitebeard ordered in a deep voice. After hearing Dad's order, everyone's faces suddenly showed a hint of excitement. As long as Father Whitebeard is here, they are not afraid of any dangers on the sea. At the same time, Pluton at Ning Chuan's feet was also constantly approaching Whitebeard's fleet. As the two forces got closer and closer, Whitebeard finally saw clearly the huge hull in the distance. As the lookout said, the size of the giant ship is unbelievable. Looking at the behemoth, Whitebeard's heartbeat accelerated slightly, his brows knitted together, and he blurted out 2 words. Pluton. Whitebeard knew very well that there was only one kind of ship in the world that could reach such a huge size. That is one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons, Pluton. But who is the guy piloting this Pluton? Who got this terrifying weapon? Just as Whitebeard began to wonder about the ship's origins and who might have Pluton, he also noticed that the Pluton in front of him seemed to be heading straight towards them. No intention of avoiding or bypassing. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. These people on the opposite boat obviously didn't take the Whitebeard pirates seriously. This attitude of the other ship really made the crew members on Whitebeard's ship very dissatisfied. Dad, that guy is so arrogant. He actually dares to demonstrate against us. What's so great about a big ship? What you see on the sea is your strength. Dad, let's go to the ship to meet them first and let them know the consequences of provoking our Whitebeard pirates. Yes, teach those on the boat the rules of the sea. Let them know that on the sea, just having a big boat is of no use. Marco flapped his wings, instantly transformed into the form of a phoenix, and took off first. Behind him, many squad captains such as Diamond Chowzi, Foil Vista, and Izo were eager to try. They were unwilling to let this provocation continue, so they prepared their weapons. Start boarding Ning Chuan's warships to teach these guys who don't know the heights of the world a lesson. Let's see who is looking for death. Dare to challenge our Whitebeard pirates. Marco sneered, and his figure turned into a ball of green flames and quickly flew towards the Pluton battleship. Chowzi, Vesta and Yi Zhang from the rear followed closely behind, all with high morale. Whitebeard did not stop his sons. He was seen standing quietly on the bow of the Moby DK with his hands crossed on his chest. He did not rush to take action, but looked at the huge ship with a serious and alert look, as if waiting for Pluton's owner to show up. However, Ning Chuan paid no attention to the captains who were preparing to board the ship. He sneered, glanced at the figures approaching quickly, and lightly kicked the Pluton battleship under his feet. Teach these guys a lesson. As Ning Chuan's words fell, the next moment, in an instant, the hull of the Pluton battleship began to shake violently, and countless flashing muzzles emerged from the hull. These muzzles quickly adjusted their direction and aimed at all the guys who wanted to board the ship. Just give him a lesson, don't beat him to death. They will all be good GU from now on, Ning Chuan said to himself lightly, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Boom, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Countless energy bullets poured out from the muzzle. The firepower from the sky rushed like a violent storm towards the enemies trying to board the ship. Marco, Foil Beasta and others thought they could get close quickly with their speed. But I didn't expect that this battleship would suddenly have such terrifying firepower. Oops. Marco's eyes widened. He felt the powerful energy coming from all directions, and his face changed slightly. Although in his phoenix form, he doesn't worry about these energy attacks at all. But the energy bullets that filled the sky still blew him back hundreds of meters. And the other squad captains were directly knocked out. The whole person was like a kite with its string broken, and was hit hard back to the Moby DK, leaving several big holes on the deck. Damn it, what kind of hell battleship is this? How can it have such strong firepower? Diamond Chowzi looked at his comrades behind him and said in disbelief. There's no way we can get to that ship. Vista's face was pale, and his chest was heaving violently. The firepower just now put a lot of pressure on him. Seeing the miserable appearance of his men, Whitebeard's expression became solemn. Is this Pluton's power? You should probably keep it, right? Whitebeard murmured to himself, then turned to his subordinates. Get them all back. They've already held back. Whitebeard's voice sounded in every son's mind. Hearing their father's call, no matter how unconvinced they were, they wanted to try again. They finally endured it. He obediently returned to Whitebeard's side. At this moment, Ning Chuan was standing on the deck of the Pluton battleship. He lowered his head and looked down at Marco and the others, and finally his eyes fell on Whitebeard again. It seems that Whitebeard is nothing more than that. Whitebeard obviously heard Ning Chuan's mocking words. He was not angry, but felt a little appreciation. The Whitebeard standing on the bow of the boat raised his head, stared into Ning Chuan's eyes and said, "Are you Ning Chuan, the kid who defeated Kaido and is preparing to take over Wano country?" Ning Chuan smiled faintly, crossed his arms over his chest, and spoke in a frivolous tone. "Yes, it's me. Now, we are going to the country of Wano. Do you, the Whitebeard pirates, plan to block the way, or give way?" After a moment of silence, Whitebeard burst into laughter, and the laughter was deafening, resounding throughout the entire sea. "Interesting. There hasn't been an arrogant young man like you in this sea for a long time. Boy, do you dare to fight me? If you lose, how about you become my son?" Chapter 185. A fierce battle with Whitebeard to help you regain your peak. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Ning Chuan sneered and then spoke. "If you lose, will you become my son?" When Whitebeard's sons heard that Ning Chuan dared to let their father be his son, all of them were furious and cursed directly. "You brat, who do you think you are? How dare you insult our father? That's so arrogant. Dad is beyond your comparison. You actually dare to say such arrogant words. We will teach you a lesson." Marco, Chowzi and other squad captains also clenched their weapons, with murderous intent in their eyes. They really couldn't stand this boy's arrogant attitude. Just when they were about to rush forward and teach Ning Chuan a lesson, Whitebeard raised his hand and said calmly, "Get back." Although his voice was not loud, it carried an unquestionable majesty that instantly silenced all angry voices. Whitebeard's eyes were steady. He slowly glanced at all his sons, and then said in a deep voice, "You are no match for him." As soon as these words came out, Whitebeard's sons couldn't help but be stunned. The person who can make dad comment like this is definitely not an ordinary character. But just sitting around like this made them feel a little uncomfortable. Marco secretly looked at Ning Chuan. He did not expect that this seemingly young boy could be treated so seriously by his father. Ning Chuan showed a faint smile when he saw this. "Whitebeard, you really have a sharp vision. You know that these losers are no match for me." Ning Chuan paused slightly at this point, with provocation in his eyes. "So, Whitebeard, do you dare to accept this bet? Whoever loses will be his son." When Whitebeard heard this, he laughed so loudly that the ship's deck buzzed. He shouted back, "You are so arrogant. However, Whitebeard, am never afraid of challenges. Since you brought it up, I will promise you, let's see who can have the last laugh." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them jumped out of their respective ships at almost the same time and went straight to the sky above the sea. The sea surface trembled slightly with the momentum of the two people. Their figures stood opposite each other in the air, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely solemn. In an instant, the Conqueror's domineering energy in Ning Chuan and Whitebeard exploded at the same time, as if two huge torrents surged out in all directions. The powerful domineering force set off huge waves on the sea, and the sky seemed to become dark because of this. Ning Chuan stood in the air, calm and composed. Whitebeard, on the other hand, straightened his back and stared straight at Ning Chuan. Pluton seemed to sense the danger and automatically activated the protective shield. A transparent energy barrier protected the entire battleship, firmly isolating the Conqueror's domineering impact released by the two men. On the other hand, Whitebeard's fleet was not so lucky. Ning Chuan and Whitebeard's Conqueror's domineering confrontation. The violent shock wave instantly affected the fleet, and the violent force shook the ships violently. Many crew members clung to the railings of the ship to avoid being thrown out. Marco even wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to his subordinates in a solemn tone, "Hurry and get the ship away from the battlefield. We simply cannot participate in a battle of this level." As the order was issued, Whitebeard's fleet quickly turned around and stayed away from the battlefield, but everyone could not hide their shock. They never expected it. A seemingly young boy from Ning Chuan can actually match his father's Conqueror's dominance. After the collision of the two Conquerors, both sides punched each other almost simultaneously without hesitation. This is a tentative collision between the two, but what Whitebeard didn't expect was, although Ning Chuan is young, his strength is terrifying. The two fists collided, but they didn't lose. Instead, they forced themselves to take a step back. Good guy, are you so strong? A trace of surprise appeared on Whitebeard's face. He believed that his punch could break a hill. Even the famous pirates on the sea cannot be intercepted. But Ning Chuan was able to confront him head-on, which forced Whitebeard to re-examine this young opponent. Ning Chuan chuckled and retracted his fist very much, as if the collision just now put no pressure on him. Whitebeard, you are not strong enough. When Whitebeard heard this, his eyes turned slightly cold. He had realized that Ning Chuan could defeat Kaido, so he was naturally powerful. Therefore, I am no longer prepared to hold back just because he is a child. The two exchanged several moves one after another, and Whitebeard finally became serious. He knew that pure power alone could not suppress Ning Chuan, so he decided to use the fruit's power. So, at the moment of the next punch, Whitebeard secretly activated the power of the shaking fruit. There was a faint white light on his fist. The next moment, powerful vibration ripples spread along the fist. Although Ning Chuan noticed something strange, he did not panic. I saw him instantly using the green dragon form of the fish fruit, and the surface of his body was covered with layers of hard dragon scales. Human animal form. Ning Chuan roared angrily, and then his strength and defense became several times stronger than before. Boom! A loud noise echoed on the sea. The collision between the two caused a violent shock wave, and the seawater set off huge waves under their feet. The shocking power of Whitebeard's fist tried to push Ning Chuan back. Then I'll work harder for you. But he did not give up because of this, but instead inspired his determination to win. Let's do this. I'll let you return to your peak condition, and how about we have another fight? But he was getting older after all, and the continuous high-intensity fighting had begun to make his body unable to hold on. Although on the surface the two were evenly matched, Whitebeard knew that he was gradually losing ground. Good boy. But Ning Chuan seemed to have no influence at all. His physical strength seemed to be endless and endless. But Ning Chuan seemed to be getting braver and braver as he fought, and the aura exuding from his body became stronger and stronger. Although Whitebeard's physical strength is gradually declining, on the sea, the figures of the two people kept intertwining, and every collision made the entire sea tremble. Ning Chuan's dragon claw grabbed Whitebeard's fist hard and suppressed him in the air. The battle intensified, and the two launched a fierce attack in the air. He could feel that the power in his body was slowly consuming. Whitebeard has never surrendered. Although Whitebeard's physical ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. Looking at the Whitebeard flying backwards, Ning Chuan retracted his fist and looked indifferently. Tisk, tisk, it's so boring to bully an old man. But Ning Chuan's dragon scales had amazing defensive power, and they were able to offset most of the power of the shock. Why don't you admit it earlier? Every time he punched, he felt his body's fatigue become more and more obvious. Whitebeard didn't answer. His eyes darkened and he clenched his fists. There was a touch of sarcasm in his voice, which made Whitebeard want to hit someone. The Conqueror's domineering energy in his body once again exploded with full force, attacking Ning Chuan like a violent wind. Every collision is like a mini disaster, the waves are constantly rising, and the sky is changing. What, Whitebeard, are you going to die? Ning Chuan saw Whitebeard's state and showed a playful smile. After all, Whitebeard is too old and his physical strength is a little weak. However, after another fierce battle, time passed bit by bit, and Whitebeard's face gradually became serious. He swayed slightly, was knocked back by Ning Chuan's punch, and flew backwards. Go on. Whitebeard was shocked. He realized that if he continued like this, he might be dragged down by Ning Chuan. When Ning Chuan saw this, he showed no sign of weakness. The dragon power in his body was fully activated, and he fought fiercely with Whitebeard again. The next moment, why does this kid seem to have endless power? Chapter 186 I can't thin my cheek even with the fruits of my time. When Whitebeard heard Ning Chuan say that he could help him regain his peak strength, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Restore peak strength. Doesn't this mean he can return to his youth? This is simply a fantasy. He, Whitebeard, has been sailing on the sea all his life, and he has never heard of anyone who can do such a thing. Whitebeard looked at Ning Chuan with some confusion, his eyes full of distrust. Boy, do you think you can bring me back to my peak? Ning Chuan looked at Whitebeard's expression and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't believe it, then don't resist yet. After he finished speaking, he stopped talking and waved his hand to keep Whitebeard still. Whitebeard glanced at Ning Chuan suspiciously, and then for some reason, he chose to trust Ning Chuan. Immediately afterwards, Ning Chuan mobilized the power of the time fruit in his body. It directly acted on Whitebeard's body. After a while, Whitebeard began to feel a warm power flowing through his body. It seemed that some magical power was reversing the traces of time on his body. I saw that the wrinkles of the Whitebeard gradually faded, and the face covered with traces of time became tight and strong. The originally old and thick body began to show the muscle lines of youth. His originally weak body seemed to be instantly injected with vitality, and even the injuries in his body disappeared. Strength surged back like a tide, returning to his limbs. Whitebeard looked at his hands in shock. He could feel the surging power in his body. I haven't felt this way for a long time. Whitebeard's eyes widened in shock, and he spoke in disbelief. Is this really the power of the time fruit? He looked at Ning Chuan, his tone full of disbelief. Ning Chuan nodded lightly. That's right, it's the fruit of time. How do you feel? Have you regained the young feeling of being a son? Hear this. Whitebeard's face suddenly darkened. The words of thanks he was about to say were instantly suppressed by him. Although he was grateful to Ning Chuan for helping him return to his peak state. But this joke still made him want to raise his hand and punch Ning Chuan on the head. He held it in for a long time, and finally just snorted and remained silent. He was too lazy to argue with Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's smile grew wider when he saw Whitebeard's happy and angry look. Then he clapped his hands, as if to remind Whitebeard. Okay, let's get started. I really want to see the true power of the Junjun fruit after you return to your peak. Whitebeard smiled lowly, with a hint of fighting intent flashing in his eyes. He felt the surging power in his body, as if he had really returned to the period when he was young and vigorous, and his whole person was full of fighting spirit. Whitebeard slowly pulled out his weapon Kong Yunchi. This weapon that had accompanied him in battles for many years and killed countless enemies seemed to have felt that Whitebeard had returned to its peak. It was actually trembling with excitement. Whitebeard injected Conqueror's domineering energy into it, and the whole knife began to exude a terrifying aura, and the sharp blade seemed to be beating with extremely terrifying power. When Ning Chuan saw this, he smiled slightly. He raised his hand and the Thunderfire sword roared from Pluton's bow and landed firmly in his palm. The Thunderfire sword shines coldly in the sun, and the sword body exudes the dual power of lava and thunder, as if it is ready to tear apart space at any time. Whitebeard roared and raised Kong Yunchi with both hands. Conqueror's Haki and the power of the awakened shock fruit converge into an extremely terrifying energy. The moment he swung the knife, the entire sky trembled, and the earth seemed to have lost its balance at this moment. I saw him suddenly swinging a knife towards Ning Chuan. The blade slashed towards Ning Chuan with unstoppable power. Ning Chuan looked solemn, but without any panic. He calmly raised the Thunderfire sword and whispered in his mouth. God avoids. The next moment, the sword light was like lightning piercing the sky. With endless sharpness, it fiercely met the light of the sword slashed by Whitebeard. Two terrifying forces collided in midair, exploded, and instantly formed a huge energy vortex. The resulting shock wave almost split the sea in half. The sea water was separated by powerful force and surged wildly to both sides, revealing the extremely deep seabed. The two were in a stalemate in the air for a long time. The energy shock erupting in the sky continued to spread, as if even the space was being distorted. Gradually, the white-bearded Kong Yunchi made a crisp sound under the huge impact, and the blade began to crack out of the middle. Whitebeard's supreme sharp sword finally reached its limit. At this moment, it could no longer withstand such terrifying power and began to collapse bit by bit. Whitebeard's whole body was also suppressed by this force, his body trembled slightly, and he gradually became unable to withstand the sword from Ning Chuan. As Ning Chuan's sword slowly pressed down, Whitebeard began to be completely suppressed by the astonishing power in Ning Chuan's hand. Boom! After a loud noise, Ning Chuan slowly descended from the sky. Whitebeard did not feel disappointed, but instead showed a smile on his face. The more Ning Chuan talked, the darker the faces of Whitebeard and his sons became. In the end, Whitebeard simply tilted his head and lay down on the deck to start playing. Good guy, are you starting to fool around now? However, now in Ning Chuan's hands, Shenyuan is even more powerful than before. It seems that my time fruit can't regain my thick skin. Ning Chuan looked at Whitebeard and said with a smile. Don't say that, Whitebeard, you are not old at all now. The moment he fell into the sea, Whitebeard is very satisfied at this moment. He completely defeated himself at his peak with that sword. ... Now more fathers, more mothers. Well, forget it, more godfathers wouldn't be bad either. Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, finally couldn't resist Ning Chuan's divine evasion that had been strengthened countless times. There is no doubt about Ning Chuan's strength. I'm already old, isn't this bad? Especially that sword, he is very familiar with it. The soaked Whitebeard wiped the seawater from his face, looked at Ning Chuan standing above him, and said with a smile on his lips. This was the first time in many years that he felt such a hearty battle. He was struck hard by Ning Chuan and fell into the sea. Whitebeard's face suddenly turned dark, and his face looked like a bitter gourd. Ning Chuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a bad smile. That was Roger's sword move of the year, God's Avoidance. You lose this time, Whitebeard. I heard Ning Chuan mention the bet. Should the previous bet also be fulfilled? I am convinced of this battle. The Thunderfire sword floated beside him and fell from the sky with Ning Chuan. Besides, you want your family so much and you have so many sons. No matter how Ning Chuan spoke, Whitebeard never raised his head and said a word back to Ning Chuan. It seems like I have returned to those years when I was young and competing with Roger. Your sons can also have more than one father-in-law. When he was pulled out of the sea by his sons and put on the deck. Boy, you win. Chapter 187 Mastering the Power of the Shock Fruit. Whitebeard was stunned. Ning Chuan looked at Whitebeard and smiled lightly. Since you really don't want to call me daddy, then forget it, but you must at least promise me one thing. After hearing that there was no need to call daddy, Whitebeard, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, sat up directly. Whitebeard frowned slightly, and spoke with a trace of doubt in his eyes. What's up? Ning Chuan showed a smile on his lips and said lightly. I want to learn your shock fruit ability and your son's devil fruit abilities. Whitebeard was stunned when he heard this. He has traveled across the sea for many years and has seen countless powerful people, but he has never heard that the ability of devil fruit can be learned. This made him frown, and he couldn't help but wonder if Ning Chuan was joking. What did you say? Can you still learn the ability of Devil Fruit? In all my years of living, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Ning Chuan responded with a chuckle. There are many things you don't know about the sea. If you don't believe it, just watch it. But there is one thing, you must do what I ask. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. When Whitebeard's sons heard Ning Chuan's words, they all showed a hint of joy on their faces. If the father were asked to call him Ning Chuan father, they would naturally not be able to accept it. Not to mention that they have another grandfather-like figure above them. Marco was the first to step forward. Isn't it just for you to learn fruit abilities? If this can prevent Dad from being insulted by you, we have no objection. Come on, you can learn whatever we can do. Marco finished his sentence. The other sons also nodded and expressed their willingness to accept Ning Chuan's proposal. After all, this is much easier to accept than asking Whitebeard to recognize him as his little daddy. What's more, they don't believe that devil fruit abilities can be learned. They thought Ning Chuan was just joking. Ning Chuan smiled when he saw this, then walked to Bybird's side and spoke calmly. Come on, Whitebeard, use your power of the shock fruit with all your strength. Although Whitebeard was full of doubts, seeing that Ning Chuan was so serious, he didn't say anything more. He nodded, took a posture, and slowly stretched out his hands as if to catch the air. Cracks began to appear throughout the air, like glass on the verge of breaking. As Whitebeard's hands began to exert force, the next moment, the entire space began to shake violently, as if the heaven and earth were to be torn apart by this force. The sea swayed, and the waves instantly set off huge waves dozens of meters high, shaking the air around them so much that they trembled. Ning Chuan stood aside, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard's every move. His domineering aura instantly covered the entire space, keeping every detail of Whitebeard's shaking fruit firmly in his mind. From the condensation of power, the grasp of the palm to the tearing of space, he did not miss a single detail. Until this time the shaking was about to stop. Ning Chuan thought silently in his heart. System, start settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the shock fruit for 20 seconds and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the ability to feel the earthquake fruit and returning the 200,000 seconds of cultivation. Host's understanding of the ability of the Junjun fruit has improved. Ning Chuan frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with the result. Therefore, Ning Chuan continued to look at Whitebeard beside him and said directly. Do it again. Whitebeard was a little puzzled, but he still followed Ning Chuan's request and came again. System, continue settlement. After several settlements in succession. As time goes by, Ning Chuan's understanding of Junjun fruit continues to deepen. Until an hour later, a voice finally appeared in Ning Chuan's mind. Congratulations to host for successfully mastering the power of the shock fruit. After hearing this sentence, Ning Chuan breathed a long sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Whitebeard, who was still observing him, and said with a smile. Okay, you can stop. Now it's my turn to try. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Whitebeard was obviously stunned. It's time for this kid to try. What do you mean? Has he already mastered the Junjun fruit? How is this possible? In Whitebeard's surprised eyes, Ning Chuan slowly stood up and assumed the same posture as when Whitebeard activated the shock fruit just now. He had never seen anyone master the power of the shock fruit so easily. I will do as you ask until you master my phoenix form. I am afraid that these devil fruit abilities of my own cannot escape Ning Chuan's learning. And the intensity of this power is not inferior to him at all. This, impossible. Okay, Whitebeard, now it's your son's turn. After all, I can even learn from my dad's Junjun fruit. Now that his name was called by Ning Chuan, he had no choice but to transform back into his phoenix form and fly to Ning Chuan. Okay, little birdie, it's your turn. Ning Chuan walked to Marco and smiled. Although he has experienced countless battles and witnessed countless miracles, Birdman, but Ning Chuan in front of him not only did it, he also did it so easily. He couldn't believe his eyes. Ning Chuan actually succeeded in using his Junjun fruit. Marco and others had complicated expressions on their faces at this moment. A flash of shock suddenly flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Cracks appeared in the surrounding air again, and the space began to tremble, as if the stability between heaven and earth was torn apart by Ning Chuan's power. See this scene. Immediately afterwards, he activated the power of the shock fruit in his body, and a powerful shock force burst out from his palms. In an instant, Whitebeard was silent for a long time, and his heart was already in turmoil. Ning Chuan turned his head and looked at Whitebeard's crew. Whitebeard's eyes widened, and he was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't even speak. Okay, I want to see what you can learn. But this time, Ning Chuan's terrifying learning power truly shocked them. They know that their abilities may no longer be unique in the future. But I never thought that someone could learn other people's devil fruit abilities in a short period of time. His sons were also shocked and dumbfounded at this moment. As long as you don't insult Dad, I will promise you anything. After seeing that Ning Chuan could actually learn other people's devil fruit abilities, Marco was speechless for a while when Ning Chuan yelled at him, but he couldn't object. It even reached his level in a short period of time. Whitebeard opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to speak. Although they have already seen the power of Ning Chuan. Chapter 188 Master the Phantom Beast Species and the Phoenix Form. A new force has been added to the world of songs. Change back and start over. I didn't pay attention just now. Marco knew that Ning Chuan was deliberately trying to mess with him. But after all, he had already promised Ning Chuan, as long as he didn't let his father recognize him as his father. Then he will promise Ning Chuan anything. In desperation, Marco had no choice but to change from the immortal bird form back to his human form. Can we start? In order to prevent Ning Chuan from continuing to find trouble, he specifically asked Ning Chuan before transforming this time. Okay, let's start. After hearing Ning Chuan's voice, Marco finally began to change where he was. Ning Chuan looked at the changes that had taken place in Marco, and Ning Chuan directly activated the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Carefully observe every detail of his transformation from human form to phoenix form. Wait until Marco shows all his abilities. Ning Chuan thought silently in his heart. System, start settlement. Soon, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the bird fruit, phantom beast species, and phoenix form fruit abilities for 30 seconds, and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the bird feeling fruit, phantom beast species, and phoenix form ability, which will be returned in 300,000 seconds. Host's understanding of bird fruit, phantasmal beast species, and phoenix form fruit has improved. Go on. By the way, show me your healing ability. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Marco had no choice but to do the same. Soon after, Marco once again began to repeat the previous process. Half an hour later, after Ning Chuan once again ended the settlement of the system, the voice that satisfied him finally rang in his mind. Congratulations to host for successfully mastering the ability of bird fruit, phantasmal beast species, and phoenix form. After hearing these words from the system, a smile finally appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Ning Chuan's body began to undergo drastic changes. Green gold wings grew from his back, and green flames surrounded him. These cyan flames are what are called regenerative flames. Marco's healing power also comes from these cyan flames. At this moment, Ning Chuan transformed into a phoenix exactly like Marco. This scene before my eyes. Let Whitebeard, Marco and others be stunned. It was like seeing the most impossible thing happen. This guy has even learned the form of a phoenix. This is a fantasy beast ability that is rarer than Logia. Josie's eyes widened and he whispered in disbelief. Yi Zhang was also unable to accept it and murmured in a low voice. Is there no limit to Ning Chuan's learning ability? Is he really a human being? He is so powerful, how can we defeat him? Are we just going to have to watch him get rid of the Kazuki family? ... At this moment, Marco was stunned on the spot, staring at Ning Chuan who had transformed into a phoenix in front of him, his eyes full of shock. He really mastered the power of the phoenix. I can feel that the power contained in his body seems to be similar to mine. Whitebeard also took a deep breath at this time. Although he was well informed, Ning Chuan's strength and learning speed still made him uneasy. He turned back and looked at Ning Chuan, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Is there anything else you want to learn? Hear what Whitebeard said. Ning Chuan waved his hand and said with a smile, no more for now. Other abilities are almost useless to me. After hearing this, Whitebeard's crew members felt burning pain on their faces. At first, they were worried that their abilities might be mastered by Ning Chuan and that they would no longer be their only abilities. But who knows, Ning Chuan doesn't think highly of his abilities at all. He didn't even have the time to put on a show for them. This is really humiliating for them. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, with a wry smile on his face. Since there is no more, let's talk about the next thing. Our Whitebeard pirates have been defeated, so I will no longer interfere with Wano's decision to abolish the general. I heard Whitebeard talk about this. Ning Chuan raised his head and glanced at him in confusion, saying in disbelief. So this is what you are here for. I was still thinking that you did this on such a large scale to seize the territory of Wano country. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, even if you don't come to me, I will find an opportunity to come to you. This new world, I'm going to unify it all. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Whitebeard was a little shocked. Unify the entire new world. Ning Chuan's ambition is really big. However, after thinking about Ning Chuan's strength, Whitebeard felt that this was not impossible. He has defeated Kaido, and now he has defeated himself. There are only 4 emperors left in the entire ocean. Ning Chuan couldn't even stop himself. The remaining 4 emperors will definitely not be able to stop Ning Chuan's offensive. What do I want all this for? Whitebeard shook his head. He felt that now was not the time to think about these things. So he looked at Ning Chuan again and asked, what are you going to do with us next? If you want to kill them all, even if we are not your opponent, I can guarantee that even if you die, we will not surrender without mercy. Whitebeard looked like he was joking. But in fact, his expression at the moment was quite serious. Ning Chuan looked at Whitebeard, then at his sons behind him, and said lightly. Ordinary crew members can disband and leave, but you and all the squad captains under you, can't. Because there is a place waiting for you to enter. Before Whitebeard and his crew could react, Ning Chuan was already humming a song. The next moment, the door to the world of Gerger opened instantly. When no one reacted, forcibly sucked Whitebeard and the captains of all divisions into the world of singing. Whitebeard was about to speak, but he felt the scene in front of him suddenly change. In just a moment, he had entered a new world. At this moment, Blackbeard on the boat outside looked at this scene and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, Ning Chuan didn't seem to be planning to arrest ordinary crew members like them, so he escaped the disaster for the time being. However, without Whitebeard in the future, his plan to find the dark fruit will be much more difficult. However, just when he thought he was out of danger, when he raised his head, he found that Ning Chuan had flown directly to the ship he was on at some point. I almost missed you. When Blackbeard didn't react, Ning Chuan slapped him and knocked him unconscious. The next moment, Ning Chuan looked at all the crew members under Whitebeard and said coldly, "As of today, the Whitebeard Pirates have been disbanded. Give you half an hour to disappear from the range of my Pluton. Otherwise, I will be shooting at a moving target today." Chapter 189. Song World War. All the pirates begin to unite to destroy the 5 elders. Under Ning Chuan's threat, the remaining crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates no longer dared to stay any longer. They quickly took their boats and fled back in the direction they came from. They were filled with fear, knowing that Ning Chuan was not joking. If they continued to stay here, Ning Chuan might actually drive the legendary Pluton battleship and fire at them. It was a legendary weapon that could blow up an island. If it was hit by such a bomb, not even the bones would be left behind. As the ordinary members of the Whitebeard Pirates left one by one, the sea became calm again. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the boat, watching the people leaving. Then the door to the world of songs was opened again, and Nami and the others stepped inside. After entering the world of songs, Ning Chuan found Whitebeard and his sons standing on an unfamiliar battlefield, with confusion and bewilderment on their faces. Whitebeard raised his eyes and looked around, feeling the strong energy fluctuations coming from a distance, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. The shock of this power surprised him. While Whitebeard was thinking about where this place was, he saw Ning Chuan walking towards him and asked coldly, "Where did you get us?" Ning Chuan smiled lightly, glanced at Whitebeard and the sons around him, and said slowly, "This is my world, but to you, this is like a huge GU training ground. Those guys who are fighting are all GU worms that I have carefully raised, and so are you." As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, he controlled the world of songs and instantly changed the positions of Whitebeard and others to the central area of the battlefield. Everyone who was fighting fiercely stopped their attacks after feeling the sudden addition of new faces. They all turned their attention to the new Whitebeard group. On the battlefield, Rayleigh was the first to notice Whitebeard's arrival, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He and Whitebeard have been old rivals for many years, but I didn't expect to meet here today. Before he could say hello, Whitebeard had already looked around, and suddenly saw a familiar huge figure staring at him warily in the distance. That was Kaido, who had just been defeated by Ning Chuan. Kaido. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. It turns out that after Kaido was defeated by Ning Chuan, he didn't disappear, but was sent into this strange world. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's eyes became slightly serious. Ning Chuan's strength once again exceeded his imagination. At this moment, Whitebeard looked at the 3 old men who were fighting fiercely with Rayleigh, Kaido and others. His frown deepened. Whitebeard instantly recognized one of them. It was Fegaland. Fegaland. Whitebeard muttered to himself. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he fought with the Rocks pirates in the Valley of Gods. Fegaland was a big killer back then and was extremely powerful. He didn't expect to see this old rival here. Of course, I never expected that Ning Chuan would be able to capture him. In the distance, Satan Saint and Izan Balan also noticed Whitebeard's arrival. When I saw the Whitebeard, their hearts trembled suddenly. Whitebeard's powerful aura made them feel extremely uneasy. This is a major enemy that they have been unable to ignore for many years since Roger's death. Now that this man has also been sent into the world of songs by Ning Chuan, the 3 of them know that their situation has become more dangerous. What a hell? Fegaland gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fear. This guy Whitebeard is here too. How should we deal with the next battle? Rayleigh, Kaido, and Whitebeard can all defeat us, but they still have so many helpers. Saint Satan and Izan Balan looked equally solemn. They know that the future waiting for them will be endless hardships and battles. If another 5 elders doesn't come in, we're going to be beaten here all the time. Satan Sheng sighed helplessly, with a hint of despair emerging in his heart. Soon, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Kaido and others looked at each other. They had almost no unnecessary words, and the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly reached a strange tacit understanding. The 3 of them have now temporarily joined forces in a tacit understanding, preparing to jointly suppress Fegaland, Satan Sheng and Izan Balan. The war breaks out again. Rayleigh, Kaido, and Whitebeard worked together to launch a fierce attack on the 3 celestial dragons. Whitebeard roared, and the power of the shaking fruit directly tore apart the space, and the strong vibrations blasted towards the 3 Tianlong people. The myth that the 3 of them have been attacked for so many days has not been broken. But facing such a powerful coalition, their pressure suddenly doubled. Finally, with a deafening roar. Despite his best efforts to stabilize the situation, although the 3 celestial dragons were strong, they began to feel powerless under the full attack of Kaido, Rayleigh and Whitebeard. But it is this kind of game between the strong. As the battle continued, a huge energy storm set off on the battlefield, and sword energy, fist shadows and fruit abilities were intertwined. Whitebeard joins forces with Kaido, Rayleigh and others. But the opponent was too strong, and his offensive was unable to form an effective counterattack. Let me help you again. Let's do this. From now on, the arena mode will be held here. The 3 Tianlong people, Rayleigh, Kaido, and Whitebeard, a total of 6 people, will start guarding the arena. Rayleigh and Kaido followed closely behind, each releasing their terrifying Conquerors Haki, sweeping the entire battlefield. Whitebeard waved his fist and the power of shaking the fruit completely exploded, completely crushing Saint Seidan's offensive. The pirates let out bursts of cheers. Obviously the biggest threat to the three Tianlong people. In the center of the battlefield, Ning Chuan stood on a high ground, looking down at the entire battle situation. Especially Ning Chuan helped him recover to his peak condition, making his attacks even more unstoppable. Rayleigh cut off Fegaland's defense with a sword, and Kaido's Dragon Claw followed up, pressing it heavily into the ground. Fegaland was even more shocked by Whitebeard's shock fruit and retreated repeatedly, almost unable to withstand his attack. But Whitebeard's power is too terrifying. Looking at this scene, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. In the end, they were unable to support themselves and were pressed to the ground by everyone. From now on, it depends on who lasts longer under their command. If it lasts for a whole day, you can withdraw 1 day's free time. Satansei transforms directly into Gyuki form, releasing the terrifying Conquerors Haki. That makes Ning Chuan's GU training field more interesting. With Ning Chuan's control, the battlefield environment of Gerger World is constantly changing. However, Ning Chuan's world is obviously not an ordinary space. It seems as if the entire world of singing is about to be torn apart. Ning Chuan murmured, with a satisfied smile on his lips. How wonderful. Fegaland, Seidan Sheng and Izan Balan tried their best to fight. No matter how fiercely these strong men fight, the world itself remains as stable as Mount Tai. Trying to overwhelm the opponent with momentum. At this moment, they were forced to retreat steadily by the joint offensive of everyone. This is a place for practicing GU. It's not okay for one of us to be bullied. Chapter 190. The news of Kaido Whitebeard's defeat came out. The 4 Emperors' aunt was frightened. Nami and the others have been watching the war in the world of songs. Looking at the scene in front of them, these little cuties are all excited, and their eyes are full of yearning for battle. They saw the strength of Rayleigh, Kaido, and Whitebeard, the world's top powerhouses, and couldn't help but feel envious. Can't wait to start practicing. Work hard to improve your own strength to catch up with the level of these strong men. Especially Kuina. After seeing Rayleigh's top-notch swordsmanship, there was a determined light in her eyes. She wants to become a great swordsman. The most powerful swordsman whose strength is only inferior to Ning Chuan. Nami and Nokigao were also excited to see this, and secretly made up their minds to improve themselves. Shirahoshi and Yuta, the 2 least good at fists and kicks, clenched their fists in excitement at this moment. Excitedly discussing the fighting skills of those strong men. In contrast, Momoshiki, on the other hand, became more and more frightened as he watched, filled with shock and disbelief. In Ning Chuan's world of songs, there are actually so many fighting forces comparable to the 4 emperors. What's more, the strength of the powerful people in this Gerger world is far beyond the control of Marine headquarters and even the world government. If Ning Chuan was interested, just releasing 1 or 2 of these big pirates would be enough to plunge the entire world into turmoil. She finally understood why Ning Chuan's ambition was far beyond ordinary people. I don't care if I reveal his secret to the public, because the power he possesses is enough to challenge the existing world order. Momoshiki felt a sense of fear deep in his heart. This guy Ning Chuan is really scary. Ning Chuan looked at the shock in Momoshiki's eyes. Smiling slightly, he spoke directly to her. If one day, I combine their powers and create Serif warriors with only 1/10 of their strength, how long do you think Marine and world government can resist? Ning Chuan's tone was relaxed, as if he was just talking about an ordinary plan. But when these words fell into Momoshiki's ears, they were like a bolt from the blue. Momoshiki was so shocked by Ning Chuan's words that he was speechless. Only 1/10 of the power of these big pirates. Momoshiki knows this. Even 1/10 of these monsters can definitely make the whole world tremble. If the Serif warriors were really created, the world government might not even have room to resist. Especially the large number of Serif warriors. No need for more, just 10,000 Serif warriors. The world government may not be able to withstand their attack. There was a hint of complexity in Momoshiki's eyes. She realized that if Ning Chuan's plan was implemented, the world order would be completely overturned. And she, as Marine's lieutenant general, didn't know how to deal with such a powerful being as Ning Chuan. Just as she was struggling in her heart, Ning Chuan noticed that Nami and the others had already seen it. So he smiled and clapped his hands, signaling that it was time to leave the world of singing. He immediately opened the door to JGE's world and led everyone away from this GU training battlefield. Back to the real world. The Pluton battleship is now docked steadily at the port of Wano. The huge size almost covered the entire port, and all the residents of Wano were shocked when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a huge thing. Yamato's guards were the first to react. Seeing the size of the battleship, he almost subconsciously drew his weapons and prepared to meet the invaders. But when they saw Ning Chuan stepping off the boat, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After discovering that it was Mr. Ning Chuan, their worries were finally relieved. The guards stepped aside one after another to pay respect to Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan smiled and patted their shoulders to show them not to be nervous. Left Pluton, Ning Chuan took Nami, Nokigao, Robin and others to have a great time in Wano country. This country, full of warrior spirit and ancient heritage, is a novel and unique place for them. Nami and Nokigao were particularly fascinated by Wano's architectural style and cuisine. Kuina, on the other hand, showed great interest in the swordsmanship of the samurai. I even had a few sparring matches with some local swordsmen, and I seemed particularly excited. Robin went to read the historical text of Wano country and collected it. After the tour, Ning Chuan took everyone back to the general's mansion. With the elimination of these remaining forces, Wano country was completely controlled by Ning Chuan, and there was no longer any resistance on the island. If Ning Chuan takes action himself, these people will naturally not be able to escape. Also, have you figured out the locations of the 9 red scabbard heroes? Seeing Ning Chuan coming back, Yamato, who had been waiting for a long time, finally showed a happy smile on his face. Although these unstable factors will not cause any big trouble, we have confirmed their location and are waiting for you to come back to deal with it. Everyone is discussing this sudden rise of a strong man. Have Kaido and Whitebeard been defeated by Ning Chuan? After the news came out, the world was in an uproar. On the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the remaining members looked solemn and discussed Ning Chuan's powerful Yamato. We have basically captured the old members of the Shogunate and those who support Kurozumi Orochi. Therefore, the GU refining field in Gerger World is their best destination. His name is Ning Chuan. How did you manage to capture Kurozumi Orochi's subordinates? But we can't just let it go. Ning Chuan's name soon resounded throughout the sea. Whether it is Marine, World Government, or other 4 Emperors' forces, they are all shocked by this news. But in Ning Chuan's eyes, it was just indifferent resistance. A few days later, with almost no effort, Denjiro, Ashura Doji, Cat Belly Snake and others were all caught in one go. How is this possible? And threw them into the world of songs to refine GU. If this is really the case, what should I do about the hatred of my sons and daughters? After hearing Ning Chuan's question, Yamato smiled and reported directly to Ning Chuan Wei. Yamato has been waiting at the house for a long time. However, several masters among the 9 red scabbard heroes have not taken action yet, especially Denjiro, Asura Doji and the Cat Belly Snake who came back from Zou. The shocking news appeared in newspapers around the world. Although these people are stronger than Yamato and the others now, Ning Chuan nodded after hearing this, and was very satisfied with Yamato's efficiency. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, were defeated by the same young man. Without much hesitation, he directly took Yamato to arrest the person based on the information provided by Yamato. And this person is a guy who has never had any legend. What's going on? Auntie, who was far away in the world and was preparing to go to Dressrosa, was so frightened that she sat down on the ground after hearing the news. Chapter 191 Go to North Blue and capture Vinsmoke Judge. A few days later, Cake Island. Auntie's mood was particularly heavy. She sat on her throne, staring at the sea in the distance, her heart filled with anxiety. Ning Chuan's power made her feel even more pressured. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates were defeated by Ning Chuan one after another. Whitebeard and Kaido were once the 4 emperors alongside her, and even Whitebeard was stronger than her. But now they have all been defeated by Ning Chuan. Auntie knew that Ning Chuan would come to trouble her sooner or later. After all, she had sent Katakuri and others to attack Dressrosa before. Auntie is not a person who is afraid of fighting, but she knows that she may not be able to defeat Ning Chuan on the frontal battlefield. In order to deal with Ning Chuan's possible attack, she has been nervously deploying defenses these days. She commanded her sons and all the desert ministers to go to strengthen the defenses around the island. Even having Perospero create a strong barrier out of his candy. Auntie personally participated in all defense deployments and ensured that every location was strictly guarded. Her order is very clear. Once traces of Ning Chuan are discovered, everyone must report to her immediately, and she will personally lead the entire army to fight. After these days of hard work, my mother has even lost weight. Even so, Auntie still understands in her heart. He might not be able to stop Ning Chuan in the end. However, she is the 4 emperors' aunt. No matter what, she must stand upright on the frontal battlefield and fight to the death. Even if you lose, you must defeat with glory. However, to the aunt's surprise, Ning Chuan did not turn out as she expected. After unifying Wano, he immediately drove Pluton to Cake Island to find trouble for himself. What she didn't expect was that Ning Chuan went to the Vinsmoke family in North Blue first. At this time, Ning Chuan's Pluton battleship has arrived at North Blue. Anchored at the port of Vinsmoke family territory, the Vinsmoke family is a top killer family famous in North Blue. They are famous throughout the North Blue for their cutting-edge genetic technology and technology to transform soldiers. Since they are an underground organization, it is almost impossible to meet members of the Vinsmoke family on weekdays. However, Ning Chuan's reputation has already spread throughout the New World, as he docked the massive Pluton warship in the Vinsmoke family's harbor. All the guards were frightened and overwhelmed by the huge thing in front of them. The soldiers of the Vinsmoke family immediately recognized Ning Chuan's identity. This strong man who defeated Whitebeard and Kaido and seized their territory is now visiting their territory in person. No one dares to neglect anything. Soon, the news of Ning Chuan's arrival reached the ears of the family patriarch, Vinsmoke Judge. When Judge heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, and then sweat broke out on his forehead. He never thought that a big shot like Ning Chuan would visit in person. Although he didn't know the purpose of Ning Chuan coming to his territory. It may be to get the Vinsmoke family to cooperate with him, or it may be to conquer the Vinsmoke family. Regardless of Ning Chuan's purpose. But Judge knows that Ning Chuan's arrival is definitely not a good thing. In order to prevent problems before they occur, Judge rushed to the port with his newly formed Germa 66 team and nearly tens of thousands of modified soldiers. When he arrived at the port, he saw Ning Chuan standing on top of Pluton. He was surprised to find that Ning Chuan was much younger than he thought. Despite this, he did not dare to look down upon this young man who had defeated 2 emperors. Judge stretched out his hand and stopped the tens of thousands of transformation warriors. He led everyone from Germa 66 to the front of Pluton and looked up at Ning Chuan. Although he is the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, he possesses extraordinary transformation technology and huge power. But when Judge faced Ning Chuan, he could only look up at the young man sitting on the bow. He saw Judge coming to him with members of the Germa 66 Special Forces team. Ning Chuan didn't save face for him and spoke directly to Judge coldly. Come with me and continue to study some interesting things with your old friends Vegapunk and Caesar. There was no room for negotiation in his tone, as if everything was doomed. The judge looked embarrassed after hearing this and said hesitantly, Master Ning Chuan, my family is in a critical period of development and growth. If I leave at this time, the Vinsmoke family may suffer huge losses in the future. Can you give me some time? Judge will definitely not leave with Ning Chuan just because of his words. Even if Ning Chuan said that he had summoned his former scientist friends. But before he finished speaking, he saw the cold light in Ning Chuan's eyes. Ning Chuan smiled coldly and said lightly, if you want the Vinsmoke family to disappear completely, then feel free to reject me. These words hit Judge's heart like thunder, making his face turn livid in an instant. He, Judge, also has his own pride. As the underground ruler of the entire North Blue, he is not something that everyone can control. Even the 4 emperors and has coveted the technology in his hands for a long time and has coerced and lured him many times. The Vinsmoke family has never surrendered to Big Mom. The entire Pluton battleship began to tremble violently, and countless cannon muzzles on the hull suddenly emitted dazzling light. Just when Judge was about to get angry and wanted to mobilize the troops behind him to give Ning Chuan some color. He had never seen such terrifying power. Judge looked up suddenly, realized something was wrong, and shouted quickly. Pluton's terrifying main gun made a harsh roar. Pluton's power is far beyond his imagination. At this moment, he really realized it. He unexpectedly discovered that the giant ship seemed to have locked them in once again. When he was in endless fear, Judge swallowed, and spoke quickly but with a trembling voice. The words fell. See this scene. Facing such a terrifying killing machine, his army was simply vulnerable. If we fire another cannon, I'm afraid the entire island will disappear completely. His pride collapsed instantly. Ning Chuan calmly raised his hand and waved lightly. A moment, the soldiers on the ground didn't even have a chance to react and were instantly reduced to ashes. Master Ning Chuan, I promise you, I will go with you. However, the thousands of transformed soldiers under him did not have such reaction speed. Pluton's bombardment directly destroyed Judge's army of modified soldiers. A bright energy beam roared out from the muzzle, blasting a shot at the tens of thousands of modified soldiers behind Judge. The moment Judge and team members took to the air, it seemed like the whole island was shaking. What replaced it was endless fear. The next moment, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape the next shot. This time, he had a premonition. A legion of tens of thousands of people was wiped out almost instantly. Standing in the air, Judge looked at the tragic scene in front of him. His legs were so frightened that he almost collapsed in the air. Judge and all the members of the Germa 66 team took the lead in flying into the air, trying to avoid the coming danger. However, Ning Chuan seemed to have already seen through his intentions. Please stop firing. Everyone, hide to the sky. Ning Chuan's talk about destroying the Vinsmoke family was definitely not a joke. Chapter 192 The scientific trio gathers and the Serif project begins. Looking at Judge who has completely surrendered, Ning Chuan didn't say much and directly ordered him to board the Pluton battleship with members of the Germa 66 Special Forces team. Although the judge was unwilling to do anything, he felt unwilling to do so. But facing Ning Chuan's strength, he didn't dare to resist at all, so he had to obey. He knew that Ning Chuan's strength was extremely terrifying. Even strong men like Kaido and Whitebeard were defeated by him. He, the leader of Germa 66, was not worth mentioning in front of him. What's more, the power of the battleship under his feet is even more terrifying. One shot can destroy tens of thousands of his own reformed warriors. If there were a few more shots, my Vinsmoke family's island would probably be sunk by this battleship. After seeing Judge boarding the ship with members of his Germa 66 Special Forces team, Ning Chuan didn't waste any time and directly used the ability of Gerger World to open the door to Gerger World. Before Judge could react, except for himself, all the members of Germa 66's special force were thrown into the world of songs by Ning Chuan. Where did they go? Judge's heart sank and he could only tentatively ask Ning Chuan. Going to a good place, where their strength should be further improved. But don't worry, you don't have to worry about their safety for the time being. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Judge relaxed a little. He looked at the direction in which the members of Germa 66 disappeared, and was about to ask more questions. But he saw that Ning Chuan had already used the power of the door fruit and opened a door to space in front of him. Immediately, the scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. When Judge came to his senses, he had followed Ning Chuan to the Sky Island base 10,000 meters above the ground. Judge looked around, and he was extremely shocked by the sea of clouds, blue sky, and intricate high-tech buildings on the island. Where is this? Judge couldn't help but ask. He had never thought that such a place existed in this world. He was dazed for a moment, full of shock and uneasiness. Ning Chuan glanced at Judge lightly and said, "This is my Sky Island base, located 10,000 meters above the ground. From now on, you can conduct research here and don't think about escaping or resisting. I left your Germa 66 members in the world of songs. If you are obedient and complete my plan, Germa 66 will still be yours. If you don't, you will never see me again, them." The trace of luck in Judge's heart was completely shattered when he heard these words. Ning Chuan had obviously seen through his mind and used the members of the Germa 66 special team as bargaining chips. He sighed secretly in his heart, knowing that he had no choice. So he had no choice but to nod his head, appearing to be submissive on the surface. Ning Chuan saw that Judge knew current affairs, smiled coldly, and then led him straight to the core laboratory of the Sky Island base. As soon as he opened the door of the laboratory, Judge saw two familiar figures. Vegapunk and Caesar. Judge was slightly startled, but he didn't expect these two people to be here. It seemed that Ning Chuan had brought the two of them together long ago. Ning Chuan was able to find these two former colleagues, so he must have a very special scientific research project that he wanted to join. But what exactly this scientific research project is, Judge can't guess yet. "Hey, Judge, you're finally here." When Caesar saw Judge, he joked directly. "Don't be stunned, the Serif Plan requires your bloodline factor technology." Judge was a little confused and asked, "What is the Serif Plan?" Vegapunk stood aside and explained. To put it simply, the Serif project is to create a group of modified warriors who all have greater combat power than the Shichibukai. We will collect the genetic factors of the world's top experts and combine them with transformation technology to create warriors powerful enough to fight against the world government and marine. After hearing Vegapunk's words, Judge suddenly felt a storm in his heart. The concept of Serif warriors simply subverted his cognition. If this plan succeeds, these transformed warriors under Ning Chuan will be even more powerful than Shichibukai. It might even turn the world upside down. In comparison, his Germa 66 team was like a toy and not worth mentioning at all. "Are you serious? How is it possible to do this?" Judge's face was complicated, with a hint of shock in his tone. Vegapunk nodded with a smile and continued. "Not only that, we have collected genetic samples from some powerful people, and we will collect more blood and genetic factors from top powerful people to improve Serif's design. In the future, Seraphim with various devil fruit abilities may appear." Judge took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the scale and ambition of the Serif Plan would be so huge. Judge realized that this was an opportunity that could change the world. Ning Chuan obviously wants to overthrow the existing world order. And Judge, if he joins now and contributes his own strength, he may be able to gain huge benefits from it. "I'm joining." Judge made his decision without hesitation, with a hint of firmness in his tone. Vegapunk smiled slightly and said, "Very good, now that the personnel are here, we can start collecting blood and genetic factors." "Ning Chuan, I'm sorry to bother you." When everyone saw this scene, they all began to pinch their own cuts. But under Ning Chuan's pressure, everyone soon followed Ning Chuan's order and collected their own blood. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, he changed the effect of the time retrieval ability on Saint Satan. Now, everything is ready. But the arrival of Ning Chuan brought all the fighting to an instant halt. "I said, if anyone can't do it, I will help him." Ning Chuan smiled slightly, then took out a large number of test tubes from his arms, threw them to everyone, and then spoke coldly. After hearing what Ning Chuan said, I was afraid that if I were a little slow, my throat would be cut by Ning Chuan in front of everyone. Of course, except for Saint Satan, who was the god of scientific defense. The strong men looked at each other, wondering what Ning Chuan wanted his blood for. A large amount of blood spurted out, filling the entire test tube instantly. Ning Chuan returned to Sky Island base with the collected blood and handed the test tube to Vegapunk. But Ning Chuan was too lazy to tell him his plan. Do it yourself and collect your blood. Although they were unwilling to give their blood to Ning Chuan. One test tube per person. At this moment, everyone else has already started collecting. He held the test tube and stared straight at Ning Chuan. "You wouldn't want to conduct some kind of experiment with our blood, would you?" These strong men include Rayleigh, Kaido, Whitebeard, and even top beings such as Satan Saint and Fegaland among the 5 elders. The next moment, this month, your ability to look back in time has been reduced to 1/10. With a wave of his hand, he directly used the rules of the world of songs and stabbed Saint Satan directly on the neck. But Saint Satan did not move at all. He wanted to get some news from Ning Chuan. All the strong men stopped their movements and looked at Ning Chuan in confusion. Their blood and genetic factors are enough to make the Serif Plan even more perfect. After this collection, Ning Chuan easily obtained the genetic factors of all the powerful people in the JJ world. In the world of songs at this moment, the strong men are fighting endlessly. In the future, there will be more powerful blood factors. Is there anyone else who asked me to help? Terrifying energy fluctuations raged around, and the earth shook, as if the end was coming. Ning Chuan nodded and immediately opened the door to the world of JJ. If someone can't help it, I can help. They are all quite sensible. Chapter 193. Pluton blocks the door and prepares to arrest the 4 emperors. The Serif Plan was temporarily handed over to Vegapunk, Caesar and Judge. Ning Chuan returned to the Pluton battleship. He stood on the bow of the ship, scanning the vast sea with his eyes, and began to think about the next thing. At this time, the Vinsmoke family is already under their control. Like Wano, he became a force under his own command. Now the situation in New World has gradually become clear, and only Big Mom and red-haired Shanks are left in the four emperors. Ning Chuan knew that Shanks joining would not be a big problem. By virtue of their relationship, he believes it won't be difficult to get Shanks to join his camp. If Shanks disagrees, Ning Chuan doesn't mind using a more direct method. First, beat up your future, old father-in-law, so that he will, voluntarily, join you. Ning Chuan believed that he could do it with a combination of punches. Shanks shouldn't be too difficult a problem. However, Four Emperors Auntie is different. She and he are already in a hostile state, so we can't keep her. What's more, Auntie's men are huge and control many islands in the world. Especially those cookie ministers who have different devil fruit abilities, each of them has unique combat power. He doesn't want to see these guys with unique abilities being absorbed by the world government in the future. Therefore, the next step is to unify the entire New World. The Four Emperors Ant is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed, as long as all the four emperors in New World are cleared. Then other places will follow, such as the daughter island under the Empress, the giant country Elbaf, Zhou and other places. There is almost no difficulty in taking it down. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and decided to deal with the Four Emperors Ant first. So without any hesitation, he directly ordered the Pluton battleship to turn around. Heading towards Cake Island among all the kingdoms, the territory of the Four Emperors. Pluton is running at full speed extremely fast. Huge warships raced across the sea like lightning. The huge movement made the passing Poseidons not dare to attack Pluton. Half a day, Pluton arrived at the outskirts of Cake Island, which was now heavily guarded, from the Vinsmoke family territory in North Blue. At this time, Cake Island has already entered a state of preparation for war. Andy has obviously received the news of Ning Chuan's upcoming arrival. The island's port was completely blocked, and hundreds of warships lined up around the island. It seems to be waiting for an invading enemy at any time. In the distance, Ning Chuan stood on Pluton, looking at the Cake Island and smiling slightly. He had already expected that Big Mom would be prepared after receiving the news that he had defeated Whitebeard and Kaido. But these are just preparations to gather troops together to defend against their own invasion. Not only does this fail to change the outcome, but it gives him the opportunity to wipe out Andy's power in one fell swoop. The desert ministers responsible for guarding the port also saw the Pluton warship approaching. They recognized the legendary ancient weapon at a glance, Pluton. Everyone's expressions changed suddenly, and they immediately ordered all warships to open fire immediately. They tried to use fierce artillery fire to sink Ning Chuan and the Pluton battleship in the sea. Hundreds of warships opened fire at the same time, and shells flew towards the Pluton warship like raindrops. However, the Pluton battleship was not affected at all by these shells. It automatically opened the defensive cover, and the shells exploded outside the protective cover. There is no way to get close to the main body of the battleship. As expected, it's the legendary Pluton. Such a powerful attack can't even shake it. The desert ministers felt a sense of despair in their hearts. However, the despair in their hearts just surged. The next moment, something happened that made them even more desperate. I saw the Pluton battleship beginning to accumulate energy. The gun muzzle on the ship emits a dazzling golden light, as if a terrifying giant beast is about to awaken. Boom! A terrifying golden energy beam shot out from Pluton's main gun muzzle, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. Wherever the light beam went, the battleship in front was instantly destroyed. Hundreds of warships were like paper under this destructive force and instantly turned into ashes. The Pluton battleship showed its true destructive power. At this time, the desert ministers on the island have passed the news to the Four Emperors Aunt. She had known for a long time that this young man would come to her door sooner or later. They knew that the person in front of them was no ordinary strong man, but a terrifying existence who had defeated 2 Four Emperors. Soon he had sunk into a trough. Soon, the defense system on Cake Island was fully activated, and the armies of all nations and the strong men under Andy gathered together. Do you think I will be scared? After hearing Ning Chuan's name, the ant's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Since you are unwilling to surrender, let me see what the Big Mom pirates are capable of. Ning Chuan looked at the army on the island that was about to move, with a sneer on his lips. Since she is unwilling to surrender, then use overwhelming power to crush her completely. Ning Chuan's voice resounded throughout the sky, and everyone on the island could hear his voice. Ha ha ha, Ning Chuan, this kid is so arrogant. The residents of the island had already been shocked by the terrifying firepower of the Pluton battleship. They looked at Ning Chuan flying into the sky with fear. Everyone is ready for battle. The ant smiled sinisterly, and then immediately gave the order. All the soldiers and desert ministers on the island were in panic. She knew that what she was about to face was a super monster that could easily defeat Kaido and Whitebeard. Sweeping across the entire port in an instant, all enemies were defeated in one blow. Even if we are really going to be defeated, I will never let you have an easy time. Start your defense plan. If Andy didn't come forward in person, they might not be able to resist Ning Chuan's offensive. Ning Chuan flew directly into the sky from the bow of the ship, overlooking the entire Cake Island. Next, his targets are only the Four Emperors and her desert ministers. Pluton let Pluton dock at the port of Cake Island, blocking the entrance with the huge battleship like a wall. Those miscellaneous soldiers are no longer worth wasting time. Ning Chuan only appeared for less than a minute. Even the port of Cake Island was blasted with a huge hole, just enough for Pluton to park there. They are ready to give their lives for Auntie. Big Mom, Ning Chuan, I'm here. But she didn't expect Ning Chuan to come so quickly and directly. Although Cake Island's defense is strong, it has become vulnerable under Pluton's pressure. Ning Chuan crossed his arms and spoke in a cold and coercive tone. His voice echoed like thunder over the entire island. He didn't intend to give Big Mom too many opportunities. Ning Chuan looked at the clean sea surface with a satisfied smile on his face. The morale of the entire Cake Island is rapidly declining. Chapter 194 You are indeed the weakest among the 4 emperors. Aunt Ma looked at Ning Chuan suspended in the sky, and the anger in her heart became more and more intense. How could anyone dare to be so arrogant in her own territory? Her aunt has never encountered such a thing. Even the extremely powerful Ning Chuan can't do it. Then a ferocious smile appeared on the aunt's face. As she let out a roar, she directly summoned Thunder Cloud Zeus and Fire Cloud Prometheus. Zeus, Prometheus, come with me and send this brat to hell. Auntie's voice echoed throughout the island like thunder. The next moment, a purple thundercloud and a flame-colored cloud flew from a distance. Auntie jumped up and stood directly on Zeus's back. She stepped on Zeus and flew into the air, running directly towards Ning Chuan. At the same time, a powerful Conqueror's domineering energy burst out from Big Mom's body. Sweeping around, the sky over the entire Cake Island instantly became dark, with black lightning intertwined among the dark clouds, as if the end of the world was coming. Ning Chuan's Conqueror's domineering energy seemed to be activated at this moment. Their 2 powerful Conqueror's domineering forces collided in the sky, and the air seemed to tremble under this pressure. Black lightning broke out during the Conqueror's confrontation between the two, as if tearing the entire sky apart. Ning Chuan was still hanging in the air, showing no fear. Facing the ant's overwhelming domineering attitude, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. How dare you be so arrogant in your own territory? It's really rare. Whether it's Conquerors or anything else, you seem to be the weakest among the 4 emperors. A lot weaker than Whitebeard and Kaido. Ning Chuan said calmly. Then an even more terrifying Conqueror's domineering energy erupted from his body again. The Desert Minister and soldiers on Cake Island were almost unable to hold up under the domineering collision of the two. Those with weaker strength had already been shaken to the ground by this coercion, or even fainted. And those slightly stronger Desert Ministers could not bear this terrifying sense of oppression. He struggled to stand firm, but his forehead and back were already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, the entire island became extremely silent under the pressure of the two people. Only the violent winds set off by the violent energy made everyone tremble with fear. Unlike the chaos on the island, however, everyone on the Pluton battleship was not affected in any way under the protection of the battleship's protective shield. Nami and the others watched the showdown between Ning Chuan and Auntie carefully on the bow. Watching the battles of strong men can help them learn a lot of combat experience. However, except them, I'm afraid it will be difficult for others to have the opportunity to watch the battle between Ning Chuan and the 4 emperors. After all, the aftermath of this level of battle can blow away some pirates who are not strong enough. In the air at this moment, Ning Chuan's Conqueror's domineering force was steadily suppressing Big Mom. Feeling that her Conqueror's domineering power could no longer compete with Ning Chuan's power, Auntie's face changed slightly. She knows that she can no longer gain any advantage by just relying on her dominance. She suddenly waved her hand and gave orders to Zeus at her feet and Prometheus at her side. Zeus, Thunder, Prometheus, Flame, attack with all your strength. Zeus and Prometheus acted immediately upon hearing the order. Zeus's thunder power instantly condensed in the air, and the thunder and lightning rushed towards Ning Chuan like a wild dragon. Prometheus opened its mouth, and a huge ball of fire quickly formed in its mouth, and all of them hit Ning Chuan's body. Faced with the double offensive of thunder and fire controlled by Big Mom, there was no fear on Ning Chuan's face, but a disdainful smile. He chuckled and said calmly, "Playing with thunder and fire. I am your ancestor." The next moment, Ning Chuan used the power of Thunder Fruit and Lava Fruit. The power of thunder, which was more terrifying than Zeus, erupted from Ning Chuan's hands. Blue thunder and lightning swept across like a frenzy, instantly suppressing Zeus's thunder and lightning. At the same time, hot lava gushes out from around Ning Chuan. The blazing lava flames spread in the air, instantly suppressing the flames of Prometheus. The collision of thunder, lava and fire. There were bursts of huge roars. The terrifying energy aftermath surged in the air, forming terrifying energy fluctuations. Ning Chuan easily disintegrated the attacks of Zeus and Prometheus. When the ant saw this scene, she had an expression of disbelief on her face. How is this possible? He actually has 2 devil fruit abilities. Or is it Logias? Ning Chuan's performance shocked Auntie. She had never seen anyone control the power of 2 such powerful Logia fruits at the same time. Faced with this situation, she also realized that she must try her best. I heard the ant roar angrily, and then drew out the giant sword from behind. She wrapped her Conqueror's domineering energy around the giant sword, jumped up suddenly, and with a roar, she raised the giant sword and launched her full blow at Ning Chuan. Elbaf's gun powers the country. This move brought together all the power of Big Mom. The giant sword came straight towards Ning Chuan with unparalleled pressure, and the air twisted in front of this terrifying power. Ning Chuan still sneered, without any fluctuation in his eyes. He gently raised his hand and activated the ability of the barrier fruit. An invisible barrier appeared in front of him. Auntie's powerful country. hit the barrier hard, causing a loud noise that shook the sky. The pressure in the air suddenly surged violently. However, this terrifying slash was easily blocked by Ning Chuan's barrier and was unable to move forward at all. Take advantage of this opportunity. Ning Chuan instantly put away the barrier and hit Andy on the head with his domineering fist wrapped around Conquerors. Boom! Ning Chuan's fist fell like a mountain and hit Andy on the head hard. Andy felt a huge force instantly spread from her head to her whole body. The whole person was smashed to the ground like a kite with its string broken. She smashed countless of her favorite cakes on the cake island. The entire island shook instantly, the ground cracked, and countless gravels flew away. The huge impact frightened everyone on Cake Island. The dessert ministers were horrified when they witnessed this scene. How is it possible? Mom was actually beaten down by this kid. Impossible, my mother's strength should be able to handle this kid easily. I'm definitely dazzled, and it's definitely not my mother who was beaten down. ... The ant slowly got up from the ground, covering her head that was numb from the smash, with an expression of anger and pain on her face. She didn't expect that Ning Chuan could neutralize her attack so easily and even knock her down from the air. Ning Chuan looked at the ant coldly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. It seems that the rumored 4 Emperors ant is nothing more than that. You are indeed the weakest among the 4 Emperors. Chapter 195 Crazy Ant, the soul fruit power explodes. Ning Chuan's words are simply heartbreaking. The death of so many husbands has never made my aunt so sad. Ning Chuan looked at the ant in front of him coldly, his tone full of sarcasm, and continued to mock. Are you worthy of being one of the 4 Emperors with your strength? It's so ridiculous, it's like a joke in 4 Emperors. When the ant heard Ning Chuan's words, the expression on her face suddenly became extremely distorted. The face that was already bloodshot with anger became even more ferocious. There was a crazy light in her eyes, as if she wanted to eat Ning Chuan alive. Ning Chuan knew in his heart that the ant was completely angered by his words at this moment, and she even showed signs of going crazy. This is exactly the result he wants to see. Only when Big Mom starts to go crazy can her true fighting power be fully revealed. Sure enough, as expected, the ant's nerves were stretched to the limit. After Ning Chuan's verbal stimulation, she completely lost her mind and began to enter a violent state. Her breathing became rapid, and the reason in her eyes was completely replaced by anger. A conqueror's domineering force that was several times more powerful than before surged out of her body instantly. You dare to look down on me? I am Charlotte Linlin, I am the strongest 4 Emperors in the world. Andy roared angrily, her voice exploding in the air like thunder. The ground beneath her feet instantly cracked, and the surrounding buildings began to collapse under the pressure. Ning Chuan saw this scene and recalled the ant's information in the original plot. After going crazy, Andy's combat effectiveness will indeed increase a lot, but her IQ will also drop sharply and she will become a completely violent monster. This state is very dangerous for other people. However, Ning Chuan was a little curious about how much the ant's strength could be improved when she was in a crazy state. Go on, let me see how much more you can do. Ning Chuan raised the corners of his mouth, deliberately irritating his aunt, and his tone was full of provocation. He is very much looking forward to what level Andy's strength will rise to. After all, as one of the 4 Emperors, Andy's talent cannot be underestimated. You know she could kill a bear with one slap at the age of 5. One punch easily broke several ribs of the giant warrior. However, her cultivation has been stagnant for many years due to gluttony and laziness. Even so, she still relied on her outstanding talent to become one of the 4 Emperors on the sea. Even if he is the bottom among the 4 Emperors, he is not in a level of terror that ordinary pirates can reach. But at this time, the ant, I have completely lost my mind and started to go crazy. There was no trace of reason in her eyes. The big knife in his hand was raised high, and with overwhelming anger, he slashed towards Ning Chuan. The surrounding air made a harsh crackling sound under this blow, as if the entire island was constantly collapsing in front of this force. The desert ministers and the soldiers on the Cake Island looked at the crazy ant, their faces turned pale, and they all ran away. They have experienced countless scenes of ants going crazy, and they know how terrifying a crazy ant is. That was simply not a human being, but a furious, crazy beast. Run, Mom is crazy again, we can't sustain this kind of power, so retreat quickly. If you leave late, you will be eaten. Run. ... They fled in all directions for fear of being affected. But Ning Chuan was not moved at all. Facing the ant who came towards him, he sneered. Human animal form. Ning Chuan's body quickly began to change. Dragon scales covered his whole body, and Ning Chuan directly entered the green dragon human animal form, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Want to go head to head? Then come on, I'll try to see how strong you are when you're crazy. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. With Conqueror's hockey wrapped around his arm, he directly faced Big Mom's fatal blow. Boom! The two attacks continued to collide in the air. The huge force shook the entire Cake Island, and the violent shock wave instantly raised all the pastry buildings on the island to the ground. Although Auntie's attack is strong, her power seems to be somewhat inadequate when faced with Ning Chuan, who has transformed into a dragon. Every punch Ning Chuan made was filled with violent power. Although Auntie's strength surged after she went mad, she was unable to cope with this horrific oppression. How is that possible? The ant became more and more anxious as she fought, although her strength increased. But facing Ning Chuan's steel-like defense and unshakable body, she couldn't break through at all. Every attack was easily diffused by Ning Chuan, and sometimes he even counterattacked severely. It's still not enough, can't you make me feel better? Ning Chuan punched the ant away again, with deep contempt in his tone. When the ant heard Ning Chuan's taunt, she became even more furious. She roared, "Roar, you dare to look down on me? I'm 4 emperors, Big Mom." The ant cried out, her heart filled with doubts and fear. How could it be? Why is the soul fruit useless? If you're not afraid, you're just not afraid. She couldn't understand why her fruit ability had no effect on Ning Chuan. Your soul fruit is useless to me. But in my eyes, you are just a poor person. The surrounding desert ministers and soldiers looked at this scene and were so frightened that they did not dare to get close. Soul fruit. Ha ha ha, I am a Shinigami who can control souls. This is her most powerful trump card, just to use it against Ning Chuan at this time. He looked at the ant coldly, as if he was laughing at her incompetence. Only those who are afraid of you will be affected by your fruit ability. The ant's eyes widened, and the expression on her face changed from anger to shock and disbelief. As Auntie roared, the power of the soul fruit began to flow out of her body, and a cold aura filled the air. Submit to me. The ant laughed wildly, and when she raised her hand, a strange force enveloped Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, give me your soul obediently. They never expected that Auntie would be crushed so easily by Ning Chuan when she was in a state of madness. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan punched out again. Ning Chuan said lightly, his tone full of disdain. The whole person was once again blown away like a cannonball, hitting the ground of Cake Island hard. Auntie didn't have time to react, she only felt a sharp pain in her chest. Groups of strange soul energy began to appear around Auntie's body. He allowed Auntie's soul power to envelope him, but there was no reaction. Auntie fell heavily to the ground, and her huge body made a deep hole in the ground. He stood there, unmoved at all. The huge impact caused the entire island to instantly collapse, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The domineering power directly hit the ant's chest. He wanted to use the power of the soul fruit to force Ning Chuan to surrender. Those souls surrounded her like demons, and there was a terrifying light in her eyes, as if she could take away other people's souls at any time. Why aren't you afraid of me? However, Ning Chuan's expression remained calm when faced with Auntie's terrifying fruit ability.